Chapter 2254. Sword-piercing Yang Pass, freezing 9 heavens. The middle-aged man was also a decisive person. When he saw that there was no room for negotiation, he immediately launched an attack. A snow-white longsword was unhurriedly drawn, and when the rhythm of the sword swept out, a strand of coldness descended from the sky. That coldness seemed to be able to penetrate into the depths of one's soul and freeze it. When the octagonal door members saw him use this move, their expressions changed slightly and they quickly retreated. Obviously, the power of this move was not to be underestimated. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, hurriedly protected Qin Yu and retreated several dozen meters. The Qin family guards and servants also ran away in an instant, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Sword Qi and Sword Qi appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the middle-aged man wrapped himself in Sword Qi and shot straight towards Yang Kai, freezing the air in his wake. Haha! Yang Kai stood in place, grinning as he looked at his opponent contemptuously, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing him so arrogant, the middle-aged man's heart couldn't help but thump as a bad feeling filled his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. You dare act so presumptuously in front of me? Yang Kai's grin turned into a sneer as his feet moved and his figure suddenly blurred. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the middle-aged man, stretching out a finger and pointing it forward. On the tip of his finger, a golden light suddenly appeared. It was the purest and richest source qi. Dang. With a light sound, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he stood in mid-air, watching in horror as his all-out attack was blocked by a single finger of his opponent's. What made him feel despair was Yang Kai's finger was made of flesh and blood. It was actually stronger than an artifact and remained unscathed. On the contrary, the power bursting out from Yang Kai's fingertip had bent his sword. As he lost control of his mind, the sword trembled, and the concept of ice suddenly disappeared like ice and snow. How is this possible? The middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He continuously released his divine sense to check Yang Kai's cultivation. He discovered that the other party was indeed only at the first-order Dao source realm level, which was slightly lower than him. However, the power that came from the other side was definitely not something that a cultivator of the first-order Dao source realm should possess. The power that overturned his worldview completely messed him up. He only felt that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Calling out Luo Yuan is more like it, you're not strong enough. Yang Kai coldly snorted as the source qi on his fingertips suddenly increased in intensity. All of a sudden he was pushed forward. You know junior brother Luo? The middle-aged man shuddered, looking at Yang Kai in horror. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, "You're Yang Kai. You are that Yang Kai from the Four Seasons realm." He seemed to have thought of something and cried out in alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light engulfed him. The middle-aged man let out a miserable cry. He fell directly to the ground, smashing a crater in the ground, making for an extremely embarrassing sight. Yang Kai? The Yang Kai from the Four Seasons realm? Yes, it's him, it's definitely him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Below, several disciples of the octagonal door shouted, all of them looking flustered. It was not until this moment that they finally recognized Yang Kai. After all, they were in the Four Seasons realm. When Yang Kai threatened everyone with the extraordinary treasure pills and wanted to exchange them for something useful, these people had also watched from afar. It was just that at that time, Luo Yuan was right next to Yang Kai, so they did not dare to get too close, so they did not recognize him at first sight today. It was not until the middle-aged man's flash of insight that they realized Yang Kai's identity. For a time, everyone was covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Although they had not fought with Yang Kai before, they were well aware of what happened in the Four Seasons realm. Even someone as strong as Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai, let alone them. This time, the opening of the Four Seasons realm had brought 2 rising stars to fame. One was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. This person had fought Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land head-on without falling into a disadvantage, proving his extraordinary strength. The other person was Yang Kai. He only had the cultivation of the first-order Dao Source realm, but he was also a Dao Source grade alchemist who could refine extraordinary treasure pills and play with all the masters in the Four Seasons realm in the palm of his hand. It could be said that even if the reputation of these two rising stars was not as good as Xia Sheng, Wu Chang, and Xiao Chen, they were not far behind. This was also why the other families in Maplewood City had 2 or 3 sect disciples living there, while the Qin family only had 1 octagonal door. Because Luo Yuan was here, how could any cultivator from any sect be willing to provoke this fiend? He was not even afraid of Wu Chang, so in this world, besides the masters of the Emperor realm, who else could make him afraid? Cough cough. The middle-aged man from the octagonal door was forced back by Yang Kai, and although he was injured, it was not serious. After quickly standing up, he looked at Yang Kai with a look of dread, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. So it is Grandmaster Yang. This one had eyes but failed to see before and forgot to take offense. His cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, and he was older than Yang Kai, so calling Yang Kai master was naturally a loss of face. If he called him brother, Yang Kai would not be happy, so he simply called him grandmaster. In any case, with Yang Kai's Dao Source grade alchemist skills, he was worthy of this title. What? Qin Zhaoyang was stunned as he stared at the middle-aged man in astonishment. He didn't know how this fellow, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, had become so respectful in the blink of an eye, even addressing Yang Kai as Grandmaster. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was thinking about something. What's there to take offense? Yang Kai grinned. Grandmaster Master Yang is magnanimous. The middle-aged man looked happy. Yang Kai changed the topic and said coldly, there is no need to bicker with a dead man. The joy on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze as a chill ran from head to toe, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hurriedly said, Grandmaster Yang, today's matter was indeed my junior brother Lin's fault. It was his fault to begin with. Yang Kai coldly snorted. But Grandmaster Yang, please give my junior brother Lin a chance to turn over a new leaf, considering that he has already been taught a lesson. He pleaded with a sincere expression. A life for a life, I just knocked him out and you call that a lesson? Yang Kai sneered and said sarcastically, are other people's lives so cheap to you? Seeing that he was unmoved, the middle-aged man couldn't help sweating on his forehead. He didn't know whether it was because of anxiety or pain, but he gritted his teeth and said, Grandmaster Yang, junior brother Lin Yun, is my sect's vice-sect master Lin Rue's nephew. He brought up Lin Rue in hopes that Kai Yang would give him some face and refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. But Yang Kai sneered and said arrogantly, who is Lin Rue? It's none of my business. The middle-aged man's face paled, realizing that today's matter really could not be resolved peacefully. Anyway, I have to kill someone today, either you or that fainted guy. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and the myriad sword appeared leisurely. Endless Emperor intent instantly filled the air. The unique Emperor aura and sword fluctuations were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread out in all directions. He pointed the wide myriad sword at the middle-aged man and said, choose one yourself. Saying so, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he sneered, or are you willing to die in place of that guy? That guy is your vice-sect master's nephew. If you die in place of him, maybe your vice-sect master will take good care of your family. The middle-aged man kept retreating, incoherent, his eyes trembling as he stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. Although he had never seen an emperor artifact before, he could feel that this sword was extraordinary at this moment and knew that Yang Kai was not joking. He could clearly see the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, which was so thick that it was almost tangible. However, although Lin Yun's identity was not low in the octagonal door, how could he allow him to die in place of someone else? If you don't choose, then I'll make the decision myself. Yang Kai snorted, then looked at Qin Chaoyang and said, Qin family patriarch, they killed one of your family members. I'll kill them with the Qin family's artifact. This can be considered as the Qin family's revenge. What do you think? Good. Qin Chaoyang shouted heavily, Thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded slightly and moved the myriad sword. Just as he was about to perform a killing move, his expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky and curled his lips. Since you're here, show yourself. Why are you sneaking around? There's someone else? Qin Chaoyang's expression changed and he hurriedly looked in that direction, but he could not help but feel suspicious when he saw that there was no one there. Right at this moment, there was a ripple in space, and two figures suddenly appeared like phantoms. These two figures were a man and a woman. The man was a young man with an indifferent expression, as if nothing could affect him. The woman was petite and cute, with a round face. She stood quietly behind the young man, her beautiful eyes fixed on the young man's tall and straight back. It was as if in her eyes, there was nothing else in this world other than the young man in front of her. It's him! Qin Chaoyang's face became gloomy. He naturally recognized this man and woman. They were both disciples of the octagonal door. On that day, they came to the Qin family with the middle-aged man and Lin Yun. These people from the octagonal door also followed this young man's lead. However, since this young man moved into the Qin family, he had been in seclusion. According to the servants, he had been cultivating diligently and had not slacked in the slightest. Qin Chaoyang also knew that this person was called Luo Yuan, a rising star who shone with Yang Kai in the Four Seasons realm. As for the round-faced woman, she seemed to be the daughter of the octagonal door's sect master. She had a special liking for Luo Yuan and had been guarding the courtyard where he was in retreat. It was a pity that the falling flowers were unrequited and Luo Yuan didn't seem to care about her at all. Junior brother Luo, eldest young lady. When the middle-aged man saw the two appear, he could not help but be overjoyed and exclaim, but soon he seemed to think of something and his face became terrified. Luo Yuan glanced at him faintly and frowned, "You're very noisy." As soon as this remark came out, the people from the octagonal door all fell silent and their faces turned pale, as if they were extremely afraid of Luo Yuan. Chapter 2255. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the octagonal door, everyone was afraid of Luo Yuan. Not only them, but even the sect master and vice-sect master were afraid of him. The sect master had said that Luo Yuan was a rare genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years and that one day his name would shake the territory of the Star Territory. Therefore, the entire octagonal door agreed to almost all of Luo Yuan's requests and placed all their hopes of revitalizing the sect on him. In the sect, Luo Yuan's words were equivalent to the words of the sect master. He occupied the best secluded home and had access to nearly half of the cultivation resources in the entire octagonal door. When he cultivated, no one dared to disturb him, otherwise they would die. This was also the biggest reason why the people from the octagonal door wanted to keep the peace. They didn't dare to alarm Luo Yuan. But who would have thought that in the end he would still be alarmed? For a time, the people from octagonal door were both surprised and overjoyed. They were surprised because Luo Yuan was in a bad mood at the moment and didn't know if he would punish them, but they were overjoyed because they had obtained such a powerful helper. "Ah, it's you." At this moment, the round-faced woman who had been standing behind Luo Yuan recovered and her infatuated gaze broke away from Luo Yuan as she frowned and looked around. After seeing Yang Kai, she couldn't help calling out, "You're that." For a moment, she couldn't remember Yang Kai's name. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Yang Kai. Yes, you're the guy who exchanged an extraordinary treasure pill with me in the Four Seasons realm. Why are you here?" The round-faced woman obviously had some memories of Yang Kai. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai found it a little funny. The round-faced woman tilted her head and thought for a moment. She also seemed to feel that her question was a little ridiculous. He smiled at Yang Kai. He didn't say anything else. Luo Yuan's eyes, on the other hand, were locked onto Yang Kai, and his pair of eyes, which were originally as calm as water, suddenly flashed with infinite fighting spirit. Yang Kai grinned. "How long have you been here?" Luo Yuan said lightly, "Just arrived." After a pause, he added, "I was awakened by the aura of the secret artifact in your hand, and then I saw you trying to kill my octagonal door's disciple." His tone was flat, but anyone could hear the displeasure and coldness in his words. No matter what, He was still a member of the octagonal door. Someone wanted to kill a disciple of the octagonal door. Naturally, he couldn't just sit by and watch. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Junior brother Luo, this person relied on his ability and didn't put our octagonal door in his eyes at all. Not only did he knock out junior brother Lin Yun, he also injured me. Please avenge us, junior brother Luo." He changed his previous submissive attitude towards Yang Kai and became extremely arrogant, as if he was hugging a thick thigh. His sense of security doubled, and he no longer had to worry about Yang Kai. Really? Luo Yuan raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai coldly and asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The one lying there was knocked out by me, and the one who spoke was also injured by me." "Very good, you dare to take responsibility for your actions." Luo Yuan grinned. "Men should be like this. I admire you. Does brother Luo want to stand up for them?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "I've been trying to comprehend a certain secret technique, but I've reached a bottleneck. Even after studying it for many days, I still haven't been able to grasp the crux of it." Luo Yuan suddenly spoke of an unrelated topic, but the burning fighting spirit in his eyes only grew fiercer. As he spoke, he pushed his source chi and shouted, "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find an opponent to fight in this remote place. Since Brother Yang has come, please lend me a hand." "You want to use my strength to break through that secret technique's bottleneck?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. "Why should I help you?" Yang Kai snorted. "This is a losing deal, I won't do it. You have no choice." Luo Yuan snorted coldly as he stepped forward, approaching Yang Kai step by step, his momentum rising with every step he took. Looking at his posture, whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he was going to take action. Yang Kai frowned. Luo Yuan was not an ordinary Dao Source Realm master. Not to mention that he was a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, his combat power alone could not be underestimated. If it was not necessary, Yang Kai did not want to fight with such a person. What's more, this was the Qin family. If they really fought, the Qin family's territory would be destroyed, and Qin Yu and the others would be implicated. He was not as unscrupulous as Luo Yuan. "Stop!" At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Luo Yuan paused and a look of displeasure flashed across his face as he shouted fiercely, "Who are you? What do you want?" Murderous intent flashed across his face, as if he was extremely displeased with being interrupted by Qin Yu. If not for him suppressing his anger, he would have killed her. Qin Yu said, "Qin family member." Luo Yuan frowned and his murderous intent disappeared as he muttered to himself, "The owner of this place." A look of helplessness flashed across his face as he pondered for a long time before asking, "What can I do for you?" His previous murderous aura was replaced by a gentle and polite one. Seeing this, Kai Yang was amazed again and again. "I don't dare to give you any orders. You are all very strong, and my Qin family is weak. How could I dare to give you any orders?" Qin Yu said sarcastically, "However, your octagonal door's disciple killed my Qin family servant. Shouldn't your excellency give my Qin family an explanation first?" "Killed your Qin family's servant?" Luo Yuan heard this and his face turned cold. "Is that so? The body is still here, are you blind?" Qin Yu gritted his teeth and shouted. Luo Yuan's gaze turned to the female body in the courtyard. After frowning for a moment, he looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "What's going on here?" The middle-aged man looked flustered and didn't know how to answer. He stammered and couldn't say anything. "I'll count to 3. If you don't answer, you know the consequences." Luo Yuan's face turned colder and he started counting to himself. 1. The middle-aged man trembled and didn't dare to hide anything. He immediately told Luo Yuan the whole story. After listening, Luo Yuan said thoughtfully, "So, Brother Yang intervened because of this?" "Yes." The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai and nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't dare to splash any dirty water on Yang Kai anymore. "I understand," Luo Yuan said. His figure flickered and he rushed into the room. When he came out again, he was holding the unconscious Lin Yun in his hand. Yang Kai looked at him with interest. He didn't know how Luo Yuan was going to deal with Lin Yun and what kind of explanation he would give to the Qin family. The young lady of the Qin family, right? Luo Yuan looked at Qin Yu and said lightly, he killed her. Since that's the case, watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the source qi in his hand and poured it into Lin Yun's body. In an instant, Lin Yun's whole body swelled and her exposed skin turned blood red. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he was secretly horrified. The faces of the people from Octagonal Door turned ashen. The middle-aged man even cried out, "Junior brother Luo, you can't?" Under the severe pain, Lin Yun also woke up from her coma. She seemed to be a little confused and didn't know what had happened. When she opened her eyes and saw Luo Yuan, she was shocked and shouted, "Luo, brother Luo." Luo Yuan responded casually. He increased the strength in his hand again. Lin Yun suddenly screamed. She also realized that something was wrong and screamed, "No, no, ping. Accompanied by a loud explosion, Lin Yun's entire body exploded in Luo Yuan's hand, leaving nothing behind, his flesh and bones flying everywhere. Although Luo Yuan was standing nearby, there was not a speck of dust on him. The entire courtyard was silent. The people from the Qin family were completely stunned. The people from Octagonal Door were horrified and didn't dare to breathe. No one expected this. Luo Yuan killed Lin Yun so simply. Weren't they brothers from the same sect? Wasn't Lin Yun the nephew of the vice sect master of Octagonal Door? Everyone was shocked by Luo Yuan's cold-blooded, cruel, inhuman, and unscrupulous brutality. Young Lady Qin, are you satisfied with this punishment? Luo Yuan looked at Qin Yu and asked. Qin Yu gritted her teeth and said, I am satisfied. The murderer died in front of her, what else could she say? A life for a life, Luo Yuan did do it, so she was speechless. It's good that you are satisfied. Luo Yuan nodded slightly. Regardless of what the others thought, he looked at Yang Kai again and said, Brother Yang, let's start. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Start what? What's there to start? Can't you behave? What are you doing, fighting and killing all day? Qin Chaoyang thought that Yang Kai was afraid of Luo Yuan, so he quickly jumped out to smooth things over and said, Little brother Luo, since the murderer has been killed, why don't this old master play host today? Let's sit down and have a good chat. Luo Yuan ignored him and looked at Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, you are very disappointing. Where is your domineering and arrogant attitude in the Four Seasons realm? How can you reach the peak of the martial Tao with such cowardice? What peak of the martial Tao? Yang Kai curled his lips fiercely. I am now in the First Order Tao Source realm. Isn't it too early to talk about this? One can walk as far as one can see. Luo Yuan said, Brother Yang, you shouldn't be so short-sighted. Yang Kai said sternly, Wrong, a big mistake. Luo Yuan asked in surprise, What's wrong? Yang Kai said, I think that one should take one step at a time and be down to earth. It's easy to reach for what is beyond one's grasp if one thinks too much. Luo Yuan frowned and said, If you don't have a big goal, where will you find the motivation to move forward? He looked like he wanted to have a good discussion with Yang Kai. Yang Kai said impatiently, If you don't agree with me, go do what you need to do. I want to fight Brother Yang right now. Are you done yet? Yang Kai suddenly jumped up. What's the point of fighting me? With the divine technique I have mastered, can you even touch my clothes? Luo Yuan was startled and suddenly remembered that Yang Kai seemed to be proficient in space secret techniques. In the Four Seasons realm, surrounded by so many masters, the reason he was so calm was because of his control over space. No one under the Emperor realm could restrain his actions. If he fought Yang Kai, he might not even be able to touch the other party's clothes. Just don't dodge. Luo Yuan thought for a while and said, Let's have a fierce, passionate, bloody collision between men. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Yang Kai looked at him and sneered, Have you become stupid from cultivating? I have the divine technique, so why wouldn't I dodge? Chapter 2256. Shut up. The round-faced woman, who had been standing behind Luo Yuan, suddenly frowned and shouted at Yang Kai, Don't speak ill of Brother Luo. Brother Yang, Luo Yuan looked at Yang Kai and shouted, "Let's fight." Yang Kai slapped himself in the face, feeling that he had nothing to say to this guy. At that moment, another change occurred. Accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds, many masters suddenly appeared from all directions. When these masters arrived, they all cast their eyes on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand, and after careful observation, their eyes flashed with greed. They were obviously alarmed by the emperor intent of this emperor artifact, so they came out of their hibernation to check it out. After seeing it, they naturally coveted it. These people were basically all from the third order Dao source realm, and none of them were from the emperor realm. Even if a cultivator of this level occasionally saw an emperor artifact, it was just a fleeting glimpse. They had never really owned one. But now, an emperor artifact had appeared in the small Maplewood city, and it was a sword-type emperor artifact that focused on killing. After scanning with their divine senses again, they realized that Yang Kai was just from the first order Dao source realm, and could not help but show joy. Luo Yuan could not help frowning at the sudden arrival of so many people, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Pushing his source chi, a wave of energy visible to the naked eye spread out leisurely with him as the center, radiating out in all directions. "Get out of my sight!" He roared, angry that these idlers had come to disturb his one-on-one battle with Yang Kai. Dang dang dang. The people who came here, regardless of their cultivation level, were all intimidated. Regardless of their age. They were actually intimidated by this force and imposing aura, and some of them retreated over 10 steps while others retreated over 100 meters. All of their faces were livid. Not to mention Luo Yuan's recent rise in fame, everyone basically recognized him. Even if they did not recognize him, after seeing the power he displayed at this moment, they could tell. He was not an ordinary third-order Dao source realm cultivator, so who would dare to provoke him? However, there were two people who stood where they were, not moving at all. These two were old men, one of them with his eyes closed, allowing the pressure to sweep across his face while the other sneered, as if mocking Luo Yuan for overestimating himself. They were Gao Shan and Lu Shui of the Flying Saint Palace. Previously, the two protectors were still in the city lord's mansion, protecting young palace master Ning Yuanshu. However, when the emperor artifact appeared and the emperor aura filled the air, the two of them noticed it and asked Ning Yuanshu for instructions. He hurriedly rushed over here. Yu arrived here just in time to witness Luo Yuan's outburst. "Young man, there's no need to be so hot-tempered." Protector Lu Shui looked at Luo Yuan with a smile, taking advantage of his seniority. Hot-tempered people can easily harm their health. Protector Gao Shan also opened his eyes at this moment and coldly snorted. Young people nowadays are all people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can look down on the heroes of the world just because they have some ability. Sooner or later, they will suffer a big setback. What the two seniors said is very reasonable. Yang Kai looked at the two and rolled his eyes, showing a look of enlightenment. While nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice, he cupped his fists towards Gao Shan and Lu Shui and said, "This junior deeply agrees with senior's words." Being able to say such words, I can tell at a glance that the two of you are not ordinary people. Well said, well said. Lu Shui looked at Yang Kai with a smile, finding that this boy was quite pleasing to the eye. You are a promising child, you will definitely become a great person in the future. Gao Shan was not stingy with his praise. May I ask the two seniors' names? Yang Kai humbly asked for advice. This old man is Gao Shan. This old man is Lu Shui. The two of them one after another reported their names, and then said in unison, "We are the two protectors of Flying Saint Palace." Their lines seemed to have been rehearsed many times, and they were extremely skilled without the slightest pause. Flying Saint Palace. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he said in surprise, "So the two seniors are the famous protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shui of the Southern Territory." Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Gao Shan and Lu Shui were even more pleased. The former smiled slightly and said, "Have you heard of our names?" "More than heard of it." Yang Kai said seriously, "It's like the sound of thunder, rolling past my ears, deafening." Ha! Gao Shan and Lu Shui looked at each other, laughing so hard that they could not close their mouths. Everyone was sweating profusely as they listened, fiercely despising Yang Kai's flattery, simply shameless, shameless. At the same time, everyone also despised these two old fools, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, in their hearts. They had lived for so long and their cultivation was also at the third-order Dao source realm, but after being flattered by a little brat, they almost forgot their parents' names. How could the two protectors of Flying Saint Palace be like this? Everyone seemed to be meeting Gao Shan and Lu Shui for the first time, frequently glancing at each other with brilliant expressions. But Yang Kai's face suddenly sank and he hesitated. But what? Gao Shan frowned and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai laughed dryly and replied, "But it seems that some people don't put the two seniors in their eyes. Before you came here, this junior happened to hear some unfavorable remarks about the two of you. HM? Who dares to not put the two of us in their eyes?" Gao Shan was angry and swept his cold eyes around. The cultivator who was targeted by them all looked away with flickering eyes. Although these two old fools were a little stupid, their strength was obvious to all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to occupy the city lord's mansion while the others could only live in the great families. It was precisely because they were afraid of the two old fools' strength that no one dared to compete with them for the city lord's mansion. "It was you?" Gao Shan suddenly glared at a middle-aged man with fleeting eyes and asked sternly with an unkind expression. No. The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he explained, "This one arrived a little later than the two of you. How could I say anything bad about the two of you?" Gao Shan heard this and did not doubt him, turning to the other person and asking, "Was it you?" "Absolutely not. This one has admired the two of you for a long time. How could I do such a thing?" The person being looked at said seriously, "Who is it? Who dares to do such a thing? This old master will teach him a lesson." Lu Shui was also furious, glaring at Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai stammered, playing hard to get, "This junior doesn't dare say. This junior's strength is too low. If I say it, I am afraid I will be killed." "Speak, don't be afraid. With the two of us here to protect you, who would dare to do such a thing? If anyone dares to hurt you, this old master will exterminate their entire family." Gao Shan said confidently, as if he was the only one in this world. "With senior's words, I can rest assured." Yang Kai suddenly became happy, pointing his finger and shouting, "It's him, it's this little brat." Before the two seniors arrived, he said that in Maplewood City, the strongest people, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, were nothing more than ants in his eyes, that he could crush them with just a finger. He also said that Flying Saint Palace was simply a gathering place of garbage, a place of filth, and that the cultivator there was not born and raised by their parents, they were all from what? Gao Shan's expression was furious, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "This junior won't say it, it's quite unpleasant to hear, anyway, that's what he meant." Yang Kai chuckled. "Haha." Gao Shan was furious, shouting, "This old master is furious." Good. Lu Shui also glared at the man Yang Kai was pointing at and sneered, "Young man, your tone is really arrogant. I'd like to see how you're going to stretch out a finger and crush the two of us." Luo Yuan frowned slightly, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Are you referring to me?" Yang Kai shouted, "Luo Yuan, if you are a man, then you dare to take responsibility for your actions. Don't tell me you don't want to admit what you said. Gao Shan and Lu Shui are here now. If you have the guts, repeat what you just said again and see if these two old masters can beat you to death." "I understand." Luo Yuan nodded lightly, not intending to explain himself. Seeing that he did not deny it, Gao Shan and Lu Shui became more and more convinced that what Yang Kai said was true. Gao Shan angrily shouted, "Young man, just because you've made a name for yourself, you think you're invincible? In this world, there is always a heaven beyond a heaven, and there is always someone better than you. Your cultivation is far from enough. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Daring to insult us, today's punishment is death." Lu Shui coldly snorted, glancing at Luo Yuan, "Boy, do you want to come here yourself or do you want these two old masters to take your head? If it's the former, you'll suffer less, but if it's the latter, You'll have to suffer a little. Listening to Lu Shui's words, Yang Kai suddenly smiled, feeling that his plan to divert trouble to Luo Yuan had mostly succeeded. Sure enough, as he expected, how could someone as arrogant as Luo Yuan remain indifferent after being threatened like this? Not to mention that he hadn't said those words just now. Even if he had, he certainly wouldn't have compromised at this moment. However, Luo Yuan's brow rose as a look of arrogance appeared on his face, his source chi trembling slightly as he grinned. Two old fools want to take my life? Do you think you have the ability? Still acting so arrogant even in the face of death? Boy, eat my move first. Gao Shan was furious and immediately stretched out his hand and slapped towards where Luo Yuan was standing. In an instant, wind and clouds gathered in the sky and world principles surged as a huge palm print descended from the sky, covering all the light and enveloping Luo Yuan. The surrounding cultivators all paled. Gao Shan was an elder of Flying Saint Palace and his third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation was extremely solid, so his attack was naturally extraordinary. Everyone was thinking about how to defend or dodge this attack if it was aimed at them. Thinking about this, their expressions became ugly because everyone found that besides dodging, the consequences of this attack were unimaginable. On the other side, Luo Yuan stood in place without dodging, as if he was scared silly. The round-faced woman standing behind him was the same, her pair of beautiful eyes fixed on Luo Yuan's heroic back, not even the quarrel between the crowd disturbing her. Hong Long Long. The huge palm formed from a mixture of world energy and world principles directly slammed down. The void where Luo Yuan stood was filled with violent energy and a strong wind swept out in all directions. Anyone who tried to probe it with their divine sense was immediately swallowed up by this powerful energy, making it impossible to see the details inside. Several of the Qin family's houses were also hit by this huge force and collapsed, turning into ruins. Chapter 2257. A piece of trash actually dared to act presumptuously in front of this old master. This is his fate. After Gao Shan's move was successful, he clasped his hands behind his back and shouted calmly, looking like he had succeeded in making a name for himself. A young man who has only cultivated for a few years really thinks he can compete with this old master? He's simply overestimating himself. Lu Shui also sneered. What's my fate? Suddenly, Luo Yuan's voice came from the center of the energy chaos, and at the same time as this sentence came out, there was a flash of light that spread out instantly, forming an invisible force that pushed back all the surrounding energy. Luo Yuan reappeared in front of everyone, a thick layer of source qi covering his body. The bright light he released almost blinded Gao Shan and Lu Shui, causing them to feel a sharp pain in their eyes. Not only was he unscathed, but even the round-faced woman who had been standing behind him was not affected in the slightest. After being disturbed, the round-faced woman frowned a little unhappily and glared fiercely at Gao Shan and Lu Shui. This. Gao Shan couldn't help taking a few steps back as he stared at Luo Yuan like he was looking at a ghost, unable to believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? Lu Shui also exclaimed. He naturally knew how powerful Gao Shan's move was. Even if Luo Yuan was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, it was impossible for him to take it head-on without suffering any injuries, but the facts were right in front of him, causing him to be shocked. I was just worried about not being able to find a decent opponent. Luo Yuan grinned, a ferocious smile appearing on his face. It was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Since you took the initiative to deliver yourself to me, I won't be polite. Saying so, he licked his lips, as if he had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw a plate of delicious food. This appearance frightened Gao Shan and Lu Shui greatly. As soon as these words fell, Luo Yuan slowly raised his hand and began to circulate his source qi. A strange sound like waves hitting a reef rang out. Stop! At the critical moment, a tender voice called out. Luo Yuan frowned and turned to look at the source of the voice, only to find that it was Qin Yu again, causing his face to go cold as he asked, "What's the matter?" When he was about to attack Yang Kai, he was stopped by Qin Yu. Now, when he was about to attack Gao Shan and Lu Shui, he was stopped by Qin Yu. If Qin Yu was not the owner of this place, Luo Yuan would not have bothered with her. What do you want to do? Qin Yu looked at Luo Yuan coldly and grit her teeth. Isn't it obvious? Luo Yuan said, can't you see what I want to do? I can tell. Qin Yu was not afraid of Luo Yuan because of the gap in their cultivation. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, it's precisely because I can see it. That's why I stopped you. What do you mean? Speak clearly, Luo Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. Do you want to tear down the Qin family? Qin Yu asked. I have no such intention, Luo Yuan replied seriously. Then don't fight here. Qin Yu snorted, if you don't want to sleep on the streets, find somewhere else to fight. Luo Yuan listened to her words, thought for a while, and nodded, that makes sense. Now that everyone from the octagonal door was lodging with the Qin family, if he really tore down the Qin family, not only would the people from the octagonal door not have a place to live, it would also be a loss of face. He looked up at Gao Shan and Lu Shui and said, you two old things. Come with me. As soon as these words fell, his figure flickered and he rushed out of the city. Before leaving, he flew directly between Gao Shan and Lu Shui, full of provocation. How could Gao Shan and Lu Shui tolerate such a rampant junior? They roared and turned to chase after him. In the blink of an eye, the three masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm disappeared from everyone's sight. Ah! The round-faced woman, who had been standing behind Luo Yuan, sighed at this moment with a sad expression. From beginning to end, Luo Yuan had never looked at her, which made her very sad. At this moment, she glared at Yang Kai and said angrily, it's all your fault. Why are you blaming me? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. If it weren't for you, Brother Luo wouldn't have run away, the round-faced woman pouted, looking playful and cute. Then shouldn't you be thanking me? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Why should I thank you? The round-faced woman squinted at Yang Kai and said sarcastically, what do you have for me to thank you for? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, naturally, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to tell that your brother Luo cared about you. Brother Luo cared about me? The round-faced woman frowned and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face as she stamped her foot and said, don't talk nonsense, Brother Luo. He wholeheartedly devotes himself to the martial Tao, he wouldn't care about me. After a pause, she asked expectantly, tell me, how did Brother Luo care about me? Before Yang Kai could answer, Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, young lady, I'm afraid you're too close to the situation. When that protector Gao Shan attacked just now, were you injured in the slightest? The round-faced woman shook her head. Who protected you? Qin Yu asked again. Hearing this, the round-faced woman's beautiful eyes gradually brightened and the original look of sadness disappeared, replaced by a radiant smile, as if she had received a huge reward. Qin Yu said, if your brother Luo really didn't care about you, you would have been seriously injured by now. He just did it in passing, he didn't care about me at all. The round-faced woman lowered her head, bashful and shy, her cheeks flushed red. The expression of a young girl was clearly visible. Although she said that, anyone could see that her heart was probably sweet as if she had eaten candy. But, aren't you worried about your brother Luo? Although that Gao Shan and Lu Shui have some problems, they aren't easy to deal with, Yang Kai suddenly asked with a smile, reaching out and tapping his head. The round-faced woman said, what's there to worry about? Those two will definitely be beaten to a pulp. She seemed to have great confidence in Luo Yuan. Saying so, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she smiled and said, you still have time to talk about this? You should worry about yourself first. What's there to worry about? Yang Kai sneered, glancing around and saying disdainfully, a bunch of trash. What did you say? Boy, you're too arrogant, you need to be taught a lesson. Which family's child is this? Speaking so immoral. Haven't your elders taught you the word courtesy? The surrounding cultivators suddenly shouted. The three strongest people here had already left, so the rest of the people naturally had no scruples. Everyone stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand with scorching eyes, their little abacuses clanging in their hearts. An elderly man suddenly smiled slyly and looked at Yang Kai kindly. Little brother, where did you get this sword? You mean this? Yang Kai held the myriad's sword horizontally in front of his chest and wiped it with his fingers. Suddenly, the sword light overflowed and the sword halo flowed. He smiled and said, "I picked it up on the road." "Then it must be the one this old man lost a few days ago. No wonder it looked so familiar. Little brother, quickly give it back to me," the elderly man quickly said. The surrounding cultivators all looked at the elderly man dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, "Isn't this too shameless? Even if you want to snatch the treasure, you should at least find a better excuse. This excuse is really lame, even a fool won't believe it. I picked it up, so it's mine. Why should I give it to you?" Yang Kai's face darkened and directly put the myriad's sword back into his body. When the elderly man saw this, he immediately swallowed his saliva and said eagerly, "Little brother, as long as you're willing to return the sword to this old man will guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. You may not know, but this old man is the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley, Chu Huairan. I always keep my word." Yang Kai stared at him and said, "I don't believe it." "If you don't believe it, ask them. They can testify for this old man." The elderly man was anxious and pointed at the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators sneered when they heard this, and all of them acted as if it had nothing to do with them. "Look, they don't believe it either." Yang Kai ridiculed, "You must be trying to cheat my treasure." Chu Huairan was anxious, and his eyes flashed a few times. He coldly snorted and said, "Fine, fine. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, you can't blame this old man for being ruthless." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and his whole body was like a rock spreading its wings, pouncing on Yang Kai. He stretched out one hand in front of him in a claw shape, and his expression was fierce. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's expression was panicked, and he kept retreating. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. A mere first-order Dao Source realm dares to show off such a precious treasure to others. You're digging your own grave. If you're reincarnated as a human being in your next life, remember the saying that a man's wealth is his own ruin," he said earnestly, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. His murderous intent surged toward Yang Kai like a tide. "I'll fight you to the death." Yang Kai roared, and it was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's ears to buzz. The surrounding cultivators saw the old man suddenly make a move, and their expressions changed. A few of them had already secretly activated their source chi, as if they were waiting for the old man and Yang Kai to fight before making a move. And under this roar, everyone could not help but pause slightly. At the place where Yang Kai was, there was a flash of brilliance, and the myriad sword, the Emperor artifact, was summoned by him again. He waved it in a flurry without any order, as if he had been intimidated by Chu Huairan's aura and could not exert his strength. "Give it to me." Seeing this, Chu Huairan was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the myriad sword. A look of excitement appeared on his face, as if he had already seen the beautiful scene of him obtaining the precious treasure and laughing at the world from now on. Pooh. 5 severed fingers flew out in response, and crimson blood spurted out. Chu Huairan stood not far in front of Yang Kai, his figure frozen in place as he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. He seemed to have not recovered yet, only feeling a chill on his hand and chest, and at the same time, bursts of pain. The next moment, he saw a sarcastic smile appear on Yang Kai's face. This smile made him shudder involuntarily, and he faintly felt that something was wrong. Chapter 2258. Drip, drip, the clear sound of blood dripping entered everyone's ears, and the air was quickly filled with a unique smell of blood. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was going on, but when they looked up at Chu Huairan, what they saw shocked them. Chu Huairan's body was stiff in place, still maintaining his lunging posture, but the 5 fingers on his outstretched hand had been cut off at the base, the wound smooth and glossy, blood gurgling out. But that was not all. More importantly, half of the tip of the sword was protruding from Chu Huairan's back. Blood was dripping from the tip of the sword, splattering on the ground and slowly converging into a crimson stream. Gudong. Asterisk, a series of gulping sounds rang out as everyone asked themselves in their minds, what is going on? They only saw Chu Huairen rushing towards Yang Kai aggressively, while Yang Kai was flustered and waving his artifact to deal with him. They had thought that Yang Kai would be wounded by Chu Huairen and be robbed of his artifact, but the final outcome was so shocking. It seemed that Chu Huairen had been careless and hit the tip of his opponent's sword. The wound was right in the middle of his heart, and at this moment it was likely that even his arteries had been severed, leaving no possibility of survival. Some of the cultivators' eyes flashed, as if realizing something. Their original contempt and disdain disappeared in a flash, and their expression towards Yang Kai became dignified. Others still looked at him blankly. Chu Huairen opened his mouth and spat out a single word at Yang Kai. There was no chance for him to finish his sentence. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain, uncontrollably gushing out of his mouth. You courted death yourself, so don't blame me. Yang Kai shouted, slapping Chu Huairen in the chest and sending him flying. In mid-air, Chu Huairen's vitality quickly dissipated. His eyes quickly became lifeless, and by the time he fell to the ground, he was already dead, and his death was extremely miserable. The Vice Valley Master of the Evil Moon Valley had died in such a small city like Maplewood City. Before Chu Huairen came here, he would never have thought that he would end up like this. You actually killed Vice Valley Master Chu, a middle-aged man suddenly shouted with a cold look on his face. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to know Chu Huairen or was familiar with him. How could he just let it go like that? As he roared, he flicked his wrist and a golden light suddenly appeared in his palm. He shouted, "Boy, you'd better surrender yourself and follow me to the Evil Moon Valley to ask for punishment. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light in his hand suddenly exploded and turned into a large golden net, covering Yang Kai's head. In his opinion, the reason why Chu Huairen died tragically at the hands of Yang Kai was because he was too careless, and the artifact in Yang Kai's hand was extremely sharp. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's trivial first-order cultivation, he would not have been able to kill Chu Huairen. How could he have killed Chu Huairen of the third-order Dao Source realm in such a short time? People could make mistakes, and horses could stumble. Chu Huairen had fallen into the gutter. He was afraid of the sharpness of the myriad sword, so he did not intend to fight Yang Kai at close range. He was only going to use his artifact to bind Yang Kai first. Yang Kai didn't know what material this golden net was made of, but it was exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao Source grade artifact. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to have sealed off this part of the world. An invisible force surged out, forming a unique sealing force. Profound gold heaven capturing net. Someone who knew what it was shouted in a low voice. He instantly recognized the name of this artifact, and his face could not help but change slightly. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. He formed a seal with his hand and released his divine sense to control the power of his artifact. On the other hand, Kai Yang was forced to take a few steps back, but no matter how he tried to escape, he was unable to escape the profound gold heaven capturing net's range. He was completely enveloped by that invisible sealing force, which surprised him greatly. He secretly felt that there were many talented people in this world who could even refine such a strange artifact. Boy, you can't escape. My profound gold heaven capturing net has never failed since it was refined. Give up resistance. The middle-aged man sneered. At the same time, he changed his hand seal and the golden net covering Yang Kai's head fell down, directly enveloping Yang Kai. Then, it suddenly shrank and turned into a mass of golden light, completely sealing him. Haha. The middle-aged man saw that his attack had succeeded and could not help laughing, but as he laughed, his smile stiffened on his face. He stared with wide eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Inside the golden light, Yang Kai, who was bound by the profound gold heaven capturing net, slowly faded and soon disappeared. It was just an afterimage. That was close. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the side. The middle-aged man fixed his eyes and saw him reach out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, a look of lingering fear on his face. Boy! The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. He couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had escaped the sealing force of his artifact without him noticing. Good, this artifact is good, I want it, Yang Kai said as he reached out to grab the golden light. Ah! The middle-aged man was taken aback. Seeing Yang Kai actually grab the golden light in his hand, he suddenly became anxious and pushed his source chi, forming a series of seals with his hands. The golden light in Yang Kai's hand buzzed in an instant and a strong resistance was transmitted over, causing Yang Kai's hand to go numb. After all, this was an artifact that had been painstakingly refined by the middle-aged man and was connected to his soul. Yang Kai's forceful attempt to seize it was naturally impossible for him to obtain it. Perceiving the resistance of this artifact, Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "Watch me." What? The middle-aged man, who was controlling his artifact to escape from Yang Kai's control, was startled when he heard these words and looked up. The next moment he suddenly shuddered and a feeling of horror filled his heart. A flow of pure soul power suddenly came from the front. That power was vigorous and pure, like a sharp sword from the ancient times. It cut open the middle-aged man's soul defense and instantly rushed into his sea of consciousness, setting off violent winds and waves in his sea of consciousness. Ah! The middle-aged man's face turned pale in an instant as he clutched his head and screamed loudly. When the bystanders saw this scene, they were all shocked and distanced themselves from the middle-aged man. After being hit by Yang Kai's soul attack, his knowledge sea was in chaos and his soul was shaken, so the middle-aged man no longer had the energy to control his profound gold heaven capturing net. Yang Kai pushed his source chi forward and directly suppressed the resistance of the artifact, pouring his spiritual energy into it and erasing the other party's soul brand in less than 3 breaths before throwing it into his space ring. This artifact had been snatched away by him. Everyone paled and finally realized that something was wrong. Snatching an artifact was not something an ordinary person could do unless there was a great disparity in soul cultivation between the two parties. Otherwise, it would be impossible to erase the original owner's soul brand in such a short time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to store it in a space ring. But Yang Kai had done just that. In other words, he was absolutely able to erase the middle-aged man's soul brand in a very short time, which meant that his soul was much stronger than the middle-aged man's. Thinking so, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Someone shouted as they stared at Yang Kai in fear, a trace of dread flashing across their eyes. If Chu Huairen's death was due to his own carelessness, accidentally hitting the tip of Yang Kai's sword, then the middle-aged man's fate could not be explained by carelessness. This was absolutely a crushing defeat in terms of strength, not something that could be explained by luck. The middle-aged man who attacked Yang Kai was still clutching his head as he lay on the ground, constantly groaning. From his posture, it seemed that his injuries were not light and it was unknown if he would ever recover. However, even if his soul was damaged, it would take a lot of time and energy to heal. If he was not careful, he might become an idiot for the rest of his life. Who else has a good artifact? Take it out and let me have a look. Yang Kai looked around and smiled coldly. Everyone couldn't help taking a few steps back, all of them feeling funny. These people had originally been eyeing Yang Kai's artifact, but now, the situation had been reversed. This little brat seemed to have tasted the sweetness and couldn't stop himself. No, my artifact is only Origin King grade, little brother definitely won't be interested in it, someone explained seriously. Origin King grade is so powerful, my artifact is only Origin Returning grade. Someone immediately followed up. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at this guy with black lines on their faces. The man suddenly shouted, "What's wrong? Can't I be poor? Is it shameful for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to use an Origin Returning grade artifact? What are you looking at?" Saying so, he turned his face and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a smile. Little brother shouldn't be interested in an Origin Returning grade artifact. That's good. This one just remembered that he still has something important to do, so he'll take his leave first. Goodbye. Saying so, regardless of Yang Kai's attitude, he directly fled. Everyone else also reacted, cursing this man in their hearts for being so quick to act, quickly cupping their fists to Yang Kai and retreating. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly snorted coldly. Everyone was startled when they heard this and all turned around, staring at Yang Kai vigilantly, lest he do something unfavorable to them. Coming and going as you please, how can there be such an easy thing in this world? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Gudong. Everyone gulped as their faces turned ugly, realizing that they were in trouble. What they feared most had happened, and they didn't know what this little brat wanted to do. Yang Kai snorted, pointed to the ground, and said, "Take this body and this guy who's screaming like a pig." Yes. Hurry up and help. Everyone shouted and quickly dragged Chu Huai Ren's body and the middle-aged man who was still screaming away, disappearing one by one. Chapter 2259. Alarmed by the aura of Yang Kai's Emperor artifact, the 20 to 30 Dao Source Realm cultivators who had come to the Qin family had basically all left. Only one person remained standing in the air. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at that person. It was a woman dressed like a young woman. Her figure was graceful, her skin was as white as snow, and her black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall. She wore a turquoise palace dress and her beautiful eyes were bright. Although she was wary of Yang Kai, she wasn't afraid of him. This young woman's cultivation wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. She was around the second-order Dao Source realm, and it seemed like she came from a medium-sized sect or family. "Why haven't you left yet?" Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink when he saw that she wasn't moving. Hearing this, the young woman asked, "May I ask if little brother is Yang Kai's Grandmaster Yang?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow and became vigilant in his heart. He didn't answer and asked instead, "Who are you?" The young woman hurriedly said, "This mistress is Thousand Leaves Sect's Yi Jing Han." Thousand Leaves Sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He had a vague impression of this sect, but it wasn't a deep one. However, he was sure that this Thousand Leaves Sect wasn't a big sect. It was probably similar to Blue Feather Sect and didn't have any masters from the Emperor realm. It only had a few Dao Source realm cultivators. In the entire Southern Territory, if there weren't 1,000 sects like this, they would at least be 800. Each of them occupied a territory and thrived. Perhaps their ancestors had created a lot of glory, but after passing it down from generation to generation, the sect's influence gradually declined. Blue Feather Sect was the best example. The ancestor of Blue Feather Sect's sect master, Wu Mengshan. He was the strongest person in the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. But in his generation, Wu Mengshan was only a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator and the sect master of a small sect. In this world, there was no sect that could last forever. There were no clans that didn't scatter. Only the Star Soul Palace and a few of the top sects could achieve 10,000 years of inheritance. "Is it really Grandmaster Yang?" Yi Jing Han asked anxiously. "You've got the wrong person," Yang Kai replied without hesitation. The members of the Qin family and the disciples of the octagonal door stared at him with wide eyes. "That's right, he is Grandmaster Yang of Yang Kai." The round-faced woman who had fallen in love with Luo Yuan suddenly opened her mouth and admitted on behalf of Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she grinned at Yang Kai and made a funny face. Yang Kai couldn't help but glare at her fiercely. "You really are Grandmaster Yang?" Yi Jing Han couldn't help but feel a little excited after confirming Yang Kai's identity. "I said you've got the wrong person. In this world, there are many people with the same name and surname. Quickly leave. If you don't leave, then I won't be polite to you." Kai Yang impatiently waved his hand, driving her away like a chicken. Yi Jing Han bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Grandmaster Yang, can you listen to a few words of this mistress? Once I'm done speaking, this mistress will leave." "I'm not in the mood." The round-faced woman couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "She's already begging you, so why don't you listen to her? Don't you know what it means to have tender feelings for a woman?" Yang Kai glared at her and said, "I don't know. Besides, she came here to steal my treasures, so if I want to listen to her, what would you do if this happened to your Luo Yuan?" "My Luo Yuan." The round-faced woman blushed and became bashful, But soon her pretty face turned cold and she snorted coldly, "Who dares to have ideas about Brother Luo? Beat her to death." Her face was filled with murderous intent, which surprised Yang Kai. He didn't expect that this young woman would have such a cold side. "Qin family head, please see our guest out," Yang Kai said to Qin Xiaoyang and beckoned to Qin Yu. "Young lady Qin, please come with me." Qin Yu quickly walked toward Yang Kai. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyang thought for a moment before his body flickered and he flew up into the sky. He started talking to Yi Jinghan, as if he was trying to persuade her to leave, but Yi Jinghan wasn't swayed by his words. She just continued begging him. "That's right." Yang Kai took a few steps forward, then looked back at the people from the octagonal door and sneered, "Behave yourselves. If you dare to act presumptuously again, I'll teach you a lesson." The people from the octagonal door broke out in cold sweat. How could they dare to refuse? They all nodded in agreement. They had seen how Yang Kai had killed Chu Huai Ren and snatched the middle-aged man's artifact. They knew that they weren't Yang Kai's match, so if they provoked Yang Kai, they wouldn't have a good end. The round-faced woman said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. They won't act recklessly." That had better be the case. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face to Luo Yuan. Yang Kai snorted, then turned around and left. He led Qin Yu to the secret room and asked her to sit down cross-legged. Then, Qin Xiaoyang rushed in anxiously, as if he had already dealt with Yi Jinghan's matter. He looked at Yang Kai expectantly and asked nervously, "Brother Yang, what's the result of this trip to the Four Seasons realm?" He hadn't had time to ask about the tribulation fruit since he returned from Yang Kai. Now that he finally had some free time, he couldn't wait to know the result. Qin Yu's tender body couldn't help trembling slightly and her breathing became rapid, as if she couldn't control her emotions. After all, this was a matter of life and death for her. How could a girl under the age of 18 who hadn't seen enough of the world's splendor and hadn't seen enough of life be able to face death with equanimity? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Saying so, he took out the jade box from his space ring and opened it with a flick of his finger. A spirit fruit that looked like it had been carved out of ice and jade entered the eyes of the two Qin family members. Qin Xiaoyang opened his eyes wide and observed it carefully, while Qin Yu couldn't help but stretch her neck and stare at it in a daze. "That's right. That's it. This is the tribulation fruit." After staring at it for a while, Qin Xiaoyang suddenly burst into laughter, tears flowing from his eyes as he said, "I recognize it. That master once showed me an image of this spirit fruit." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help covering her red lips with her small hands, feeling as if a great stone had been lifted from her heart. Her entire body seemed to have lost all strength and she directly collapsed to the ground. There were many twists and turns in the process of obtaining this spirit fruit, so I wasn't able to rush back as quickly as possible. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Yang Kai didn't explain too much and simply said lightly. Qin Xiaoyang said with tears streaming down his face, "There's no need to rush. This time, it was all thanks to Brother Yang that yours life was saved." By the way, Qin family head, did that master say how this spirit fruit should be consumed by Miss Qin? Should it be refined into a pill? If so, I can help a little, Yang Kai asked seriously. "There's no need to refine it." Qin Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "That master said that we only need to find the tribulation fruit and let you consume it directly." Her world tribulation body was originally caused by the heavens and earth cutting off her vitality. The medicinal effect of the tribulation fruit can transform into an invisible bridge and reconnect that severed vitality. Or will no longer have to suffer the pain of this physique in the future. Then there's no time to lose. Quickly let Miss Qin consume it, Yang Kai said as he quickly handed the jade box to Qin Yu. Qin Yu reached out and received it. Looking at the tribulation fruit, she then looked up at Yang Kai and Qin Xiaoyang. Seeing their encouraging expressions, she no longer hesitated and stretched out her slender jade fingers, taking the tribulation fruit out of the jade box. Covering her mouth with one hand, she slowly chewed. After a short while, the spirit fruit entered her stomach. Qin Xiaoyang looked at Qin Yu anxiously and asked worriedly, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Qin Yu shook her head and said, "No, it's just cold." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Her beautiful face was almost distorted, as if she was enduring great torment and pain. At the same time, an extremely special energy leisurely swayed out from within her body, transforming into a layer of white light that enveloped her entire body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he circulated his divine sense and instantly saw that the originally thick black qi around Qin Yu's body was slowly being dispelled and melted by the white light. As the black qi dissipated, Qin Yu's pain seemed to gradually ease and a trace of vitality was gradually born in her tender body, spreading to her limbs and bones. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. He knew that this was the time for Qin Yu's stubborn illness. "Brother Yang, this. Qin Chaoyang was at a loss for words. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Qin family head, let's go out first. Miss Qin should be fine. She just needs time to accumulate." "Brother Yang, are you sure?" Qin Chaoyang asked worriedly, but after saying this, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "It's not that this Qin doesn't believe you, but I understand." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Qin family head, you are confused because you care too much. You can use your divine sense to scan Qin Yu's body and you'll understand." Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang immediately performed a scan and after a while, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Now, can we leave with peace of mind?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qin Chaoyang was a little embarrassed by his teasing and said awkwardly, "Her has had a hard life since she was young. Her parents both died in her early years and she is the only descendant of the Qin family left. She and this old man have been relying on each other for more than 10 years. If even she, I understand." Yang Kai nodded seriously. As they spoke, the two left the secret room. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took out the myriad sword and handed it to Qin Chaoyang with both hands, saying, "Qin family head, this sword is returned to the Qin family. Please verify it." Qin Chaoyang looked at the myriad sword with a calm gaze. After a long time, he reached out and touched the sword, saying, "The myriad sword was left behind by my Qin family's ancestors and is also the family treasure of the Qin family. For 10,000 years, the ancestors of my Qin family have taken it as their duty to restore the family's glory and have set the goal of refining and controlling the myriad sword, but only a few have achieved it. In this old master's generation," he sighed heavily and continued, "this treasured sword has been sealed away and has never seen the light of day. If the ancestors in the underworld knew of this, I wonder if they would blame us." Yang Kai said, "Young Lady Qin's talent is extraordinary. She has already reached the origin returning realm at the age of 18. Now that she has been freed from her suffering, she will definitely become a great talent in the future." Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "This old master has placed all his hopes on you? So this old master would like to ask Brother Yang to keep this sword for now." Chapter 2260. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Qin Chaoyang said, "This sword can only display its full power in your hands. Brother Yang, please use it for now. If one day you can break through to the Emperor realm, you can give this sword to her. What do you think?" He looked as if he was leaving an orphan on his deathbed, as if he was making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He knew that Qin Chaoyang was preparing for a rainy day. Although Qin Chaoyang was not young, he was still a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have no problem living for another 100 or 80 years. However, his cultivation wasn't very high after all. In the star boundary, the path of a cultivator was filled with thorns at every step. Who could guarantee that they would have a good ending? Perhaps one day, an unexpected calamity would befall them, and they would be swept up in some storm and lose their lives for no reason. If that really happened, no one would be able to protect the Qin family. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to hand over the myriad sword to Yang Kai for safekeeping for two reasons. Firstly, it was because an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin, and he was worried that the myriad sword would bring trouble to the Qin family. Secondly, he probably wanted to use it as a pivot to draw closer the relationship between Yang Kai and the Qin family. As long as the myriad sword was in Yang Kai's hands, He would definitely not sit back and watch the Qin family. If something really happened to him, at least there would be someone to take care of Qin Yu. Yang Kai thought for a moment and quickly guessed Qin Chaoyang's intentions. After pondering for a moment, he did not refuse and said, "Since the Qin family patriarch trusts this Yang so much, then I will use this sword for a while. I will definitely not disgrace the reputation of the Qin family's ancestors." He was quite comfortable using the myriad sword. He had also thoroughly comprehended the sword Dao secret techniques that could only be used with this treasure, so it was not impossible for him to keep it for a while. Very good. Very good. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. Hong long long. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a burst of muffled thunderous sounds came from under the ground. It was as if thousands of dragon horses were galloping past, shaking the world. At the same time, the spirit qi in the world suddenly fluctuated. What's going on? Qin Chaoyang's complexion slightly changed as he asked in surprise. Yang Kai's eyes also shone brightly as he released his powerful divine sense. After inspecting the surroundings, his gaze quickly turned towards a certain direction outside the city. He shouted in a low voice, "The source seems to be over there. It seems like something incredible has awakened. Let's go and have a look." Qin Chaoyang shouted. Yang Kai also had the same idea. The two of them looked at each other and then used their movement skills to rush out. Just as he flew out of the Qin family, he bumped into a beautiful figure standing quietly in midair. It was Thousand Leaves Sect's Yi Jinghan. This young woman didn't seem to have left. She had been waiting outside the Qin family all this time. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Yi Jinghan's eyes lit up and she called out, "Grandmaster Yang, Grandmaster Yang. Get out of the way. Don't block my way." Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. He flew past her. In the blink of an eye, he was only a small black dot. Yi Jinghan clenched her teeth as she looked at his back. She then stamped her feet and hurriedly chased after him. Qin family's patriarch. Yang Kai, who was running ahead, turned around and glanced at Yi Jinghan. He asked in a low voice, "Did this woman tell you why she was looking for me?" Qin Chaoyang grinned and said, "Brother Yang, you've become famous and handsome. You also have an extraordinary cultivation. You're a peerless hero. It's normal for you to attract the attention of some women." Yang Kai reached out and brushed his hair. He straightened his chest and raised his head slightly. In the blink of an eye, he said solemnly, "I'm being serious." Qin Chaoyang shook his head and said, "She didn't tell this old master in detail. She only said that she wanted to talk to you. I think this woman isn't bad. Even though she's a little older than you, she has a delicate body and a seductive look in her eyes. She's definitely a stunner. Brother Yang, why don't you consider her proposal carefully?" Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and swept his gaze over Qin Chaoyang, as if he wanted to re-examine him. After a long while, he said, "Qin family's patriarch, please conduct yourself with dignity. You're already so old, so it's not appropriate for you to say such things." "Ha!" Qin Chaoyang laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. He said earnestly, "It's a waste of youth if you're not a romantic. Young man, you should seize this opportunity well. In any case, she's definitely up to no good. Just ignore her." Yang Kai curled his lips. While the two were talking, many streaks of light appeared around them. Obviously, these were the Dao Source Realm Masters living in Maplewood City who sensed the commotion and went to investigate the situation. "Yang Kai, it's you bastard!" A voice suddenly came from the side, sounding extremely angry. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a familiar face at a glance, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. This person was the former Vice City Lord of Maplewood City, Zhuang Pan. There was another person beside Zhuang Pan. It was a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth. His cultivation was not high, only at the level of the First Order Dao Source Realm. Inexplicably, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this guy was a little familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen this person before. "Yang Kai." The young man beside Zhuang Pan heard this, and his eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and asked Zhuang Pan, "Is he that little brat surnamed Yang?" Replying to young palace master, "It is this little bastard." Zhuang Pan replied, gnashing his teeth. Who are you calling a bastard? Yang Kai looked at Zhuang Pan with a look of disdain and sneered. Zhuang Pan's face was livid, but he was not stupid enough to take the initiative to fall into Yang Kai's trap. He just stared at him with eyes full of endless hatred and resentment. Qin family patriarch, who is that young man? Yang Kai whispered to Qin Chaoyang. He saw that although this young man was handsome, his expression was gloomy, and he was hanging around with Zhuang Pan, so he knew that he was not a good person. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuanshu. Young palace master? Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon understood. It was likely that the Flying Saint Palace's young palace master had died, and the Flying Saint Palace's palace master had re-established it. Since Ning Yuanshu and Ning Yuancheng were blood brothers, they naturally looked similar. No wonder he looked familiar. While the two were talking, Ning Yuanshu also ordered Zhuang Pan, since it is this boy, there is no need to be polite. Zhuang Pan, take him for me. This young master wants to ask him properly. Hearing this, Zhuang Pan's face suddenly wrinkled like a bitter gourd. He looked at Ning Yuanshu pitifully and stammered, Young palace master, what are you talking about? Hurry up and do it. Do you dare not to listen to my words? Ning Yuanshu looked at him and suddenly became angry. He slapped Zhuang Pan on the back of his head, causing his neck to shrink back. This subordinate can't beat him, Zhuang Pan said with a look of grief and indignation. After saying that, his whole person was like a deflated ball, without the slightest momentum. Ning Yuanshu stared at him and said, he is from the First Order Dao Source Realm. You are also from the First Order Dao Source Realm. Moreover, you were personally taught by your father's master for 3 days. Why can't you beat him? Last time, I was beaten quite badly by him. My artifact's spirituality was completely lost. Zhuang Pan stammered. What a waste! What use do I have for you? Ning Yuanshu was furious and kicked Zhuang Pan's waist. Zhuang Pan screamed and staggered to the side. Ning Yuanshu didn't even look at Zhuang Pan. Instead, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted in a deep voice, Boy, get over here. He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he had become the one who ordered the world around him, and no one dared to disobey. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, all of them turned pale with fright and quickly distanced themselves from Ning Yuanshu. Most of these cultivators had just returned from the Qin family. They had seen the scene of Yang Kai flipping out before and knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Now that they saw Ning Yuanshu touch the tigers, but how could they dare to stay by his side? Even if there were people who didn't know the inside story, at this moment, there were acquaintances who whispered to each other and solemnly warned them. In an instant, all the cultivators within a radius of 500 feet around Ning Yuanshu had left. Ning Yuanshu didn't understand and thought that everyone was intimidated by his aura, so he acted even more arrogantly. Qin family head. Yang Kai had a strange expression and said loudly, Why did you hear a dog barking in the wilderness? Qin Chaoyang laughed. It's probably a stray dog. Brother Yang, you don't have to pay attention to it. In the past, as the head of a small family, he wouldn't have dared to offend Flying Saint Palace. Although Flying Saint Palace wasn't a big sect, they still had a master from the Emperor Realm and countless Dao Source Realm cultivators. If they offended such a great force, the Qin family's good days would come to an end. They could just send a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to wipe out the entire Qin family. But now, he was grateful to Yang Kai. Not to mention offending Flying Saint Palace for Yang Kai, he didn't care even if it was Star Soul Palace. The two of them echoed each other loudly so that everyone could hear them clearly. Ning Yuanshu was fuming with anger. Boy, you've got guts. Do you know who this young master is? How dare you speak such nonsense? Ning Yuanshu was so angry that he laughed and shouted at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, Who do you think you are? He looked extremely disdainful, which made Ning Yuanshu even angrier. He shouted, Listen carefully, this young master is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuanshu. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master? Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. You're Flying Saint Palace's young palace master? Ning Yuanshu was very satisfied when he saw his frightened look. He smiled like a poisonous snake with a look that said, "It's good that you're scared." The next moment, Yang Kai's face turned solemn and he said seriously, "Sorry, I've never heard of you." Do. Ning Yuanshu's face changed when he heard this. How could he not know that Yang Kai was toying with him? He immediately became angry and shouted, "Damn you, brat." Having said that, he urged the source qi in his body and formed a hand seal with both hands. A vortex of power suddenly appeared around his body. Then his figure flickered, leaving behind several afterimages in the air, and he flew in front of Yang Kai, sending a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. "This is what you get for offending me." He didn't forget to sneer. However, his palm was destined to hit nothing but air. Kai Yang simply stretched out his hand and pulled, drawing his palm to the side. Ning Yuanshu was caught off guard and lost his balance, almost falling on Yang Kai. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile 3 inches in front of him. Their faces were almost touching, and the other's smile was full of ridicule and sarcasm. Chapter 2261. Sensing that the other party was up to no good, Ning Yuanshu turned pale with fright. With a flash of light under his feet, he tried to retreat. But how could he run away? Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed Ning Yuanshu's collar, then raised his other hand and slapped Ning Yuanshu's handsome face. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk after a series of crisp sounds, Ning Yuanshu was completely stunned. By the time Yang Kai stopped, Ning Yuanshu's cheeks were swollen like a pig's head that had been soaked in water for several days. The surrounding cultivators all kept quiet out of fear and looked sideways with horrified expressions. Although Yang Kai had killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley and injured a middle-aged man in front of the Qin family, neither Chu Huairen nor the middle-aged man had a noble background. There were no masters from the Emperor realm in their sects, so as long as Yang Kai was strong enough, there was no need to worry about revenge. But Ning Yuanshu was different. He was the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace. Flying Saint Palace was considered an extraordinary sect in everyone's eyes. Ning Yuanshu's father, Ning Bo Yang, was a first-order Emperor realm master. There were also many masters in the sect, including the 2 protectors, Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Now that their young palace master was beaten up, how could Flying Saint Palace let it go? Thinking of this, everyone's gazes towards Kai Yang not only contained a deep sense of dread, but also a sense of schadenfreude. They all felt that this guy's courage was boundless and was destined to provoke disaster. You dare to hit me? Ning Yuanshu's cheeks were swollen as Yang Kai held him in his hand. The pain was numbing. Staring at Kai Yang with his eyes wide open, he muttered vaguely. Yang Kai sneered, "Dare or not? Didn't I already hit you? This young master is, I know. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master," Yang Kai said as he slapped Ning Yuanshu again. In the end, he smiled at Qin Chaoyang and said, "This guy is interesting. He didn't forget to introduce himself even after being beaten. It's as if he doesn't think he's embarrassed enough." As he spoke, he lifted Ning Yuanshu up high and shouted, Come, everyone take a look. This is the famous young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuanshu. Remember this face so you can avoid him in the future." The surrounding cultivators all broke out in cold sweat. They thought to themselves, "You've already beaten him into a pig's head. How can you still see his face clearly?" Wow! A word came out. Ning Yuanshu coughed out a mouthful of blood as his blood rushed to his heart. He was of extraordinary birth and had been pampered since he was young. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was slapped twice by Yang Kai. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It was just a mouthful of blood. It was enough to show the strength of one's heart. Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say to Yang Kai. He could only sigh inwardly that young people were indeed full of vigor. When he thought about his own youth, wasn't he the same? Xiao. 2 streaks of light rushed towards them. The aura of the 2 streaks of light was somewhat disheveled, as if they had encountered a great battle. A young palace master. The two streaks of light came to a stop not far in front of Yang Kai and the others. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were immediately revealed. At this moment, the two elders of Flying Saint Palace were in a sorry state. Their white hair and beards were messy and their clothes were tattered. Gao Shan was holding a zither-like artifact in his arms. The halo on this artifact was dim, indicating that its spirituality was somewhat damaged. The same was true of the flute on Lu Shui's waist. For some reason, the two of them came from the opposite direction. When they saw Ning Yuanshu's appearance at this moment, they were both shocked. Left and right protectors. When Ning Yuanshu saw Gao Shan and Lu Shui, his eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly avenge this young master and kill this boy." "Did you do it?" Gao Shan's eyes turned cold as he glared at Yang Kai. Lu Shui's face was gloomy as he pulled out the flute from his waist without saying a word. Source qi surged from his body. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to these two old men and just narrowed his eyes as he looked behind them. After a while, he suddenly frowned and his expression became solemn. "Oi, let go!" Gao Shan shouted angrily when he saw that Yang Kai was unmoved. At the same time, Lu Shui's figure flickered and suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai, pointing the flute artifact in his hand at Yang Kai's wrist. "Brother Yang, be careful." Qin Chaoyang was shocked. With his cultivation and eyesight, he couldn't see how Lu Shui got close to him, so his warning came a little too late. Yang Kai, however, just laughed and didn't put Lu Shui's attack in his eyes. Holding Ning Yuanshu in his hand, he turned around and blocked the young palace master. Lu Shui frowned and had no choice but to stop halfway, retreating back to Gao Shan's side. Gao Shan's face was gloomy as he slowly strummed the ancient zither in his arms. A clear and superior sound instantly filled the air, radiating in all directions. When the nearby cultivators heard this sound, their expressions changed drastically and they quickly circulated their source qi to block their ears. "Boy, what kind of enmity does my Flying Saint Palace have with you? Why would you do such a thing to our young palace master?" Gao Shan asked while playing the zither. "I don't know." Yang Kai held Ning Yuanshu in front of him and poked half of his head out from behind Ning Yuanshu. With a sneaky look, he said with a smile, "You'll have to ask your young palace master about this. He suddenly attacked me, so I just retaliated." Ning Yuanshu's eyes were filled with resentment and he wanted to resist, but his cultivation was suppressed by Yang Kai and he couldn't even circulate his source qi. He gritted his teeth and said, "Left and right protectors, this is the boy surnamed Yang who may have killed Big Brother. Take him back to the Holy Palace for interrogation." "He's the one surnamed Yang?" Gao Shan and Lu Shui were both shocked when they heard this. Recalling that when they saw Yang Kai in the Qin family, they immediately regretted not asking for his name. "Killed your big brother?" Yang Kai laughed, his mind turning sharply as he understood why Ning Yuanshu attacked him. He shouted, "Whether you believe it or not, your big brother's death has nothing to do with me." Although he was the one who had destroyed Ning Yuancheng's body, the one who had truly killed Ning Yuancheng was the wood spirit. At that time, when the wood spirit seed erupted in Ning Yuancheng's body, he had completely lost his vitality. What Yang Kai killed was just the wood spirit clone that had occupied Ning Yuancheng's body. Therefore, Ning Yuancheng's death really had nothing to do with him. Whether it's related or not is not something you can decide with a single word. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently return to the Holy Palace with us. The palace master will make the decision." Gao Shan shouted. Yang Kai sneered and said, "If I go with you just because you say so, won't I lose face? And the two of you are still standing here leisurely. Is it really okay? The Star of Slaughter is about to catch up." His words had a hidden meaning, and many people were at a loss when they heard it. However, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's expressions changed greatly as they quickly turned around. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden tremor as a huge pressure suddenly came from afar, sweeping in all directions. All the cultivators felt their bodies sink as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Under this unimaginable pressure, the gravel and soil on the ground slowly floated up. Such a phenomenon was simply unimaginable. "What is this?" Could it be that the master of the Emperor realm has arrived? I can't, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Ning Yuanshu was already injured, and now he was bleeding profusely. His white robes were dyed red, and the blood on his chest was a shocking sight. This is... Among the disciples of the octagonal door who followed Yang Kai and Qin Chaiyang here, the round-faced woman's pretty face suddenly changed as if she had noticed something and looked into the distance in horror. The other disciples of the octagonal door also looked uneasy and frightened. On the horizon, a figure suddenly appeared. That person's entire body was enveloped by an indescribable energy. That powerful and violent energy gathered into a ball, constantly surging around his body, causing people to tremble in fear. Wherever that person passed, the universe collapsed, heaven and earth turned upside down, and heaven and earth seemed to be hanging upside down. That person was furious, and his aura was no less than that of a master from the Emperor realm. Amidst the chaotic energy, only a pair of bright eyes could be seen, and the excitement in those eyes made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That person was none other than Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. Previously, Luo Yuan went out of the city to fight Gao Shan and Lu Shui. No one knew what happened, but Gao Shan and Lu Shui fled in panic like stray dogs while Luo Yuan chased after them. "Tsk to see this aura," Yang Kai said with a look of admiration. "It's rare that he hasn't lost his mind and is not affected by power. This secret technique is amazing. I wonder if he has succeeded in cultivating it." Previously, Luo Yuan said that he was trying to comprehend a secret technique but failed, so he wanted to have a good fight with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai diverted the trouble to Gao Shan and Lu Shui. At this moment, it seemed that even if Luo Yuan had not succeeded in comprehending this secret technique, he was not far from it. No one knew what kind of secret technique it was, but it allowed his aura to rise to the level of the Emperor realm. Luo Yuan was still far away in the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. No one could see how he moved. Not good. Gao Shan and Lu Shui had just suffered a big loss at Luo Yuan's hands, otherwise, they would not have fled in panic. At this moment, seeing this fiend chasing after them, they were scared out of their wits, so how could they dare to stay in place? The two looked at each other, and as their eyes met, they had a tacit understanding. One of them picked up a long flute and played it, while the other played a zither and composed a melody. The melody was like the tinkling of a mountain stream. Many cultivators could not help but fall into a trance for a moment. At the same time, Gao Shan and Lu Shui flanked Yang Kai from left and right, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lu Shui's flute hit Yang Kai's head, and the sound of Gao Shan's zither changed abruptly at the same time. Under the continuous wave of his 5 fingers, slashes leisurely appeared and rained down on Yang Kai. Haha. Yang Kai, however, laughed and said sarcastically, "Since you want it so much, I'll give it back to you." While speaking, he shook his hand slightly and sent Ning Yuanshu, who had been holding him, flying straight towards the zither slashes. How is this possible? Not good. Gao Shan and Lu Shui exclaimed, and their expressions changed abruptly. Chapter 2262. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were the left and right protectors of Flying Saint Palace. Their cultivation base and divine technique were only below Palace Master Ning Boyang's. When the two of them joined forces, they could even exchange a few blows with someone from the Emperor realm. But today, the two old men had almost lost their confidence. First, there was Luo Yuan from 8 Paths sect, who managed to beat up the two old men under the joint attack of the two old men, causing them to flee like stray dogs. Then, there was Yang Kai, who completely ignored the two old men's sound attacks. What's wrong with young people these days? Every one of them was so arrogant that they couldn't be judged by common sense. In a trance, the two old men couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Seeing Ning Yuanshu thrown out by Yang Kai to meet the sound wave attack, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's faces changed drastically. If Ning Yuanshu died here, they wouldn't be able to go back and explain it to Ning Boyong. With a loud shout, Lu Shui put away his flute and his figure flickered. Using the divine technique, he appeared in front of Ning Yuanshu and blocked the sound wave attack with his back. At the same time, he reached out to grab Ning Yuanshu. Asterisk poo poo. The sound wave hit Lu Shui squarely, causing him to stagger and a trace of blood to overflow from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was injured. Boy, you're courting death. Lu Shui, who had suffered such a big loss, was unwilling to give up. Glaring at Yang Kai, he roared. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled in a low voice without saying a word. Not good, take the young palace master away from here. Gao Shan suddenly shouted. Lu Shui also realized that they couldn't stay here for long because they had been delayed for a while. Luo Yuan had already caught up. In the distance, Luo Yuan stretched out his hand, which seemed to be able to stir up the world's momentum. As he stretched out his hand, the wind and clouds in the sky changed and an unimaginable pressure spread out. Many cultivators paled. Gao Shan and Lu Shui's figures flickered as they quickly fled into the distance. Before he left, he didn't forget to leave behind some harsh words. Yang, obediently come to the holy palace and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape. Don't run if you have the guts. Yang Kai shouted with a megaphone in his hand. How could Gao Shan and Lu Shui care about him? They had already disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Luo Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Getting closer to him, Luo Yuan's current state was simply chilling. The dense and substantial energy swirled around his body like a vortex, as if it could crush the laws of heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, space shattered and the universe collapsed. Countless spatial cracks visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions like swimming fish. However, it was quickly repaired by the laws of heaven and earth. Many of the cultivator who came here quickly retreated, not daring to come within 1,000 feet of Luo Yuan. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he stared at Luo Yuan indifferently. At this moment, although Luo Yuan Chi's Shi had reached its peak, he was covered in blood. It could be seen that when he was fighting Gao Shan and Lu Shui earlier, he did not have much of an advantage, but although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were extremely bright. Brother Luo. The round-faced woman looked at Luo Yuan with distress. He stammered out a cry. Luo Yuan did not look at her and just glanced at Yang Kai. In that glance, Yang Kai saw a high fighting spirit in his eyes. He quickly said, Brother Luo, you must finish what you started. Don't give up halfway. They ran that way, aren't you going to chase after them? As he spoke, he pointed in a direction to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked at him for a while before nodding slightly. When your cultivation improves a little, you and I will definitely fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuan had already chased in the direction Gao Shan and Lu Shui fled. After he left, the sound of people gasping for breath could be heard one after another. Everyone seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts. They looked at each other and had a strange feeling that they had just survived a disaster. Among the crowd, one person was sneakily retreating. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, causing his face to change drastically, and he quickly turned his head to look. Phew! What he saw was a short fat man in sloppy clothes with a rosy nose and a flushed face exhaling a mouthful of hot air at him. Caught off guard, Zhuang Pan inhaled most of the hot air and could not help but turn pale. He staggered back a few steps and covered his mouth with one hand, making a gurgling sound in his throat as if he was about to vomit. Fortunately, his cultivation was not bad and he forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit. The short fat man looked at him with a grin, then picked up his big cyan gourd, poured it into his mouth, and burped loudly. Elder Jiao. Zhuang Pan looked at this person and could not help but have an ugly expression. When he saw another person flash out from behind Drunkard, his expression became even uglier and the corners of his mouth twitched as he called out, City Lord Master. Duan Yuan Shan coldly snorted, It's rare for you to remember that this Duan is the City Lord Master. Deacon Zhuang is really considerate. Duan Yuan Shan's bellyful of grievances seemed to have finally been vented at this moment, causing him to feel indescribably happy. Zhuang Pan smiled awkwardly and said, City Lord Master must be joking. This Zhuang has worked for the City Lord Master for decades, so how could I not remember this? Is that so? Duan Yuan Shan glanced at him and sneered, A few days ago, I saw that Deacon Zhuang seemed to have forgotten. How could that be? Zhuang Pan flatly denied and explained, "A few days ago, there were some reasons." As he spoke, Qin Chaoyang's figure flickered and suddenly appeared beside Zhuang Pan, forming a triangle with Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard, surrounding Zhuang Pan. Poor Zhuang Pan's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm, so when he saw the three of them glaring at him with malicious intent, how could he not know what they wanted to do? He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly and he could not help shouting, "What are you doing? Don't forget that this Zhuang is not the deputy city lord of Maplewood City, but a deacon of Flying Saint Palace." As soon as these words came out, Duan Yuan Shan and the others frowned and revealed looks of dread. A mere Zhuang Pan was nothing. No matter which of the three of them attacked, they would not be at a disadvantage. If the three of them really joined forces, Zhuang Pan would have no chance of survival. However, Zhuang Pan's current status was the source of their dread. The status of a deacon of Flying Saint Palace was neither high nor low, but it still carried the name of Flying Saint Palace. If the three of them really did something to Zhuang Pan here, the news would definitely spread to Flying Saint Palace under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Qin Chaoyang had the Qin family to protect, while Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard had the entire Maplewood City to take care of. If they really offended Flying Saint Palace because of this, their good days would come to an end. Seeing the change in the expressions of the three, the fear in Zhuang Pan's heart was swept away and he grinned. "City Lord Duan, this Zhuang is very afraid of you staring at this Zhuang so aggressively. Can you not look at me so fiercely?" His words were full of ridicule and ridicule, causing the faces of Duan Yuan Shan and the other two to turn extremely ugly. Saying so, Zhuang Pan actually took 2 steps forward and reached out to pat Drunkard's big belly, sneering, "Elder Drunkard, don't drink so much when you have nothing better to do. Back then, you were also a handsome young master of Maplewood City. Now that the flowing time great emperor has passed, what have you become? If those women who admired you back then knew that you had become like this, they would be very sad." Drunkard didn't say a word, just picked up the big wine gourd and poured another mouthful of wine into his mouth. Zhuang Pan then turned his gaze to Qin Chaoyang and said, "Old Ghost Qin, it's not easy for you to support the Qin family alone, right? Have you ever thought about what the fate of your Qin clan would be like if you were to die one day? What will happen to Qin Yu?" As soon as this remark came out, Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically. Qin Yu was Qin Chaoyang's biggest weakness, so Zhuang Pan's words had obviously angered him. Zhuang Pan chuckled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Do you want to join Flying Saint Palace? This deacon may be able to introduce you to them." Qin Chaoyang snorted heavily. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Seeing Qin Chaoyang give him such a look, Zhuang Pan's smiling face suddenly sank and he turned to look at Duan Yuan Shan and said, "City Lord Duan, this Zhuang has accompanied young palace master to Maplewood City to invite City Lord Duan to join Flying Saint Palace. What do you think, City Lord Duan?" Although Maplewood City was a small city, it did not possess many natural products or resources. In fact, no one had even tried to rob it before, but now, many ore veins and earth veins had appeared around the city, making it a highly sought-after city. Duan Yuan Shan was the city lord of Maplewood City, so if Duan Yuan Shan was willing to join Flying Saint Palace, Maplewood City would become Flying Saint Palace's territory, and all the mineral lodes would naturally belong to Flying Saint Palace. If other great forces wanted to get their hands on them, they would have to weigh their own strength and confidence. Hearing Zhuang Pan's question, Duan Yuan Shan's face turned cold and he didn't say a word. Zhuang Pan sneered, "City Lord Duan, this opportunity is right in front of you. Don't let it slip through your fingers. This Zhuang knows that City Lord Duan's cultivation has reached the second-order Dao source realm. Don't you want to take another step forward? If Master Palace Master personally instructs you for some time, you may have a chance to break through to the third order." Hearing this, Duan Yuan Shan trembled and his eyes flashed, but soon, his expression calmed down again and he coldly snorted, "You want this Duan to submit to Flying Saint Palace? That's impossible." Zhuang Pan jumped up and said in exasperation, "Duan Yuan Shan, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Scram, and don't appear in Maplewood City again, or don't blame this Duan for being impolite." Suppressing his murderous intent and letting Zhuang Pan leave was already the limit of what he could do, as well as the limit of his patience. Zhuang Pan had fled at the last moment and left them to die, so even if he killed him 10,000 times, it wouldn't be too much. What's more, after Zhuang Pan returned to Maplewood City with Ning Yuanshu, he was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might, ridiculing and suppressing Duan Yuanshan and drunkard everywhere. If Duan Yuanshan hadn't been wary of such a villain joining Flying Saint Palace, how could he have let him go so easily? Chapter 2263. Impolite. Zhuang Pan immediately cried out. He sneered and said, "How impolite? This deacon would like to see if you, Duan Yuanshan, have the guts to be impolite to me. Hit me, hit me, hit me if you dare." Zhuang Pan put his face in front of Duan Yuanshan and the others, constantly shouting provocatively. The surrounding cultivators all shook their heads in disdain. Although this was the first time these foreign cultivators had met Zhuang Pan, and they didn't even know of his existence, a person's nature could often be seen just by listening to a few words. Zhuang Pan was undoubtedly the kind of person who would become arrogant after getting his way, which made him despise people. The patriarchs of the several great families of Maplewood City, who had rushed over, all wore gloomy expressions, as if they were grieving for the death of a rabbit. Over the years, under the management and restraint of the city lord's mansion, although there had been some small frictions and conflicts between the several great families, there had never been any serious battles. Many times, the city lord's mansion had become a buffer and a mediator for the several great families, so everyone was quite convinced by the city lord's mansion. At this moment, seeing the city lord, the vice-city lord, and the patriarch of the Qin family being humiliated by Zhuang Pan, they all felt uncomfortable. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, resounding through the world. Everyone was stunned, cold sweat dripping down their faces as they thought to themselves, "Did he really hit him? Is the city lord's master so bold?" Puzzled, they all looked over. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of understanding. They saw a figure standing in front of Zhuang Pan, shaking his neck and rubbing his wrist. It was as if he was about to go all out. Who dares to hit me?" Zhuang Pan was stunned by the slap just now. At this moment, he only felt that half of his cheek was swollen and completely numb. His head was tilted to the side under the strong swing, so he didn't see clearly who did it. After he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted loudly and hysterically, "Who is it?" He had just finished shouting. Then he saw Yang Kai grinning at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Yang Kai looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. A chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare to say any more harsh words. He swallowed them back into his stomach. "Very interesting." As Yang Kai spoke, he sent out another slap. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. Zhuang Pan's other cheek also swelled up, and a few bloody teeth flew out. Yang Kai grabbed his collar with one hand. Keeping him in place in front of him, his other hand began to move at a leisurely pace. Each move was heavier than the last, and the origin energy under his palm began to fluctuate more and more violently. Pa pa pa! A rhythmic sound rang out. His voice reverberated throughout the wilderness. "In this world." Yang Kai fanned himself. He sneered, "There's actually someone who takes the initiative to ask others to hit him. Such a clear and refined wish. This is the first time I've heard of it, so I've decided to satisfy you." Looking at this scene, all the cultivators suddenly felt a sense of pain just by looking at it. They couldn't help but touch their cheeks. Zhuang Pan was completely stunned. It took him a while to regain his senses. He kept struggling, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control. But how could he do it with his cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm? Yang Kai's origin energy covered him, directly suppressing his power in his body. He couldn't move at all. In despair, Zhuang Pan cried out loudly and begged for mercy, "Lord Yang, stop hitting me. Lord Yang, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Let me go, I'll apologize to you. I'm a deacon of the Flying Saint Palace, let me go." "Bastard! A warrior prefers death to humiliation. If you dare to do this again, I'll fight you." "Ooh. Lord Yang, please spare my life, I don't want to die yet." The surrounding cultivators watched this scene and heard Zhuang Pan's words. They all had black lines on their faces, secretly despising Zhuang Pan for having no integrity. His death was not to be regretted. After dozens of slaps, Zhuang Pan's face was no longer human. When Yang Kai beat Ning Yuanshu before, he didn't kill him. After all, Ning Yuanshu's identity was special. He had a father in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai didn't want to go too far and cause trouble for himself. But it was different for Zhuang Pan. Every slap of Yang Kai's was filled with origin energy. After dozens of slaps, the meridians in Zhuang Pan's body were shattered. In other words, even if Zhuang Pan survived this time, he would become a cripple in the future, without the slightest bit of cultivation and the possibility of cultivating again. Brother Yang. Duan Yuanshan looked at Zhuang Pan's miserable appearance and couldn't bear to see him like this. He said with waning interest, "Forget it, he's afraid of death. It's just his nature to run away. He didn't do anything to us, just give him a quick death." Drunkard burped, his narrowed eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, "If you don't kill the snake, you'll just let the tiger return to the mountain." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and covered Zhuang Pan's head. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and pushed Drunkard's hand away, smiling as he said, "There's no need to trouble Vice City Lord Master with such trivial matters." It was inconvenient for Drunkard to make a move, but Yang Kai was different. In any case, he had even beaten up Ning Yuanshu, so what was the point of killing Zhuang Pan? The conflict between him and Flying Saint Palace wasn't just a matter of a day or two. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand shook slightly and a surge of source qi poured into Zhuang Pan's body. Yang Kai then pushed Zhuang Pan into the air. "Ah!" Zhuang Pan let out a shrill cry, but that cry came to an abrupt end. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled down. The surrounding cultivators were all silent out of fear. But when they remembered that Yang Kai had even killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley, they secretly felt that this scene wasn't a big deal. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard both cast grateful looks at Yang Kai, as if they were thanking him for cleaning up Maplewood City. At this moment, the world energy shook again, and an indescribable feeling suddenly burst out in all directions. Then, a rumbling sound like muffled thunder came from the depths of the earth. Everyone was startled and looked around. "Everyone, do you feel that the world energy has suddenly become much richer?" A second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in the crowd suddenly asked. Someone immediately replied, "I felt it before, but I thought it was just my imagination. Since Brother Lu also said so, it seems to be true. The world energy has changed, so it is very likely that something has happened to the mineral lode and earth vein." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up. After exchanging glances with each other, they all used their movement skills and flew towards the mineral lode and earth vein. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard, as the masters of this place, naturally couldn't just sit back and watch, so after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they immediately followed the crowd. "Brother Yang." Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai. "It seems that the movement we felt before was not caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but by the earth vein and mineral lode underground." "That should be it." Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought that the movement was caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but now it seemed that there was another reason. "Do you want to go and have a look?" Qin Chaoyang asked Yang Kai for his opinion. "Of course I have to take a look at such an interesting matter." Yang Kai grinned, but just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Thousand Leaves Sex Yi Jinghan standing not far away, looking at him quietly. Yang Kai's face sank. This woman was like a plaster that he couldn't get rid of, and she really annoyed him. Seeing that Yang Kai's expression had darkened, Yi Jinghan tactfully took the initiative to step back, a sad look on her face that made one feel sorry for her. "Let's go," Yang Kai said and flew towards the source of the movement. Before the two of them reached the place, they could already see the horizon in the distance. 7 colored rays of light were flying in the sky, and magic clouds were covering it. The wilderness seemed to have turned into a paradise in an instant. "What's going on?" Qin Chaoyang was also confused. When the demonic qi had besieged the city, They had come to the sealed area to ask Qin Yu to strengthen the seal. Although they had failed at the last step, they hadn't noticed anything unusual about the sealed area at that time. Apart from the boundless demonic qi, there was nothing else there. But a few months later, many earth veins and mineral veins had been discovered here, which really surprised them. Hong. A loud explosion rang out, and in Yang Kai's field of vision, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and from that hole, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Fluorescent light was flowing within the beam of light, and it spiraled into the sky, breaking a hole in the clouds. This is, my God. Is there such a thing in this world? All the cultivator who came here shouted and looked up at the beam of light. Releasing their divine sense, they soon perceived the true nature of the beam of light. It was actually formed from the purest world energy, and it was so rich that it had almost turned into liquid. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't control themselves. Their expressions were extremely excited. This was because the purity and density of the spirit qi here was simply beyond their imagination. Although the cultivators who came here were not of noble birth, they were still members of medium-sized sects and clans. In these medium-sized sects and clans, there were some cultivation holy lands. In these holy lands, the spirit qi was much denser than in ordinary places. Disciples could cultivate and advance much faster in these holy lands. But at this moment, everyone found that the world energy in their cultivation holy lands was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps only the blessed lands and grotto heavens occupied by the top sects could have such a scene. While they were still in shock, the top of the beam of light suddenly exploded, and an unimaginably rich world energy appeared to be radiating, spreading in all directions. Patter patter patter. It was raining in the sky. It was a rain of world energy. In the wilderness, the density of the heaven and earth spirit qi was increasing at an unimaginable speed. It was increasing, and increasing. In an extremely short period of time, everyone was in a sea of spiritual energy. Chapter 2264. In less than half a cup of tea's time, an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers was completely covered by this extremely rich world energy sea, causing many cultivators to be unable to see anything. Even Maplewood City, which was 2,000 kilometers away, benefited greatly from this world energy sea. Countless cultivators rushed to the top of the city wall and raised their eyes to look around, their eyes filled with excitement as they opened their arms to welcome the rich world energy sea. Hong. The sound of invisible shackles being undone suddenly rang out in every corner of Maplewood City. These strange sounds came from the bodies of many cultivators, causing them to tremble and have strange expressions on their faces. I actually broke through. I broke through to the second-order origin king realm. I was actually able to touch the shackles of the origin returning realm while I was alive. I can die in peace. Haha, this young master is truly talented, a rare genius. He broke through 3 minor realms in an instant and reached the divine ascension realm. This young master is invincible. Cheers of joy could be heard one after another. In this unbelievably rich world energy, there were constantly martial artists breaking through their own realms and climbing to a higher realm of martial arts. There wasn't much of an abnormality when breaking through a minor realm, but when breaking through a great realm, one would welcome a baptism of world energy. As a result, the sky above Maplewood City quickly darkened. The darkness that swallowed all light suddenly shrouded the entire city, as if the end of the world had arrived. Then, winds and clouds converged in the sky as energy gathered and swirled. The power of the world fell down and poured into the bodies of the cultivators who had broken through to the next great realm, cleansing their divine souls and bodies. Maplewood City was completely boiling. As for Yang Kai and the others who were in the sealed area outside the city, the benefits were even more obvious. All the Tao Source Realm cultivators were stunned in place. They closed their eyes and sensed the rich world energy around them, opening their minds to absorb it. They didn't need to circulate their secret arts and only needed to stand in place for the omnipresent world energy to continuously pour into their limbs and bones, making them feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Creaking sounds also came from Yang Kai's body. This made his expression turn strange, but it soon turned to excitement. "Brother Yang," Qin Chaoyang suddenly shouted with difficulty. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Qin Chaoyang. "This old master can't hold on." Qin Chaoyang's expression was ugly, as if he had been constipated for many days. Hearing this, he glanced at Yang Kai and said, "I probably need to find a place to calm myself and break through." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai's Qin family's name, Yang's, patriarch, of course. Of world, of course, of world of heaven's world, Yang of world of heavens of heaven 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 of it. This could be considered his own fortuitous encounter. If not for this opportunity, with Qin Zhao Yang's talent and age, he would not have been able to touch the threshold of the second-order Dao Source realm even if he died. Of Yang of heaven of heaven. Qin Zhao Yang smiled bitterly. "The timing isn't right. This old master would like to ask Brother Yang to stand guard for me for a while." "No problem." Yang Kai readily agreed. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai found that many cultivators were looking excited, and the source qi in their bodies was surging endlessly. It seemed that they were also about to break through. "Let's go to the source." Yang Kai grabbed Qin Chaoyang and rushed forward. There were too many people at the moment, and all of them were Dao Source realm cultivators. The fluctuations caused by a breakthrough were bound to be very chaotic, so it was not suitable to stay here. Since Qin Chaoyang showed signs of breaking through, he could not waste it. So he decided to enter the tiger's den. The source. Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes and soon understood what Yang Kai was referring to. He actually pulled Yang Kai towards the huge hole and swooped down while enduring the impact of the boundless world energy. As it turned out, Yang Kai's approach was correct. The further down they went, the more terrifying the purity and richness of the world energy became. Originally, the world energy they felt from above was already astonishing enough, but when they went down, they realized the difference between the heaven and earth. With the help of such a vast sea of world energy, Qin Chaoyang felt that it was impossible for him to fail this breakthrough. He could not help but feel excited, and his face glowed, as if he had become dozens of years younger. The two fell all the way down, and it seemed that they had fallen more than 1,000 feet before they reached the ground. The situation below was the same as above. Both were shrouded in an unimaginable amount of world energy. It was as if they were soaking in water. However, this water was not ordinary water, but world energy liquid. Yang Kai did not have any intention of stopping. He found a direction and continued to rush forward. After a long time, he suddenly stopped, looked around, and said, "The patriarch of the Qin family should break through here. No one should come here for a while." Everyone was busy absorbing the pure world energy to prepare for their breakthrough. Who would have the time to explore? So what Yang Kai said made sense. Qin Chaoyang was afraid that he really could not hold on, so he just nodded and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He formed a series of hand seals and silently circulated his secret art. Soon he entered the state. Yang Kai waved his hand and 3 beautiful figures appeared in front of him in an instant. "Sir, what is this place?" As soon as Zhang Ruoxi appeared, she noticed that this place was unusual and could not help covering her red lips in shock. Hua Qingxi, on the other hand, widened her beautiful eyes and said in a trembling voice, Yang Kai, you didn't break into a great sex paradise without permission, did you?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile, but she did not say anything. Yang Kai smiled and said, "How could that be? Then the world energy here." Hua Qingxi was shocked to the extreme. "How is it compared to the cultivation holy land of Star Soul Palace?" Yang Kai asked with interest. "Not bad." Hua Qingxi pondered for a moment and said, "The forbidden zones of Star Soul Palace are divided into 3 grades, heaven, earth, and mortal. With my cultivation, I have only entered the cultivation holy land of earth grade, and I spent a lot of sect contribution points. The world energy here is even better than the cultivation holy land of earth grade. What about the cultivation holy land of heaven grade?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "I don't know. Hua Qingxi shook her head and said bitterly, "That is the place where the master of the Emperor realm goes to cultivate. With my cultivation, I am not qualified." Yang Kai gently nodded. "What is this place? How can there be such rich world energy?" Hua Qingxi asked again. "It's the sealed area you went to last time. I don't know what's down there, but there are suddenly a lot of earth veins and/or veins." Hua Qingxi was stunned when she heard this. It was when she went to the sealed area last time that she lost her freedom and was caught by Yang Kai into the sealed world bead, where she was implanted with the soul brand. However, it was also because of this that she was able to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, which greatly increased her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could say for sure what the gains and losses were. In any case, Hua Qingxi was not very resistant to the current situation, and her attitude towards Yang Kai was becoming more and more amiable. Enough chit-chat, it would be a pity to let go of such an opportunity. Quickly meditate and absorb as much world energy as possible. Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi nodded after hearing this and quickly found a place to sit down cross-legged, each of them circulating their divine technique to absorb the world energy here. Hua Qingxi was a disciple of Star Soul Palace and a powerful cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although she failed miserably at Yang Kai's hands and was subdued by him, she was not weak. On the contrary, she was very strong. At this moment, she silently circulated her divine technique, and in an instant, her delicate body became a bottomless pit as a steady stream of world energy gathered into her body. Yang Kai was amazed and secretly admired the mystery of Star Soul Palace's divine technique. Following that, something even more shocking happened. Not far away, a whistling sound came from Zhang Ruoxi's body, like the whistling sound of a strong wind. Accompanied by this strange sound, Zhang Ruoxi's delicate body also became a bottomless pit as more and more world energy was absorbed by her. Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation aura increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka. A strange sound suddenly rang out and an invisible wave of qi, centered on Zhang Ruoxi's delicate body, spread out in all directions, and a grandeur instantly filled the air. This. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Since the last time Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline awakened, her cultivation speed began to increase by leaps and bounds, and the denser the world energy aura was, the more obvious the effect was. She seemed to have no such thing as a bottleneck at all. As long as she accumulated enough strength in her body, she could naturally break through. Even her Shi was reaching the grand accomplishment stage without the slightest stagnation. The scene in front of him was the result of Zhang Ruoxi successfully breaking through to the Third Order Origin returning realm. Yang Kai really didn't know what was going on with this little girl's body or how mysterious her bloodline power was, but it was undeniable that this underground situation was the most suitable place for Zhang Ruoxi to cultivate. Yang Kai couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if Zhang Ruoxi were to cultivate in the heaven-grade cultivation holy land of Star Soul Palace for a few years. She might even be able to reach the level of the Emperor realm. "Master, you seem to be about to break through too." Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Her cultivation wasn't weak now, so she could naturally sense the fluctuations in Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you to guard this place." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out the sealed world bead, formed a seal, and pointed at the sealed world bead. In an instant, an invisible gap seemed to open in the sealed world bead and a huge suction force came from inside, sucking in the surrounding world energy. The surging world energy was like 10,000 streams flowing into the sea. It was a spectacular sight. He tossed the sealed world bead to Lu Yan and said, "Find a place to hide, there are still a lot of people here." Lu Yan nodded and took the sealed world bead, her tender body disappearing in a flash. No one knew where she went to hide. But before she left, Yang Kai noticed that she was looking at everyone with a little envy. After all, such an opportunity could benefit everyone, but it had nothing to do with her, so naturally she felt lonely. Chapter 2265. Lu Yan did not have a physical body, so apart from swallowing and fusing with some special energy to enhance her strength, she could not absorb world energy to increase her own cultivation like a cultivator. This was also the reason why Yang Kai asked her to act as his protector. After Lu Yen disappeared, Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and released the monster insect queen and blood beast that he had not used for a long time. As his cultivation improved, the role of these two blood beasts had become less and less important, especially the blue flame thunder wolf, which was only at the second-order Dao source realm. It was useless against weak enemies, but it was also useless against strong enemies, so this was a good opportunity for it to play a role. Moving his divine sense slightly, Yang Kai had the two blood beasts hide nearby while he found a place far away from Qin Chaoyang and the others and sat down cross-legged. The fluctuations in the aura in his body became more and more obvious, which was the prelude to a breakthrough. Yang Kai calmly circulated his secret art. Being underground was like sitting on a spirit spring. There was no need for him to circulate his secret art as the omnipresent world energy continued to gather towards him, filling his limbs and bones, and settling down in his dantian. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to accumulate his strength. At a certain moment, the strength in his body suddenly reached a critical point. This critical point was like an invisible wall, blocking Yang Kai's path forward, preventing him from seeing further and more beautiful scenery. He remained calm and collected, quietly gathering all of his strength and attacking the shackles. Kong. A sound rang out from his soul and Yang Kai's body shook slightly. His face turned pale. A trace of pain appeared on his face. Contrary to his expectations, he didn't succeed this time, and he failed at the critical moment. This was something he had rarely encountered since he began cultivating. Only when he was very weak did he have such an experience. The feeling of failing to break through gave him a feeling of nostalgia. He did not panic. Instead, he grinned maliciously. This time's breakthrough wasn't because of his cultivation, but because of an external force. It was normal for there to be some obstacles, but this obstacle couldn't stop Kai Yang's heart of martial arts. On the contrary, it stimulated his fighting spirit even more. He calmed himself down and continued to accumulate his strength. A moment later, he launched another attack. Boom boom boom, again and again. The source qi in Yang Kai's body trembled incessantly, and every impact caused him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. The unbearable pain of both the physical body and soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. If he became discouraged, his martial heart would stop here. It would be impossible for him to improve in the future. Countless cultivators doubted themselves because they could not bear such pain. Then, it was buried in oblivion. A cultivator could only reach the peak by advancing courageously. The pain did not make Yang Kai lose his confidence, nor did it make him panic. Instead, it made him feel calmer and calmer. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three begets all things. Life is created by oneself, one's realm is born from one's heart, and all things are transformations. All things are born from one's heart and destroyed by one's heart. A trace of enlightenment leisurely climbed into Yang Kai's heart, and he suddenly felt enlightened. A layer of invisible force lingered around his body, turning into an invisible force that cut through the shackles, smashing the wall in front of him and stepping onto the broad road ahead. Hong Long. Waves of air visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in all directions from Yang Kai's body. The aura of a second-order Dao source realm instantly filled the air. However, Yang Kai remained motionless as a strange feeling arose in his heart. In this feeling, his soul avatar seemed to have broken out of its shell and slowly floated up, allowing him to see everything below. He clearly saw Lu Yen holding the sealed world bead and hiding in the void. The world energy essence was constantly flowing into the sealed world bead, becoming the world energy inside the sealed world bead. Perhaps because of some inexplicable connection with Yang Kai, when Yang Kai looked at her, Lu Yen suddenly frowned and looked up at Yang Kai with a blank look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai saw Hua Qingxi frantically absorbing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to lay a solid foundation for her future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. He saw Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation rising steadily. In just a short while, she had already reached the Origin King realm and was being baptized by the world energy. Just like when Zhang Ruoxi broke through to the Origin Returning realm in the Four Seasons realm, When she broke through to the Origin King realm this time, the huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her again. This phantom was white and hazy, huge and unparalleled, but judging from its body shape, it was a woman. Moreover, it was a stunning woman with a graceful figure. She held a giant sword in both hands and stood in front of her. Her beautiful eyes shone like stars. Yang Kai's divine sense fell into a trance when he glanced at her. The huge phantom opened its red lips and inhaled sharply, directly absorbing the world energy gathering in the sky. Immediately after, the phantom shrank back into Zhang Ruoxi's body. This little girl had directly broken through to the Origin King realm without any hindrance or danger. Yang Kai also saw many Dao Source realm cultivators breaking through their bottlenecks. Some were laughing wildly, while others had a difficult look on their faces as they tried to break through their shackles. Yang Kai's soul continued to rise, and soon, it was several thousand meters in the air. He looked up and saw that Maplewood City, 2,000 kilometers away, was now bustling with activity. In the sky, masses of world energy transformed into tests and tribulations visible to the naked eye, baptizing the cultivators below who were breaking through to the great realm. From time to time, someone would succeed in breaking through and let out a long howl. Yang Kai's eyes looked further into the distance as his soul continued to rise. Soon, the entire Maplewood City became a small black dot. Yang Kai looked up and saw a sky full of twinkling stars as the heavenly cycle star array shifted. Somehow, the power of the laws of the world seemed to be within reach. Yang Kai's face showed a strange look as he reached out to grab the void around him and clenched hard. It was as if he didn't catch anything, but he did catch something. Yang Kai was at a loss. At that moment, an invisible world force suddenly descended from the sky and descended above Yang Kai's head. This world force contained unimaginable power and extremely terrifying destructive intent. Not good. Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. With a slight movement of his divine sense, he descended at an extremely fast speed and returned to his body in the blink of an eye. Kong. The mighty power of heaven and earth followed closely behind and blasted his body. Yang Kai's entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically as the source chi in his body trembled uneasily. Poo. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood and his aura instantly withered, but his eyes were as bright as stars. What is this? Yang Kai looked up at the void and grinned. A warning? Can't I peek into the world principles in advance? Damn those damned heavens. He was certain that if not for the suppression of the world force just now, he might have been able to peek into the world principles with a little more effort. If that was the case, he could create world principles with a single thought, and he would have the capital that only the Emperor realm had. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he was hindered by the world force and failed. The world force did not seem to allow him to do so. However, it was not as if he had gained nothing. After cursing, Yang Kai lowered his head again and opened his hands. When his 5 fingers flicked, the power of space principles lingered and tiny void cracks flowed from his fingertips as if they were alive. His control of space principles was much more skillful than before. With a flick of his fingers, the tiny void cracks flew out like flying needles and pierced into the surrounding stone walls, devouring them one after another. Yang Kai grinned as a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the past, he would not have been able to control space principles to such an exquisite extent, but now he could. Although this kind of attack was weaker than the moon blade, it was more difficult to defend against. In some cases, it would be more useful than the moon blade. Immediately after, Yang Kai checked his cultivation again and found that he had broken through to the second-order Dao Source realm. Only then did he put away the resentment in his heart and take out some pills and stuff them into his mouth. Although the shock of the world force just now did not hurt him too much, it was not something he could ignore. Who knew if such an injury would have any sequelae, so the sooner he healed, the better. While Yang Kai was recuperating, Qin Zhaoyang had already condensed his strength to the peak. In the next instant, his body shook as waves of energy radiated out from him. His aura soared, causing his robes to flutter loudly. In the next instant, the wrinkles on Qin Zhaoyang's face started to fade away, causing him to look as if he had become a few dozen years younger. His complexion started to become rosy, and even some black strands started to appear on his white hair. Second-order Tao Source Realm. Qin Chaoyang also made a breakthrough. He was not in a hurry to open his eyes and continued to sit in place, absorbing the world energy and consolidating his cultivation. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, a cultivator who was at the critical juncture of a breakthrough suddenly frowned and showed a suspicious look. A moment later, his aura was like a balloon that had a hole poked in it, leaking out in an instant. With such a change, he immediately opened his eyes and shouted with grief and indignation, "What the hell is going on? This father was at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. Why did the world energy suddenly become thin?" His breakthrough had been triggered by the rich spirit qi in this place, but now that the spirit qi of heaven and earth had suddenly become slightly thin, he was unable to reach the critical point, causing his breakthrough to end in failure. "Ah, Brother Lu, are you the same?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. "I thought I was the only one like this." No, the world energy is so terrifying. How could it suddenly become thin? Even if there were several people from the Emperor realm, it would be impossible to swallow such a huge amount of world energy in such a short time. Did some bastard block the spirit eye below? Another person's voice sounded. Speaking of which, I seem to have seen someone jump down. Maybe that's really the case. Which bastard is so wicked, he's going too far? Let's go and take a look. If someone really dares to do this, this father will make him bleed within 5 steps. How dare he block my breakthrough? He's too hateful. Chapter 2266. Thousands of feet underground, Yang Kai stood up. Although this was a rare opportunity to cultivate, and it would be difficult to encounter such a rich world energy in the future, Yang Kai did not intend to waste such a good time on meditation and cultivation. He wanted to know what happened here that caused such a change in the world. What's more, he had just made a breakthrough. No matter how hard he cultivated, he would not be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. He moved his divine sense slightly and sent a message to Lu Yen, asking her to continue to guard here. Just as he was about to explore further, he frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance. There were clothes fluttering and figures flickering. It seemed that many cultivators had come down. "There's someone over there." Sure enough, someone came in first. "Bastard, this guy must have done something to ruin our opportunity to break through. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who has the guts to do this." The noisy shouts entered Yang Kai's ears, making him quickly release his divine sense to check the situation around. Then he found the problem. The surrounding world energy seemed to be a little thinner than before. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed thinner. Aware of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Yan's hiding place. He didn't know if it was because the sealed world bead was swallowing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, causing the world energy here to become thinner. Don't underestimate this little gap. It was very likely that it was this little gap that prevented these cultivators from reaching the critical point of breakthrough. It was probably for this reason that they came down together to investigate the reason. Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly reached out and waved his hand. He took back Lu Yen and the sealed world bead together, lest the movement of swallowing the world energy was too big, which would attract the attention of the people who came. After doing this, he stood quietly and waited. "Boy, no matter which sect you are from, you are dead this time. If you know what's good for you, come over obediently and apologize to me, maybe I will spare your life. You ruined my opportunity. I'll fight you to the death." The group of people yelled and accused Yang Kai of being the main culprit, and quickly approached him. Not long after, the group of people arrived in front of Yang Kai. "It's you, this. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, the cultivator who had been shouting loudly suddenly fell silent. They all stood in place with cold sweat on their foreheads, looking embarrassed. The scene of Yang Kai killing Chu Huairan and Zhuang Pan was still vivid in their minds. Everyone was very afraid of Yang Kai. None of them dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Each and every one of them was so regretful that their intestines turned green. They blamed themselves for not understanding the situation and making a fuss. They didn't know if they had angered this fiend. Is something the matter? Yang Kai looked at the group of people indifferently and asked coldly. No, nothing, I just came down to take a look. The scenery below is not bad. I'm just traveling with you guys. Not bad. Let's travel together. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled and said indifferently, since the scenery is not bad, then you can't miss it. Let's go and take a look. Yes. We'll go now. Seeing Yang Kai's cold expression, no one dared to stay. They all took a detour and went deeper. Before they left, many of them stared in the direction of Hua Qingxi with shock in their eyes. With everyone's strength, they could naturally sense Hua Qingxi's cultivation realm. It was not surprising that she was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. There were a few cultivator present who were at this level, so there was nothing to be shocked about. The key was the trace of an inexplicable aura that lingered around Hua Qingxi's body that made people yearn for it. Emperor's will. That trace of inexplicable aura was Emperor's will. It was a sign that she had touched the shackles of the Emperor realm. In other words, this woman had a great chance of advancing to the Emperor realm in the future. Why was everyone so shocked and envious? They did not know if Hua Qingxi had already touched the Emperor's will, or if it was an opportunity created by the explosion of spiritual energy. However, with such a powerhouse here and Yang Kai's protection, how would they dare to stay? Not long after, all of them had left. After they left, Yang Kai let Lu Yen out again and asked her to continue hiding beside him to protect him. Then, Yang Kai's figure swayed and he also went deeper into the forest to explore. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was as if the source of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was in some unknown place. Yang Kai could not help but be curious. He wondered what could cause the spiritual energy to surge like this. The cultivator who had gone one step ahead of him was not far ahead. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in front of him. It was followed by the sound of gasps. They seemed to have found something incredible. Yang Kai's expression changed. Under the lingering influence of the law of space, he disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared beside everyone. Following the others' gazes, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. Not far ahead, there was a round pit that covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. From the bottom of the round pit was like the mouth of a spring. Streams of spiritual liquid gushed up like a fountain and spread in all directions. Spiritual eye. God, it's the eye of a spiritual spring. There's a spiritual spring here. It's unimaginable. No wonder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so dense. With the existence of this spiritual spring, everything makes sense. Looking at the scale, it should be an intermediate spiritual spring. If we can establish a sect here, it will be prosperous in less than 100 years. Everyone came from mid-tier clans and sections. Looking at their respective clans and sects, there was no such thing as a spirit eye. Only those first-tier sects had the qualifications to occupy such a precious place and establish their own sections. Everyone was excited, their eyes shining brightly as they imagined what kind of earth-shaking changes it would bring to their sects and families if they occupied this spiritual spring. In less than 100 years, their strength would double, and they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those first-rate sects. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome, suddenly, a person said with a bleak expression and sighed heavily. What does this friend mean? The spiritual spring is right in front of us. How could it be troublesome? Someone asked puzzledly. Yes, you're really strange. Such a heaven-sent opportunity is actually called troublesome by you. You're simply crazy. Someone else said sarcastically. The person who spoke did not refute, but instead sighed and said, Have you thought about it? Previously, there was news of a high-rank earth vein in Maplewood City, but why didn't those first-rate sects intervene? Well, although a high-rank earth vein and a source crystal lode are extraordinary, how could first-rate sects care about them? Only the sects we belong to would treat them as treasures. Exactly. The person looked around and said, But what if the news of a spiritual spring here were to spread? As soon as this question came out, everyone's expression changed slightly as they suddenly thought of the key point. If news of a spiritual spring were to spread, then they would definitely have nothing to do with this place. Those first-rate sects would definitely send masters to occupy this place and establish a branch here. These medium-sized families and sects would be powerless to resist and could only watch as this delicious meal was handed over to others. Thinking of this, everyone's mood suddenly became depressed, and they no longer felt as excited and happy as before. How about, we all make a great heart demon oath not to spread the news of this place? Someone suggested in a low voice. Everyone glanced at the person who spoke as if they were looking at an idiot, ridicule flashing across their faces. There were no secrets in this world, and no matter how hard they tried to conceal the existence of a spiritual spring, it was impossible to keep it a secret. One day, those first-rate sects would know about it. Moreover, the sects and families that the cultivator here belonged to were dependent on those first-rate sects to survive. Now that they had seen a treasure like a spiritual spring, they would most likely spread the news as soon as they left this place. How could they keep it a secret? I was just casually saying. The person who made the suggestion quickly realized that something was wrong and smiled awkwardly, no longer saying anything. Hong. At this moment, a loud noise came from not far in front of them, followed by a burst of spirit liquid that turned into a spirit rain that scattered in all directions. What's going on? Heavens, you must be joking with me. Another spiritual spring. After a moment of shock, everyone stared with wide eyes at a place not far in front of them. About 500 meters away, a spiritual spring suddenly appeared and spirit liquid sprayed out like a fountain. In an instant, the spirit chi underground became much denser. Yang Kai was also completely shocked and stood dumbfounded in place. Spiritual springs were things that could only be found by chance. It was already a great opportunity for those first-rate sects to occupy a spiritual spring and turn it into a holy land for cultivation. However, two spirit essences had appeared 2,000 kilometers below Maplewood City, and they were right next to each other. Looking at the scale, they were both medium-scale spiritual springs. Hong hong hong. As if they didn't think that the shock of the crowd was enough, buzzing sounds burst out one after another. The earth trembled and rubble fell. In an instant, the world energy had become so rich that it was indescribable. Several of the cultivator who couldn't reach the critical point of breaking through because of the thin world energy suddenly felt the aura in their bodies fluctuating, showing signs of breaking through. However, at this moment, they couldn't care less about their own situation. Instead, they stood there dumbfounded, looking around. Underground, the light was dim and the world energy was abundant. It was impossible to see anything, but everyone was a Tao Source Realm cultivator. With a sweep of their divine sense, the situation was clear at a glance. Everyone was shocked to find that one spiritual spring after another had appeared. In a short while, the area of 10,000 meters underground was filled with spiritual springs, not far from each other. Chapter 2267. In less than a dozen breaths of time, a total of 18 spirit wells had appeared in the area with a radius of over 100,000 feet. Among these spirit essences, the worst was a medium-grade spirit essence, and there were even 3 high-grade spirit essences. These 18 spiritual essences seemed to be arranged according to a special pattern. They were scattered underground, with 15 middle-grade spiritual essences circling the surroundings, and the 3 upper-grade spiritual essences in the center. Overall, there seemed to be a great mystery. With 18 spirit essences erupting together, the scene was so spectacular that everyone was shocked speechless. After the initial excitement and shock, everyone quickly realized that something was wrong. The appearance of a medium-grade spirit essence would definitely attract the first-tier forces to intervene. Now that 18 spirit essences had appeared, and there were even 3 high-grade spirit essences, this was not something those first-tier forces could handle. Perhaps even top sects like Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Orthodoxy Temple would be alarmed, and even Star Soul Palace might send people over. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. The name of Maplewood City would definitely spread throughout the world and be known by the world. It's over. It's completely over. Someone's mouth twitched as he whispered softly. Even though he didn't speak clearly, everyone present knew what he meant. The meaning behind his words was none other than that the fortuitous encounters here were completely unrelated to their sections. This arrangement of spirit essences, could it be the 18 stars great array? Among the crowd, a person's eyes flashed with shock as he glanced around. 18 stars great array? Someone looked at the person suspiciously. Someone asked in surprise, "Friend, are you proficient in spirit arrays?" "I know a thing or two." The person nodded. Everyone was curious. They all looked at the person and asked, "Since this friend knows spirit arrays, then tell us, what is the use of this 18 stars great array?" The person's face was pale, and his expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "I'm not sure if it is the 18 stars great array. After all, this spirit array has been lost for a long time. It seems to be something from ancient times, and there are only a few descriptions in the ancient books." The Great Ancient Formation. Cries of surprise rang out. The Ancient Era and the Primordial Era were two very special eras. It was said that during these two eras, the tides of heaven and earth fluctuated, and the power of laws was rich, giving birth to many almighty figures. However, as time passed, the power of the laws gradually thinned out, making it more and more difficult for the cultivator to advance. However, when it came to ancient and primordial items, they were all shocking items. Therefore, when they heard that the 18 stars grand formation was an ancient formation, everyone became interested and wanted to find out more about it. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly. He looked at that person. "Friend, is your surname Gong?" "The Gong family of the Tianhe Valley," someone shouted. Since he could recognize the ancient grand array at a glance, his attainments in array formation couldn't be underestimated. In the whole southern territory, only the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley had a deep understanding of array formations. Every member of the Gong family was an array formation master. Yang Kai had dealt with Gong Wen Shan of the Gong family in the Four Seasons realm. He had a deep understanding of the Gong family's research and use of array formations, so he asked this question. "Hiss, it's you." The cultivator standing next to Yang Kai seemed to come back to his senses at this moment. He was shocked and quickly moved away from Yang Kai. The others were also shocked. They took a few steps back. In an instant, there was no one next to Yang Kai. Yang Kai touched his nose and said, "I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to be so nervous." He didn't expect these people to be so afraid of him. Seeing that he was easy to talk to and didn't show any killing intent, everyone was a little relieved. "Brother Gong." Yang Kai looked at the person who spoke again. The man smiled bitterly and said, "My surname is not Gong, but I'm half a member of the Gong family." When he said this, everyone couldn't help but be confused. The man explained, "My wife is a member of the Gong family, so I also learned a lot of array formations from the Gong family." "So that's how it is." Everyone showed a look of understanding. They thought that this man was probably a son-in-law of the Gong family, so he had studied array formations. "Friend, tell us about the 18 stars array," Yang Kai said. "I'm very curious about what this array formation does." The 18 stars array is an ancient array formation. The requirements to set it up are very strict. As you can see, it needs to gather 18 objects full of spirit chi, and they must be the kind that can continuously produce spirit chi. The spirit core is the best foundation to set up the array formation. When the son-in-law of the Gong family talked about array formations, his expression suddenly became solemn and he talked eloquently. It was obvious that he had a solid foundation and was convincing. And the function of this ancient array formation. He paused for a moment, then continued, "It's a seal." "A seal? Seal what?" The group of people suddenly became confused. "I don't know." The man shook his head, then turned to look at Duan Yuan Shan and said, "City Lord Duan, was there any abnormality in this place?" The corners of Duan Yuan Shan's mouth twitched. He glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Since everyone has been in Maplewood City for some time, you must know that Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic chi a few months ago." "Hiss, could it be that the thing sealed is actually the ancient demonic chi?" Everyone's expression changed. They couldn't stand steadily and were on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai also showed a look of understanding. He secretly admired the methods of those ancient almighty beings. Among the people here, he knew best what was sealed in this place. It wasn't the ancient demonic chi that was sealed here, but the ancient great demon's black pupil. The black pupil that could evolve into a dark world. All of the ancient demonic chi was born from the black pupil. Using the world energy to seal the demonic chi was indeed a good method. Unfortunately, even those ancient almighty beings had underestimated the strangeness of the black pupil. Countless years had passed, but the black pupil hadn't disappeared. Although it had lost its spirituality and will, it still existed. In the end, it broke out of the ground and was obtained by Yang Kai. Everyone, don't worry. When the demonic chi surrounded the city, 3 Master of the Emperor realm came here to deal with it. The demonic chi should have been completely removed. In any case, we haven't detected the slightest trace of the demonic chi in the past few months, Duan Yuan Shan comforted everyone. He had always thought that the removal of the demonic chi was due to Gao Shueting and the others. It seems that the 18 Stars Grand Array is sealing that demonic thing. The Gong family's son-in-law's face was pale, and he was a little scared. The others also sighed softly. Everyone was silent for a while before someone said, "Let's ignore the ancient demonic chi for now. Now that the 18 spirit eyes have appeared, it may be an opportunity for us." That's right, since we can't occupy them forever, why not take advantage of this opportunity to absorb them? What are you waiting for? A person shouted, and his figure flickered as he rushed toward the spirit eyes. This person was decisive, and he directly stared at a high-grade spirit eye and rushed over, intending to rush in and absorb the world energy. There were only 3 high-grade spirit eyes, but there were 20 to 30 sects, families, and forces here, so he naturally wanted to take the initiative. Once this person moved, everyone couldn't hold back, and they all used their movement skills to rush toward the spirit eyes. Yang Kai also moved, and he directly used the Space Divine technique to teleport to the top of a high-grade spirit eye. Standing in the air, he coldly glanced ahead. In front of him, several cultivators fiercely rushed over. They seemed to be from the same sect, and their cultivation wasn't bad. The lowest cultivation was at the 2nd Order Dao Source realm, and the leader was even at the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. It seemed that they wanted to snatch the high-grade spirit eye. But before they could even arrive, Kai Yang had already arrived before them in a flash. Their faces turned ugly, and they all stopped in place. The leader of the cultivator was a middle-aged man, and he looked dignified and dignified. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, can we negotiate?" Yang Kai replied decisively. The middle-aged man's face turned black, and he said with a bitter smile, "I haven't said anything yet. In any case, it's not good. Don't be like this, we're all here to make a living. Can't you give us some face? Besides, such a big spirit eye, you can't eat it all by yourself. I and my junior brother and junior sister will take half, and you can take the other half. Everyone will be happy. I like to monopolize it, and I never share it with others." Yang Kai's nose was in the air, and he looked insufferably arrogant. "Little brat, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that we're afraid of you, we just don't want to hurt everyone's face." One of the cultivators behind the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man frowned, but he didn't stop him. Obviously, he was also angry. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the person who spoke and said, "If you're not afraid, why don't you just come and snatch it?" That person was furious, and it seemed that he was really going to attack. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly blocked in front of him. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, are you sure you can't?" Yang Kai said coldly, "I'll give you face if you say it properly, but if you dare to snatch it, don't blame me for slapping your face." Slapping my face? The middle-aged man's face changed greatly, and he suddenly recalled how Ning Yuanshu and Zhuang Pan were slapped in the face by Yang Kai, and he suddenly felt his scalp tingle. Yang Kai looked into the distance and said, "If you go and snatch the other spirit eyes now, you might have a chance, but if you continue to talk nonsense with me, I'm afraid you won't even be able to drink the soup." The middle-aged man turned his head and suddenly became anxious. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Just as Yang Kai had said, most of the 18 spirit springs here had already been occupied by the cultivators, and there were even some who were fighting over them. For a time, the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking as rocks and sand flew everywhere. This was especially true for the other 2 high-rank spirit eyes, where the competition between the cultivator was particularly fierce. All of them were fighting on the basis of sects and families. For a time, the scene was noisy and chaotic. Duan Yuan Shan and the others were very tactful and didn't show any interest in the high-rank spirit eyes. Instead, they cooperated with Drunkard and several Maplewood City's old ancestors to snatch a mid-rank spirit eye. Chapter 2268. Among the 18 spirit springs, only the one occupied by Yang Kai was the safest. Everyone had seen Yang Kai's ferocious methods before, so no one dared to compete with him, so they took the initiative to avoid provoking this fiend. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He didn't pay attention to the fighting in the other spirit springs and instead sent a message to Lu Yen, asking her to bring Hua Qingxi and the others over. After doing all this, his figure flickered, and he charged into the spirit spring's eye, falling into it in an instant. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the thick and viscous world energy all around him. The feeling of this world energy pouring into his body made him feel very comfortable, and he couldn't control himself. He had just broken through to the second-order Tao Source realm, but he actually showed signs of stabilizing in a short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly formed hand seals to absorb the world energy. At the same time, he took out the sealed world bead and with a flick of his hand, opened a gap in the sealed world bead, allowing the small sealed world to pour in the world energy for the sealed world bead to accept. But soon, Yang Kai frowned and looked down, his eyes shining brightly, as if they could see through the void. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see something shooting out from the spirit spring at an extremely fast speed. He could hear the whooshing sound of something breaking through the air. Not good. Yang Kai's heart sank. He didn't know what was shooting out from the spirit spring, but he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He hurriedly urged the source qi in his body to form a layer of protection on the surface of his body, and at the same time, his figure flickered as he tried to escape. But it was already too late. Shio shio shio, hong hong hong. Inexplicable things rushed out at an incredible speed and hit Yang Kai's body. Every hit was like a falling meteor. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, and with the help of the impact, he rushed out of the spirit spring. Following closely behind him, streaks of white light danced out like stars in the sky, shooting in all directions. What the hell? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he dodged to the side and used his eyesight to observe carefully. His expression was brilliant and varied. This was because he had discovered that the things that had rushed out from the spirit well and struck his body were fist-sized pieces of origin crystals. And judging from the color and purity of the source crystals, these source crystals were at least mid-rank source crystals, and there were even a large number of high-rank source crystals mixed in them. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his eyes burning with passion. Throughout the entire star boundary, low-rank source crystals were the basis of currency for transactions between cultivators. Low-rank source crystals crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals. They were referring to low-rank source crystals, which were equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals and 1,000 high-rank source crystals. Spirit crystals crystals, high-rank mid-rank crystals, and a few, rank spirit mid-rank. As for high ranks, there were only a few of them. High-rank source crystals were not easy to obtain. Only the best source crystal veins would produce high-rank source crystals. And the best source crystal veins had always been controlled by the big forces. Once they were mined, they were basically digested by the sect and rarely circulated to the outside world. The higher the grade of source crystal, the more useful it was. Many sect formations and even cultivator breakthroughs required high-rank source crystals. However, at this time, from the spirit spring, a large number of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals shot out. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? Just as he was in a daze, the other 17 spirit springs also erupted together. A large number of source crystals burst out from the bottom of the spirit spring along with the surge of spirit chi. For a time, the sound of whooshing could be heard, and white lights flashed and danced in the sky. A cultivator was hit by the source crystals for a moment and couldn't help but groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was clear how strong the impact was. However, in just a moment, all the cultivators in the spirit spring began to boil. Source crystals, high-rank source crystals. There are actually high-rank source crystals in this spirit spring. We're rich this time. Get lost, this spirit spring is ours. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame my brothers for not taking into account the friendship between our two sects. What a joke. Treasures belong to those who are virtuous. You bunch of trash want to seize them? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll fight it out with you, Wah. The appearance of the 18 spirit springs had already made the scene extremely chaotic. Now that so many source crystals had appeared at the bottom of the spirit springs, all the cultivators went crazy. After all, the spirit springs couldn't be taken away. They all knew that before the news spread, they could only cultivate here for a period of time at most. However, source crystals were different. They could be taken away and were hard currency that could be circulated throughout the star boundary. A high-rank source crystal was equivalent to 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Judging from the amount of source crystals that erupted, as long as they occupied a spirit spring for a few days, it would be enough to double the financial resources of the entire sect. For a time, the sects and families that were already fighting each other became more and more unwilling to give in. Those sects that were originally harmonious looked at each other with some hostility. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. This was an immutable truth. Yang Kai. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Hua Qingxi had already rushed over with Zhang Ruoxi, Lu Yen, and Qin Chaoyang and landed beside him. At first sight of this strange scene, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes trembled in shock. She covered her red lips with her small hand and said in a trembling voice, "This? What's going on here?" The spirit spring is erupting with source crystals. What do you think is going on? Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Ruoxi was still young and didn't have much experience. This was the first time she had seen such a big scene. She was so shocked that her little face turned a little pale. Qin Chaoyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His hands and feet trembled as he stared at the spirit spring and the erupting source crystals. He was stunned and speechless for a long time. Ruoxi, don't worry about anything. Find a safe place to cultivate. Lu Yen will stand guard for you. As Yang Kai spoke, he gave Lu Yen a look. Lu Yen understood and pulled Zhang Ruoxi to the side, sitting down near the high-rank spirit spring. However, whenever an source crystal flew over, Lu Yen simply stretched out her hand and caught it in her hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai directly threw a space ring to Lu Yen and then said to Hua Qingxi, "Let's put aside our cultivation for now. Come with me to collect the source crystals." But Hua Qingxi nodded. With a flicker of her tender body, she arrived above the spirit spring with Yang Kai. At this moment, source crystals were continuously erupting from the mouth of the spring. Yang Kai stood high up in the air, opened his hand, and sent out hundreds of golden blood threads. These golden blood threads intertwined and formed a giant golden net above the mouth of the spring. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk all the erupting source crystals were blocked by this golden net and slowed down. Hua Qingxi saw this opportunity and formed a series of hand seals. With a flick of her fingers, she collected the source crystals and stuffed them into her space ring. With the two's cooperation, not a single source crystal flew out, all of them being blocked. It seems that there's nothing for me to do. Qin Chaoyang watched for a while before the corners of his mouth twitched. Brother Yang, you do what you need to do. I'll go somewhere else. With such a great opportunity, if he could accumulate a considerable amount of wealth, it would definitely become the foundation for the Qin family's resurgence. But the spirit spring occupied by Yang Kai didn't need him to do anything, so he could only turn his attention elsewhere. Looking around, Qin Chaoyang grinned meaningfully. With a flicker of his body, he arrived next to the mid-grade spirit spring where Duan Yuan Shan and the others were. Cupping his hands, he said, "City Lord Duan, brothers and sisters, this Qin greets you. Old fart, you want to take advantage of us?" Du family patriarch Du Lishun glared at him. Zhou family patriarch Zhou Yi snorted, "Old thief Qin, you really look good when you talk with your butt between your legs. Where did you learn this from?" "What are you talking about?" Qin Chaoyang was unhappy. His beard curled as he said angrily, "You two shameless old fools. Do you believe that this old master won't beat you until your mother can't recognize you?" Zhou Yi and Du Lishun looked at each other and laughed. "If your mother was still alive, would she recognize you?" Qin Chaoyang's face turned black. Enough nonsense. Since you're here, hurry up and help. Can't you see that the source crystals are all flying away?" Duan Yuan Shan waved his hand and shouted. "Since City Lord Duan has given the order, this one will obey." Qin Chaoyang grinned meaningfully and joined the crowd. The patriarchs were all from Maplewood City and had known each other for many years. Although there may have been some small frictions and disagreements in the past, now that there were foreign enemies invading and under the watchful eyes of so many strong masters, everyone couldn't help but want to work together for warmth. So, even if they ridiculed each other, it didn't affect their friendship. "Hey, Zhou Yi, you old fart, you actually managed to break through to the second order. The heavens are really blind." Qin Chaoyang collected the source crystals for a while, and after seeing that the situation had stabilized, he suddenly discovered that the Zhou family patriarch was the same as himself. He had taken another step forward. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Yi glared and shouted, "Old fart, if you can break through, why can't this old master?" "It seems that everyone has broken through," Du Lishun grinned meaningfully. Only then did Qin Chaoyang remember to check the cultivations of the others, and he was surprised to find that everyone had broken through a minor realm. All the old friends of the patriarchs had reached the second-order Dao Source realm, and so had Drunkard, while Duan Yuan Shan had reached the third-order Dao Source realm. "Aya, congratulations to all of you." Qin Zhaoyang laughed heartily. "Congratulations to you too." Duan Yuan Shan grinned meaningfully. "Now, our Maplewood City can be considered a force to be reckoned with. As the saying goes, brothers fight against each other over the wall. This Duan hopes that everyone can work together in the future. If the old ancestors of these patriarchs were all gathered together with Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard, this force would really be extraordinary. At the very least, it would be comparable to some mid-level sects and families. The only thing missing was a master from the Emperor realm. However, there weren't many masters in the Emperor realm. Even those mid-level sects and families might not necessarily have such a master. Hearing Duan Yuan Shan's words, everyone looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Chapter 2269. Of the three high-rank spirit eyes, one was occupied by Yang Kai, one was occupied by the octagonal door, and the third was jointly occupied by the cultivator of the two sects. The other 15 mid-rank spirit eyes were also crowded with people. In fact, the strength of the disciples of the octagonal door was not enough to occupy a high-rank spirit eye, but everyone was wary of the ferocious existence known as Luo Yuan, so no one dared to provoke the octagonal door. Only the heavens knew when Luo Yuan would come back, and if he happened to see them, no one would be able to contend with him, given that he had injured protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shui and forced them to flee. At the high-rank spirit eye where Yang Kai was, after cooperating with Hua Qingxi to collect source crystals for a while, his expression suddenly changed and he said to Hua Qingxi, "I'll go down and take a look." It was impossible for source crystals to spray out from below for no reason. Yang Kai guessed that there must be some kind of mystery at the bottom of this spirit eye, so he wanted to go down and investigate. Now that his golden blood thread net was blocking the source crystals, Hua Qingxi only needed to collect the source crystals before they burned out, so he didn't need to stay here any longer. What's more, Lu Yen was also here, so if some blind guy dared to snatch the spirit eye, the two of them would be enough to deal with it. "Be careful!" Hua Qingxi didn't stop him and just solemnly exhorted. Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered, diving down for the second time. Just like before, as soon as Yang Kai entered the spirit spring, he felt a huge resistance from below, as if it was trying to push him up. At the same time, there were also countless source crystals whistling through the air, crashing into his body. Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, but he endured it and urged his source chi. He used his space secret technique. Only then did he feel better. The further down they went, the greater the resistance. The density and richness of the surrounding spirit chi also increased. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out the sealed world bead, opened a world rift on this emperor artifact, and placed the sealed world bead in front of him, allowing the surging world energy and source crystals mixed in it to flow into the sealed world bead. He didn't know how far he had sunk. His surroundings were white and misty, and he couldn't see anything clearly. When he released his divine sense, he could only extend it to a range of 10 feet. Any further and it would be obstructed by the boundless world energy. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped as he stepped on solid ground. This should be the lowest position. He stood in place and silently sensed for a moment. He could clearly feel the torrents below. Moreover, the space below wasn't as narrow as he had imagined. Instead, it was extremely vast. He stood there with a strange expression on his face and pondered for a while before releasing his divine sense to explore his surroundings vigilantly. These source crystals continued to fly upwards. Yang Kai activated his eyesight. Seeing through the obstacles around him, Yang Kai found the source of the source crystals and walked in that direction. Along the way, the sealed world bead was constantly devouring the world energy and source crystals in this place. Its harvest was unimaginable. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and focused his gaze in front of him. In that white, misty world filled with liquefied world energy, there seemed to be a behemoth in front of him. Although it was some distance away, Yang Kai could still see its vague outline. That behemoth didn't have the slightest aura of life. He didn't know what it was, but all the source crystals were flying out from that direction. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and stepped forward. After a while, he arrived in front of the black shadow and took a closer look. Finally, he saw what it was. For a moment, Yang Kai was stunned in place, unable to speak for a long time. After a long while, he burst into laughter, feeling extremely carefree. He found that the behemoth in front of him was actually a source crystal lode. Pieces of fist-sized source crystals separated from the lode and then followed the flow of world energy, turning into 18 branches and shooting upwards. The source crystals collected by the cultivator above were obviously separated from this huge lode. The lode was bright, without the slightest impurity, and the quality was pure. Such a huge and pure source crystal lode was unlikely to be found in the entire star boundary. Only in ancient times would such a thing exist. Silently feeling the 18 undercurrents of world energy above the lode, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. The 18 spirit eyes are actually connected to each other? If that's the case, then if we take this mine away, then the people above. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, gradually unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. His huge divine sense rushed out of his knowledge sea like a flood dragon, turning into an invisible force that wrapped around the lode. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed, his cheeks turning pale as soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and his body trembled. He had underestimated the size of this lode. With the current strength of his divine sense, he could barely wrap it up, but he couldn't stuff it into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although it could collect anything, even living people, Yang Kai needed to use his divine sense to do so. Depending on the size of the object collected, the density of the world energy, and the strength of its resistance, the amount of divine sense required would vary. Just like when Yang Kai first took the embodiment into the sealed world bead, although the embodiment at that time did not resist Yang Kai and even cooperated with him, because of its size, Yang Kai still collapsed in an instant. The lode in front of him was the same. Although it was undoubtedly many times smaller than when the embodiment had first taken shape, it was still a source crystal lode with a surging amount of world energy. If he wanted to collect such an existence, Yang Kai estimated that if he tried to force it, his knowledge sea would be damaged. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai sent a message to the embodiment inside the sealed world bead. The next moment, the gap in the sealed world bead expanded leisurely, turning into a huge void crack that stretched in front of Yang Kai. Blue veins bulged on Yang Kai's forehead as his body trembled violently, his source chi fluctuating wildly. "Do it!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The next moment, two giant arms stretched out from the huge void crack. These two giant arms were extremely hard and had sharp edges. Surprisingly, they were the arms of the embodiment. The Dharmakaya's arms crossed the realm and hugged the huge mine in his palms. Then he suddenly exerted force and lifted it up. Such a horrifying scene was really like the power to uproot mountains and rivers. His aura was unparalleled. Only the bodies of the Stone Mongoose clan could possess such brute strength. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense was also like a tide as he cooperated with the embodiment's movements and stuffed the load into the void crack. Hong long long. A loud noise rang out. The load slowly rose, moving little by little. Yang Kai's face grew paler and paler, his clothes soaked in sweat, and his head throbbed with pain as if thousands of needles were stabbing him. His divine sense had been damaged by this. The soul-warming lotus bloomed with 7 colors, and its gentle power made up for the damage to his divine sense, making Yang Kai feel much better. As for the embodiment's arms that had crossed over, creaking noises could be heard as gravel constantly fell from his arms. It seemed that even he couldn't bear such a weight, causing the onlookers to be on tenterhooks and feel anxious. It seemed like just a moment, but also like thousands of years. Just when Yang Kai was almost unable to bear it, the embodiment in the sealed world bead suddenly retracted his giant arms, directly pulling the source crystal load into the void crack and disappearing. At the same time, the sealed world bead flashed wildly, and the gap between the void crack closed. Yang Kai staggered, only to feel that his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were full of a salty smell, and his eyes were seeing stars. Unable to stand steadily, he fell to the ground. It was only at this moment that he suddenly felt a wave of fear. Although his divine sense was protected by the soul-warming lotus, it was still full of danger. If he had used his divine sense too much and caused his soul to become chaotic, he may not be able to recover in the future. A trace of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and Yang Kai felt cold all over. "Who is it?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head, his eyes cold as he looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Who's there?" At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps. Now that he was exhausted and could barely move, if someone really wanted to harm him, he couldn't even escape. So Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, hurriedly wiped the blood and cold sweat from his face, and sat cross-legged, assuming a calm posture. After Yang Kai shouted, the footsteps paused slightly, but soon continued to move in his direction, faster and faster. Yang Kai's expression became ugly, and his eyes became slightly gloomy as he stared at the approaching person. After a short while, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. That person stood about 10 feet away from Yang Kai and asked hesitantly, "Grandmaster Yang?" Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai frowned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Why is it you?" He discovered that this person was actually Yi Jing Han, who he couldn't shake off. He hadn't expected that she would come down here. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant and said coldly, "Why did you come down here instead of collecting source crystals up there?" Although he didn't know why this woman was looking for him, Yang Kai was very annoyed by the fact that he was neither a relative nor a friend of hers, and he had already clearly rejected her. Yi Jing Han said, "This mistress isn't strong enough, and this mistress is the only one from Thousand Leaves sect who came here, so I don't have the strength to compete with others." Her words were filled with bitterness and desolation. "When I saw Grandmaster Yang come down here, this mistress wanted to come down and take a look." As she spoke, she suddenly coughed twice. "Are you injured?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "It's just a minor injury." Yi Jing Han replied, "I was hit by someone when I came down." Hearing this, Yang Kai roughly understood what had happened. Everyone was occupying their own spirit springs, and if Yi Jing Han wanted to come down, she must have used a spirit spring to do so. The others must have thought that she wanted to snatch source crystals, so they attacked her. With her second-order Tao source realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to come out unscathed, so it was only natural that she would be injured. Chapter 2270. Do your parents know that you're so daring? Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground and looked coldly at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied bitterly, "This mistress has been an orphan since she was young." Yang Kai was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "What did you see just now?" "What?" Yi Jinghan replied with a blank look on her face. "Nothing." Yang Kai exhaled softly. Yi Jinghan's tone and expression didn't seem to be fake, so she really didn't see anything just now. "Grandmaster Yang," Yi Jinghan stammered, "can you give this mistress a chance to say a few words? Aren't you speaking right now?" Yang Kai's entire body was exhausted and powerless. Even though he felt that Yi Jinghan wouldn't do anything harmful to him, he still had to be on guard against her. That was why he didn't show any signs of fatigue and just quietly rested to recover his strength. "Thank you, Grandmaster Yang." Yi Jinghan was overjoyed when she heard this. She thought that her sincerity had finally worked, and she became excited. She deliberated over her words and said solemnly, "Actually, this mistress is looking for Grandmaster Yang to ask for a favor." Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, not paying any attention to her. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan continued, "This mistress wants to ask Grandmaster Yang to? Grandmaster, be careful behind you." What? Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, but in the next moment, he felt a chill coming from behind him. That chill was as sharp as a blade and it cut into his skin painfully. His expression changed drastically. He was so focused on recovering that he didn't notice any danger approaching him from behind. If not for Yi Jinghan's reminder, he wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Even now, he was afraid that he wouldn't have reacted. He was extremely shocked in the depths of his heart. He didn't know what kind of divine being could actually approach him without him noticing. In a hurry, Yang Kai circulated his source qi and jumped up into the air, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Kong. A powerful force came crashing down on Yang Kai's arms. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of bones dislocating rang out. Yang Kai was really shocked this time. The quality of his physical body was unparalleled. Even a direct hit from an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to dislocate his bones, but this inexplicable attack was able to do so. Dragon form. Yang Kai let out a low roar, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. Dragon scales suddenly covered his arms in front of his chest, blocking the violent power of the attack. This power. Yang Kai's expression froze as he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the power that had attacked him. It didn't seem to be the source qi he was familiar with, but rather another kind of power that he couldn't quite put his finger on. He abruptly raised his head and released his divine sense. He wanted to see who had the guts to sneak up on him. With one look, Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Not far in front of him, there was a pitch-black figure standing. For some reason, that figure did not have the slightest bit of vitality, and it seemed to be constantly fluctuating due to the surging energy. He was unable to stabilize it. The two scarlet eyes were like the eyes of a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. Anyone who saw them would shudder in fear. "See!" Yang Kai's expression sank as he shouted, "Who is your excellency?" The other party had no intention of replying. It simply tilted its head and glanced at Yang Kai before swinging a fist and smashing it towards Yang Kai. Although it was a fist, the attack contained within the fist wind was like the sharpness of thousands of sharp blades. It cut the surrounding space with a sizzling sound, and it was incomparably sharp. Having just suffered a loss, Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to be careless. With a flick of his 10 fingers, a series of tiny void cracks appeared, transforming into a rain of needles that shot towards the black figure. The other party seemed to realize that the situation wasn't good, and its figure flickered as it retreated from the battle, standing not far away as it tilted its head and stared at Yang Kai. This black figure's reaction wasn't very nimble, and could even be said to be very stiff and jerky, giving off the feeling that it hadn't moved for a long time, but Yang Kai instinctively felt that this was a formidable enemy. Buzz. A strange sound suddenly came from the black figure's body, and with this strange sound, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. What? Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retreated. Even if he was facing a genuine powerhouse from the Emperor realm, he wouldn't be so flustered, but at this moment he just wanted to get as far away from this black figure as possible. Because at that moment, the ancient demon sense that had been sealed in his lower abdomen seemed to have been affected by something and became restless. Fortunately, the Tsang tree's gold and silver seal was extremely mysterious and was able to suppress it immediately, otherwise Yang Kai would definitely become the demon race again. This black figure, was it related to the ancient great demon? An unimaginable thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind uncontrollably, and his face turned pale. Although the ancient demon sense in his lower abdomen only surged for a moment, it was obviously detected by the black figure. In an instant, his killing intent surged like a tide as an indescribable evil aura suddenly filled the air, and a pitch-black energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Demonic chi! Yang Kai exclaimed. At this moment, he was completely sure that this black figure was really related to the ancient great demon, because the energy fluctuations between the two were almost exactly the same. Kill! A word suddenly jumped out of the black figure's throat, and then its figure flickered as it rushed in front of Yang Kai, swinging its fist. Under this punch, the world collapsed and the universe was in chaos. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he didn't dare to be negligent. With a flick of his wrist, the Myriad Sword Emperor artifact was instantly summoned. He leisurely swung his sword and slowly shouted, "Myriad Sword, one man holds the pass." Jing Jing. The humming of the sword and the humming of the sword chi could be heard incessantly. A ring of light appeared in front of Yang Kai, turning into a solid barrier. When the black figure's fist smashed down, Yang Kai's body trembled, and his sword aura was almost disrupted. "Grandmaster Yang, this mistress will help you." Yi Jinghan's voice trembled, and it was obvious that she was frightened, but she still braced herself and flew over. A bracelet on her fair wrist flew out, and she formed a series of hand seals, causing the bracelet to expand to the size of a wash basin, whistling as it flew toward the black figure. "Back off!" Yang Kai shouted. Although Yi Jinghan's cultivation was similar to his, it was impossible for her to contend against this black figure, and the slightest carelessness would result in her death. However, his shout was still a little too late. The bracelet artifact spun and struck the black figure's head in the blink of an eye. The black figure didn't pay any attention to it, and he didn't even put up his guard, allowing the attack to hit him. Clang. A loud noise rang out, as if the bracelet had struck a solid object. The light on the bracelet flickered erratically, and it was even contaminated by a wisp of demonic chi, which damaged its spirituality. Yi Jinghan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura weakened. The bracelet artifact was her natal artifact, and when it was damaged, she also suffered a backlash. In her panic, she didn't dare to continue fighting, so she just waved her hand and took the bracelet back. When she lowered her head and looked at the bracelet, she saw a wisp of black demonic chi lingering around it, gradually spreading to the surroundings, and faintly showing signs of corroding other parts of the bracelet. Yi Jinghan turned pale with fright. It was only now that she understood the disparity between her and the black figure. "Kill!" A hoarse battle cry rang out once again. It sounded like metal scraping against metal, and it was extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Yang Kai maintained the Myriad Sword's momentum and confronted the black figure as an equal. He looked at the other party with a grave expression and shouted in a low voice, "Who are you, Your Excellency? What is your relationship with the one-eyed giant demon?" The black figure didn't seem to have heard him, and this was the only word that came out of his mouth. "Are you looking down on me?" Yang Kai was infuriated, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation was instantly revealed, and he stared intently at the black figure. He wanted to see what this black figure was. As soon as he looked at it, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face, and he said in alarm, This is..." Using the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was able to see through all illusions, and he was able to see the true form of the black figure. He discovered that the black figure wasn't a living being, but an existence similar to an artifact spirit, just like Lu Yen. The only difference was that the black figure wasn't an artifact refining furnace, but a hammer. At this moment, the hammer was hidden inside the black figure's body, and it was surrounded by a boundless demonic chi. Exquisite runes flowed around the hammer like they were living creatures, seemingly containing the power of supreme principles. Yang Kai looked at it and felt a stinging pain in his left eye, and a warm feeling flowed down from the corner of his eye. Forcing himself to focus, he carefully examined the shape of the hammer, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Very soon, he recalled what had happened. He had indeed seen this hammer before, but not in reality, but in the knowledge sea of the Jiang family's first young master, Jiang Chuhe. Last time, when the demonic qi besieged the city, Jiang Chuhe had been eroded by the demonic qi and turned into a demon. Yang Kai had joined forces with Qin Yu to use a soul-searching secret technique to find a good way to resist the demon thought. In Jiang Chuhe's knowledge sea, Yang Kai had seen many things about the ancient great demon. Among them, there were traces of the appearance of this hammer. In those battles, the weapon used by the ancient great demon was this war hammer. It was invincible, and countless ancient powerhouses had died tragically under this war hammer, ending their glorious lives. The demonic war hammer. Yang Kai shouted and quickly dispersed the demon eye of annihilation, not daring to look at it again. If it was the ancient great demon's demonic war hammer, then everything made sense. Why did the demonic chi sealed in his body resonate with this black figure? The two had an inseparable relationship, so it was natural for them to resonate. In other words, the ancient powerhouses had not only sealed the ancient great demon's black eye here, but also the ancient great demon's warhammer. It was just that the demonic warhammer had been suppressed under the 18 stars great array, unable to see the light of day. This time, it had finally been released. Perhaps, it was related to the source crystal mine he had taken. Perhaps, the source crystal mine was the key to suppressing the demonic warhammer. Although he had such a guess in his heart, Yang Kai did not regret it. Chapter 2271. Now that the 18 stars grand array had reappeared, this place was destined to be explored by countless masters. Even if he didn't take away this source crystal mine, someone else would. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the demonic warhammer reappeared. But what was unexpected was that the demonic warhammer had actually developed its own sentience in the flowing time Great Emperor and was able to take form. Thinking quickly, in the next moment, Yang Kai's sword intent changed from defensive to offensive. Million sword chi, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless sword chi bombarded the artifact spirit in human form like a torrential rain, forcing it to retreat. The demonic chi on the surface of its body was tumbling, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. It was a manifestation of the ancient demonic warhammer, which was at least at the level of an emperor artifact. It was extremely sturdy. If the demonic warhammer wasn't destroyed, no method would be able to hurt it, unless one used spiritual energy to directly attack its soul and erase its consciousness. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his divine sense to collect the source crystal mine, so it would be difficult for him to gather his divine sense again and use his soul secret technique in a short time. He could only use offense as a form of defense. As soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai immediately retreated and flashed to Yi Jinghan's side, grabbing her with one hand and shouting, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them flew up at an extremely fast speed, following the direction of the surging world energy, straight into the sky. Above, at the 18 springs, many cultivators looked at each other with ugly expressions. Where are the source crystals? Where are the source crystals? Damn it, why aren't the source crystals erupting? What's going on? God knows what's going on. The other springs don't seem to be erupting source crystals either. Many of the cultivators looked around, all of them clamoring, all of them wanting to continue. After all, source crystals falling from the sky was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Moreover, they had encountered high-rank and mid-rank source crystals this time, so they were all overjoyed. Suddenly, there were no more source crystals. Apart from pure spiritual energy, there was nothing else that gushed out from the 18 springs. How could they not be depressed? Did something happen down there? Someone guessed. Why don't we go down and take a look? There might be some heaven-defying opportunity waiting for us down there, someone suggested. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Previously, everyone had been busy collecting source crystals and had no time to pay attention to anything else. Now that there were no more source crystals, they naturally wanted to go down and investigate. 18 spirit eyes. With so many source crystals, even a fool would not believe that there was nothing good down there. Therefore, everyone was tempted. Although they were tempted, they still understood the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. Therefore, they looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to eat crabs. Brother 4Cs. You have a profound cultivation base. Why don't you take the lead this time, and we'll follow you down? A middle-aged old man suddenly looked at another old man and said. The old man named Chi Si Hai coldly snorted and said unhappily, Brother Wu Hu, are you joking? When we were collecting source crystals just now, you didn't ask this old master to take the lead. Now that we've encountered such a dangerous situation, you want this old master to go first? Are you insulting this old master's IQ or your own? Zhou Wu Hu coughed dryly and said, Brother 4Cs, it's fine if you don't want to, but why do you have such a vicious mouth? Didn't you rinse your mouth after eating? Chi Si Hai said coldly, this old master is not stupid enough to be used at will. Zhou Wu Hu curled his lips and cupped his fists again. Then, he turned to the octagonal door and said, Little brother Luo, this old master can see that your excellency's cultivation is amazing and his methods are heaven-defying. You must be a person with a great opportunity. Little brother, do you want to go down and investigate? Luo Yuan had come back at some point. Although he was in a sorry state after fighting with Gao Shan and Lu Shui, he was in high spirits. It seemed that he had gained a lot. Looking around, the people from Flying Saint Palace were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown whether they had been beaten away by Luo Yuan or not. Old man, you're really insidious. If you want to go down yourself. Don't encourage my brother Luo. The round-faced woman at the octagonal door glared at Zhou Wu Hu and shouted. Zhou Wu Hu's face sank and he snorted, Little girl, how can you speak like that? Can't you respect the old and love the young? Can't you see that this old master is already so old? Look at my beard and hair, they're all white. The round-faced woman snorted, Since you're so old, why don't you just find a place to lie down and wait for death? What are you running around for? Do you want to die faster? Little girl, you really pissed this old master off. Zhou Wu Hu trembled with anger. Chi Si Hai was gloating on the side, laughing happily. Something's wrong. Luo Yuan had not said a word, but was staring down at the high-rank spirit spring in front of him with a frown. At this moment, he suddenly said, as if he was facing a great enemy. What? The round-faced woman looked at him when she heard this. Luo Yuan's face became more and more dignified. Suddenly he shouted, Retreat! As soon as his words fell, he pushed his source chi and wrapped it around the disciples of the octagonal door before retreating 1,000 meters away. Goyil. At the high-rank spirit spring, bubbles suddenly appeared and the whole spirit spring seemed to be boiling. What's going on? Everyone looked at the spirit spring with a blank look on their faces. At that moment, a figure suddenly broke out of it, bringing with it a burst of crashing sounds. There's someone down there? When did this guy go down? It's that evil star. Everyone exclaimed, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, their faces suddenly became ugly. They didn't know if the reason why the source crystals suddenly stopped erupting had something to do with him, but they didn't dare to ask. How did he come out of our spirit spring? The round-faced woman also looked at Yang Kai blankly, her brow furrowed in confusion. So that's how it is. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to understand something and said thoughtfully, It seems that these 18 spirit springs are actually connected to each other. Is that so? Brother Luo is really smart. the round-faced woman said with a smile as she looked at Luo Yuan with her beautiful eyes, making no attempt to hide her admiration for him. The other disciples of the octagonal door all looked at her with shame, knowing that the round-faced woman was too deeply poisoned and was probably beyond saving. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he looked around before flashing directly to Hua Qingxi and the others. Master? Lu Yan's beautiful eyes became dignified as she looked down at the bottom of the spirit spring and whispered, I don't know why, but I suddenly have a strange feeling as if down there. And there is an existence similar to you, Yang Kai replied quickly. It took a human form? Lu Yan's tender body trembled and she seemed a little excited. There weren't many artifact spirits that could take a human form and possess their own intelligence. All such existences were of the same kind, so when she heard that there was an existence similar to her, Lu Yan's emotions fluctuated. She really wanted to know how the other party had taken a human form and how much intelligence it had. It's very dangerous, so don't provoke it. Yang Kai said as he put Yi Jinghan down and took out a large number of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Walla. Another sound rang out as the demonic artifact spirit shot out of the spirit spring after Yang Kai. Its aura was violent and gloomy, and it had turned into a pitch-black figure that was drifting erratically. Only its blood-red eyes were visible. Who's this? It looks so ferocious. Look at how that fiend is fleeing in a sorry state. It seems like this guy is quite powerful. It would be best if we could quickly kill him. Exactly, it would be best if we could get that boy surnamed Luo from the octagonal door involved as well. Then we could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After the demonic artifact spirit appeared, its eyes were still fixed on Yang Kai. It seemed like Yang Kai was the only one it was interested in this world, and it had no interest in anyone else. It raised its hand casually and chopped down fiercely in the direction of Yang Kai. Chi. A pitch-black ray of light, which seemed to have devoured all the light in the world, broke through the shackles of space and struck directly above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand slightly, releasing the net of golden blood threads covering the spirit spring. Kong. The pitch-black attack slammed into the net, causing the world energy aura to tremble slightly. The net of golden blood threads was unable to withstand such an attack and collapsed. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he took back all his golden blood threads and swept out with his sword, sending out a huge sword wave to meet the attack. Hong. The two bursts of energy collided and exploded, creating a strong wind that swept out in all directions, causing everyone to lose their footing. This guy is too strong. Seeing the means of the demonic artifact spirit, everyone paled, and in the distance, Luo Yuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai took out a large number of spirit pills and tossed them into his mouth like they were jelly beans, chewing and swallowing them while vaguely calling out, Brother Luo, I've found you a decent opponent. Do you want to test his tolerance? Luo Yuan heard this and coldly snorted, Not interested, this secret technique has already been successfully cultivated. Is that so? Yang Kai shouted, then all the more reason to give it a try. It's a good opportunity to test the power of that secret technique. You're also a scoundrel. The round-faced woman waved her small fist at Yang Kai from a distance and gritted her teeth. You can't beat him, so you want to drag Brother Luo down with you? Shameless. What shame? Life is more important, little girl. Yang Kai didn't seem ashamed at all and instead seemed to be proud of himself, causing everyone to despise him. Forget it. Yang Kai curled his lips and said unhurriedly, Since you don't want an emperor artifact, this uncle will do it himself. What? An emperor artifact? Where is this emperor artifact? Give it to me, I want it, Big Brother Yang, Uncle Yang. Yang Kai grinned and pointed to the demonic artifact spirit. All of you have profound cultivations, can't you see that this guy isn't a living thing? What does little brother Yang mean? Chi Si Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled and said, This guy is an emperor artifact. Chapter 2272. What? An emperor artifact has taken human form? As soon as Yang Kai said this, everyone was shocked. Every cultivator looked at the demonic artifact spirit in horror, their eyes gradually flashing with covetousness. What a joke! Just the two words, Emperor Artifact, were enough to make people drool, and an Emperor Artifact that could take human form was unheard of. Its value was simply immeasurable. Gudong. Swallowing sounds could be heard as everyone looked at the artifact spirit with fiery and greedy eyes. Many divine senses crisscrossed in this underground space, checking whether the artifact spirit situation was as Yang Kai said. After a short while, Qi Si Hai shouted, "It really is an Emperor artifact." He could see the phantom of the demonic warhammer from the artifact spirit's body, and could also clearly feel the Emperor intent and Emperor aura contained in the artifact spirit's body. It was not something a Dao Source Realm cultivator could comprehend. It is indeed an Emperor artifact. Although Zhou Wu, whose eyes were fiery, there was a strong sense of fear and vigilance in his eyes, but since it has taken human form, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Everyone, be careful not to get the treasure and get yourself into trouble instead. Hearing what he said, everyone suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them, and their excited blood gradually cooled down. Yang Kai glanced at him and laughed. If you want to take good things, you naturally have to take risks. Since old Sir is so cautious, why don't you retreat now? What are you still doing here? Zhou Wu, who coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "Let's take a look," Yang Kai said. Although this artifact spirit has taken human form, it has been suppressed under this 18 stars grand array for countless years. It is no longer at its peak. It is impossible for it to exert the full power of an Emperor artifact. If anyone wants to seize the treasure, you might as well try it with this Yang. The treasure belongs to the fated. As soon as he finished speaking, he braced himself and unsheathed his myriad sword, sending a rain of swords towards the artifact spirit. Seeing him take the lead, the others could no longer hold back. Although everyone knew that there was a certain risk in dealing with an Emperor artifact that had taken human form, few people could remain calm and indifferent in the face of such a huge temptation. All of a sudden, the cultivator from each side activated their source energy. Secret arts and martial skills were unleashed at the same time. Colorful lights filled the underground space. The people from Octagonal Door were also eager to make a move, but Luo Yuan was still standing in place, showing no intention of intervening. He could only anxiously stand where he was and observe the situation. Boom, boom, boom. With a flash of brilliance, dozens of attacks from the Dao Source Realm cultivator bombarded the place where the artifact spirit was located, making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on inside. Even their divine senses were completely devoured. Is it dead? There's no movement at all. Could it be that it's really dead? Everyone craned their necks. He looked at the artifact spirit. His eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. He widened his eyes and waited for the results. The light gradually dissipated and the chaotic energy slowly calmed down, but the scene that entered everyone's eyes made their hearts sink. The demonic armament spirit stood quietly in place. Although the light on its body was slightly dimmer than before, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was enraged by the joint attacks of the crowd. Its two red eyes were filled with ferocious violence as it viciously scanned the surroundings, as if it wanted to remember everyone's appearance in its heart. Every cultivator that was targeted by it inexplicably felt a chill, as if they had heard the call of death. It's actually safe and sound after taking so many attacks. Is this artifact spirit invincible? How can we fight like this? Young Master Yang, the situation seems to be a little different from what you said. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Did you not use your full strength? This artifact spirit doesn't seem to have high intelligence and has been suppressed for countless years. It shouldn't be this powerful. Ahem ahem. Everyone looked embarrassed when they heard this. Indeed, no one had used their full strength in that blow just now. They all wanted to save some strength for when the artifact spirit was destroyed so they could snatch the Emperor artifact. None of them had expected that their attack would end in failure. At this moment, after being exposed by Yang Kai, they all looked a little uncomfortable. Not good, everyone. It's going to use its full strength. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed as he shouted. The demonic artifact spirit stretched out its hand and grasped at the void. In an instant, a dark war hammer appeared in its hand. This war hammer was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen in its body before. Obviously, it was this artifact spirit's source artifact. All kinds of complex and mysterious runes flashed on its surface, as if they were alive and contained a profound mystery. An extremely dangerous aura spread out with the appearance of this war hammer. Inexplicably, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar at this moment, shivering all over. On the other side, Luo Yuan's pupils shrank as he realized the situation was not good. He quickly shouted to the people from Octagonal Door, "All of you, retreat!" As soon as these words fell, Luo Yuan's figure flickered slightly and he suddenly appeared above the artifact spirit's head. Forming a series of hand seals, Luo Yuan's source chi surged as he muttered, "Blazing sun golden wheel." A small fiery red sun suddenly formed between his hands, causing the temperature of the ground to rise instantly, causing everyone's skin to heat up. Everyone felt the huge lethality of this secret technique and turned to look at Luo Yuan with a slightly pale expression. The small sun in Luo Yuan's hands seemed to have fallen from the sky and smashed directly towards the artifact spirit. Before this attack even arrived, the artifact spirit felt the danger and its black aura tumbled as it roared again and again. "What the fuck are you all standing around for? Hurry up and attack!" Yang Kai shouted as he rushed in front of the artifact spirit and slashed out with his myriad sword. The other cultivator regained their senses and once again used their secret techniques and martial skills to attack the artifact spirit. However, this time, they did not dare to hold back and instead went all out, causing the scene to become several times more intense than before. Even if a true master from the Emperor realm was here, they would only be able to escape in the face of such an attack. It was impossible for them to take it head-on. The artifact spirit, however, did not move. It was unknown whether it was because of its lack of consciousness or because it had great confidence in its own abilities, but before the countless attacks arrived, it raised the war hammer in its hand high up. The war hammer flickered for a moment as the complex runes on it rolled and squirmed. Principal strength surged out, forming an invisible force that covered a radius of several thousand meters around the ground. Immediately after, the artifact spirit swung the hammer down fiercely. The hammer smashed into the void, shattering the space and creating a pitch-black hole. However, the shockwave seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and hit the chest of every cultivator who attacked. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk under this blow, all the attacks were annihilated. Most of the cultivators turned pale, coughed up blood, and were sent flying backwards. The remaining cultivators also had ugly expressions as their chi and blood surged. Luo Yuan also let out a muffled groan as the burning sun golden wheel collapsed on its own, failing to hurt the artifact spirit in the slightest. The same was true for Yang Kai. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared in front of Myriad's sword, preventing him from successfully sending his attack to the artifact spirit. The next moment, a huge force came from the barrier and slammed into him. Asterisk poo. Asterisk Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of golden blood and was sent flying like a ragged sack. His already bad condition worsened. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the surroundings, and cracks appeared on the ground and the walls of the cave. Large and small stones fell from above, and the 18 spiritual essences were also affected by the aftershock. All of a sudden, all of them boiled up and erupted together. The impact made the underground space even more unstable, and there were signs of it collapsing at any time. Not good, this place is going to collapse. Little brat surnamed Yang, you incited us to attack. If I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Someone shouted as he fled. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, "Men die for wealth, birds die for food. You make your own choices and you bear the consequences. Did I incite you? If I tell you to eat shit, will you eat it? Bastard!" The man shouted angrily, but he did not dare to stop and could only flee desperately. The underground space became lively in an instant as everyone was busy running for their lives. Yang Kai wanted to take Hua Qingxi and the others back into the sealed world bead, But when he saw the artifact spirit glaring at him, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You go on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he rushed off in a certain direction. The artifact spirit did not give up and chased after him. After a short while, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, the earth trembled and a huge pit suddenly appeared in the wilderness 2,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. The world energy in this pit had turned into liquid and gradually accumulated, the level of the liquid slowly rising, as if it was about to turn into a spirit lake. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk rays of light burst out from the ground and one by one, the cultivators fled with lingering fear, their faces pale. In a certain direction, Yang Kai and the artifact spirit were chasing after each other as fast as lightning. Ha! There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it, there was no door to hell but you chose to throw yourself into it. Left and right protectors, listen to my order, capture this brat for me. This young master will teach him how to behave properly. Suddenly, there was a burst of arrogant laughter in front of them. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw 3 figures standing there. These 3 were Ning Yuan Shu, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui of Flying St. Palace. Obviously, they had been staying here and had not left, but perhaps because they were wary of Luo Yuan, they did not go deep into the underground spirit spring and had been wandering around outside. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, Ning Yuan Shu was overjoyed. When he gave the order, his face was ferocious and his eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Just now, Yang Kai had slapped his face in front of everyone, which made Ning Yuan Shu view it as the greatest humiliation of his life. He secretly swore that he would definitely get his revenge. He was worried that he would not be able to find Yang Kai, but who would have thought that he would walk right into his trap? Gao Shan and Lu Shui had suffered a loss at Luo Yuan's hands, but that did not mean that they could not even capture Yang Kai. Ning Yuan Shu was very confident in the strength of the 2 old men. "Boy, you heard what the young palace master said. If you know what's good for you, come here obediently. This old master does not want to attack you, lest he be accused of bullying the weak." Gao Shan looked at Yang Kai coldly. Lu Shui also said, "Yes, boy, surrender yourself. The strength of these 2 old masters is not something you can compete with. If you resist, you will only suffer in vain." Chapter 2273. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and take him down. This young master wants him to taste all the torture in the world. I want to tear him to pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Ning Yuan Shu shouted with a ferocious expression. Hearing this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's expressions turned solemn as the power in their bodies surged. "2 elders, please wait. This kid is coming." Yang Kai's face was filled with a joyful smile as he waved at Gao Shan and Lu Shui while quickly flying towards them. Gao Shan and Lu Shui froze in place, while Ning Yuan Shu was also at a loss. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Yang Kai be running away at this moment? But he actually took the initiative to deliver himself to them with such a joyful expression, as if he had finally seen his loved ones after a difficult time, which was very puzzling. "2 elders, be careful of his tricks." Ning Yuan Shu coldly snorted and reminded them in a low voice. Gao Shan and Lu Shui nodded and said, "Young palace master, don't worry. This kid is not as strong as Luo Yuan. He won't be able to make any waves in our hands." "That's for the best." After a short while, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he directly appeared in front of the 3 of them, grinning at them. Ning Yuan Shu seemed to be afraid of Yang Kai just now. Seeing this, his pupils shrank and he couldn't help but take a few steps back to distance himself from Yang Kai. This junior greets the 2 seniors. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists, then immediately looked at Ning Yuan Shu and said, "Young palace master, there was a little misunderstanding between us just now. How about we drink a cup of wine and bury the hatchet? We will still be good friends in the future." "Good friends?" Ning Yuan Shu glared at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, his cheeks swollen. While speaking, he also put his face in front of Yang Kai and said, "Look at me. Do you think this young master can still be good friends with you?" Yang Kai leaned back slightly, turned his face away, and said with a look of disgust, "Young palace master, if you have something to say, why are you putting your face in front of me?" This Yang is timid, don't scare me. Ning Yuanshu was furious. He roared, isn't this your masterpiece? All right. Yang Kai waved his hand to interrupt his clamor and looked at Gao Shan and Lu Shui with a smile. Two elders, this kid has surrendered, right? Gao Shan pondered for a moment before nodding. At least you know what's good for you. Flowing Water continued, a wise man submits to circumstances. Kid, your future is limitless. Yang Kai grinned and said, then the two of you will be responsible for protecting this kid's safety. This kid is now considered one of your captives. Protect your safety? Gao Shan frowned. What do you mean? Flowing Water was also confused. However, the two of them soon understood what it meant. In the void, a figure flashed by as the weapon spirit chased after him. Standing a few dozen feet away from them, he gripped the demonic warhammer and stared darkly at Yang Kai. This aura. Gao Shan was startled as he stared at the artifact spirit. Flowing Water's expression also became solemn as he shouted in a low voice, demonic chi. Yang Kai nodded and said, two elders really have sharp eyes. This guy's aura is indeed demonic chi. Instead, it is the purest, ancient demonic chi. How is that possible? Gao Shan and Flowing Water's eyes widened in an instant as they stared at Yang Kai with a look of, you're kidding me. Yang Kai sternly said, kid is not in the mood to joke with two elders. Gao Shan said, no wonder it feels a little different from ordinary demonic chi, but how can there be ancient demonic chi here? Flowing Water also had a puzzled look. Yang Kai said, two elders, can't you see that he is not a living thing, but an artifact spirit? Look at the hammer in his hand, that is an ancient emperor artifact. What? Gao Shan and Flowing Water trembled once, twice, thrice as they stared at the demonic warhammer in horror. Gradually, a look of fanatical greed flashed across their faces. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. Two elders have profound cultivations. Your strength is extraordinary, but you have been trapped at the peak of the Tao Source realm for countless years. The heavens are really jealous of your talents. If you can obtain this Emperor artifact and comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao, you may be able to take a step further and break through the shackles of the Emperor realm. You may even become an overlord in the future. No matter how eloquent you are. Gao Shan turned his head and glanced coldly at Yang Kai. This old master is inevitably tempted. Yang Kai smiled and said, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. The group of trash below can't do anything to this artifact spirit. Only two elders have the strength to subdue it. As long as you can erase its consciousness, this Emperor artifact will belong to you. You too can do it, I have high hopes for you. After saying so, he leaped back a few dozen meters, clenched his fist, and shook it up and down, as if he was cheering for Gao Shan and Flowing Water. Gudong. Both Gao Shan and Flowing Water swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although they knew that this artifact spirit was definitely not to be trifled with, how could they not be tempted with such a precious treasure in front of them? Looking at each other, the two shouted in unison, do it. As soon as the words fell, a light flashed in Gao Shan's hand and the ancient zither artifact appeared. He sat cross-legged in the air and placed the zither across his knees. When his 10 fingers plucked the strings, a tinkling sound suddenly rang out. Flowing Water also took out his flute and placed it under his lips, blowing it slowly. Two completely different tunes resounded through the world in an instant. They contained the great Tao and perfectly complemented each other, forming an impact visible to the naked eye that enveloped the artifact spirit. Yang Kai was not far away, so he wasn't targeted, but after hearing this voice, he suddenly felt his divine sense become somewhat dazed. It was as if this voice had a life of its own and was actively drilling into his ears, transforming into a strange force that affected his mind. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he silently circulated his secret art to resist the sound attack. On the other side, the artifact spirit was the first to bear the brunt of the two old men's sound attack, and the impact it suffered was even more significant. Although it had taken human form, it did not have much intelligence. Strictly speaking, the sound attack of Gao Shan and Flowing Water could be considered a spiritual energy attack, which was precisely the right medicine to restrain the artifact spirit. Therefore, as soon as the tune was played, the crimson light in the artifact spirit's eyes flickered and the demonic chi on its body was constantly tumbling, as if it had been greatly affected. The warhammer in its hand also did not fall for a long time. Seeing this scene, Gao Shan and Flowing Water were overjoyed and worked even harder to urge their divine technique, seemingly wanting to take down the artifact spirit in one fell swoop. Ning Yuanshu was also watching intently, secretly excited, praying that Gao Shan and Flowing Water would succeed as soon as possible. If the two old men could succeed, then this warhammer would definitely be brought back to Flying St. Palace. This ancient emperor artifact definitely contained great secrets. If his father could comprehend and refine it, it would definitely greatly increase his strength. At that time, the status of Flying St. Palace would also rise, and his status would also rise. How could he not be excited? On the other side, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, seizing every moment to restore his strength. At this moment, Gao Shan and Flowing Water were restraining the artifact spirit, so he naturally had to seize such a good opportunity. Although this artifact spirit was ferocious, it was not impossible to restrain it. Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his strength in collecting the source crystal load, so he was powerless. As long as he was given a little time to recover, he would be able to teach this artifact spirit a lesson. In the wilderness, the sound of the ancient zither and flute rang out, fluctuating up and down, creating a wonderful sound. Along with the ups and downs of the tune, energy constantly converged and rushed towards the artifact spirit, causing the light on its body to flicker wildly. The cultivator that had escaped from underground was also attracted by the movement here and gradually came over to watch from a distance. Seeing this situation, Gao Shan and Flowing Water's faces couldn't help sinking, lest they end up benefiting someone else, especially when they saw Luo Yuan among the crowd. Both of them became even more nervous. The previous battle with Luo Yuan was, to put it nicely, a draw, but in fact, both of them had suffered a crushing defeat. After all, the two old men had joined forces while Luo Yuan was only one person. A rising star being able to suppress the two old men and force them to flee was already an obvious victory. With such misgivings in their hearts, the two old men exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other's intentions. In the next moment, the rhythm of the tune changed abruptly, suddenly becoming like a powerful army. As the sound changed, the shockwaves visible to the naked eye actually transformed into thousands of soldiers and horses that rumbled towards the artifact spirit. As the sound waves raged, the heavens and earth lost all color. Roar! At this moment, the artifact spirit, who seemed to be suppressed by the sound waves, suddenly roared. Its flickering red eyes suddenly stabilized and an unimaginably violent aura surged from it. The warhammer in its hand that had been raised high suddenly fell down. In an instant, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and the demonic energy in the sky surged and was pulled by the warhammer into a vortex that poured down like a funnel. This is a star. When the warhammer hit the void, the space around it shattered like a mirror and a halo of light spread out like a sharp blade, cutting through the thousands of soldiers and horses formed by the sound waves. The sound waves dissipated like paper paste. The zither in Gao Shan's hand let out a clanging sound as the strings broke. Flowing Water's flute also let out a cracking sound as several cracks appeared on it. Not good. The two old men's complexion changed wildly as they hurriedly tried to resist. However, under the impact of the sound waves, the two old men's strength was like a small boat in a stormy sea, capsizing in an instant. Pooping. The two coughed up blood at the same time and their auras instantly withered. Two elders. Ning Yuanshu screamed in horror, his eyes trembling. Waste. Kai Yang scolded, he was simply too angry. He had hoped that Gao Shan and Lu Shui would be able to buy him a little time so that he could have a chance to recover, but he did not expect that these two old fellows would be so useless. They only lasted less than 30 breaths in front of the artifact spirit before being defeated. Not only that, both of their artifacts were damaged. The two old men had suffered a huge loss in this battle and would need at least 10 or 20 years to recover. The two old men's approach obviously angered the artifact spirit. After breaking free from the shackles of the sound waves, the artifact spirit raised its warhammer again. The runes on the warhammer surged and a black light spread out leisurely, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. A bad feeling welled up in everyone's heart. Chapter 2274. The black hole was extremely tiny at the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, it actually expanded with a bang, and it seemed as if it intended to swallow the heavens and the earth. It caused others to be unable to help but have the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. Darkness descended, and the whole world was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. In the boundless darkness, something seemed to be rapidly growing. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were the first to bear the brunt. They felt all kinds of dark emotions surging up from the depths of their hearts, causing their eyes to tremble and emit an extremely evil light. The darkness seemed to be able to devour people's minds and make them fall into the demonic path forever. Not good. Gao Shan suddenly shouted, biting the tip of his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. He forced himself to suppress the dark thoughts in his body and bitterly held on. Lu Shui did the same, but their expressions were extremely ugly. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long under this divine technique before their minds would be demonized and they would become demons. At this moment of crisis, a deep and solemn voice suddenly resounded in the world. The voice was profound and mysterious, seeming far and near at the same time, ethereal and untraceable. At the same time, a ray of light suddenly bloomed from the darkness. The light shrouded a figure that was quietly floating in the air. The figure was making hand seals and muttering some unknown incantation. All the cultivator who heard the incantation felt as if an invisible hand had brushed past their minds, cleansing the surging darkness and making their minds clear again. It's her! Yang Kai stood not far away with a strange expression, looking at the figure in the sky that was emitting a faint light. Unexpectedly, he found out. This person turned out to be Yi Jinghan. He didn't know what divine technique she had used, but it had a great effect of calming the mind and pulling many cultivator back from the edge of the sea of suffering. After everyone came back to their senses, they didn't dare to stay in the same place. They used their movement skills to escape from the darkness. Gao Shan and Lu Shui saw a glimmer of hope and quickly fled. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bring Ning Yuan Shu along. Yi Jinghan's cultivation was only at the second-order Dao source realm, so even if the divine technique she cultivated had the ability to restrain the darkness, she couldn't maintain it for a long time. So, after 10 breaths, her pretty face turned pale and the light radiating from her body was instantly extinguished. But it seemed like she had exhausted all her strength and was unable to escape. She fell diagonally from the sky and was about to die. At this critical moment, Hua Qingxi tossed out a red caltrop and wrapped it around her. She pulled Yi Jinghan out of the darkness and together with Lu Yen, she brought her and Zhang Ruoxi away. He fled without looking back. Seeing this situation, how could Yang Kai hesitate? Turning around, he teleported away with the support of a secret space technique. He could no longer count on any of the cultivators here. He could only rely on himself. The most important thing now was to recover his strength as soon as possible. Not long after Yang Kai left, the artifact spirit put away the warhammer and the darkness dissipated. He looked around and saw that it was empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. But soon, he locked his gaze in the direction Yang Kai had fled. Carrying the warhammer, his figure flickered and he chased after him. Clear Jade Mountain was only about 10,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Once, the divine spirit Luan Feng appeared here and burned a large area of the mountain forest with its world-extinguishing black flames. Even after nearly 2 years, the world-extinguishing black flames showed no signs of extinguishing and continued to burn fiercely on the mountain. That area had been completely scorched. Not a single blade of grass grew within a radius of 100 kilometers. There was only black flames that filled the sky. Although this place was desolate and dilapidated, it had become a blessed land for many cultivators cultivating the fire attribute divine technique. Many cultivators who majored in the fire attribute divine technique or secret art would travel tens of thousands of kilometers to this place to comprehend the mysterious power contained in the world-extinguishing black flames. After all, this was a divine flame left behind by an ancient divine spirit and possessed infinite power. If one could refine even a trace of it, they would benefit from it for the rest of their life. Yang Kai had long heard that there were many fire attribute cultivators gathered in Clear Jade Mountain. He had also thought about bringing Lu Yen here to try and absorb the world-extinguishing black flames. After all, Lu Yen could even refine the Luanfeng's feather into his body, so there was no reason why he couldn't absorb the world-extinguishing black flames. However, these thoughts were just thoughts. During this time, Yang Kai had been too busy to leave. Using a series of space secret techniques, Yang Kai arrived at Clear Jade Mountain in just a moment, arriving at the place where the Luanfeng had ravaged. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that there were indeed many cultivators gathered here, each of them emitting a violent and scorching aura. Obviously, all of them cultivated fire attribute secret arts or secret techniques. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, many people opened their eyes and glanced at him before no longer paying him any attention. As Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense, his face couldn't help but sink, because he found that there was no decent cultivator here. Most of them were Origin Kings or even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. There were very few Dao Source Realm cultivators, and even if there were a few, they were only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, so they wouldn't be of much use. Yang Kai had hoped to rely on the cultivator here to help him block the artifact spirit, but now it seemed that this plan was ruined. But soon, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at a certain spot in the center of the black flames. Over there was a safe zone about 30 meters in radius, and the black flames did not spread to that location. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, there will soon be danger here. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." As soon as these words came out, many cultivators woke up from their meditation, opened their eyes, and glared at him with dissatisfaction. Someone even laughed meaningfully and threatened, "Boy, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again." The person who spoke saw that Yang Kai was young and thought that his cultivation wasn't very high, so he didn't take him seriously. Yang Kai glanced at that person and smiled. "I said it very clearly. Also, I was advising everyone for their own good. Boy, you probably want to monopolize this divine fire, don't you?" An old man looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "Young man, you need to know that making things convenient for others is the same as making things convenient for yourself. This divine flame covers an area of 100 kilometers, so you can just find a place to sit down and comprehend its mysteries. Why do you have to provoke everyone's anger? Even if your strength is good, you should know that 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. This old master advises you to restrain yourself and stop talking nonsense." Yang Kai sweated profusely and said, "I don't want to comprehend the mysteries of this divine fire, it's just that danger is really coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." "What danger?" A tall and burly First Order Dao Source Realm cultivator coldly snorted. Yang Kai had never seen this guy before, so he didn't know whether he was a foreign cultivator or not. However, there had been a lot of foreign cultivators appearing in Maplewood City recently, so it wasn't surprising. The man angrily shouted, "Little brat, don't try to frighten me with your alarmist words, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard this. He frowned and probed for a moment before smiling bitterly. "All right, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to leave now." "What? Boy, you dare threaten us? Believe it or not, I'll skin you alive." "Outrageous. This boy doesn't put us in his eyes, we have to teach him a lesson." Just as everyone was shouting angrily, a whistling sound suddenly rang out and the figure of the artifact spirit appeared not far away. Everyone was stunned and looked at the artifact spirit suspiciously. After sensing the violent and evil aura coming from the artifact spirit's body, everyone paled, knowing that what Yang Kai said was true. "Run, why are you still sitting here like idiots? You're courting death," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly. The artifact spirit didn't look like a guy to be trifled with, and his aura was almost comparable to the Emperor realm. No one dared to hesitate and got up one after another, using their movement techniques to flee in all directions. The artifact spirit turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't interested in anyone. He just stood there and looked at Yang Kai, his scarlet eyes glowing with an evil light. In a short while, all the cultivator who had been comprehending the mysteries of the black flame had left. Yang Kai grinned at the artifact spirit and said, "I'm curious, how much intelligence do you have?" As he said this, he raised a finger and said, "Do you know how many fingers this is?" The artifact spirit was indifferent. Yang Kai laughed and said, "This is too, idiot." As soon as he said this, the artifact spirit raised the war hammer in his hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. His figure flickered, and he directly rushed to the safe zone surrounded by the black flame, laughing wildly and saying, come and hit me if you have the guts." Perhaps he was provoked by Yang Kai, but as soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the artifact spirit's figure flickered and rushed towards him. However, as soon as he stepped into the black flame, the artifact spirit seemed to have been stung by something and retreated abruptly. His pitch-black body was suddenly stained with a few small clusters of black flames. Although the flames were small, they burned fiercely and didn't die down for a long time. The Luanfeng's black flame burned everything in the world. Even an emperor-grade artifact would be melted into molten iron if placed in it. However, the black flame here had been burning for a long time, and without the support of the Luanfeng's body, its power was much weaker. Even so, it wouldn't be so easy to extinguish it. The artifact spirit seemed to be aware of the danger and kept urging his strength to extinguish the flames, but he was unable to do so and his mood slowly became irritable. He raised the demonic warhammer and swung it at himself. With this blow, a buzzing sound rang out and the power of the artifact spirit's aura fluctuated wildly. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he said in horror, "So ruthless." Although the artifact spirit was born from the demonic warhammer, hitting his own body like this could lead to some unpredictable consequences if he wasn't careful. The artifact spirit was obviously not intelligent enough and was just doing it casually. But this time, it actually had a miraculous effect. The flames from the black warhammer seemed to have dimmed a lot. Seeing this, the artifact spirit tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he had found a good way. Then he picked up the warhammer and kept hitting the burning places on his body. Yang Kai looked on coldly and felt that he would probably be busy for a while, so he immediately calmed down and coldly snorted, "Have fun, this young master will teach you how to behave." Chapter 2275. After saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, seizing every moment to restore his strength. He had swallowed a lot of spirit pills earlier, so the medicinal efficacies had condensed in his flesh and meridians, causing his source chi to show signs of being blocked. What he needed to do now was to completely dissolve the medicinal efficacies and guide them into every part of his body. The artifact spirit was still outside the range of the black flames, constantly pounding its body with its warhammer as it busied itself. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the artifact spirit barely managed to extinguish the small flames on its body. However, after experiencing the scene just now, the artifact spirit seemed to have realized that the black flames were not to be trifled with and did not dare to rush in again. It just stood outside and roared constantly, anxiously trying to provoke Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not pay any attention to it and simply sat cross-legged in meditation, adjusting his strength. After another hour, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression was no longer weak and tired as before. Instead, his eyes were shining brightly. He stood up and grinned at the artifact spirit. "You're dead."
What?
The artifact spirit roared angrily. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he directly teleported out of the area covered by the black flames. The next moment, he rushed in front of the artifact spirit, his eyes shining like stars as he stared directly into the artifact spirit's scarlet eyes. "Look at me!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. It was unknown whether the artifact spirit could understand him, but it instinctively raised its head and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's left eye flickered with a golden light as he activated his demon eye of annihilation. A soul-absorbing and soul-stabilizing force surged out and suppressed the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit's expression froze. The next moment, the phantom image of a warblade suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. In a flash, it floated in the knowledge sea of the artifact spirit. This war blade was less than a meter long and was exquisitely carved, with dragons and phoenixes carved into its hilt. It exuded a powerful aura. The soul-splitting blade. This was the first time Yang Kai had used this Emperor artifact after refining it. The artifact spirit was an Emperor artifact after all, so Yang Kai did not dare to be careless, so he immediately used his strongest attack. The soul-splitting blade buzzed incessantly. A halo spread out from the blade, and countless complicated and arcane runes wrapped around the blade. Yang Kai shouted, "Heaven-shattering slash!" As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-splitting blade. The artifact spirit seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. It roared in pain and its entire body became illusory, as if it would collapse at any moment. The heaven-shattering slash was a soul secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tianyan. During this period of time, he had been using this secret technique to refine the soul-splitting saber whenever he had the time. However, it was also because Yang Kai's cultivation was too low and because he had only refined it for a short period of time. He hadn't completely refined the soul-severing blade, so there was still a lot of room for improvement. Under this blow, the artifact spirit stumbled back, without the slightest strength to resist. The light on its body dimmed, showing signs of collapsing. On the contrary, he became even more ferocious. He raised the warhammer in his hand high and smashed it down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he cursed inwardly. In a moment of desperation, a snow-white lotus bud appeared in his left eye. Blossoming lotus. The flower bud disappeared in a flash and appeared in the artifact spirit's knowledge sea, slowly blooming with his spiritual energy as the source. With 2 soul secret techniques and a soul emperor artifact, Yang Kai almost used all his trump cards to make the artifact spirit's movement stiffen. In his left eye, a stream of golden blood slowly flowed down. As the lotus flower gradually bloomed, the light on the artifact spirit's body became dimmer and dimmer, and in the blink of an eye, it became transparent. Soon, only the illusory image of the lotus flower was left where the artifact spirit was originally. After it fully bloomed, it exploded with a bang, leaving only the warhammer in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai gasped for breath, his face pale and bloodless, but before he could do anything, the warhammer flickered slightly and tried to escape. "It's not dead yet?" Yang Kai exclaimed. This artifact spirit had taken 2 of his soul secret techniques in a row but had not been killed on the spot. Its tenacity was beyond his expectations. But that was it. Seeing that the warhammer was about to escape, Yang Kai directly threw out the sealed world bead and formed a series of hand seals. Under the influence of space principles, a void crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead. "Stop him!" Yang Kai roared. From the void crack, a giant arm suddenly stretched out. It was the arm of the embodiment. The embodiment spread its 5 fingers and pressed down like a mountain, sealing the space around it and making it impossible for the warhammer to escape. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grasped the warhammer in the palm of his hand before taking it back into the sealed world bead. The void crack also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai fell to the ground, feeling unwell all over his body. The little bit of strength he had managed to recover with great difficulty had been exhausted once again. His eyes were filled with stars, and when he tried to stand up, he fell to the ground again. A fragrant wind blew over and supported his body. Yang Kai turned his head with difficulty and saw Lu Yan's face at once. "Master, are you okay?" Lu Yan asked nervously. Yang Kai shook his head with difficulty and turned his head to look around. When he found that Hua Qingxi had also followed him, he immediately understood that the 2 of them should have arrived a long time ago but had been hiding in the distance. After noticing the situation here, they showed up to help. However, they did not expect that the battle here would end so quickly. In fact, if Yang Kai had not consumed too much of his strength to collect the source crystal load, he would not have been entangled with the artifact spirit for so long. Although the artifact spirit was an emperor artifact, it was restrained by soul attacks. Yang Kai's soul secret technique was extremely powerful, so as long as he recovered enough spiritual energy, it would not be difficult for him to deal with the artifact spirit. I'm fine. Yang Kai shook his head and asked weakly, "Where is Ruoshi?" Lu Yen said, "It's too dangerous here." This servant asked her to follow that woman named Yi Jinghan. Yang Kai nodded, "That's good. I'll recover first." Lu Yen, try to absorb the Luan Feng's black flames. If you can, it will be of great benefit to your growth. This servant had the same idea. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a fiery light as she stared at the world-extinguishing black flames that covered a radius of 100 kilometers, as if she had seen some delicious food, licking her lips with her scarlet tongue. Yang Kai then looked at Hua Qingxi and said, "Sister Hua, I'll leave the sealed world bead to you." "He's calling me Sister Hua." Hua Qingxi heard Yang Kai call her this for the first time and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. By the time she reacted, Yang Kai had already flashed into the sealed world bead while the sealed world bead flew towards her. "Smelly brat, you're just pretending to be young." Hua Qingxi curled her lips, dissatisfied with Yang Kai's way of addressing her, but soon her attention was attracted by the sealed world bead and she examined it carefully. Although she had been staying in the sealed world bead for a long time, this was the first time she had seen the true form of the sealed world bead, so she couldn't help feeling curious. She wondered which almighty master possessed such a divine technique to refine an entire world into a bead. Soon, she put her dissatisfaction to the back of her mind and began studying it with great interest. After all, this was an emperor artifact, so if she could see a trace of its mysteries, it would be of great help to her growth. She secretly guessed that the reason why Yang Kai was so proficient in the Tao of Space was because he had comprehended the mysteries of the sealed world bead. In fact, she was wrong. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of Space before obtaining the sealed world bead. It was because he cultivated the Tao of Space that Yang Yen gave the sealed world bead to Yang Kai. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have had a share in the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai did comprehend many mysteries of space principles from the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "The world energy aura here is so rich." Only now did he realize that the world energy aura in the sealed world bead was 5 or 6 times richer than before. A buzzing laughter sounded. "Where do you think the world energy you absorbed from the spirit spring went?" Yang Kai glanced at the embodiment and chuckled, "It's just that I didn't expect so much world energy to be absorbed here. The cultivation environment here is probably not inferior to the cultivation holy lands of first-rate sex." The embodiment nodded and said, "It's not bad, but the world energy here is like water without a source, a tree without roots. If it isn't replenished, it will be exhausted one day." Yang Kai sighed. The world principles of the sealed world bead are not perfect. Although it is a world of its own, if you want it to produce world energy on its own, you still need to find a way to make it evolve the world principles. Saying so, he looked up at the embodiment and narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by leaning against this source crystal lode?" The embodiment sat down next to the source crystal lode with a solemn expression, forming a seal with one hand and holding the demonic warhammer with the other. "I'm cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. This source crystal lode only produces mid-rank and high-rank source crystals. You should use them sparingly. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique could devour everything in the world. The embodiment could even devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator and turn it into the source of his own strength, let alone this source crystal lode. Under the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, a steady stream of world energy from the source crystal lode rushed into the embodiment's body, like thousands of streams returning to the sea. The embodiment said, "Don't worry, I have divided this mountain into 2. The other half is for you to use." Yang Kai nodded. "That would be for the best. If you have time, break the other half for me. Who knows, maybe one day I'll need source crystals? I'll recover first, I'll tell you the details later." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared near the medicine garden, sitting down cross-legged. There was an immortal tree in the medicine garden, so its vitality was abundant. Although he was not seriously injured before, he had consumed too much of his strength. With the immortal tree's vitality replenishment, He could recover faster. With a thought, the world energy in the sealed world bead converged towards the place where Yang Kai was sitting. In an instant, the world energy around him showed signs of condensing into a liquid. Yang Kai opened his mind and body, circulating his secret art and absorbing the world energy to his heart's content. His aura calmed down quickly and his strength was quickly restored. Chapter 2276. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. His face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He was no longer as weak and disheveled as before. Yang Kai stopped his secret art and reappeared in front of the embodiment in a flash. The huge embodiment seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes to look at Yang Kai. Looking at each other, Yang Kai said, "The artifact spirit doesn't seem to have been completely erased. There is still a trace of its soul hiding in the warhammer. Be careful." The embodiment grinned and spread his fingers. "Are you talking about this?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw a mass of black chi condensing in the embodiment's palm. It seemed to have a mind of its own, trying to escape from his control. However, this was the small sealed world. The embodiment and Yang Kai's divine sense were connected. With a single thought, he could use the small sealed world's principles. So how could the black chi escape? Although it was held in the palm of his hand, it was suppressed and locked down by the surrounding world, like a beast trapped in a cage. "Did you force it out?" Yang Kai showed a surprised look. The embodiment shook his head. It escaped by itself. "What happened?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. The embodiment chuckled. "It probably sensed danger." Yang Kai was stunned. "What did you do?" "It's nothing." The embodiment patted his stomach and said casually, "I just ate the warhammer." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he wailed, "Will there be a problem? That's an ancient demonic artifact, an emperor artifact. If you rashly swallow it, it will be harmful to your body. The heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art can devour anything. What's a trivial demon weapon?" The embodiment smiled proudly. "You haven't cultivated this secret art, so you don't know its mysteries. But don't worry, since I dared to do this, I naturally have a certain degree of confidence. Not to mention the spirit of the demon weapon, if I'm stronger, I'll be able to devour the demonic spirit sealed in your body. I can also devour it." Yang Kai's body shook and he exclaimed, "Is that possible? Then wouldn't this cultivation method be invincible?" The practicing body laughed and said, "Probably only this body of mine can do it. If you practice it, you will definitely fail. Although your body is strong enough, it can't withstand the pollution of the pure demonic chi. If you practice the combat technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor, I'm afraid it won't be long before you lose your mind and become a killing machine." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I understand, that old fart Wu Mengshan is really up to no good, but I don't know why he taught me this secret art. What is his goal?" The embodiment said, "I'm afraid he didn't expect you to be able to resist the temptation to cultivate this technique and hand it over to me." Yang Kai was indifferent for a while before he replied, "If it weren't for you, I might have really tried to cultivate. After all, the reputation of the heaven-devouring great emperor is too great. I'm afraid no one can resist this temptation." At this point, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You can refine and devour it. If you can really refine this demonic battle weapon, it will be of great benefit to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he left the small sealed world bead and reappeared in clear Jade Mountain. Looking around, Hua Qingxi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her back against a big tree, studying the sealed world bead in her hand with great interest. Yang Kai glanced at her and saw that she didn't seem to have any intention of returning to her senses, so he stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking around, he asked in amazement, "Where's Lu Yen?" He didn't find any trace of Lu Yen, and even the Luan Feng black flames that originally covered an area of 100 miles had disappeared. She went back. Hua Qingxi got up and replied. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but with a sweep of his divine sense, he found traces of Lu Yen somewhere in the sealed world bead, but at this moment, she was surrounded by black flames and was circulating her secret art with difficulty to refine it. He didn't know when she returned to the small sealed world bead, but it should be the embodiment who took her back. However, To Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Yin only took a little time to absorb the Luan Feng black flames, but looking at her posture, it would take a little more time to refine them all. "You come back too, I still have things to do," Yang Kai said and put Hua Qing Si back into the sealed world bead, then took out a communication artifact and sent a message to Qin Chaoyang to take care of Zhang Ruoxi while rushing back. According to Hua Qing Si, Zhang Ruoxi was now with a woman named Yi Jinghan, and although Yang Kai didn't think that Yi Jinghan was a bad person, it was still better to entrust her to someone he knew to take care of her. After receiving a response from Qin Chaoyang, Yang Kai put away the communication artifact and used space principles to travel 100 kilometers in an instant. After a short while, he returned to the place where the 18 spirit springs had been. Looking around, Yang Kai found that the terrain of this place had undergone earth-shaking changes due to the previous battle, and the most obvious change was the appearance of a spirit lake that covered an area of about 10,000 meters on the battlefield. Previously, the artifact spirit had smashed down with its hammer, causing the underground space to collapse, directly causing a huge crater to appear here. Then, the spirit liquid below the 18 spirit springs surged out and filled the crater, gradually converging into a lake. This was a real spirit lake, and the sparkling water in the lake was all liquefied world energy. In just a few short hours, the lake was already overflowing. The overflowing lake water spread in all directions, turning into pure and dense spirit chi of heaven and earth, filling this space. Countless cultivators gathered around the spirit lake, all of them looking excited. These people had obviously rushed over from Maplewood City. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the lake was already crowded with cultivator. Each cultivator occupied a space, seizing the time to circulate their secret arts and absorb the pure world energy in this place. The closer to the center of the lake, the stronger the cultivator's cultivation. The Tao Source Realm cultivator basically occupied the central position. Gathered around the lake were some Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm cultivator. From time to time, there would be people fighting over a piece of land. Looking at the scene here, Yang Kai understood that this place would definitely become a cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory and even the star boundary. Sooner or later, it would be controlled by the top forces. Once that happened, it would be impossible for an ordinary cultivator to enter. At the very least, they would have to pay a certain price. Yang Kai was not the only one who could see this point. Basically, all the Tao Source Realm cultivators understood this and knew that this opportunity would not come again. Therefore, they were seizing the time to cultivate here as much as possible. If nothing unexpected happened, the news of the Spirit Lake appearing in Maplewood City would have already spread to the various sects. At most, it would take 3 days. Masters from the Emperor Realm would arrive here and take over this Spirit Lake. Yang Kai saw the Tao Source Realm cultivator from before, as well as Qin Chaoyang and the others. Zhang Ruoxi and Yi Jinghan were together with Qin Chaoyang and the others, occupying a good spot in the middle of the Spirit Lake. Yang Kai did not greet them. Instead, he quietly found a spot and dived down. There were also many cultivators cultivating under the lake. Yang Kai used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and vitality fluctuations. Under the rich world energy, it was impossible to detect Yang Kai's existence unless one observed closely with their eyes. He went all the way down and came to the place where the 18 spirit springs were previously. There was no one here. Perhaps it was because the demonic warhammer had taken shape, so everyone was very wary of the bottom. They did not dare to go too deep. They were afraid of encountering danger. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He released his divine sense and found the center of the 18 spirit springs. Then, he took out the sealed world bead and opened a gap in the small sealed world. He allowed the spirit liquid to flow into the sealed world bead while he sat cross-legged and consolidated his second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation. Because the world principles in the small sealed world were not perfect, it was impossible to derive its own world energy, so it was impossible to maintain such a good cultivation environment. It could only be replenished from the outside world. Naturally, this was the best time to replenish it. Yang Kai did not have much time before the masters from the Emperor Realm arrived. Once the masters from the Emperor Realm arrived, he would not be able to collect world energy like this. Gradually, Yang Kai entered a meditative state. His mind was clear and he was not disturbed by external things. At the same time, the cultivator cultivating around the spirit lake discovered a bizarre scene. This lake, why isn't it spreading outwards? It's true. Not only is it not spreading, but it's also slowly falling. Could it be that this spirit lake is just a flash in the pan and will disappear in a few days? Shut your mouth. It's not easy for such a cultivation holy land to appear in Maplewood City. How could it disappear so easily? It's just a normal phenomenon for the lake water to fall. It will stabilize soon. Although many cultivators noticed the abnormality, they did not know the reason. Even those Dao Source Realm Masters could not figure out why. However, such a good opportunity to cultivate was obviously not the time to investigate all of this. So, the lake only stirred for a while before it calmed down again. Thousands of people gathered here. The closer to the periphery, the more people there were. There were even more cultivators who heard the news from Maplewood City and rushed here to join the cultivation army. The scene was spectacular. Normally, with so many cultivators cultivating together, the world energy would definitely not be sufficient. But now, the world energy was so dense that it formed a lake. Even if hundreds of thousands of people came, it would be impossible to absorb all the world energy. Time passed slowly. From time to time, a cultivator would break through. Every time this happened, the nearby cultivator who was disturbed would look at the person who broke through in dissatisfaction and curse. If a cultivator sensed the aura of a breakthrough, they would consciously leave this place and go to the outermost area to find a suitable place to welcome the baptism of world energy. The entire Spirit Lake and even the entire Maplewood City was in a frenzy of breakthroughs. A jubilant atmosphere shrouded this 100,000-kilometer radius. Time passed slowly, and after a full 3 days, Yang Kai, who was meditating at the bottom of the lake, suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Sighing slightly, he muttered to himself in dissatisfaction, "Why did they come so quickly?" Saying so, he formed a seal with both hands and put away the sealed world bead. His figure flickered and he directly arrived above the Spirit Lake. Chapter 2277. The moment Yang Kai appeared, several figures suddenly appeared above the Spirit Lake, accompanied by a series of swishing sounds. These people stood high up in the air and did not deliberately release their auras, but when they appeared, all the cultivators who were cultivating here were shocked and turned to look at them. After seeing the faces of these people, the sound of gasps could be heard. Azure Sun Temples Gao Shui Ting. Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Chen Wenhao. Orthodoxy Temples Feng Ming. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Zheng Yuan. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. Even Master Shao of Star Soul Palace is here. These 6 people were familiar faces to the countless cultivators in Maplewood City. When the Luan Feng appeared last time, these 6 people had come to Maplewood City to investigate. In the end, they presided over the opening of Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, allowing Maplewood City's cultivators to gain experience inside. They had thought that being able to see the faces of these 6 masters last time was already a blessing from the heavens, and that it would be impossible to see them again in this life. But they did not expect that in less than 2 years, these 6 people would gather together again and return to Maplewood City. For a small city like Maplewood City, this was simply impossible. Normally, even in 10 or 20 years, there might not be a single cultivator from the Emperor Realm passing by here, but now, the Emperor Realm actually came here every few days. For a time, the Spirit Lake was so silent that one could hear a pin drop as everyone looked up in awe. The 6 people seemed to have thought of this as well. Lu Qi of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce smiled and said, "This old master has always felt that Maplewood City was a bit unusual. He had long wanted to set up a branch here. But I never had the time to deal with it. Now it seems that setting up a branch is inevitable." Although Violet Source Chamber of Commerce also had properties in Maplewood City, such as the Spirit Pill Plaza that Kong Si Ran once managed, a branch and a property were 2 different things. A branch was a symbol of a chamber of commerce, and there must be a master in charge to coordinate the overall situation. As for a property, it could be big or small. Spirit Pill Plaza was a very small shop, so small that if it were not for the major events that happened in Maplewood City, Lu Chi would not have even heard of it. But Lu Chi knew the situation of every branch like the back of his hand. If the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce really set up a branch here, it would definitely be able to drive the economic development of Maplewood City to a great extent. In time, Maplewood City would no longer be an unknown small city. Hindsight. Tseng Yuan sneered. The Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce were the two largest chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, and the competition between them was fierce. Tseng Yuan and Lu Chi were both vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, so they naturally didn't see eye to eye with each other. At this moment, after hearing Lu Chi's words, Tseng Yuan couldn't help but curse at him. Damn fatty, if you really have such foresight. Why are you only telling me now? Lu Chi squinted at Tseng Yuan. He snorted and said, my foresight is not something a mortal like you can look up to. Brag as much as you can. Bragging is free. Tseng Yuan said disdainfully. Lu Chi shouted angrily before turning to Xiao Yuyang and cupping his fists. Master Xiao, Lu Chi requests to fight this horse-faced monster to the death. Tseng Yuan's eyebrows twitched and veins popped out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, what are you talking about? Who are you calling a horse-faced monster? As he spoke, his already long cheeks became even longer. Lu Chi squinted at him and snorted, then who are you calling a damn fatty? Tseng Yuan sneered, you don't allow others to call you fat? If you have the ability, cut off the fat on your belly. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Lu Chi's big belly with a smile. Lu Chi took a few steps back and shouted, hey, you horse-faced monster, you can talk, but don't get physical. He turned to look at Xiao Yuyang and said, Master Xiao, you saw it too, this guy is going too far. This old master will fight him to the death today. Xiao Yuyang sweated profusely, both of you are businessmen, don't you understand the principle of making money peacefully? What's the point of fighting and killing as soon as you meet? Is it fun to make a fool of yourself in front of the little guys below? When the two heard this, they looked down and saw countless pairs of eyes staring at them with their mouths wide open, as if they were surprised that the Emperor realm was like this. It's really shameful to stand with you. Gao Shueting looked at the two with contempt. Our status and prestige have been dragged down, Chen Wenhao said expressionlessly. Feng Ming grinned from the side as his eyes flashed. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned to look in a certain direction, asking curiously, hey, isn't that the little brat who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Why is he in Maplewood City? Following his gaze, everyone looked at Yang Kai. It really is him. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly, speaking of which, I always felt that this little brat looked familiar. It turns out that we met in Maplewood City before. This little brat is a talent. My Violet Source Chamber of Commerce wants him. Lu Chi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. Tseng Yuan snorted, he probably already has a sect, so why are you trying to rope him in? Lu Chi sneered, with this Lu personally making an appearance, which sect would dare not give him face? Horse-faced, this old master is telling you, if you dare to compete with me this time, I will fight you to the death. Tseng Yuan furrowed his brow and remained silent, as if he was considering the gains and losses. Gao Shueting said lightly, Vice President Lu, did you ask for my opinion before making such a decision on your own? Hearing this, Lu Chi's eyes widened and he looked at Gao Shueting in shock. What does this have to do with Elder Gao? Gao Shueting stroked her hair behind her ear and said calmly, this little brat is already one of my people, Gudong. A series of gulping sounds rang out as Xiao Yuyang's eyes flashed with surprise as he stared at Gao Shueting. Your people? Lu Chi stuttered. He felt as if there was a lot of information hidden in this sentence. Tseng Yuan was dumbfounded and said weakly, Temple Master Wen doesn't have any objections? What objections can he have? Gao Shueting looked at Tseng Yuan blankly, not knowing what he meant by this. But soon, she seemed to have thought of something and her face turned cold. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Her tender body trembled as the Emperor Artifact Radiant Sun Mirror floated above her head. Flames spewed out from the mirror, causing her skin to burn. Gao Shueting said coldly, "If you dare to think about it without permission, this queen will cut you into 18 pieces." Why is it such a clear number like 18 pieces? Is there anything special about it? Lu Qi was a businessman after all. As soon as he heard the number, he wanted to take it seriously. That's not the point. Zheng Yuan glanced at Lu Qi contemptuously, then looked at Gao Shueting and said, "So, this little brat is already a disciple of Azure Sun Temple?" Gao Shueting snorted coldly and put away the radiant sun mirror without answering, looking unfathomable. How could she tell everyone that she tried to rope in Yang Kai but was rejected by him? It would be too embarrassing if she said it out loud. She was an elder of a great force like Azure Sun Temple, and she had personally tried to rope in a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but she still failed. No one would believe her if she didn't tell them. Xiao Yu Yang smiled slightly and said, "Lan Sun admires this little brat very much and feels that he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Since Elder Gao has accepted this little brat, this Xiao must congratulate you." "Master Xiao is too polite," Gao Shueting replied lightly. While they were talking, they kept looking in the direction of Yang Kai. This caused the people around Yang Kai to feel a mountain of pressure. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Most people were surprised. They didn't know why Yang Kai was the focus of so many masters. "Well, since everyone is here, let's deal with the Spirit Lake first." Xiao Yu Yang changed the topic and looked at the Spirit Lake below, his eyes flashing as he said, "Before coming here, I learned a little about the situation here, but I didn't expect the world energy here to be so rich." Chen Wenhao's expression changed and he quickly asked, "How does it compare to Star Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land?" Everyone else also looked at Xiao Yu Yang curiously, wanting to know how powerful Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land was. Xiao Yu Yang was silent for a while before saying, "It's slightly inferior. But it's not far off." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The Spirit Lake below them had the densest spirit chi they had ever seen in their lives. None of the cultivation grounds in their own sect could compare to it, but it still couldn't compare to the heaven-grade cultivation sacred land of Star Soul Palace. It could be imagined just how rich the spirit chi in a heaven-grade cultivation sacred land was. It was no wonder that Star Soul Palace could dominate the Southern Territory for so long. Ignoring the top masters like the Bright Moon Great Emperors, just Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land alone could produce countless masters, enough to meet the needs of a sect. Realizing the gap, everyone felt a little lonely. Let's not talk about this for now. There are 18 spirit springs below this spirit lake, and the world energy in these spirit springs is endless, which is why the spirit lake is formed. If they are allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before they dry up. We need to seal this place first. Xiao Yu Yang looked at Lu Qi as he spoke. "Brother Lu, I remember that your Emperor Artifact Duality record has the effect of sealing and suppressing, right?" Lu Qi smiled proudly. "Master Xiao has a good memory." Xiao Yu Yang said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Lu," Lu Qi said. "This Lu will naturally obey Master Zhao's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward with a solemn expression. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions as the foot stepped on the void. Endless Emperor intent descended and filled the air. When the cultivator gathered around the spirit lake saw this scene, how could they not know that the Emperor Realm's masters were about to make a move? Their expressions changed slightly as they retreated one after another to avoid being affected by the aftershocks. On the other hand, Lu Qi clenched his fist before a thick and heavy book suddenly appeared in his hand. The book seemed to have come from the ancient times, and it had endured the baptism and ups and downs of countless years, causing it to be suffused with an extremely profound aura. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to it. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up. Although he knew that Lu Qi took out an Emperor artifact, this was the first time he had seen an Emperor artifact of this type, so he didn't know what kind of mysterious divine technique it contained. Emperor Artifact Duality Record. Duan Yuan Shan seemed to have already heard about it and shouted from the side. Chapter 2278. Isn't it just a book? How did it become an Emperor artifact? Zhang Ruoshi hadn't seen much of the world, so she didn't hold back when she spoke, so she asked directly. Duan Yuan Shan smiled and said, artifacts come in many forms, and they don't necessarily have to be swords, spears, or sticks. However, the more peculiar an artifact is, the more peculiar its power is. I have heard of this dual rights record. It is said that it was originally an ancient book, but after absorbing a lot of Emperor aura and Emperor intent from the Emperor realm, it gradually turned into an Emperor artifact and was obtained by Master Lu Qi. It is extremely powerful. Zhang Ruoxi was confused and didn't understand how powerful it was. However, the few Dao Source Realm cultivators all had solemn expressions as they stared at the Emperor artifact in Lu Qi's hand. They were secretly excited, thinking about how great it would be if they could one day reach the Emperor realm and obtain an Emperor artifact. In the sky, Lu Qi's expression was solemn as he formed a series of seals and patted the dual rights record a few times. With a whoosh, the heavy dual rights record flew out and floated above the spirit lake, releasing a mysterious aura. Lu Qi's body surged with Emperor intent and Emperor pressure filled the air. His hands were constantly forming seals as he muttered, Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang become the 4 divisions, 4 divisions become the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams return to the 10 directions. As he muttered, the dual rights record suddenly flipped on its own. The pages of the book rustled, and as the pages flipped, a large amount of golden light flew out, radiating in all directions like a weeping willow. The golden light contained an indescribable power fluctuation, as if it could seal a part of the world and turn it into a cage. Lu Qi's hand seals became faster and faster, and his expression became more and more solemn. Leisurely, he stopped his hand seals. He shouted in a low voice, Yuan Ji. Kong. The golden light shone so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, almost all the cultivators gathered around the spirit lake were pushed back by an invisible and gentle force, but they weren't hurt at all. They were pushed back 1,000 feet before they could stabilize themselves. When the golden light dissipated, everyone looked up and their jaws dropped. Above the spirit lake. At this moment, a golden semicircular light screen appeared, directly covering the area around the spiritual lake, completely sealing off the spiritual qi around it. The entire spiritual lake covered an area of 10,000 feet, but Lu Qi had sealed and suppressed it with his own strength. Moreover, after the incident, he did not blush and his heart did not skip a beat, as if he had just done a trivial thing. The eyes of all the Dao Source Realm cultivators lit up as they yearned for it. He fantasized about the day when he would have such great power. And after doing all this, Lu Qi turned around and cupped his fists towards Xiao Yuyang. Fortunately, I did not fail. Xiao Yuyang nodded, many thanks. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and glanced down. All the cultivator gathered here couldn't help but puff out their chests. Everyone felt that under Xiao Yuyang's sweeping gaze, they were no exception. He was looking at him. He was being watched by a silver star emissary of Star Soul Palace. Who would dare to not behave properly? Xiao Yuyang said loudly, the spiritual lake has suddenly appeared in Maplewood City, and it is a blessing for our southern territory. However, although the spiritual qi of the spiritual lake is rich, if it is left alone, it will dry up one day, so it needs to be sealed first. As for how to use this spiritual lake to benefit the common people, I will need to discuss it carefully with the master. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Duan Yuan Shan and said with a pleasant expression, City Lord Duan, you are the City Lord of Maplewood City. Come and join us. Duan Yuan Shan was flattered and his face flushed. He cupped his fists and said, it is this Duan's honor to be invited by the master. Xiao Yuyang nodded and said in a clear voice, but rest assured, since this spirit lake has appeared in Maplewood City, no one will be able to take it away. We will not forcibly occupy it and will open it to everyone after we discuss it properly. Just wait for the good news. What? The spiritual lake will be opened? Are you serious? Did I hear it wrong? These words came from Master Zhao's mouth, so they can't be false. Master Xiao is good, Star Soul Palace is indeed the overlord sect of our southern territory, so generous. The group of cultivator thought that they would not have a share of the spiritual lake in the future, but when they heard Xiao Yuyang's words, they all burst into an uproar and joy appeared on their faces. However, there were quite a few people who seemed to be deep in thought. Xiao Yu Yang's identity and status were high, so it was impossible for him to lie in front of so many people. If he said that the spiritual lake would be opened in the future, then it would definitely be opened. But if there was a cultivator who wanted to enter the spiritual lake to cultivate in the future, it would not be so simple. At the very least, they would have to meet certain conditions or pay a certain price. Otherwise, if any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter, this spiritual lake would not be able to accommodate all of them. It was conceivable that in less than a month, the news of Maplewood City's spiritual lake would spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. At that time, some independent cultivator without a sect or background would flock to the spiritual lake in order to seize a place to cultivate. Maplewood City would definitely become the focus of the entire Southern Territory, and it would definitely attract countless masters. As the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan's Maplewood City was originally a small city that was not loved by anyone, but now, it was about to become the most popular city in the entire Southern Territory. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, excitement, and worry. He was excited because with the spiritual lake here, it was impossible for Maplewood City not to do anything. As long as it could attract a certain number of talents, Maplewood City would definitely grow rapidly in the future and become a top city. He was worried that he was not strong enough to suppress those foreign masters. For a moment, he could not help but worry about his gains and losses. All right, everyone can disperse. I believe that it won't be long before you hear the good news, Xiao Yuyang said as he waved his hand. When the many cultivators heard this, they did not dare to stay any longer. They all cupped their fists at him and rushed in the direction of Maplewood City. Yang Kai! Gao Shueting suddenly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and said with a smile, "What is Elder Gao's order?" "Come find me in my room tonight," Gao Shueting said with a faint expression. Yang Kai suddenly froze in place. The cultivators who were preparing to return to the Azure Sun Temple also froze in place. They turned their heads and looked at Gao Shueting dumbfoundedly. Their eyes were wide open, as if they could not believe their ears. They were all thinking that although Elder Gao of Azure Sun Temple looked cold and indifferent, she was actually such a proactive person. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. They did not know how this boy was so outstanding that Elder Gao would favor him so much. The expressions of several cultivators from the Emperor realm were also interesting. Although they knew that Gao Shueting did not mean it that way, they felt that there was something wrong with her words. "Why do you have such expressions?" Gao Shueting looked coldly at the several cultivators from the Emperor realm beside her, her pretty face so cold that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. "No, nothing. My stomach is very upset. I'm afraid I caught a cold last night." Seng Yuan looked like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He clutched his stomach as if he would die in the next moment. "I ate something before I came. I think it's bad." Lu Qi also replied with a bitter expression. "Are you kidding me?" Gao Shueting smiled coldly. The vice presidents of the two chambers of commerce smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. At the critical moment, Xiao Yuyang coughed lightly and said, "Let's get down to business." Yes. Chen Wenhao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, afraid that Gao Shueting would also ask him. On the other side, Yang Kai was embarrassed for a while before he cupped his fists and said seriously, "Yes." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Go." Yang Kai felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He pulled Zhang Ruoxi and followed the crowd to Maplewood City. Along the way, countless cultivators stared at him. Even Luo Yuan glanced at him with a strange expression. "Damn it, there's no justice in this world. This young master is so handsome, yet that Elder Gao doesn't even look at me. Why is she so kind to you?" Ning Yuan Shu, under the protection of Gao Shan and Lu Shuai, shouted at Yang Kai from a distance with an indignant expression. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head, blowing his black hair in the air. "Obviously, I'm a little more handsome than you. Do you believe that yourself?" Ning Yuan Shu sneered. "Sir is the most handsome." Zhang Ruoxi suddenly interrupted shyly, then lowered her head again. Yang Kai smiled and patted her little head. "Little girl, you have good taste. When you grow up, you will definitely find a good husband. No way. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was like a mosquito. Ning Yuanshu's nose was crooked from anger when he saw this man and woman openly flirt with each other right under his nose. Suddenly, Yang Kai's face turned serious and he said in a deep voice, "Young Palace Master, let's take this opportunity to talk openly." Talk about what? Ning Yuanshu was stunned. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "It just so happens that Gao Shan and Lu Shui are also here, so let's have them bear witness. I witnessed the death of your eldest brother, Ning Yuanqing, with my own eyes." Hearing this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui trembled. Ning Yuanshu's eyes also shrank and he roared, "Sure enough, it was you." Yang Kai snorted, "Although I saw it, I didn't kill Ning Yuancheng." "Then who killed him?" Ning Yuanshu asked. "Wood Spirit. Wood Spirit." Ning Yuanshu raised his brow and showed a blank look, as if he had never heard of it before. However, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's eyes shrank. Gao Shan exclaimed, 2 years ago, this old master heard that a wood spirit was wreaking havoc in Maplewood City. It spread wood spirit seeds, devoured souls, and enslaved people. I don't know when Ning Yuancheng was infected by the wood spirit seed, but no one noticed. The events of that day are quite complicated, but since Ning Yuancheng is a member of your Flying Saint Palace, I'll tell you about it. Immediately, Kai Yang gave a brief account of what had happened that day. After hearing this, Gao Shan pondered for a long time before speaking. "According to what you said, on the day of the auction, Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, followed eldest young master and the others as they left and ambushed them outside the city to steal their treasures. Although he defeated Elder Lu Yi of my sacred palace, he was killed by the wood spirit in eldest young master's body?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 2279. I was just passing by and didn't expect to encounter such a thing. At that time, my cultivation was only at the Third Order Origin King realm, so I could only watch from afar, so I saw everything, Yang Kai added. "What? You were a Third Order Origin King at that time?" Gao Shan and Lu Shui were stunned for a while before realizing something and exclaiming. If what Yang Kai said was true, then he was only a Third Order Origin King 2 years ago, but now he was already a Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. It was almost a year for him to advance a minor realm. This kind of promotion speed was simply terrifying. If he continued to grow at this speed, wouldn't he be in the Third Order Dao Source Realm next year and the Emperor Realm the year after that? Of course, it was not easy for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to break through to the Emperor Realm, but Yang Kai should be able to do it in 10 or 20 years, right? What's more, Gao Shan and Lu Shui had heard that this boy had swallowed an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, so his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm were much higher than ordinary people. When they thought of how the two of them had been pursuing the Emperor realm for most of their lives, but still couldn't touch the threshold of the Emperor realm, while this boy had the hope of breaking through at such a young age, the two old men couldn't help but feel upset. All kinds of emotions welled up in their hearts. "So," Yang Kai spread his hands, "Ning Yuancheng's death has nothing to do with me." Ning Yuanshu frowned, not knowing whether to believe him or not. After a moment of silence, he suddenly came to a realization. "Then what about my big brother's things? I heard that you used a ship artifact of my Flying Saint Palace. Where is that artifact? Also, my big brother bought a fire attribute artifact spirit at the auction. Where is that artifact spirit?" "What are you talking about, young palace master? I don't understand." Yang Kai squinted at Ning Yuanshu. "Don't play dumb." Ning Yuanshu was furious. "My big brother is dead, but his things still belong to my Flying Saint Palace. This young master needs to get them back." Yang Kai scratched his face and said, "Don't be like this. Flying Saint Palace is a big family. 1 or 2 ship artifacts are nothing to us." "Since it's nothing, give it back to me," Ning Yuanshu shouted. "AI." Yang Kai sighed and said, "All right. To tell you the truth, the ship artifact has been destroyed." Destroyed? Ning Yuanshu's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible. That's a Dao Source grade ship we're talking about. It's capable of withstanding the onslaught of any cultivator below the Emperor realm. It's impossible for it to be destroyed so easily. Even my flying Saint Palace doesn't have many such ships. Yang Kai said seriously, it was destroyed by the masters of the Emperor realm. The ship artifact was indeed destroyed. It had been smashed to pieces by Auntie Feng, who had taken Mo Shaoqi away. Auntie Feng was a third-order Emperor realm master. What's the big deal about destroying a ship? Later, in order to compensate Yang Kai for his loss, Auntie Feng gave Yang Kai a wooden boat artifact. Although it was not as large and magnificent as a ship, it was simple and light, making it quite convenient to use. The corner of Ning Yuanshu's mouth twitched when he heard this. Who the hell did you provoke? Gao Shan was also surprised. You fought with a master from the Emperor realm? You didn't die? For a moment, the people of Flying Saint Palace were all shocked by Yang Kai. It wasn't really a fight. Yang Kai's face turned red. It's just being ravaged. Fortunately, that senior didn't have any intention of killing us. Saying so, he continued, besides, after Ning Yuancheng died, that ship became an ownerless object. It belongs to whoever finds it, and since I found it, it naturally belongs to me. What are you still blabbering on about? Good. Ning Yuanshu shouted, even if the ship was destroyed, what about the fire attribute artifact spirit? It's said that the artifact spirit has already gained sentience. Yang Kai sneered, young palace master has already said so. The artifact spirit has already gained sentience, so of course it ran away. Ran away? It's not like you haven't seen the power of an artifact spirit that has gained sentience before, Yang Kai sneered, referring to the artifact spirit of the demonic battle weapon. Hearing this, Ning Yuanshu's expression changed slightly. He clearly remembered the scene of the artifact spirit flying into a rage and couldn't help but look a little shocked. So, there's nothing left? Gao Shan frowned. What else can there be? Didn't I already give you an explanation? Yang Kai chuckled. As for the other master of your Flying Saint Palace, Fu Si Tong, well, this person is very strong. Even if I say that I killed him, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Look at you, you don't have the ability to do that. Ning Yuanshu sneered and said sarcastically, City Lord Duan has already said that Elder Fu's death was caused by the erosion of the demonic qi. That's it. Yang Kai clapped his hands and grinned, then our misunderstanding is resolved. Don't bother me in the future and say that I harmed the people of your Flying Saint Palace. Young Palace Master, I think you're a good person. In the future, we can get along well and be good friends. Upon hearing him say the word, good friend, Ning Yuanshu couldn't help but look around in fear that the demonic artifact spirit would attack again. You don't have the final say. Gao Shan slowly shook his head. Then what do you say? Yang Kai's face turned cold. We don't have the final say, Lu Shui added. Then who has the final say? Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Gao Shan said, if you really have a clear conscience, you might as well return to the Holy Palace with us and explain to the Palace Master in person and let him decide. That's right. Lu Shui also nodded, we need to return to the Holy Palace. Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled and looked at Gao Shan meaningfully. Two protectors, are you misunderstanding something? Well, I'm willing to explain this to you, not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to cause trouble for no reason. Believe it or not, but if you dare to provoke me for no reason, yeah. As he spoke, his face was full of smiles, but his eyes were cold. Gao Shan and Lu Shui inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines and suddenly felt a sense of danger, causing their pupils to shrink. On second thought, Yang Kai had a close relationship with Elder Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple. Elder Gao had just asked him in front of many people to find her in her room at night. With this relationship, they didn't dare to make a move against Yang Kai again. Otherwise, if they angered Gao Shueting, their lives would be in danger. Even if the palace master came in person, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai unless he was taken away without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui suddenly felt that the situation was a little tricky. Gao Shan said, Young Master Yang, if you don't want to go back to the Holy Palace with us, it's fine, but you have to write us a letter so that we can show it to the Palace Master. Otherwise, The palace master will blame us for neglecting our duties and not accomplishing anything in Maplewood City. It's none of my business. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Don't, young Master Yang, let's talk nicely. Gao Shan begged. Get lost. As Yang Kai spoke, he put the myriad sword in front of him and said fiercely, I'll say it one last time. If you still insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of source qi rose and a pure divine sense burst out, enveloping Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were shocked. They only felt that the figure of the young man in front of them suddenly became extremely tall, blocking all the light in front of them. The aura he released was like a mountain pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. It was not until this moment that the two of them suddenly realized that Yang Kai's strength was not under Luo Yuan's. It felt like a moment, but also like a million years. When the two old men came back to their senses, Yang Kai was no longer in front of them, and their backs were wet and uncomfortable. They looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. This person can't be provoked anymore, Gao Shan said in a deep voice. Gao Shan said in a deep voice, a look of lingering fear on his face. He was subconsciously telling himself that if he continued to provoke Yang Kai, he would really end up provoking him into a massacre. Lu Shui wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded heavily. Then I was beaten up by him for nothing? Ning Yuan Shu pointed to his cheek with a look of grief and indignation. He humiliated me before, and he also killed Zhuang Pan. How can my flying Saint Palace just swallow this? How can this young master mingle in the Southern Territory in the future? Gao Shan glanced at him and sighed. Zhuang Pan was a petty villain. His death is not worth regretting. As for young palace master, just treat it as a mosquito bite. Ning Yuan Shu heard this and the corners of his mouth twitched, but since the two old men had said so, even if he wanted to take revenge, he was powerless. He could only feel his mouth being stuffed with bitterness. In the Qin family, Yang Kai returned with Qin Chaoyang and the others. He had nowhere to go in Maplewood City now. Originally, he had rented a cave mansion, but after the time limit was up, he did not rent it again. Fortunately, the Qin family was not an outsider to him, so it was natural for him to live there. The people from the octagonal door naturally returned to their own courtyards under the lead of Luo Yuan and the round-faced woman. However, Yang Kai could see the dangerous look in Luo Yuan's eyes. He was afraid the boy wanted to fight with him again, which gave him a headache. Brother Yang, this courtyard was specially cleaned by this old man. It is also one of the best residences in the Qin family, so you can rest here. Qin Chaoyang personally led Yang Kai to a courtyard and said, Thank you for your trouble, Qin family head, Yang Kai said politely. You're welcome. If there's anything you need, just call the servants. Qin Chaoyang laughed. Okay, I won't disturb your rest. I'll go see how you is doing. Take care, Qin family head. After Qin Chaoyang left, Yang Kai led Zhang Ruoxi into the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big, but it was clean and elegant. It was spotless, and the world energy here was abundant. Yang Kai was quite satisfied with it. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to find a room for herself. He then turned around and looked speechlessly at Yi Jinghan, who had been following him silently like his shadow, and sighed deeply. When Yi Jinghan saw him like this, she quickly bit her red lips and squeezed out a smile. Don't smile, it's uglier than crying, Yang Kai said with a disgusted look. When Yi Jinghan heard this, her tender body trembled, her face turned pale, and her eyes turned red. Chapter 2280. What's the matter? Let's talk inside. Yang Kai tilted his head and gestured to her, then pushed open the door of a room and walked in. Yi Jinghan was startled upon hearing this, but the grievance on her face quickly turned into joy and she said in a tender voice, Thank you, young Master Yang. She quickly followed him in, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. In the room, Yang Kai looked around, but before he could clearly see the furnishings and decorations in the room, Yi Jinghan had already taken small steps forward and placed a stool behind him, then said in a gentle voice, Please take a seat, young Master Yang. Yang Kai glanced at her and didn't refuse her, reaching out to flick his robe and sitting down. Yi Jinghan picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of water for Yang Kai, then placed it in front of him and said, "Young Master Yang, please have some water." After saying this, she waved her hand and a plate of fruits appeared on the table, filled with fresh and fragrant spirit fruits. She said with a faint smile, "I brought these from Thousand Leaves sect. I don't know if they'll suit young Master Yang's taste, but I hope you won't dislike them." A strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. He had never been served so well by anyone before, so he secretly felt that Yi Jinghan would be very competent if she were to become a servant. "Why are you following me around like this?" Yang Kai looked at her warily. "Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Let me say this first, although I'm a handsome man who is loved by countless young women." He flicked his hair and changed the topic, then said in a deep voice, "I'm already a married man, so I advise you not to have any improper thoughts." Yi Jinghan's face turned red upon hearing this and she said, "What are you saying, young Master Yang?" She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never seen such a shameless person praise her before. Isn't that the case?" Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression. He chuckled dryly and said, "I'm just kidding, don't take it to heart." As he spoke, he picked up a spirit fruit on the table and put it in his mouth. He found that it tasted pretty good and nodded repeatedly. "Speak. What kind of pill do you want me to refine?" "What?" Yi Jinghan was confused by his question and a confused look appeared on her face. Yang Kai sneered, "You've been following me since you recognized me. You're so attentive and slick. You're just short of offering yourself to me. Aren't you asking me to do something for you?" "Yes." Yi Jinghan nodded lightly. "Don't tell me you don't want me to refine pills?" Yi Jinghan was enlightened, and she said with a smile, "Young Master Yang's alchemy skills have reached the acme of perfection. Since you were able to refine an extinct spirit pill like the extraordinary treasure pill, your attainments and aptitude in this field are naturally unparalleled." Although it's flattery, but it was very comfortable. Kai Yang grinned meaningfully. Yi Jinghan said, "Young Master Yang, I didn't look for you to refine pills for me. What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai frowned. This time, he was really vigilant. Yi Jinghan explained, "Even though our Thousand Leaves sect isn't a great sect, we still have a Dao Source grade alchemist, so we don't need to trouble young Master Yang with the alchemy. I'm looking for young Master Yang to ask you to repair something." "Repair something?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "What is it?" Yi Jinghan pursed her red lips. She looked around warily and hesitated for a long while before she said, "A space array." "A space array?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he chuckled. "It seems like many people know that I possess the space divine technique." He had used his space force in front of so many people in the Four Seasons realm, so this matter couldn't be concealed. Yang Kai had already expected this, but he didn't expect that Yi Jinghan would look for him for this matter. She obviously wanted to borrow his space force to repair the space array. Yi Jinghan said, "I heard it from someone else." Yang Kai said, "If it's just repairing a space array, you don't need me, right? Wouldn't array grandmasters be able to do the same?" Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. "If it was an ordinary space array grandmasters would be able to repair it as well. But the one in my Thousand Leaves sect. We've looked for several array grandmasters and even the Gong family's people, but they still couldn't repair it." "Even the Gong family's people couldn't repair it?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, then he thought of something and shouted, "Could it be the two-realm space array?" Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded. "Young Master Yang's vision is really sharp. It's the two-realm space array." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly and he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jinghan, asking, "Does your Thousand Leaves sect have a sealed world?" Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. "I knew that I couldn't hide it from young Master Yang. That's right, our Thousand Leaves sect does have a sealed world. It's a place where our disciples enter to train. That sealed world was born in a space crevice and drifted around. Apart from using the space array to enter, there's no other way. But 2,000 years ago, the space array inexplicably lost its effect, and since then, we haven't been able to enter it." "Is that sealed world very important to your Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan nodded. Our Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to top sects like the Azure Sun Temple and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land 2,000 years ago, but it was still considered a first-rate sect. Unfortunately, ever since the entrance to the sealed world closed, our sect has declined year after year. Until today, we are, at this point, she couldn't finish her sentence. Yang Kai sneered, "What does it have to do with a sealed world if our disciples don't work hard? Not every sect in this world has its own sealed world. If we really work hard, it doesn't matter if we have a sealed world or not." Yi Jinghan's face turned pale and she said bitterly, "Young Master Yang is right. It's just that when the entrance to the sealed world closed more than 2,000 years ago, the previous sect master took many of the sect's inheritances into the sealed world, including our Thousand Leaves sect's sect guarding treasures. Without those inheritances, many of our Thousand Leaves sect's divine abilities can no longer be cultivated. Most importantly, our Thousand Leaves sect's spirit gathering array was originally set up with the sealed world as the source, so when the entrance closed, the world energy in the sect." "I understand." Yang Kai understood what Yi Jinghan was trying to say. Losing many of their divine technique inheritances and sect guarding treasures was one thing, but the main problem was that there was no supply of world energy. A cultivator needed world energy the most for their cultivation, and once the world energy was thin, the strength of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would naturally decline with each generation. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and said in a deep voice, "I would like to ask young Master Yang to accompany me to the Thousand Leaves sect to repair the two-world spatial array at the entrance to the sealed world. If young Master Yang can agree, I and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will be extremely grateful and will also give you a generous gift." Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he tried to think of an excuse, but couldn't come up with one even after thinking for a while, so he could only say, "I understand, but this young master is very busy. How about this, you go back first, and when this young master has some free time, this young master will make a trip to your Thousand Leaves sect. I promise you that I won't disappoint you." Yi Jinghan could tell that he was just brushing her off, and if she really listened to him and left, she would probably never see Yang Kai again, so she could only plead bitterly, "Young Master Yang, in this world, only someone proficient in the Tao of Space can repair our sect's spatial array, but the Tao of Space is too mysterious and complex, and ordinary people can't even begin to comprehend it. I heard that there is a master in the Eastern Territories' Spirit Beast Island who is proficient in the Tao of Space, but that master is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how can my trifling Thousand Leaves sect invite him? Are you implying that this young master is just a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, yet you can invite him?" Yang Kai cast a glance at her. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands and said, "This mistress didn't mean that. Please don't take offense, young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I have also heard of the person you are talking about. He's from Spirit Beast Island." Mo Shaoqi seemed to be from Spirit Beast Island, and even though she had never admitted it herself, Yang Kai gradually guessed Mo Shaoqi's origins based on his understanding of the star boundary and Auntie Feng's terrifying strength. Only someone from Spirit Beast Island could command so many monster beasts to fight for them. When Yang Kai thought of Mo Shaoqi, he wondered how she was doing now. He hadn't been in the star boundary for long, so he didn't know many people. Kong Si Ran was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce after he broke through to the Tao Source realm, while Mo Shaoqi was captured by Auntie Feng. When Yi Jinghan saw that Yang Kai was lost in thought and didn't respond for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, this mistress came to find young Master Yang because of someone else's recommendation. Which bastard is so immoral? Tell me, I promise I won't beat him to death." Yang Kai flew into a rage. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang should know Gong Wenshan, right? It's that little brat." Yang Kai's eyes bulged. "Do you know him?" Gong Wenshan was obviously a rising star of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The Gong family was a Spirit Array Grandmaster, and Gong Wenshan was also a Spirit Array Grandmaster. In the Four Seasons realm, Gong Wenshan had borrowed the power of the Flowing Time Temple's seal to block Wu Chang, causing this young genius of Heavenly Martial Holy Land to miss a great opportunity. This little brat looks simple and honest, but he's actually quite daring and full of evil tricks. Yang Kai had never expected that Gong Wenshan would recommend him to Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied, "A few years ago, I invited him to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array, but he didn't succeed. Brother Gong said that if we wanted to repair the array, we had to find someone proficient in the Tao of space. 3 months ago, I received a letter from him asking me to look for young Master Yang. I was planning to go to Azure Sun Temple to try my luck after dealing with the matters here, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Young Master Yang, don't you think this is fate?" She wore an excited look on her face, as if she was a young girl yearning for love. Yang Kai snorted, "Fate only exists between a resentful man and an infatuated woman. Do you want to have fate with me?" Yi Jinghan sweated profusely and said embarrassedly, "Young Master Yang, you must be joking. I'm afraid I don't have such good fortune. I've only met that little brat Gong Wenshan once, so I'm not familiar with him. He has to take responsibility for his words, and it has nothing to do with this young master." Yi Jinghan sighed deeply and said faintly, "Young Master Yang, are you really unwilling to help me?" She gently bit her thin lips, looking delicate and pitiful, as if she was a pitiful person. Chapter 2281. It's not that I don't want to help, but there are too many things for me to do. Didn't I tell you that I would go when I had the time? Yang Kai explained. Yi Jinghan pondered for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't hide it from you, young Master Yang. There is a dangerous place in our Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world called the Emperor Heaven Valley. If one can cultivate there for some time, it will be of great help to one's breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future." Yang Kai looked at her with a meaningful smile on his face. Yi Jinghan blushed and said, "It's not that I don't trust you, young Master Yang, but this is a matter of great importance, so I don't dare reveal it casually. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of countless Tao Source Realm cultivators. Our Thousand Leaves sect isn't strong enough to resist them." Yang Kai said, "The Emperor Heaven Valley is a good name, but what does it have to do with me?" Yi Jinghan stamped her feet and said, "If you can really repair the space array and return the sealed world to our Thousand Leaves sect, I will allow you to enter it." "Your status in Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai looked at her with narrowed eyes. Yi Jinghan said, "I am the daughter of Thousand Leaves sect's sect master. The current sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, is my father." "So you are the young sect master." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "I apologize for my disrespect." Yi Jinghan blushed and said, "You must be joking, young Master Yang. Not to mention the young sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, even the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace had been beaten into a pig's head by Yang Kai. Therefore, Yi Jinghan didn't feel anything special about her identity and didn't intend to explain it to Yang Kai in the beginning. But now, she had no choice but to say it, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to gain Yang Kai's trust. "Young Master Yang," Yi Jinghan said sincerely, "my father is already very old. If he still can't break through to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid that he will pass away in a few years. However, how can it be so easy to ascend to the Emperor realm? The Emperor Heaven Valley is the greatest opportunity that he can obtain, and also the one that he has the most hope of obtaining. Young Master Yang, if you can help my Thousand Leaves sect this time, this mistress will agree to any request you have." She spoke as if she was ready to risk everything, which made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows. Yang Kai fell silent and Yi Jinghan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She pursed her red lips and stood there waiting, her heart filled with uneasiness. In the quiet room, the sound of an intense heartbeat could be heard. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and said, "Fine, I'll go with you since you're filial." "Really?" Yi Jinghan cried tears of joy. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "But not now. You also know that we still have some matters to attend to in Maplewood City. Let's wait until we're done here before we leave." "There's no hurry," Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hand. "We've already waited for so many years, so there's no need to rush. But let me warn you first." Yang Kai looked at her seriously and said, "I can only give it a try. I can't guarantee that I can repair the space array. Young Master Yang's promise is enough. Go find a place to rest. I'll inform you when I need to leave." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yi Jinghan said, Then this mistress will wait for young Master Yang's good news. After she finished speaking, she curtsied and slowly retreated. She didn't forget to close the door before she left. After she left, Yang Kai sighed and sat down, muttering to himself, another troublesome matter. He wasn't related to Yi Jinghan, nor did he have any relationship with the Thousand Leaves sect, so he naturally didn't want to get involved in this mess. But Yi Jinghan was really clingy, and Yang Kai felt that if he didn't agree to her request, she would probably chase him to the ends of the earth, which would only make things more troublesome. If that really happened, he would have a young woman following him around all day, looking at him with an aggrieved expression. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would think that he had abandoned her, which would be a scandal. However, the Emperor Heaven Valley mentioned by Yi Jinghan piqued Yang Kai's interest. Since it could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it must be related to comprehending the Heavenly Way and Martial Dao. Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator now, comprehending the Heavenly Way and Martial Dao wouldn't be a bad thing for his growth. If he supplemented it with the extraordinary treasure pills, he would surely break through to the Emperor realm in the future. After a short silence, Yang Kai sat in his room and cultivated until midnight. He had just broken through to the second-order Dao Source realm, so he naturally needed to consolidate his foundation. As night fell, Yang Kai pushed open the door and went out. His figure flickered and he arrived at the City Lord's mansion in just a dozen breaths. The guards outside the City Lord's mansion were nothing to him. But the moment he entered the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt several powerful divine senses sweep over his body and disappear in a flash. Although it was only for a short moment, it still made him shiver and break out in a cold sweat. Those divine senses belonged to genuine masters from the Emperor realm. It was obvious that they belonged to Xiao Yuyang and the others who lived in the City Lord's mansion. A few of the strands of divine sense only examined him for a moment before withdrawing, but one strand of divine sense continued to guide him. Yang Kai sniffed and followed the direction of that divine sense. Soon he arrived outside a room. He raised his hand, but before he could knock on the door, he heard Gao Shueting's voice from inside. "Come in." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. He saw Gao Shueting sitting cross-legged on the bed and looking at him with her bright eyes. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Junior greets Elder Gao. I didn't expect that after we parted that day, we would meet again in Maplewood City." Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Gao Shueting wave her hand. With a burst of source qi, the door closed with a bang and an invisible barrier appeared in the room, enveloping it and isolating it from the outside world. Isn't she being too cautious? She even needs to open a barrier? A dissatisfied voice sounded from the other side of the room. Xiao Yuyang opened his eyes and muttered playfully, "Little girl Gao, what are you doing? I wanted to see what kind of magic that little brat has, but now I've failed." At the same time, in the rooms of the various masters from the Emperor realm, everyone was curling their lips. It was obvious that they had all been spying on Gao Shueting's room but were blocked by a barrier. For a moment, the room was completely isolated. Gudong, Yang Kai gulped. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. "Take off your clothes." Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai expressionlessly and ordered. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said in surprise, This isn't appropriate, right? What are you blabbering about?" Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Seeing Yang Kai dilly-dallying, she immediately became impatient. She didn't seem to move, but she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and stretched out her hand to grab him. Yang Kai only felt that her slender jade hand had turned into a five-fingered mountain and was about to envelop him. He couldn't help but feel that he couldn't avoid it. Immediately afterward, he felt something tighten around his neck and was lifted up by Gao Shueting. In the next moment, Yang Kai was spun around by an external force. As he spun, his clothes quickly fell off and flew out. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was stripped down to his underwear. "Elder Gao, stop!" Yang Kai cried out in a shrill voice. Gao Shueting turned a deaf ear to his cries. She stretched out her hand and made Yang Kai stop. Then she pinched her orchid fingers and moved them like the wind. Suddenly, she tapped several acupoints on Yang Kai's body. At the same time, her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the changes in Yang Kai's body. Her beautiful eyes clearly swept across every part of Yang Kai's body, almost looking at him from head to toe. After a while, she nodded slightly and said, "Very good, there's no big problem." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the force that was restraining him had disappeared. He hurriedly crawled to Gao Shueting's bed and covered himself with the blanket. He shivered and looked as if he had suffered a great trauma. Gao Shueting sneered, "Are you shy now?" Yang Kai's face turned pale and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Only now did he understand why Gao Shueting had set up a barrier. If someone saw this scene, they wouldn't be able to clear their name. Gao Shueting said sternly, "Your cultivation has progressed too quickly. Not long ago, you were still in the first-order Dao Source realm. Now, you're already in the second-order Dao Source realm. This queen is just checking to see if there are any hidden dangers. What do you think this queen wants to do?" As she finished speaking, Gao Shueting's eyes flickered with a cold light, which made Yang Kai shudder. "Even if you want to check, you don't have to do this." Yang Kai pulled a long face. "If that's all, you naturally don't have to do this. But this queen heard that a demonic artifact spirit was born today and chased after you. This queen needs to make sure that you haven't been corroded by the demonic qi." "I'm not young anymore. I'm not a child. This queen is old enough to be your great-grandmother. What's wrong with checking your body?" At this point, Gao Shueting raised the corner of her mouth and sneered, "Young man, your muscles are pretty good. It seems that your physique isn't ordinary." "Elder Gao, you flatter me." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said embarrassedly, "What's the result?" "The result is pretty good." As Gao Shueting spoke, she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes a few times. Then, she threw them to him and said, "Although your cultivation speed is very fast, there are no signs of your foundation being unstable. There are also no signs of being corroded by the demonic qi." Yang Kai said timidly, "What if I've been corroded by the demonic qi? What should I do?" "Then you're a dead man now." Gao Shueting's phoenix eyes turned cold. She looked at him and said, "Why? Do you have anything to say to me?" Absolutely not." Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hands. He made up his mind that no matter what, he couldn't let Gao Shueting know that the demonic spirit was sealed in his body. Even the demonic artifact was in his hands. "Young man, there's something strange about you. Are you hiding something from this queen?" Gao Shueting's voice turned cold. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Of course not. Elder Gao, you've misunderstood." Gao Shueting stared deeply at Yang Kai. After a while she said, "That's good. If this queen finds out that you're hiding something from me, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. He just put on his clothes under the blanket. Chapter 2282. Not long after, Yang Kai finished dressing. "How long do you want to occupy this queen's bed?" Gao Shueting looked at him coldly. Yang Kai felt dejected and helplessly climbed down from the bed and stood in front of Gao Shueting. "Let me ask you, where did the demonic artifact spirit go?" Gao Shueting suddenly asked. "Everyone said that the artifact spirit was chasing after you, but today, Master Shao and I searched all the way to clear Jade Mountain, but we lost track of it. It seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. Even Master Shao couldn't find any clues. Do you know where it went?" Yang Kai quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "Then how did you get away safely?" Gao Shueting frowned. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Elder Gao, you know that this junior cultivates the Tao of space, and I'm the best at escaping. At that time, I ran to clear Jade Mountain and used a concealing aura secret technique to hide in the void. The artifact spirit chased after me, but after failing to find anything, it left on its own. As for where it went, I don't know." Gao Shueting stared deeply at him, a bright light flashing in her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to look into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai felt guilty, fearing that she would see through him. After a long time, Gao Shueting nodded and said, "If this queen finds out that you're hiding something, I won't let you off easily. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, I wouldn't dare. I don't think you have the guts. As Gao Shueting spoke, she sat on the edge of the bed and sighed softly, but to be honest, we were careless. If only we had investigated carefully after the battle with the demon dweller. If we had checked carefully, perhaps this trouble wouldn't have happened. She sighed. An expression of self-blame appeared on her face. Her words made Yang Kai feel guilty. If Gao Shueting knew that the demon she fought with that day was standing in front of her right now, who knew what would happen? Yang Kai quickly changed the topic and said, everything has its own destiny. Elder Gao, you don't have to think too much. Gao Shueting glanced at him and snorted coldly. Then, she waved her hand and a ray of light shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. However, he did not dodge because he realized that Gao Shueting had no intention of attacking him. He reached out and grabbed the light in front of him. When he opened his palm, he discovered that it was actually a token. It was about the size of a palm and was made of an unknown material. The back of it was engraved with the image of a cultivator's back. That back was tall and broad, as if it was standing in the air, looking down on the world. Although it was only a picture, it still made people feel an imposing aura. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he saw this because he realized that the back of this figure resembled Wen Zishan. As for the front, there were two large words inscribed on it. Qingyang. The token was golden in color. The golden light was dazzling. It was extremely dazzling. This is... Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. The identity token of a disciple of the Divine Hall, Gao Shueting replied faintly. Yang Kai was surprised, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, But Elder Gao, I'm not a disciple of the Divine Hall. Isn't it inappropriate for me to take this token? From now on you are. Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he kept nodding and said, Elder Gao, you're forcing me to do this? Do you want to ask for my opinion first? Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, Didn't I ask for your opinion last time? Haven't you thought about it after such a long time? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I need more time to think about it. This matter is too complicated, and I can't think it through right now. Please give me some time, Elder Gao. How long? 30 or 50 years would be best. Yang Kai saw a layer of frost on Gao Shueting's face after he finished speaking, so he hurriedly said, Of course, 10 or 8 years is also okay, haha. Gao Shueting suddenly sneered. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. His whole body was cold, and the soles of his feet were about to cramp. Gao Shueting said leisurely, It seems that my good temper gave you the wrong impression. Do you think that I'm easy to talk to? Do you think that I'm not dignified at all? Of course not. Then do you look down on me and the Divine Hall? Of course not. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, Today, I said in front of Master Xiao and the others that you're a disciple of the Divine Hall, so I stopped Lu Qi's intention of recruiting you. If you dare to refuse me again, I'll tell them tomorrow that you've been expelled from the Divine Hall. You know what the consequences will be. Yang Kai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He really didn't know that Lu Qi wanted to rope him in. Thinking about it this way, his recent performance was too sharp, and he had probably attracted a lot of attention. If he didn't have the halo of being a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely be fought over by other masters. Yang Kai immediately understood that Gao Shueting gave him this identity token not to force him to make a choice, but to protect him. She had carefully checked his physical condition before, obviously because she was worried that something would go wrong with his cultivation. Thinking of this, a touch of warmth emerged in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly felt that with such care from an elder, joining the Azure Sun Temple seemed to be a good choice. He breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, Then this disciple will respectfully accept. Thank you for your kindness, elder. Gao Shueting looked him up and down a few times and nodded, You're worth teaching. After a pause, she continued, However, because of your special situation, you don't have to abide by the many rules of the temple. How you used to live will be how you will live in the future. The temple will not interfere with you. Do you understand? Understood. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Of course, what you do in the future only concerns you and does not represent the temple. If you dare to cause any trouble for the temple, you know what will happen. Gao Shueting's phoenix eyes were full of power as she coldly snorted. Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, his face covered in cold sweat. I have nothing else to say. Now that you have taken the nameplate, you are also a disciple of the Divine Hall. Do you have any problems in cultivation? Since I am free now, I can answer them for you. Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked in a pleasant manner. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly asked some questions that he had encountered during his cultivation. Gao Shueting was very responsible and explained everything to him in detail. She didn't hide anything from him about her cultivation and comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Dao. Gao Shueting originally thought that it would be easy to guide a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in his cultivation. But as she talked with Yang Kai in depth, she had to put away her casual attitude. Because the questions Yang Kai asked were all very important and profound, some of which even she couldn't figure out thoroughly. Gradually, this kind of consultation turned into a discussion between the two of them to verify their own martial Dao. Yang Kai didn't leave the city lord's mansion until dawn. After returning to the Qin family, he immediately looked for Qin Chaoyang and found a secret room to cultivate in seclusion. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai came out of seclusion. His newly promoted second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation had completely stabilized. Inside the secret room, he checked his condition and was very satisfied with the progress he had made during this time. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something and his expression became strange. In the next moment, he hurriedly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and sent his soul avatar into it to investigate. When he was still in Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai asked Gao Shueting for a lot of faceless profound grass to feed the soul-devouring insects. During this time, the soul-devouring insects had been devouring themselves in that huge jar, multiplying and evolving. It was only today that they seemed to have made some substantial breakthroughs. The soul-devouring insects were ranked 11th on the exotic insect list's heaven list, a very high ranking. They played a huge role in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, and after going through the trials in the Divine Ascension Mirror, Yang Kai also had high hopes for the soul-devouring insects. Today, as soon as he noticed that they were moving, Yang Kai couldn't wait to investigate. It was quiet inside the jar, as if all the soul-devouring insects were sleeping. However, after Yang Kai refined the insect enslavement bracelet, he knew everything inside it like the back of his hand, so he naturally knew that this silence was just an illusion. He waited for a moment with a solemn expression before he seemed to have made up his mind about something. He stretched out his hand and made a hand seal, opening the jar. Looking inside, Kai Yang saw that the inside of the urn was densely packed with milky white silkworm cocoons, covering the entire wall of the urn. Many of the white cocoons had holes in them, and evolved soul-devouring insects were constantly crawling out of them and swallowing the white cocoons whole. As time passed, more and more soul-devouring insects were born from the cocoons. For a time, the whole jar was filled with crackling sounds, as if tens of thousands of silkworms were eating. So big! Yang Kai was startled. Originally, soul-devouring insects could not be seen with the naked eye at all. They were extremely small insects, and only divine sense could find their traces. However, after this devouring and evolution, the soul-devouring insects had obviously become larger. Each of them was the size of a grain of rice, and their bodies were covered with some pitch-black veins. Among the black veins, there was an obvious demonic qi. Obviously, it was because they had devoured the ancient pure demonic qi before. Not only that, these soul-devouring insects seemed to be more ferocious than before, making Yang Kai's scalp tingle. In less than a quarter of an hour, these soul-devouring insects all broke out of their cocoons and devoured their own white cocoons. After getting enough nutrition, these soul-devouring insects flapped their wings and flew out of the jar. Yang Kai stepped back vigilantly and watched from a distance. He saw that above the jar, a cloud of insects had gathered. Although there were far fewer of them than the original soul-devouring insects, their aura and scale were far superior to the previous batch. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He felt that if he had brought this batch of soul-devouring insects into the Divine Ascension world and encountered Ban Qing in the Emperor realm, he would not have needed to resort to any tricks. Just these soul-devouring insects would have been enough to make Ban Qing flee in a sorry state. He watched for a long time before giving a command to the cloud of soul-devouring insects. Chapter 2283. The swarm of soul-devouring insects that had been flying around suddenly rushed towards him, buzzing incessantly. Yang Kai stood in place with a serious expression on his face, ready to attack at any moment. A short while later, he was surrounded by the insect swarm. Immediately after, a soul-devouring insect landed on his body, shook its wings, and remained motionless, quietly crawling there. Then another, large swathes of insect swarms descended, wrapping him up in 3 layers, completely obscuring his figure. However, all of the soul-devouring insects were silent and showed no intention of attacking Yang Kai. Instead, under an invisible connection, these soul-devouring insects obeyed Yang Kai's every command. Haha! Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt that the insect enslavement bracelet was truly a great treasure. Back in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, Yang Kai had felt that his batch of soul-devouring insects was no longer under his control. Later on, he had obtained another batch of soul-devouring insects from Tianyan, but they had no connection to him at all. Now, however, these evolved soul-devouring insects were obediently following his orders, as if they were part of his body. The biggest credit naturally went to the insect enslavement bracelet. This Emperor artifact didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it could restrain all exotic insects in the world. It was the life work of the Insect Emperor, so it was very effective against the soul-devouring insects. With this, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the insect enslavement bracelet. If he ever encountered a powerful enemy in the future, the soul-devouring insects would become one of his trump cards. After testing it out, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With a thought, he ordered the soul-devouring insects to return to the large jar and recuperate. The space inside the insect enslavement bracelets seemed to have a subtle effect on the survival of the exotic insects. Not only would the exotic insects that stayed here not die or weaken, instead, they would become stronger and stronger. Of course, if he wanted the soul-devouring insects to grow faster, Yang Kai would need to find more facetless profound grass to feed them. Facetless profound grass wasn't an extremely rare spirit grass. Many large sects could cultivate it themselves, so it wasn't difficult to find. However, Yang Kai needed a large amount of it, so it would definitely cost him a lot. In the past, Yang Kai might not have been able to afford it, but now that he had a source crystal mine, he wouldn't have to worry about source crystals for a short period of time. Naturally, he could purchase them without restraint. Yang Kai opened his eyes, stood up, and opened his secret room to go to the city to buy some facetless profound grass. This made him even more surprised, because Lu Qi had used the Emperor artifact, the duality record, to form a seal that suppressed the spirit lake. Logically speaking, as time passed, the world energy in Maplewood City would become thinner and thinner, gradually returning to its previous state. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew over from nearby and appeared in front of him. It was Yi Jinghan. "Young Master Yang, you've come out of seclusion." Yi Jinghan sized up Yang Kai and discovered that his aura was steady. She restrained her gaze and couldn't help but say enviously, "Young Master Yang, you seem to have gained a lot this time." "It's just so." Yang Kai grinned. Since he had already decided to follow Yi Jinghan to Thousand Leaves sect, he didn't reject her as much. His expression changed and Yang Kai asked in surprise, "You won't be staying here all the time, will you?" Yi Jinghan smiled embarrassedly, "I don't have anything else to do here." Yang Kai said, "Don't worry. Since I've already promised you, I won't run away. I'll definitely follow you to Thousand Leaves sect." "I don't want to keep an eye on young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hands and said in a flustered tone, I'm just, even after speaking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a reason and couldn't help but panic. She was afraid that she would infuriate Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Forget it, Accompany me to buy some things. We'll set off once we're done. Yi Jinghan's face lit up and she quickly nodded. Okay. The two of them immediately rushed into the city. As they walked, Yang Kai discovered that the cultivator in Maplewood City was sparse and it wasn't as lively as it used to be. However, every cultivator on the streets had a happy expression on their faces, as if they had struck a stroke of great luck. He couldn't help but find this strange and asked, "These people are all smiling like flowers. Did something good happen to them?" Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. Maplewood City is different from before. The world energy here is at least 3 to 5 times denser than before, so they're naturally happy. By the way, I was just about to ask you about this. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. What's with this world energy? Why did it become denser? Yi Jinghan said, Young Master Yang has been in seclusion for the past month, so you naturally don't know about the changes in Maplewood City. It's like this. A month ago, a few master led by Star Soul Palace's Master Shao discussed for a few days and decided to transform the Spirit Lake into a cultivation holy land. So, they transferred people from their respective sects. 10 days ago, the transformation was completed and the Spirit Lake has become a famous cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory. Countless cultivators have flocked to it and many people in Maplewood City have also gone to watch the show, so the city is deserted. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai finally understood why there were so few people in Maplewood City. It seemed that they had all gone to the Spirit Lake to watch the show. That place was named Spirit Lake Palace by Xiao Yu Yang and the other masters. It occupies a large area and many secret rooms have been built for cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. Spirit Lake Palace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yi Jinghan smiled. That's right. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, Then this Spirit Lake Palace? Who is in charge of it? Who owns it? Yi Jinghan said, None of the great sects have any intention of occupying it. The Spirit Lake Palace is managed by Star Soul Palace and all the great sects have joined forces with Maplewood City to manage it. It is open to the entire Southern Territory and anyone who has enough source crystals can enter it to cultivate. Yang Kai was surprised. Maplewood City also has a role in managing it. Of course, the Spirit Lake Palace is right next to Maplewood City, so it's best for Maplewood City to manage it. This time, Maplewood City will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, Yang Kai chuckled. I can already imagine City Lord Duan's happy expression. Pursing her lips, Yi Jinghan replied with a smile, Indeed. Although City Lord Duan's cultivation is still at the third order Dao Source realm, with the Spirit Lake Palace, his status has already soared. I'm afraid that he'll be able to stand on equal footing with the sect masters of those first-rate sects. His status isn't low, but his cultivation isn't high enough, so it'll be difficult for him to convince the masses. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and felt a little worried for Duan Yuanshan. Yi Jinghan glanced at him and said, Young Master Yang, you don't have to worry about this. Master Shao has already made the decision to accept City Lord Duan and Vice City Lord Drunkard as outer disciples of Star Soul Palace. Moreover, these two city lords have also taken up some positions in Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and other top forces. Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he heard this. How is that possible? Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and giggled. I'm afraid they have no choice. Master Shao is indeed wise. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I've never heard of this matter before, I'm afraid that no one will dare to look down on City Lord Duan and Elder Jiao, nor will they dare to disobey their authority. Although Duan Yuanshan and Elder Jiao's cultivation wasn't high, they had the backing of several top sects in the Southern Territory, so it wasn't difficult for them to manage Maplewood City and the Spirit Lake Palace. If anyone dared to disobey their orders, it would be tantamount to making an enemy out of all the top forces in the Southern Territory. So, who would dare to do such a thing? Master Shao is really bold. Star Soul Palace is really worthy of being the overlord of the Southern Territory. Their bearing is really extraordinary, Yang Kai said sincerely. In all honesty, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to occupy the Spirit Lake Palace, no one would dare to resist. After all, The bright moon great emperors were in charge of Star Soul Palace, so the other top forces wouldn't be able to contend against them. However, Star Soul Palace didn't do such a thing. Instead, they took the lead and led many great forces to turn Star Soul Palace into a cultivation holy land open to the entire southern territory. From this, one could see the magnanimity of this overlord sect. Not every sect could do such a thing. Even if it was Azure Sun Temple's Wen Zishan, if such a cultivation holy land fell into his hands, Yang Kai believed that he would secretly hide it and use it as a cultivation place for Azure Sun Temple's disciples. It was human nature for people to have differences between those who were close and those who were distant. No one would think for others for no reason. Continue, Yang Kai said. The Spirit Lake Palace imitated Star Soul Palace's classification of cultivation holy lands, and it is also divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human. The human grade cultivation holy land is open to cultivators below the origin returning realm, while the earth grade cultivation holy land is open to cultivators below the Tao source realm. As for the top heaven grade cultivation holy land, it is only open to masters in the emperor realm. Speaking of this, a look of yearning appeared on Yi Jinghan's face, as if she was looking forward to the emperor realm. The higher the grade, the more source crystals one needs to pay to enter. It is said that one needs to pay 1,000 high-rank source crystals for a day and a night in the top heaven grade cultivation holy land. Moreover, only high-rank source crystals are allowed to be paid, and they cannot be converted into mid-rank or low-rank source crystals. This price is really terrifying. Yang Kai sighed. 1,000 high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals or 10 million low-rank source crystals. This was just a day and a night's payment, but which cultivator didn't go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month? If one wanted to comprehend a secret technique or secret art, it was common for them to spend a year or so. Especially when the masters in the emperor realm went into seclusion, they could spend years or even decades in seclusion. The source crystals required to pay for this was incalculable. Moreover, they were only allowed to pay high-rank source crystals, and the conditions were extremely harsh. However, most of the masters in the emperor realm are rich, and if they really want to reach a higher level in the martial Tao, they may not care about these worldly possessions, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Chapter 2284. That's right, the heaven-grade cultivation holy land of the Spirit Lake Palace is comparable to the heaven-grade cultivation holy land of the Star Soul Palace. Who in the emperor realm doesn't want to experience it? If they can achieve a breakthrough, it'll be worth it no matter how much they pay. Yi Jinghan expressed her agreement and continued, but there aren't many heaven-grade cultivation rooms. There are only 30 of them. These 30 rooms? I'm afraid that the master will fight over them to the death, Yang Kai snorted. 30 rooms might seem like a lot, but it wasn't enough at all. Although Emperor Realm Masters were not very common, in the entire Southern Territory, if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. Apart from the Emperor Masters of Star Soul Palace who probably weren't interested in heaven-grade secret rooms, which Emperor Realm Master wouldn't want to enter secluded cultivation and study their secret arts. Once the news spread, how could 30 rooms be enough? That's a matter for the Master Realm Masters. It's not something for a small fry like me to consider. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. She seemed to be in a good mood after receiving Yang Kai's promise. How many Earth-grade cultivation rooms are there? What about human-grade cultivation rooms? Yang Kai asked again. There are about 500 Earth-grade cultivation rooms and 3,000 human-grade cultivation rooms, Yang Kai nodded. Although this number didn't sound like much, and it felt like they couldn't make ends meet, not everyone had the financial resources to cultivate in the Spirit Lake Palace's cultivation rooms. Those who couldn't afford to cultivate in them could only look at them and lament their inadequacy. However, with the heaven, earth, and human secret rooms, the income of Maplewood City would probably be enough to make people envious. When the time came, this income would definitely be divided among the various top sects, and Maplewood City might also be able to drink some soup and water. Even so, Duan Yuan Shan and the others would probably become rich overnight. It's said that Yi Jinghan's voice suddenly lowered in a mysterious tone. Of course, it said that the Spirit Lake Palace has left some secret rooms for the various sects that aren't open to the public. Only the disciples of the various sects are allowed to enter them. Anyone who is a disciple of the sect can enter them for free and cultivate for as long as they want. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There's such a thing? Yi Jinghan replied, I don't know the source of this information, but it's quite reliable. After all, the Spirit Lake Palace was built by the various large sects, so it's natural for them to leave some for their own sections. That's understandable. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Now that he was also a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he had a disciple identity token in his hand. If this news was really reliable, then he should be able to enter the secret room to cultivate with that identity token, without having to pay anything. Also, the major forces have also arranged a formation to guide the spiritual chi from the Spirit Lake Palace into Maplewood City. Therefore, the spiritual chi in Maplewood City is much denser than before. So that's what's going on. No wonder I felt that something was off. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the world energy in Maplewood City didn't decrease but instead increased. It turned out that the Spirit Lake Palace's world energy was attracted by the spirit array. If this was the case, Maplewood City was quite suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Although it couldn't be compared with the Spirit Lake Palace, it was still good news for a cultivator living in Maplewood City. In less than 2 years, Maplewood City will definitely become one of the major cities in the Southern Territory. I heard that the 2 major chambers of commerce are going to set up branches here. Yang Kai smiled and said, where there's money to be made, how can the 2 major chambers of commerce not be here? While talking, the two arrived at the Spirit Pill Plaza. The Spirit Pill Plaza was still the same as before. It was a small shop with only a few people buying things in the store. Only the waiter was there to greet customers. There was no sign of the shopkeeper. Since Kong Si Ran was transferred, Yang Kai hadn't come to the Spirit Pill Plaza. Now that he was here again, he couldn't help but sigh. When he first came to Maplewood City, he made some connections with the Spirit Pill Plaza. Grandmaster Yang. A cry of surprise suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears, waking him up from his memories. Yang Kai raised his head and saw the waiter looking at him excitedly. How have you been, brother waiter? Yang Kai greeted him with a smile. When he was refining pills in the Spirit Pill Plaza, he had come in contact with this waiter many times, so he wasn't unfamiliar with him, but he didn't know his name. Good. The waiter was so excited that he spoke incoherently, as if he was flattered. Thank you for your concern, Grandmaster. After saying this, he ran inside in a hurry, shouting as he ran, Grandmaster Yang is back. Shopkeeper, Grandmaster Yang is back. What does he mean? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai blankly. She didn't know what was wrong with this waiter. Yang Kai said, I refined pills in this Spirit Pill Plaza for several months. I see. Let's go in. Yang Kai nodded. He noticed that after the waiter's shout, several customers who were shopping for pills in the store were looking at him with strange gazes, so he called out to Yi Jinghan and walked straight into the store. Walking through the lobby, before he even entered, he was met with a fat man in luxurious clothes. This fat man looked to be in his 40s, with a big belly that stuck out like an old man. He looked very stout. He was obviously the new shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza. Just like Kong Si Ran, he was only a third-order origin king. The fat man wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked anxiously, Where is Grandmaster Yang? As soon as he said this, he raised his head and saw Yang Kai, so he quickly cupped his fists and said, Spirit Pill Plaza's Zhou Fu greets Grandmaster Yang. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Yang Kai cupped his fists in return and said with a smile, This Yang came uninvited. Shopkeeper Zhou is too polite. The two of them had just exchanged a few words when 2 men rushed out from the back and shouted anxiously, Who is Grandmaster Yang? Who is Grandmaster Yang? One of them looked around and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai, shouting in a low voice, Are you Grandmaster Yang? Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this man had disheveled hair, sunken eyes, and bloodshot eyes. It seemed like he hadn't rested for a long time. It wasn't just this man, the other man next to him was also like this. Moreover, Yang Kai smelled a faint medicinal fragrance coming from these two men. Yang Kai immediately understood what they were doing and said with a faint smile, "This Yang doesn't deserve to be called Grandmaster." When the two men heard this, their eyes lit up and they stared at Yang Kai with burning gazes. They cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. You are too polite." Yang Kai smiled faintly and turned to Zhou Fu, "Shopkeeper, can we talk inside?" He gestured to the surroundings and saw that the customers who were shopping in the store were looking at them blankly. They were all trying to guess which Master Yang Kai was and why he was being treated so respectfully by the shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza. Zhou Fu said awkwardly, "This Zhou was negligent. Grandmaster Yang, this way please." "Grandmaster Yang, please." The two guys who came later also hurriedly separated to the sides, looking very respectful. "Bring me tea, bring me the best tea," Zhou Fu said and kicked the waiter who was watching the scene. The waiter hurriedly left. Not long after, Yang Kai sat down in a secret room in the back hall with Yi Jinghan standing behind him like a bodyguard. Zhou Fu and the others also stood beside him. "You should also sit." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. No, we don't have the qualifications to sit in front of Grandmaster Yang. We can just stand." Zhou Fu hurriedly waved his hand. Yes. Kneeling is also fine." The two men who were up to no good spoke one after another, causing Yi Jinghan to chuckle. She didn't know why Yang Kai had such a high status in this place. Yang Kai didn't force them and just asked, "Has there been any news from Shopkeeper Kong?" Zhou Fu's expression turned solemn as he said, "Shopkeeper Kong has sent me many messages asking about Grandmaster Yang's current situation. I'm ashamed that I haven't been able to meet Grandmaster Yang and I haven't been able to get any information about him. Fortunately, news about the Four Seasons realm spread recently, so I was able to answer for it." Zhou Fu smiled bitterly as he spoke. Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Kong is really considerate. How is he now?" Zhou Fu said, "Shopkeeper Kong is doing well and I heard that he will be returning to Maplewood City soon." Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, "Is it because of the branch?" Zhou Fu said, "Grandmaster Yang is really well informed. It's precisely because of the branch that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce decided to set up a branch in Maplewood City. Shopkeeper Kong has been operating here for many years and has a wide network of connections. With him overseeing this place, all kinds of matters can proceed smoothly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Brother Kong, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is beginning. In the past, Maplewood City wasn't good enough, so Kong Si Ran was transferred away after he broke through to the Dao Source realm. But now, Maplewood City had the foundation and qualifications to evolve into a great city in just a few years. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had transferred Kong Si Ran back because they trusted his ability and believed that Kong Si Ran would be able to profit greatly and his status would soar. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. Kong Si Ran had been here for many years and had a close relationship with the City Lord's mansion and the patriarchs of the various great families. Kong Si Ran was the best candidate to manage the Maplewood City branch. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Shopkeeper Zhou, I came to Spirit Pill Plaza this time because I have something I need your help with." Zhou Fu's face flushed and he quickly said, "Grandmaster Yang, just tell me what you need. This Zhou will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." It's not that serious." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, "I just want to buy something. Faceless profound grass. Shopkeeper Zhou should know about it, right?" "Faceless profound grass?" Zhou Fu raised his brow and said, "This Zhou naturally knows about it. Spirit Pill Plaza still has some in stock. If Grandmaster Yang wants it, this Zhou can give it to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that the stock in Spirit Pill Plaza is not enough." Zhou Fu asked, "Grandmaster Yang wants a lot?" "The more, the better." Zhou Fu said, "Then this Zhou will send someone to collect it in the city. Grandmaster Yang will not be disappointed." "Thank you, Shopkeeper Zhou." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said. Zhou Fu smiled and said, "Grandmaster Yang is too polite. You saved Spirit Pill Plaza in the past, so you can be considered half a member of Spirit Pill Plaza. How can this Zhou not fulfill such a small request? Chapter 2285. Zhou Fu quickly left to deal with the matter of the facetless profound grass. In fact, Yang Kai could have bought the spirit grass himself, but it would have wasted a lot of time and energy, so it was different if he asked Zhou Fu for help. The shopkeepers of these shops were in constant contact with each other, so if they needed any materials, they would be able to arrange it for him. It was much more efficient than Yang Kai doing it himself. After Zhou Fu left, the two unkempt men asked excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, do you want the facetless profound grass for alchemy?" Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "You can say that. Judging from your appearances, you should be alchemists as well, right?" Yes, it's an honor to be able to travel with Grandmaster Yang," one of them replied with a flattering smile. The other man said, "Grandmaster Yang, we have admired you for a long time, but unfortunately, we never had the chance to meet you. We didn't expect that we would have such an opportunity today. We are truly fortunate." These two fellows seemed to have oiled their mouths and were speaking one after the other in a humble and respectful manner, almost worshipping Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this scene and felt as if her worldview had been destroyed. She could hardly believe her eyes. In the world she knew, all alchemists were arrogant and proud, so when had she ever seen an alchemist fawning so much? But after thinking about it, she felt that only an even more powerful alchemist could subdue an alchemist. Yang Kai had even refined the extraordinary treasure pill, which was almost lost in history, so it was natural for these two Origin King-grade alchemists to be so respectful towards him. The two of them were still trying to flatter Kai Yang, as if there was no end to it, praising Kai Yang as if he was unparalleled in this world. Yang Kai coughed dryly. He said, "Do the two of you have something that you need Yang Kai to explain? This Yang happens to have some free time right now." Hearing him say so, the two men glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. One of them said, "Grandmaster Yang, it's like this. It is said that when you were refining source condensing pills in Spirit Pill Plaza, you were loved and praised by many customers. But since the two of us took over this place, Grandmaster Yang's reputation has improved greatly. The source condensing pills refined by Grandmaster Yang always feel like they lack a little bit of foundation, and many customers are very dissatisfied, causing the flow of customers to decrease a lot for no reason. The two of us were thinking, if Grandmaster Yang has time, can you give us a brief introduction to your alchemy experience?" Yang Kai asked. The Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe was improved by Grandmaster Huangpu, right? That's right. Grandmaster Huangpu is an emperor-grade alchemist, the pillar of our Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Since the pill formula came from Master Huangpu, there's definitely no problem. I believe there are some flaws in your refining process. Just relying on words alone might not work. How about this? You refine a batch of source condensing pills now, and I'll observe from the side, Yang Kai asked. Upon hearing this, the two of them were shaken. They knew that Yang Kai wanted to give them guidance on the spot, and they immediately understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. This was a good opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. So, how could they refuse? Immediately, they said in unison, "We dare not disobey Grandmaster Yang's orders. Please, Grandmaster." Yang Kai nodded and got up, leading the two of them to the underground alchemy room with ease. Yi Jinghan also followed closely behind them out of curiosity. Even though she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she had never seen anyone perform alchemy in her life, so she was very interested in this. Not long after, they arrived at the underground alchemy room, which was filled with heat. There was a spirit array that guided the earth fire for alchemy. Yang Kai had stayed here for a few months, so he was very familiar with this place. He asked the two of them to take out a set of materials each and start refining, while Yang Kai stood in front of them and observed them carefully. With his current level of alchemy, it wasn't a problem for him to guide two Origin King-grade high-rank alchemists. Refining techniques, carving spirit arrays, controlling the fire, and other small details would often become the foundation that would affect the quality of a spirit pill. Yang Kai would give his advice from time to time, and the two alchemists would listen to his advice modestly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the two of them opened their respective furnaces. Each of them managed to refine 5 or 6 pills of good quality, which made them overjoyed and grateful to Yang Kai. At this moment, Zhou Fu also sent a message, saying that he had brought the facetless profound grass. Yang Kai asked the two of them to stay behind and reflect on the gains and losses of this alchemy before he returned to the back hall. Zhou Fu was waiting in the back room, and when he saw Yang Kai, he quickly took out a space ring and said, "This show didn't disappoint you. There are 2,000 facetless profound grass here. Please accept them, Grandmaster Yang." Yang Kai raised his brow and said with a nod, "Shopkeeper Zhou is quite efficient. 2,000 facetless profound grass was enough for him to use for a long time, yet Zhou Fu had only spent half a day to gather them. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. If Yang Kai had gone to buy them himself, he wouldn't have been able to buy so many in half a day. The price?" Yang Kai picked up the space ring and raised his head to ask. Zhou Fu said, "These facetless profound grass aren't worth anything. Just take it as a small token of appreciation from this show. I hope Grandmaster won't refuse it." Yang Kai said with a smile, "You don't have to do this, Shopkeeper Zhou." Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand and a small mountain of source crystals appeared on the table. Before Zhou Fu could say anything, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the back room, along with Yi Jinghan. Only a voice reached Zhou Fu's ears. "If Shopkeeper Kong returns to Maplewood City one day, please pass on my message to him. When we meet again in the future, we'll drink to our heart's content." Zhou Fu was startled and he looked at the source crystals on the table and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan's figures suddenly appeared on a street in the city. As soon as Yi Jinghan appeared, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Her face was pale and she looked at Yang Kai in shock and asked, "Young Master Yang, is this the space divine technique? Are you all right?" Yang Kai didn't answer her question and asked her a question instead. "This is the first time I've experienced such a teleportation, so I can clearly feel the void turbulence around me. I'm still a little scared," Yi Jinghan replied. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Then you're all right." Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and sent a message into it. "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan asked. "Oh, I'm about to leave. I'll leave a message for the Qin family's patriarch." "Young Master Yang, aren't you going to say goodbye to him in person?" Yi Jinghan looked at him strangely. Yang Kai said, "It's fine to say goodbye to him in person. It's not like I'm not coming back. Besides, the Qin family's patriarch should be very busy right now. Didn't you say that the patriarchs of Maplewood City's great families are following City Lord Duan to manage the Spirit Lake Palace?" Yi Jinghan said, "The Qin family's patriarch is fine, but Miss Qin, what happened to Qin Yu?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "When I came out of seclusion, I secretly checked Qin Yu's aura. I found that she's in good condition. Her vitality is stable and her vitality is abundant." Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. "Young Master Yang, you've been in seclusion for a month and Miss Qin has been waiting outside your door for 2 hours every day. She probably has something to say to you. Young Master Yang, don't you want to give her a chance?" Yang Kai glanced at her and curled his lips. "You women are so gossipy." While speaking, he left a message for Qin Chaoyang on the communication artifact, telling him that he would be leaving Maplewood City for a while. If he had the chance, he would definitely come back. The Qin family's myriad sword was in his hands and he had also made an agreement with Qin Chaoyang that he would return the myriad sword to the Qin family when Qin Yu broke through to the Emperor realm. With this connection, his connection with the Qin family could not be severed. However, he did not know when Qin Yu would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Would there be such an opportunity? He took out the identity token of Azure Sun Temple's disciple and prepared to inform Gao Shui Ting about his departure. This identity token could not only be used to verify one's identity, but it could also be used as a communication artifact. As long as there were people from Azure Sun Temple nearby, they could contact each other through their respective tokens. This is... Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at the golden token, a thoughtful look flashing through her eyes. When she saw the words, Azure Sun, on the front of the token, her delicate body shook and she cried out involuntarily, Azure Sun Golden Token. Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment. He did not know why her reaction was so big. Young Master Yang is actually an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. This mistress has been rude. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly and a hint of envy appeared on her face. Elite disciple of Inner Temple? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, Young Master Yang, since you are an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, don't you know the classification of disciples? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he said embarrassedly, I'm just a disciple of Azure Sun Temple in name. I'm not a true disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Then this gold token. Cold sweat dripped down Yi Jinghan's forehead as she felt the world spinning around her. Her whole body shivered violently. Could Yang Kai have snatched this gold token from someone? If that's the case, bringing this person to Thousand Leaves sect will definitely bring disaster to the sect. Elder Gao forced it on me. Yang Kai said bitterly. Forced it on you? Yi Jinghan almost fainted. There were so many talented youths in the Southern Territory who could not obtain a mere Azure Sun Disciple token, but when it came to Yang Kai, he said that Elder Gao had forced it on him, as if he was reluctant to accept it. Yi Jinghan felt unwell and she did not know whether it was because she had just teleported, but she felt dizzy. Why is your face so pale? Didn't you eat something this morning? Yang Kai glanced at her and asked. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with a pleading look. Please don't joke around. This mistress is timid, so please don't scare me. What are you talking about? Young Master Yang, do you really not know about this Azure Sun Golden Token? Yang Kai said seriously, I got it less than a month ago and I've been in seclusion all this time. What's so special about this token? Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and her plump breasts heaved up and down violently, almost tearing her clothes apart. Yang Kai kept staring at her, but she calmed down and said, Azure Sun Temple's disciple tokens have the same shape, but they are divided into 3 grades, gold, silver, and bronze. In the temple, only the top few inner disciples are qualified to possess an Azure Sun Golden Token. Once a golden token is issued, no one dares to disobey it. This golden token represents a status equal to that of an ordinary elder in the temple. When you go to Azure Sun Temple's properties in the Southern Territory, you can also mobilize the personnel and resources of those properties. Chapter 2286. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned after hearing this. He didn't know that the identity tokens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were divided into different grades. It seemed that the Azure Sun Golden Token given to him by Gao Shueting was really extraordinary. It could be seen that she trusted him greatly. Young Master Yang, you don't know anything about this? Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. It's just a token. Yang Kai replied casually before he poured his divine sense into the token to inform Gao Shueting. Then he put it away and said, Let's go. Yi Jinghan put away the complicated expression on her face and became slightly excited, nodding, Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai wrapped her up and teleported to somewhere outside the city. After that, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat artifact and stepped on it, waving to Yi Jinghan. After she flew up and stood firmly, he formed a seal with one hand and flew away at lightning speed. The wooden boat wasn't big, but there was no problem for 2 people to stand on it. Moreover, it was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight-type artifact and was only 1 step away from becoming an Emperor artifact, so its speed was extremely fast. Before this, Yang Kai didn't know where he had heard of Thousand Leaves sect and didn't know much about it. While they were on their way, Yang Kai asked Yi Jinghan about Thousand Leaves sect's current situation. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves sect was a great sect in the Southern Territory a long time ago. Although it couldn't be compared with first-rate sects like Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it wasn't far behind. However, after the entrance to the sealed world was closed, the sect couldn't get abundant world energy and many of its secret techniques were lost. All of a sudden, the sect declined. As time passed, their influence grew weaker and weaker, and by the time of Yi Jinghan's father Yi Hen's generation, the sect had become even weaker. In the entire sect, Only Yi Hen was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was even worse than the Blue Feather sect. Blue Feather sect didn't have the Emperor Realm either. However, when Yang Kai went there were at least 4 third-order Dao Source Realm powerhouses. The last time the Four Seasons Realm opened, Blue Feather sect had 2 spots to enter, while Thousand Leaves sect had none. It was obvious that there was still a gap between the 2 sections. The Thousand Leaves sect was located in Jiang Province's Thousand Leaves mountain range in the Southern Territory and was about half a month's journey away from Maplewood City. Maplewood City originally had a space array that led directly to Jiang State City, but since the demonic Qi besieged the city last time and Drunkard destroyed the space array, it had not been repaired. After all, Maplewood City was too small. Duan Yuan Shan and the others' words carried little weight, so they were unable to invite a suitable array grandmaster to repair the space array. But now, there was no need to worry about this problem. After the matter with the Spirit Lake Palace was settled, Xiao Yu Yang and the others would definitely ask their sect's array masters to repair the spirit array. In the future, Maplewood City would become one of the largest cities in the entire Southern Territory. The space array would definitely be able to connect all the cities in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai guessed. It would be easy for him to return to Maplewood City next time. All he had to do was find a city that wasn't too small and use the space array to directly teleport to it. Along the way, Yang Kai chatted with Yi Jinghan. It was only now that he learned that Thousand Leaves sect was a sect that focused on refining puppets. Most of its disciples cultivated the art of puppetry, which was quite amazing. It was the first time that Yang Kai had encountered such a sect in the Star Boundary. There were 3,000 great Daos, each of which led to the Emperor Realm. It wasn't that the art of puppetry wasn't strong, but it was because of the harsh conditions required to cultivate it. Refining puppets was also extremely complicated, so very few people were able to achieve great results in the Southern Territory. But if one cultivated the art of puppetry to the pinnacle, it would become an extremely powerful technique. Since your Thousand Leaves sect focuses on cultivating puppets, why haven't I seen you use them before? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Yi Jinghan hadn't even used her puppets when they were in danger at the bottom of the 18 Spirit Springs. When she heard Yang Kai's question, a trace of bashfulness appeared on Yi Jinghan's face and she said bashfully, "I'm not afraid that young Master Yang will laugh at me if I tell you this. My Thousand Leaves sect was originally famous for its art of puppetry, but ever since the previous sect master brought many ancient books and secret techniques into the sealed world, some of the sect's techniques for refining puppets were lost. Now, the puppets that our Thousand Leaves sect can refine aren't of much use." Saying so, she pursed her red lips and formed a series of hand seals, causing a small blue bird to suddenly appear in her palm. When Yang Kai looked at it, he found that the bird was extremely lifelike, just like a living creature. Even the feathers on its body were clearly layered and had natural colors. But after inspecting it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this bird wasn't made of flesh and blood, but was instead a puppet refined from various materials. A look of amazement appeared on Yang Kai's face. He felt that if he didn't use his divine sense to examine this bird carefully, he wouldn't be able to tell whether it was a living creature or not. Yi Jinghan formed another series of hand seals and stretched out her slender finger, pointing it at the bird. In the next instant, the blue bird's body lit up and it flapped its wings a few times, tilted its head, and flew up into the air, circling around Yi Jinghan. Not only that, but it also let out bird cries that could be mistaken for a real bird. Yang Kai couldn't help but gasp in amazement at this sight, and he couldn't help but nod his head in praise. "Your sect's art of puppetry is really outstanding." Yi Jinghan's face flushed and she said, "Young Master Yang, you flatter me. Our sect's art of puppetry can only be used to refine puppets that can be used to scout out the enemy situation, but it won't be of any use in a real battle. It's because of this, some of the sect's elders have already started cultivating other cultivation arts and secret techniques, so they don't think that the art of puppetry is of any use." Yang Kai sneered, "That's because they're short-sighted." Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up. "Does young Master Yang also think that the art of puppetry is pretty good?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Although I haven't studied this art yet, I know that powerful puppets can't be underestimated. It's rumored that in the star boundary, there are some puppets that even the Emperor realm has to avoid. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. I don't want to be able to refine such puppets, but I don't want the Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance to decline. It's a pity that the most important part of refining puppets is the heart of spirit energy. Our Thousand Leaves sect doesn't have a method to refine high-grade heart of spirit energy. If we did, we would definitely be able to regain our former glory. Heart of spirit energy? Yang Kai raised his brows and suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, taking out a few egg-sized crystals that emitted a strange light. Before he could say anything, Yi Jinghan cried out involuntarily, "Heart of spirit energy? Young Master Yang, how did you get a heart of spirit energy?" "I obtained it in the Four Seasons realm," Yang Kai replied. When they were in the Flowing Time Temple, the first obstacle they encountered was countless puppets. The heart of spirit energy in Yang Kai's hand was obtained after defeating those puppets. There weren't many of them, only a few. The Four Seasons realm. Yi Jinghan's face turned gloomy upon hearing this, but she soon became excited again. "Young Master Yang, can I take a look at this heart of spirit energy?" Yang Kai cast a glance at her and casually tossed one to her. Yi Jinghan caught it happily and started playing with it carefully, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Her face was filled with joy. The spirit array on this heart of spirit energy seems to be an ancient artifact. Some of the spirit inscriptions and spirit veins have been lost for a long time. Moreover, the grade of this heart of spirit energy isn't low. If I'm not mistaken, it should have come from a Dao source grade puppet, right? Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's right. You were able to recognize it." Yi Jinghan said, "Young Master Yang, you must be joking. This mistress has been exposed to the Tao of puppetry since she was a child and has done some research on it. If I had this heart of spirit energy, this mistress would be able to refine a Tao source grade puppet." As she spoke, she clenched the heart of spirit energy in her hand and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. "Young Master Yang, this mistress has a presumptuous request." "Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't ask for it." Yang Kai didn't need her to open her mouth to know what she wanted to say. He stretched out his hand and took back the heart of spirit energy, grinning as he said, "I only have a few of these things, so I want to keep them." "Young Master Yang." A bitter look appeared on Yi Jinghan's face, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. "Can't you just sell one to me? It's useless to you anyway." She was currently just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was the same as Yang Kai's. If she could refine a Dao Source grade puppet, her strength would definitely soar. For a cultivator who had been exposed to the Tao of puppetry since she was a child and was obsessed with it, this was no different from a blessing from the heavens. Not only that, but she could also use this heart of spirit energy to study its internal structure. Perhaps she would be able to discover some profound principles and replicate it in large quantities. If she could really do that, the strength of Thousand Leaves sect would definitely increase by several folds. "Young Master Yang, please sell one to me. This mistress is begging you." Seeing that her pleas were fruitless, Yi Jinghan stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, shaking it continuously as if she was acting coquettishly. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile as he said, "Miss Yi, is it really appropriate for you to touch me like this in the middle of nowhere?" Yi Jinghan's pretty face flushed when she heard this, as if she had realized that something was wrong. She let go of his arm as if she had been electrocuted and asked in a sad voice, "Young Master Yang, what will it take for you to sell one to me?" "I won't sell it for the time being," Yang Kai replied. "For the time being?" Yi Jinghan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She could sense the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Then when will you sell it?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "That will depend on the situation. I might never sell it, but I might sell it when the opportunity arises." Yi Jinghan stamped her feet in anger, but she couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze and his body came to a halt. Yi Jinghan was standing behind Yang Kai on the wooden boat and had almost bumped into his back due to a moment of carelessness. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and circulated her source qi, stabilizing her body on the spot. She then shouted angrily, "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Kai, however, did not respond to her and instead just stared around coldly, a sneer of ridicule on his face. "What's wrong?" Yi Jinghan couldn't help but ask when she saw his expression. For some reason, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if something dangerous was staring at her. Chapter 2287. Silence reigned in the wilderness as a gentle breeze blew past, stirring up an austere atmosphere. Yi Jinghan felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only wrap her clothes tighter around her body with a nervous look on her face. "Will you show yourselves obediently, or do you want this young master to drag you out?" Yang Kai suddenly sneered and shouted into the void. "What? There's someone here?" Yi Jinghan was startled when she heard this. Only now did she understand why she was so nervous. She cried out in alarm, "What's going on?" "We're being watched." Yang Kai wore a calm look on his face and didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. After waiting for a while and not receiving any response, he sneered, "It seems that you're quite confident in your concealment techniques. Do you think that this young master is trying to trick you?" After uttering the last word, his figure suddenly turned blurry and in the next instant, he appeared 300 meters away. He formed a palm with one hand and slammed it into the void. Starry clouds swirled around his palm and his strength dissipated. Kong. At the same time, there was an explosion, accompanied by a cry of surprise, and a figure fell out of the void. He retreated more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai returned to his wooden boat after his attack and clasped his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Come out, all of you. Don't waste this young master's time. I don't want to drag you out one by one. We're not kids anymore, so is there a need for this?" After he finished speaking, in less than 3 breaths of time, 2 more figures suddenly appeared in the sky, including the one who had been knocked out by Yang Kai. There were 3 people in total. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this sight. If not for Yang Kai's warning, she wouldn't have been able to detect anyone. She was afraid that she would never be able to discover that there was someone hiding here. Although she knew that the difference in strength between her and Kai Yang was huge, she didn't think it would be to this extent. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet she didn't sense any danger in this place. If these 3 people targeted her, then her fate would be. Thinking of this, Yi Jinghan's whole body became drenched in sweat. Hee. Yang Kai suddenly laughed. He didn't look at the 3 people who had just appeared and instead turned his head to look at an empty spot. What's wrong? Did this friend of his think that he had hidden himself well? Don't tell me you don't know that you're above me? I can smell your scent from far away. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared on the other side. There are more. Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and after she released her divine sense, she discovered that the auras of the 4 people who had just appeared were restrained, and they all had powerful cultivations. They were all cultivators of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. Any one of them could easily crush her to death. Now that there were 4 of them, even if she had a deep understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she couldn't help but worry. She didn't know if Yang Kai could fight against 4 of them. The 4 of them were also very strange. Ever since they appeared, they had not spoken a single word. Moreover, his face could not be seen clearly. This was because all 4 of them were wearing hideous ghost masks. These masks were obviously some kind of artifact that had the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, it was blocked by these masks. Aside from the masks, the clothes worn by the 4 of them were also the same. They were all dressed in black, and they looked very capable. Large characters were engraved on their clothes, and they were respectively wind, thunder, fire, and mountain. The auras emanating from their bodies were completely different, and there seemed to be a faint connection and resonance between them. Noticing this, Yang Kai's expression darkened. He realized that these 4 people were not to be trifled with, and it was highly likely that they had cultivated some kind of joint attack technique. Wind, thunder, fire, and mountain? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and a pensive look appeared on her face. It seemed like she had just recalled something. "Friends, why have you been waiting here for so long? Yang Kai looked at the four of them with a smile and asked. The four of them didn't move, and after a long while, the ghost mask with the word, wind, on his clothes said, come with us. Yang Kai raised his brows and asked, who are you and where are you going? The cultivator with the word, thunder, said in a deep voice, there's no need to ask. You'll find out once you make a trip. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm sorry, but I'm a little afraid of strangers. I've never met you before, so I won't make a trip with you. We'll meet again someday. Saying so, he urged the wooden boat to leave. With a crackling sound, the cultivator with the word, thunder, turned into a bolt of lightning and blocked Yang Kai's path. He snorted coldly and said, I'm afraid that's not up to you. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help thinking that this person was extremely fast. His short-distance movement was probably not inferior to his own teleportation. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from his body, he should have cultivated a lightning attribute cultivation art. Lightning attribute cultivation arts were tyrannical and swift, so it was only natural for this person to possess such speed. Yang Kai's face sank. These people had obviously been hiding here for some time, and judging from their attitude and words, they had probably been waiting here for him. However, Yang Kai had no idea where these four people came from or why they were looking for him. During this time, the only ones he had offended were Flying Saint Palace and Evil Moon Valley, but it was impossible for these two sects to have such a powerful cultivator, so it was definitely not them looking for trouble. Yang Kai secretly guessed that it was most likely the myriad sword in his hand that had caused this disaster. But on second thought, this didn't seem right. If this was the case, there was no need for these people to ask him to go with them. It would be much faster to just kill them and steal their treasures. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai smiled and said, friend, you're quite fast. May I ask, what do you want me to do with you? No comment. The cultivator with the word, thunder, coldly replied. Your arrogant attitude really makes it impossible to cooperate with you. Yang Kai curled his lips. What's the point of wasting time with him? The cultivator with the word fire seemed to have cultivated a fire attribute cultivation art, so his temper was as irritable as his source chi. When he saw Yang Kai dilly-dallying, he immediately let out a low roar and a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. He circulated his strength and the blade swept up a cloud of flames before chopping down at Yang Kai's head. In an instant, the temperature in the air soared and the sky was dyed a fiery red. Blood blade. Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily and covered her mouth with her small hands, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. He had a terrified look on his face. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body flickered, dodging the terrifying attack with Yi Jinghan and reappearing a few dozen feet away. He looked coldly at the four people and asked, do you know where these people came from? Blood blade. It's blood blade. Yi Jinghan replied in alarm. That's why I'm asking you, what is blood blade? Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before she replied, Blood Blade is an organization and isn't a sect, but it has a foundation that's even greater than a first-rate sect's. No one knows where its headquarters is, but traces of its activities can be seen in the territory of the Star Boundary's 4 great territories. They often take money from people and eliminate disasters for them. As long as they can afford it, there isn't anyone they don't dare to kill. Moreover, when they attack, they won't stop until one of them is dead. As she spoke, Yi Jinghan's voice trembled. Young Master Yang, why did Blood Blade target you? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, I'm also puzzled. He didn't even know about Blood Blade before this. As he spoke, he shouted at the 4 people in front of him, Friends of Blood Blade, right? May I ask who wants to take my life? No one. To Yang Kai's surprise, the wind-titled cultivator actually answered his question. We have just received orders from our superiors to bring you back to the headquarters, so we ask for your cooperation, friend. Yang Kai chuckled and said, It seems that being too flashy isn't a good thing. Young Master Yang, you're still in the mood to joke? Yi Jinghan stamped her foot and said, Look at me. Yang Kai stared at Yi Jinghan seriously and said in a deep voice, Do I look like I'm joking? Am I not flashy enough? I'm going crazy because of you. Yi Jinghan's face turned red. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk all of a sudden, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. While Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan were talking, the wind-titled cultivator took the opportunity to summon his blood-red saber and slashed out several wind blades. These wind blades were blood-red in color, as if they were made of blood, and they emitted a nauseating bloody aura. It was unknown how many people these people had killed, but their attacks were all bloody and ruthless, giving off a ruthless aura. Yang Kai's body flickered again and he easily dodged these attacks. He looked at the people of Blood Blade with a sneer and said, "If this is all you've got, you should go back home and become a farmer. It's not easy to survive in the outside world, and you may lose your life at any moment." Upon hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, only the fire-titled cultivator had an angry look in his eyes, while the other three remained indifferent. The wind cultivator nodded and said, "It's just as the rumors say. He possesses the space divine technique, so he won't be easy to deal with." The thunder cultivator said, "It's because of this that he's worth bringing back, isn't it? Let's begin." The fire cultivator shouted impatiently, "Begin." The wind cultivator shouted loudly and his body shook. He circulated the energy in his body, causing a gust of wind to rise and whistling sounds to ring out. A vortex of wind appeared around his body and he weaved hand signs with a laborious expression on his face. It seemed like he was about to use a powerful secret technique. The other three people did the same, but the energy emanating from their bodies was completely different. Yang Kai's expression became grave and he shouted at Yi Jinghan, "Protect yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward and the myriad's sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with Emperor's aura, sword chi, and sword intent. It seemed like it was about to split the world apart and he slashed it down at the wind cultivator. Since they knew that he possessed the space divine technique, yet they still dared to obstruct him here, it was obvious that they had some kind of trump card up their sleeves. The secret technique they were about to use together was probably this trump card. Since Yang Kai didn't know about them, how could he allow them to use their secret technique? As the sword slashed down, the world changed color and the universe collapsed. The sword chi hadn't reached him yet, but a biting cold murderous intent had already pounced at him. The wind cultivator's pupils contracted as he smelled the scent of death. But he didn't dodge and a resolute look flickered in his eyes, which were covered by the ghost mask, while his speed of weaving hand signs increased. Chapter 2288. At the same time, the other three Blood Blade cultivator also changed their hand seals, their expressions solemn. But a strange sound suddenly came out, and the source strength of the four people surged, halos fluctuating. Yang Kai's face changed. He found that the power of these four people had produced a great resonance at this moment, and they were closely connected to each other. Immovable, Ban. The mountain cultivator who had not spoken until now suddenly shouted, his face flushed red, and his hands slammed down into the void. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a violent sound, a huge phantom of a mountain appeared behind this person, flashing and disappearing into his body. A layer of invisible ripples leisurely spread out with him as the center, turning into a strange power that suppressed this part of the world. He sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes, like an old monk in meditation, not hearing, not seeing, and not moving. Boom! Yang Kai's myriad sword also slashed down at this moment, but the wind cultivator who bore the brunt of the attack raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. This sword strike landed 3 inches in front of the wind-titled cultivator, and the sharp sword chi tore apart the black hair in front of his forehead. It even tore open a bloody wound on his skin, but it still wasn't able to kill him as Yang Kai had hoped. The myriad sword was directly blocked by an invisible barrier. What the hell? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the wind cultivator in disbelief. He saw very clearly that the other party did not make any defensive moves, but miraculously blocked his fatal blow. While Yang Kai was still in a state of shock, the wind-titled cultivator had already pointed his finger at his chest. Wind and clouds swirled around the fingertip. It contained an enormous amount of power. Yang Kai hurriedly blocked with his sword. This finger hit the body of the myriad sword. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed greatly, and he felt a huge force coming from the front, as if a mountain had crashed into him, and he could not help but fall back. The aura on his body suddenly became chaotic. While he was in the air, a fiery red figure quietly attacked him. The fire cultivator held a blood-red blade, sweeping up a cloud of fire and slamming it down at Yang Kai's head. "Young Master Yang, be careful." Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and she cried out involuntarily. Whoosh! The wind swept up the cloud of fire, and the two forces of different attributes overlapped perfectly, and in an instant, the whole world was dyed in a fiery red color. Yang Kai could naturally feel the ferocity of this move, and his face changed greatly, and he was about to teleport away, but a crackling sound was accompanied by an explosion. The thunder-titled cultivator appeared behind Yang Kai like a ghost and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's back. This palm strike was so solid that Yang Kai was unable to dodge it at all. In an instant, thunder energy surged and lightning flashed wildly. It was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Yang Kai's figure was disturbed by the lightning, and he was instantly submerged in the cloud of fire. The coordination of the wind, thunder, and fire cultivators was simply perfect, and their timing was perfect. It was as if several clones of the same person were attacking at the same time, and in just 2 or 3 moves, Yang Kai had fallen into an irredeemable situation. Yi Jinghan's face turned pale, and her eyes trembled. She stared at the burning cloud of fire, and kept asking herself in her heart, did he die? Did he die just like that? It was undeniable that she had come into contact with Yang Kai. He was the most powerful Dao Source Realm cultivator, and his domineering aura, unrestrained demeanor, and strange and unpredictable means made her yearn for him, and she secretly felt that Yang Kai would definitely achieve great things in the future. But such a person had been killed right in front of her eyes. Yi Jinghan could not believe that he had died so easily. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the wind cultivator, thunder cultivator, and fire cultivator appeared leisurely, and they stood side by side in the air, staring down coldly. Aren't our superiors making a fuss out of nothing? There's nothing special about this little brat, the fire cultivator snorted coldly and said disdainfully. The wind cultivator furrowed his brows, and focused on sensing the movements in the cloud of fire. Upon hearing this, he said angrily, "Aren't you being too ruthless? Our superiors asked us to capture him alive, not bring his corpse back. If he really died just like that, how can we report to our superiors?" The fire cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to have realized that the situation was far from good, but he still said stubbornly, "How could I have known that this little brat was so weak? He couldn't even withstand a single move. What should we do now?" The wind cultivator snorted coldly, "You should deal with the trouble you caused, and I will report it to our superiors after we go back." The thunder cultivator furrowed his brows and said, "That's enough, stop arguing. We can't be sure whether he's dead or not. Maybe this little brat is lucky and only suffered heavy injuries. Fire cultivator, go down and take a look." The fire cultivator wasn't happy to hear this, but he still dashed into the cloud of fire to investigate. The wind cultivator and thunder cultivator waited anxiously, as they were afraid that Yang Kai would really die. After all, their superiors had ordered them to capture Yang Kai alive, and if they really killed him by mistake, their good days would come to an end, as the internal punishment of blood dagger wasn't something they could bear. The cloud of fire was still burning fiercely, and it seemed like it would continue burning until the end of time. The interior of the cloud was quiet, and the fire cultivator didn't react for a long while after he entered. The thunder cultivator and wind cultivator exchanged a glance, and they both realized that something was amiss. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A muffled groan transmitted from the cloud of fire, and the fire cultivator's body flew out from it, while he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. "What?" The expressions of the thunder cultivator and wind cultivator changed drastically. Swish, 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 swish. A strange sound suddenly transmitted from the cloud of fire, and it seemed like sword intent and sword chi filled the air. Along with this sound, the raging flames dispersed and disappeared completely, leaving a person standing there quietly. His whole body was covered in multicolored light. Young Master Yang. When Yi Jinghan saw the figure covered in multicolored light, she couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Impossible! When they saw Yang Kai's current state, the Wind Cultivator and Thunder Cultivator both cried out in alarm. They were shocked to discover that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and he was just in a sorry state. Moreover, the multicolored light emanating from his body seemed to contain a profound mystery. The two of them could clearly sense the pure energy of the 5 elements from the multicolored light. The 5 elements' energy appeared in the same person's body at the same time, and they countered each other while circulating endlessly, causing his aura to rise by a large margin. Be careful, this guy isn't easy to deal with. The fire cultivator also rushed over from nearby, and he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth while looking eagerly at Yang Kai. You don't have to say that. The thunder cultivator and wind cultivator both cast a glance at the fire cultivator at the same time. I'm really sorry for causing you to worry. Yang Kai waved the myriad sword in his hand, and the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi lingered around his body, while a sinister grin appeared on his face. While I was resting just now, this young master has a rough idea of what your combination technique is. Wind, thunder, fire, mountain, and everyone's energy can form a resonance with each other, and while they possess their own energy, they can also obtain the support of others' energy. After saying this, he cast a glance at the mountain cultivator, who was sitting in the void and paying no attention to the outside world, and said, Brother Mountain, you're in charge of defending and sealing this part of the world, right? It's no wonder that my teleportation didn't work just now. If it wasn't for my strong physical body, I would have suffered a great loss. The one who created this combination technique is really a genius, he said with a look of admiration. The wind cultivator's expression changed slightly. You managed to discern so much in such a short time? That's right. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted his body. I even took the time to change into a set of clean clothes. I wonder if you like them. The wind cultivator's expression turned ugly, because he discovered that Yang Kai really had changed into a new set of clothes, and he wasn't just joking. The thunder cultivator said with a gloomy expression, the higher-ups had a reason for ordering the 4 of us to act together. This boy can't be judged with common sense. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The 4 of us can even fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor Realm if we join forces, so why should we be afraid of him? The fire-titled cultivator seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinghan's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. If the 4 of them could really fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor Realm, then Yang Kai wouldn't have any chance of winning. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only strong in the Dao Source Realm, so how could he be compared to someone from the Emperor Realm? After the 3 of them spoke one after another for a while, they all shut their mouths and looked at Yang Kai with solemn gazes. On the other side, Yang Kai just responded with a smile, as if he didn't care at all. An austere atmosphere slowly pervaded the air. Yi Jinghan felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The omnipresent murderous intent was drilling into her skin, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She also knew that she wouldn't be able to help Yang Kai in this battle with her strength, so she didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Kai, so her delicate body flickered as she moved to the side. At a certain moment, the murderous intent colliding with each other exploded like a bomb, and the atmosphere in the air changed abruptly. The fire-titled cultivator shouted, "Kill!" As he shouted, the thunder cultivator, who was the fastest among them, appeared in front of Yang Kai in a flash. He raised his hand high, and thunder energy surged out of his palm before he slapped it down. In an instant, endless crackling sounds rang out. Yang Kai's pupils contracted, and he snorted coldly, 3,000 Sword Dao, seal. As he used his ultimate move, sword waves streaked across the sky and filled the air around Yang Kai before they bombarded the thunder cultivator. But the thunder cultivator didn't show any fear, and he just curled up the corners of his mouth before his body blurred and disappeared. He was replaced by the fire-titled cultivator, who was still a few dozen feet away, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Form displacement transposition. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. The fire-titled cultivator waved his blade, and a cloud of fire whizzed over, before he shouted, "Raging flames burning the plains." Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi collided with the flames, and an intense rumbling sound echoed out. For a moment, the surrounding world spirit chi was thrown into chaos, and the void shuddered, while spirit chi splashed out in all directions. Thunderstorm. The thunder cultivator suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's left side, and with a slap of his hand, several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm appeared above Yang Kai's head before they rained down on him. Chapter 2289. Yang Kai had just broken through the blazing cloud of fire when several bolts of lightning crackled down from the sky and struck his body, causing him to tremble and emit a charred smell. The power of this lightning was incredible, and if it were not for Yang Kai's physique being extraordinary and his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art, he would have fainted on the spot. Even so, he felt that his source chi was blocked and his circulation was somewhat sluggish. Spring breeze. The wind character cultivator had appeared beside Yang Kai at some unknown time and raised his blood-red blade, creating a gentle breeze that enveloped Yang Kai. This gentle breeze seemed to contain a strange power that could make people drowsy and give up all resistance. As the wind poured into Yang Kai's body, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but appear dazed for a moment. At this critical moment, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and space principles swirled around his body before he sent out several huge moon blades in all directions. Dodge! The wind character cultivator's complexion changed as he shouted in a low voice. The thunder character cultivator and fire character cultivator seemed to have some understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. When they saw this space secret technique being used, their expressions became solemn and they quickly used their movement skills to dodge. Asterisk voila. Asterisk accompanied by a soft sound, a pair of illusory wings suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai's back. Above these wings, the power of wind and thunder lingered, causing Yang Kai's speed to suddenly increase. Wind and thunder wings. Yang Kai hadn't used these things for a long time, and as his strength increased and his mastery of space principles improved, the role of the wind and thunder wings became less and less useful. But at this moment, with this part of the world being suppressed by the mountain character cultivator, Yang Kai simply couldn't teleport away. He could only display the wind and thunder wings to slightly increase his speed. Wind swirled and thunder surged. The appearance of this pair of psionic wings stunned the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator, as if they had not expected Yang Kai to have grasped the power of wind and thunder. Including this person's elemental energy as well as his own spatial energy, Blood Knife and the others were shocked to discover that Yang Kai had mastered so many different types of energy that it was simply breathtaking. Whoosh! With the help of the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed increased again. In just a flash, he appeared in front of the fire cultivator. His face was almost in front of the other party. The cultivator with the word fire was shocked. They looked at each other and saw the sarcasm and murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but roar angrily, "Why are you staring at me? Always pick the soft persimmon to pinch." Kai Yang grinned. The expression of the cultivator with the word fire changed as he growled, "Are you saying that I'm the easiest to deal with?" "Who knows?" Yang Kai grinned. The reason why he was the first to make a move on the cultivator with the word fire was indeed as this person had said. He was the easiest to deal with. The cultivator with the word mountain was not mentioned. At a glance, one could tell that he was a person who focused on defense. Under the resonance of the four people's powers, Yang Kai estimated that he might not be able to break through his defense in a short time. The cultivator with the word wind and the word thunder were extremely fast people. Only the word fire cultivator was a soft persimmon among the four people. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. He growled, "Condense." The law of space was leisurely mobilized. Although it was affected by the divine technique displayed by the word mountain cultivator, it still made the cultivator with the word fire stagnate. In a battle between experts, life and death was only a moment away. This moment of stagnation made the word, fire, cultivator feel the call of death. His face suddenly turned pale. Slash! Yang Kai roared as the myriad sword in his hand slashed down leisurely. The word, fire, cultivator did not have time to make any defensive movements before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. At the critical moment, the word, mountain, cultivator slowly opened his eyes and made a hand seal. The shadow of a mountain suddenly lay between Yang Kai and the word, fire, cultivator, condensing into a solid existence. The myriad sword struck the mountain peak. With an ear-piercing sound, the mountain peak suddenly collapsed, but it had already exhausted the power of Yang Kai's attack. The word, mountain cultivator's body only swayed for a moment before it closed its eyes again and sat upright in its original position. The word, fire, escaped from death. Large beads of sweat rolled down its forehead as it dodged and fled. At the same time, the word, thunder, cultivator and the word, wind, cultivator arrived at the same time. After exchanging a few blows, the two of them realized that Yang Kai was extraordinary. They looked at each other and urged their source chi at the same time. Their hands quickly formed hand seals, and as they swung their long blades, the power of wind and thunder combined to form a thunderstorm that swept towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. His clothes were torn to shreds by the sharp wind blades, revealing his strong muscles. Lightning crackled and roamed across his skin, making it difficult for him to even move. All he could do was desperately defend himself. In the distance, the word, mountain, cultivator slammed down from the air. Another shadow of a mountain peak smashed down from the sky, as if it wanted to completely suppress Yang Kai in place. With a rumble, after the shadow of the mountain peak fell, Yang Kai's body shrank. The ground under his feet directly collapsed, and dense cracks like a spider web appeared. He abruptly raised both of his hands into the air, holding up the mountain peak in the air. The word, mountain cultivator's expression, which had been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some slight changes. Shock seemed to flicker in its eyes. The other three people also had solemn expressions. After the fight, the three of them didn't dare to approach Yang Kai and could only watch from afar. This little brat, is he even human? The fire's heart was still beating wildly after surviving the calamity. His eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, he actually used his physical strength to resist the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Mount Meru weighs 100,000 kilograms. Even the average the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to lift it, not to mention Mount Meru's suppressive power. His physical body is very strong. The word, wind, cultivator said enviously. The word, thunder, cultivator sighed and said, I now understand why the higher-ups want us to capture this person alive. This person really has research value. He's only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, but he already has such strength. If we can dig out his secrets, we'll benefit immensely in the future. Hearing this, the eyes of the word, wind, cultivator and the fire's eyes lit up, as if they saw a bright future. But this is as far as he goes. The word, thunder, cultivator coldly snorted, no matter how he resists, he'll be suppressed by the mountain ghost's Mount Meru in the end. The word, wind, cultivator and the fire's expression showed agreement. Obviously, they both understood the power of the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from Yang Kai's mouth. After being besieged by these four people, he was in an extremely sorry state at this moment, but he still couldn't stop laughing. The fire's cultivator shouted, Little brat, keep laughing. We'll make you cry later. If that's all you have, I'm afraid that you'll be the ones crying later. Yang Kai glanced at the fire's cultivator and said indifferently, What? The fire's cultivator was stunned. On the other hand, the word, wind, cultivator's expression changed and he shouted in a low voice, Not good. Hurry up and take action. This brat still has a trump card. After saying this, he was the first to rush up. Wind attribute energy lingered around his body, while principal strength spread out. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to rush over and suddenly shouted. A resounding dragon roar suddenly rang out, and along with it, a giant golden figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The giant golden figure twisted and turned, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant golden dragon. It coiled above Yang Kai's head and opened its eyes wide, looking around disdainfully. The word wind cultivator, who was rushing forward, stopped and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His body swayed and he floated back. This is... The word lightning cultivator's eyes trembled. Dragon might. The word fire cultivator also opened his eyes wide and shouted hysterically. The three of them felt as if they had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. They felt as if the world was spinning around them, and their feet were cramping. Yi Jinghan's expression wasn't any better. When she saw Yang Kai being suppressed by Mt. Shumi, she wanted to go over and help him, but before she could do anything, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, dragon might filled the whole area, and the pure aura of a true dragon filled the air. It was enough to make all living beings bow their heads, and a shadow and fear that couldn't be erased appeared in the depths of every Blood Dagger member's heart. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, a series of cracking sounds rang out, and Yang Kai's arms were covered in dragon scales. Even his exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. The phantom of a giant dragon flashed and disappeared into Yang Kai's body, only to be replaced by Yang Kai's half-dragon body. His tyrannical aura rose to a level comparable to that of the Emperor realm. He wore an indifferent expression and slowly clenched one of his hands into a fist, while his other hand firmly held onto Mt. Shumi. It was no longer as difficult as before, and it was as if he was just holding onto something insignificant. Soon after, he suddenly punched out and pounded the bottom of Mt. Shumi. A loud bang rang out, and the 100,000 Mt. Shumi flickered wildly as it was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying into the sky. Shan Gui's expression changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. He made a hand seal and turned Mt. Shumi back into a ray of light. "You're in trouble." Without the suppression of Mt. Shumi, Yang Kai was completely free, and after shaking his neck, he looked at the three Blood Dagger members with a sinister smile. "Fight him to the death." The wind cultivator roared, "Wind saber, frost sword." He urged the source chi in his body, and all of his strength transformed into a saber and a sword. They were incomparably large and seemed to have the power to cut through heaven and earth as they slashed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the fire-titled cultivator and the thunder cultivator also attacked Yang Kai with their most powerful techniques. The wind, thunder, and fire mountain combined attack could borrow a large portion of the strength of others, and under the support of each other, their power was limitless. They indeed had the qualifications to exchange blows with ordinary people from the Emperor realm. But today, a scene that made their eyeballs pop out appeared. In the face of these three people's desperate divine technique, Yang Kai actually charged straight in. With two cracking sounds, the three people watched as Yang Kai used the power of his fists to shatter the wind saber and frost sword, and then rushed into the eye of the storm and the thunderstorm vortex without any reduction in power. In just a few breaths of time, the three people's divine technique was broken through by brute force. A figure flashed, and the half-dragon Yang Kai rushed in front of the three people. One of his hands turned into a dragon claw that was incomparably sharp, as if it could be compared to the sharpest secret treasures in the world. He grabbed at the wind cultivator's chest. Chapter 2290. Wind Vanish. On the brink of life and death, the wind cultivator let out a roar. His entire body flickered on the spot, turning into a gust of wind and disappearing. No one knew where he had fled to. This was actually an extremely brilliant escape technique. Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his dragon claw and grasped at the void. An invisible force seeped out of his body and turned into the law of space, suppressing the void. The wind cultivator's figure reappeared in a sorry state. His face was still filled with disbelief, as if he had not expected that his most powerful life-saving technique would be so easily broken by Yang Kai. "Ah!" The thunder cultivator and the fire-titled cultivator exclaimed at the same time. "Die!" Yang Kai let out a roar and waved his hand in the direction of the wind cultivator. A huge crescent blade that spanned across the heavens and the earth appeared leisurely. It seemed to have crossed the endless space and time. It took the shape of a half-moon and carried an unparalleled momentum as it slashed towards the wind cultivator. The wind cultivator's face suddenly became extremely pale. He nervously swallowed his saliva. He was unable to dodge because of the law of space and could only watch as death approached him. Mountain of Earth. The mountain ghost, who was several hundred feet away, suddenly shouted. He changed his hand signs, and Shumi appeared once again. It stood between the moon blade and the wind-titled martial artist, and rich earth element surged out. The gravel and soil on the ground were attracted by it, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an indestructible defensive barrier in front of the wind-titled martial artist. Kong. The crescent blade slashed down and shattered the barrier, but its power was greatly reduced. As a crackling sound echoed out, the thunder-titled martial artist turned into a bolt of lightning and saved the wind-titled martial artist before escaping to the side. Yang Kai's face darkened. He glared fiercely at Hill Ghost. He had been fighting with Blood Dagger and the others since the beginning. Hill Ghost had ruined his plans time and time again. If this person did not have an extremely strong defensive technique, the four of them would not have been able to hold on for so long. If he wanted to kill these four people, Hill Ghost must be the first to be killed. Otherwise, with him in charge of defense, Yang Kai would not be unable to kill the other three, especially with Hill Ghost guarding there. His aura and that of the other three people were one, sealing this part of the world, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use Blink. At this thought, Yang Kai's heart became ruthless. He smiled sinisterly and said in a cold voice, "You are indeed impressive. This Yang can be considered as an eye-opener today." Boy, don't boast shamelessly. Even though the fire-titled man was shocked by Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, he didn't fear him too much since he had the advantage in numbers. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, we can't guarantee that we won't let you live when we get too excited about killing you. The thunder-titled cultivator nodded and said, "That's right. If we really kill you, we won't be able to explain it to our superiors. So, just surrender." The wind cultivator. He did not say a word. It seemed that he was a little uneasy after escaping from death just now. Yang Kai sneered again. The fire-titled cultivator scoffed coldly, deliberately mystifying things. Yang Kai's smile disappeared. He looked at the fire-titled cultivator coldly and scoffed, "Open your dog eyes and see if this young master is deliberately mystifying things or not." As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense surged out like a tide as he shouted, "Come out!" As his voice rang out, a small hill suddenly appeared in the wilderness. It fell from mid-air and caused the ground to shake, causing dust to fly everywhere. The four people from Blood Dagger were stunned. All of them wore blank looks as they stared towards the hill, none of them understanding what kind of divine ability Yang Kai was using that allowed him to summon a hill out of thin air. What the hell is this? The wind cultivator gradually calmed down. Seeing this, he waved his hand impatiently. A gust of wind blew and blew away the dust. The hill was instantly imprinted in their eyes. In the next moment, the four from Blood Dagger widened their eyes as they stared dumbfoundedly at the small mountain, their faces filled with disbelief. "Hey, am I seeing things?" The fire-titled cultivator could not help but shout. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Why do I feel that this hill looks like a human? It even has 2 arms and 2 legs." Gulp. The other 3 people also swallowed their saliva. Their expressions were extremely difficult. "What the hell is this?" the wind cultivator asked in shock. "There's a woman." The thunder cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful figure sitting on the hill's shoulder. "It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion." The fire-titled cultivator looked frightened. With a pale face, he muttered to his companions, "Did this hill smile at me just now? It must be an illusion." It's possible." The wind cultivator showed a thoughtful look. This little brat probably used some kind of illusion technique. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see Yang Kai looking at them with a meaningful smile. This smile made the wind-titled cultivator shudder, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. "You should have called us out earlier." Hua Qing Si sat on the embodiment's shoulder and shook her legs. She curled her lips and said, I really don't know why you fought with them alone. It's a waste of time and energy. She seemed to have seen the battle just now clearly in the small sealed world. The embodiment grinned and said in a thunderous voice, Didn't we come out now? When the woman and the mountain suddenly spoke, the 4 blood dagger cultivators were startled and their faces turned pale. It was because they felt that what they saw and heard was so real. It was as if the woman and the mountain really existed. It was not an illusion caused by some kind of illusion technique. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I didn't expect that the 4 of them would be so powerful. I wanted to fight against the 4 of them alone. In the end, I was almost beaten into a pig's head. Hua Qingxi snorted. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, It wasn't that bad. They were just a little troublesome. Sister Hua, pick one of them. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes rolled and she giggled. Her gaze swept over the 4 blood dagger cultivators and finally fixed on the fire-titled cultivator. She pointed at him and said, I'll pick him. They all like to bully soft persimmons. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. The fire-titled cultivator was furious upon hearing this. Boy, I'm warning you, if you dare to call me a soft persimmon again, I'll fight you to the death. The wind, thunder, fire, and fire dagger cultivators had equal strength and status, but the fire-titled cultivator was called a soft persimmon by Yang Kai time and time again. He was naturally furious and felt that he was being looked down upon. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, Among those 3, one focuses on defense and the other 2 focus on speed. I don't want to deal with them, so I'll pick him. But Yang Kai nodded. The 2 of them spoke one after another and completely ignored the fire-titled cultivator, which made him very angry. Then, you'll deal with the mountain ghost. Is that okay? Yang Kai looked at the embodiment and asked. The embodiment laughed and said, That's exactly what I want. The mountain ghost lord's defense was perfect for a powerful but slow existence like the embodiment to deal with. Let's do it. Yang Kai spoke in a casual tone, as if he had already prepared a meal and placed it on the table. Then he called out to his family, Let's eat. Hua Qingxi giggled and her tender body flickered as she jumped down from the embodiment's shoulder and gracefully walked towards the mountain ghost. Halfway there, a ribbon-shaped artifact suddenly appeared in her hand and twirled around her fingers, giving off a halo of light. Little brother, come and play with me. Hua Qingxi greeted the fire-titled cultivator enthusiastically. The fire-titled cultivator wore a grave expression and glanced at the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator after hearing this. The wind cultivator nodded slightly, and the fire-titled cultivator activated his power. His whole body was engulfed in flames, and it seemed as if his whole body was burning. He said in a stern voice, I don't care whether you are an illusion or not. Since you dared to look for me, you should be prepared to die. I won't show you any mercy. So fierce. Hua Qingxi covered her red lips with her hand and wore a scared look. She said in a delicate voice, Don't be so fierce. My heart is beating so fast, go to hell. The fire-titled cultivator remained unmoved. He swung the blood blade in his hand and the flames tumbled, turning into a ferocious roaring fire dragon that pounced toward Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, Are you serious? I'm a woman. I'll fight you to the death. As she spoke, source energy was also poured into the ribbons. They suddenly seemed to come to life and danced in the air, drawing a gorgeous pattern that enveloped the fire-titled cultivator. In an instant, the 2 of them clashed together. Their moves were ruthless, and the battle was intense. At the same time, the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator suddenly felt their bodies sink, as if they were being pressed down by an invisible mountain. Moreover, the space around them buzzed, and countless small pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. They moved around them like living creatures. The 2 of them looked at Yang Kai in unison. Yang Kai grinned. It's best if you 2 don't move first. It won't be too late for me to make a move after my companions. Send your companions on their way. The wind cultivator's face darkened. You want to take our lives with a trifling illusion technique? Don't you think that it's too childish and laughable? An illusion technique? Yang Kai chuckled. He looked like he deserved a beating. When the Wind Cultivator and Thunder Cultivator saw this, they wished they could rush forward and give him a good beating. Blood Dagger and the others weren't the only ones who thought this was an illusion. Even Yi Jinghan felt the same way. She had been standing in the distance when she suddenly saw a huge stone golem and a young woman appear. She was stunned for a long while and kept rubbing her eyes, telling herself over and over again that this was an illusion, that this was just an illusion, but, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see any flaws in this illusion technique. It seemed like the giant stone golem and the young woman were real. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the embodiment strode forward and walked toward the mountain ghost. Even though the mountain ghost kept telling himself that this was just an illusion technique, he still couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the embodiment walking toward him. His face turned pale. The enormous body of the avatar gave off a tremendous amount of pressure. In just a few steps, the embodiment arrived in front of the mountain ghost. The mountain ghost was sitting cross-legged in the air in front of the embodiment's nose. His small figure and the embodiment's gigantic body created an intense visual conflict. Chapter 2291. Hee hee. The embodiment suddenly grinned and smiled at Hillghost. Cold sweat dripped down Hillghost's forehead like rain. He swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Wind Ghoul, I feel like something's not right. This doesn't seem to be an illusion." Wind Ghoul's face darkened and he shouted, "Guard your mind. Don't let your vision be disturbed." Until now, he still felt that everything in front of him was an illusion because no one could make a stone man and a young woman appear out of thin air. Even the 10 great emperors couldn't do it. When Hillghost heard this, he took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Yang Kai smiled strangely at Wind Ghoul and Thunder Ghoul and said, "Take a guess. How many hits can your brother Hillghost take?" Thunder Ghoul snorted, "Will you die if you don't act tough?" Not to mention that it was just an illusion. Even if there was a real Emperor Realm Master here, the mountain ghost would still be able to persist for 10 breaths. Wind Ghoul also said, "Kid, don't underestimate us Blood Blade 4 ghosts." Yang Kai laughed, "I'll turn you 4 ghosts into dead ghosts right away." After that, he shouted at the embodiment, "Did you hear that? They said that even if the Emperor Realm attacks, Brother Hillghost can still hold on for 10 breaths. 10 breaths. The embodiment smiled, but that smile instantly turned sinister. He hummed, 3 breaths is enough." After saying that, he suddenly punched at Hillghost. Maybe it was because they had used the joint attack technique, but Hillghost hadn't moved since he appeared. He had been sitting cross-legged in the air, not only in charge of defense and suppression. It seemed that the 4 people's power was also connected with him as the center. Therefore, even if he saw the embodiment's punch, he didn't have any intention of dodging. However, he stretched out his hand with a solemn expression, and Sumeru appeared again. However, this time, the Sumeru was almost solid, and it shone brightly as if there was really a mountain in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The embodiment snorted and smashed his mountain-like fist down. Boom, there was a loud noise, and heaven and earth shook. The point of contact between the fist and Mount Meru suddenly rippled with layers of halos of power, turning into a vortex that spread out in all directions. The mountain ghost's grave expression instantly turned ghastly pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered. At the same time, Mount Meru, which stood between the avatar and the mountain ghost, shattered and turned into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. What? Wind Demon's expression changed drastically. "That's impossible!" Thunder Devil exclaimed in shock. The 2 of them couldn't believe their eyes. The mountain ghost's innate defense had been shattered by the stone golem in a single exchange. After smashing empty Shumi and being heavily injured, the 2 of them asked themselves over and over again in their hearts, was this also an illusion? If this was an illusion, then it was too real. The mountain ghost was drenched in blood. The smell of blood in the air lingered around the noses of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost, causing them to shudder. After the Dharmakea's attack, however, he did not stop. Another punch was thrown. Boom, a deafening noise sounded for the 2nd time. This time, the mountain ghost did not have MT Shumi to block it. Instead, he desperately changed his hand seals and displayed his divine technique to the extreme. The power of the earth element fluctuated wildly, and the law of earth lingered around him, turning into a protective barrier. Kacha, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Visible to the naked eye, within a radius of a few hundred feet around them, a transparent barrier appeared. A layer of transparent light screen, like an inverted bowl, vibrated out. However, at this moment, this light screen was like a broken mirror. Cracks appeared on it, and then it collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. Yang Kai felt his body lighten. He grinned at Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said, "It seems that the sealing power has been broken. Are you sure this is just an illusion?" Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost's faces were so gloomy that water could almost drip from them. Their hearts were in a mess. What they saw and heard made them feel conflicted. They really didn't dare to be sure whether this was an illusion or not. Puff! On the other side, the mountain ghost spat out another mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura became even more unbearable. His face was as pale as paper. He looked in the direction of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said with difficulty, "Save me." The Dharmakaya grinned and threw a third punch. However, at this moment, the mountain ghost was powerless to defend. Seeing the mountain-like fist coming at him, he only felt cold all over and his hands and feet were numb. The fist hit the mountain ghost directly. In mid-air, the mountain ghost's body suddenly burst open, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down. His entire aura disappeared in an instant. "Look, it's just 3 breaths." After the Dharmakaya finished his attack, he turned around and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost looked at each other, knowing that the situation was not good. At this moment, they could not care about the spatial cracks lingering around them. They suddenly urged their power, and the law of earth lingered around them. They broke through the seal of the power of space and fled in 2 directions. "Since you're here, don't think of leaving." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. His figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Wind Ghost. His dragon hand turned into a claw and grabbed at him. Wind Ghost was shocked. He raised the blood saber in his hand and slashed at Yang Kai with all his might. Wind whistled above the saber, as if it contained great power. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he grabbed the blood saber in his hand. In an instant, the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. "What kind of joke is this?" Wind Ghost's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked to find that his opponent had taken his blow with just his physical strength. Moreover, he was not injured at all. Wind Ghost's blood saber was a Dao Source-grade artifact. At this moment, even the Emperor Realm would not dare to take this attack head-on. However, his opponent had done it. Just as he was in a daze, Yang Kai's other hand directly pressed against his chest. Violent source chi poured out and poured into Wind Ghost's body. With a cry, Wind Ghost flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The light on his body instantly dimmed. Yang Kai followed closely behind. His hands moved rapidly as he poked Wind Ghost a few times, directly suppressing his cultivation. Although Wind Ghost's face was ashen and shocked, he still glared at Yang Kai coldly and shouted, "Kill me if you want. Your situation will be reported to Blood Dagger's headquarters. Next time, there will be more powerful people coming for you. If I kill all of you, who will leak my situation?" Yang Kai sneered. Wind Ghost said, "Thunder Ghost's escape technique is unparalleled. You won't be able to catch him." "Are you still dreaming?" Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. Wind Ghost. At this moment, a dejected call came from not far away. Wind Ghost was stunned when he heard this and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Thunder Ghost standing in midair with his head hung low. His body was surrounded by pitch-black moon blades, which were humming and ready to attack. Wind Ghost did not dare to make the slightest move. "How did you?" Wind Ghost looked at Thunder Ghost in disbelief. He did not expect the other party to not escape. "We lost." Thunder Ghost sighed. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze and said, "We underestimated this person. We are not his opponent." "So that's how it is." Wind Ghost smiled miserably. I'll take my leave first. Thunder Ghost suddenly said in a deep voice. Immediately, he formed a seal with his hands. The source chi in his body suddenly became chaotic and his body expanded. Yang Kai's face changed drastically and he shouted, "You dare!" Thunder Ghost sneered, "This king is not your opponent, but I still have the right to choose how to die." As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded. Not even his bones were left behind. Thunder Ghost chose to self-detonate after being trapped. His determination and decisiveness were beyond anyone's expectations. Yang Kai could not stop him in time. The self-detonation of a third-order Dao Source Realm powerhouse was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. A black hole appeared in the void from the explosion. The space became unstable and turbulent air currents flowed in all directions. Even though Yang Kai was not close to it, he was still shaken by the aftershocks. Wind Ghost, whose cultivation had been crippled, let out a muffled groan. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Yi Jinghan was also sent flying by the aftershocks of the self-detonation. She kept urging her source chi to resist the aftershocks. Her face was pale. After a while, the aftershocks gradually subsided. Yang Kai arrived in front of Wind Ghost in a flash. He found that Wind Ghost was no longer breathing. He was dead. Damn it. Yang Kai couldn't help but curse. He raised his head and looked at Hua Qingxi. He shouted, "Sister Hua, leave him alive." Yang Kai had no idea what kind of organization Blood Dagger was or why they had come to look for him. If he could capture 1 or 2 of them alive and interrogate them, he might be able to get some information. Yang Kai had not killed Wind Ghost directly, but had instead crippled his cultivation. He had not expected that he would be killed by the aftershocks of Wind Ghost or Thunder Ghost's self-detonation. Mountain Ghost had already been killed by the embodiment, and only Fire Ghost was left alive. Yang Kai naturally didn't want Fire Ghost to die. However, when he shouted out those words, he was stunned on the spot. Hua Qingxi, who was surrounded by ribbons, turned her head and looked at him with a bitter smile. She said, "I'm afraid that this will be quite difficult." Not far in front of her, Fire Ghost laughed miserably. His blood dagger had already been stabbed into his heart, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Although he looked pained, he still laughed wildly. Once the blood dagger attacks, it won't stop until it's dead. Ha! Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had committed suicide. He probably saw that the other 3 people had already died and felt that there was no hope for him to escape. So, he directly stabbed his blood dagger into his heart. With such a fatal injury, even the Emperor Realm wouldn't be able to live for long, let alone Fire Ghost, who was only in the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. If he was left alone, it would only take a short while for him to die. Yang Kai's face was ashen. After several changes of expression, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you want to die without my permission? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Fire Ghost. He patted him with one hand and sealed his power so that he would not choose to self-detonate like Thunder Ghost. If that happened, there would be no way to save him. "What are you doing?" Although Fire Ghost had already heard the call of death, he couldn't help but be startled when he saw Yang Kai's ferocious appearance. Yang Kai sneered, "What am I doing? Of course, I'm saving you. You don't need to thank me." Chapter 2292. Save me? The fire-titled cultivator's eyes, which were gradually losing their luster, widened in shock. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar and his body flickered, disappearing from where he was standing. The wasteland reeked of blood and was filled with the remains of a great battle. There were also many severed limbs and pieces of flesh. It was a miserable sight. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan flew back with a pale face. She looked around but she couldn't find Yang Kai. So, she asked Hua Qingxi anxiously, "Elder sister, where did young Master Yang go?" Hua Qingxi exchanged a glance with the embodiment, then her body flickered and she appeared behind Yi Jinghan. She stretched out her hand and chopped at the back of Yi Jinghan's neck. Yi Jinghan had never expected that Hua Qingxi would attack her. After all, in her opinion, Hua Qingxi was in cahoots with Yang Kai, so she hadn't been on guard at all. As soon as Hua Qingxi's palm chopped down, she fell limply to the ground. "Did you kill her?" The embodiment was startled. "How is that possible?" Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes at him and curled her lips. "I just knocked her unconscious." She paused for a moment, then looked at the embodiment suspiciously and asked, "What did you do?" While she was speaking, she noticed that the embodiment had walked over to the dead wind demon and picked up his corpse. The embodiment grinned and said, "What else can I do? This is a great tonic. This is the third order Dao source realm." Upon hearing this, Hua Qingxi's face turned pale. She seemed to have recalled something and she cried out in alarm, "Are you going to use that evil cultivation technique to devour his flesh and blood essence again?" The embodiment replied, "I'm just making use of trash." "How disgusting! Don't try it in front of me. Otherwise, I'll break off all relations with you," Hua Qingxi said in disdain. At this moment, Yang Kai's body flickered and he reappeared in the wasteland. He waved at the embodiment and Hua Qingxi and said, "Come back." After he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jinghan, who had fainted on the ground, and he seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "It's good that she's unconscious." He waved his hand and sucked Yi Jinghan into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he opened the entrance to the sealed world bead, allowing Hua Qingxi and her Dharmakaya to enter. Inside the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai and his embodiment reappeared. At this moment, the fire ghost's aura was weak and his vitality was dim. It seemed as if he would die soon. The blood-red saber in his chest was still standing upright, and blood was flowing out from the wound. He laughed mockingly, "I have already suffered a fatal injury. In this world, other than a few kinds of healing panaceas that only exist in legends, no one can save me. I advise you not to waste your time." Cough, cough. He coughed as he spoke, his mouth and nostrils filled with blood. Yang Kai snorted, "It's probably impossible for you to recover, but it's definitely not a problem to keep you alive." He went straight to the fire ghost. He stretched out his hand and opened the fire ghost's mouth. Then, he took out a large number of healing spirit pills and poured them into his mouth. The fire-titled cultivator was stubborn and still refused to compromise, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum, but now that his cultivation had been sealed, how could he defy Yang Kai? After struggling for a while, he had no choice but to swallow these spirit pills. His gaze was filled with resentment and ridicule. He obviously felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to keep him alive. He could clearly feel his vitality fading away, and although the feeling of his life slowly leaving his body was chilling, it was still better than falling into the hands of his enemy and suffering torment. Under his gaze, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of him, made a hand seal, and pressed his palm toward his chest. When the palm pressed on the blood saber, it directly shook the blood saber out of his chest, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The fire ghost could not help but groan, and his body shook violently. He only felt that he was about to die. However, in the next moment, the fire ghost's expression changed. This was because he sensed a rich and pure vitality pouring into his body from the outside world, allowing him, who was on the verge of death, to slowly return from the gates of hell. The wound on his chest became numb and no longer bled. His vitality that was fading away was also greatly replenished at this moment. The fire ghost widened his eyes and looked around. He saw a lush tree that was not taller than half a person in the medicinal garden next to him. It was emitting a dark green aura, which was visible to the naked eye. It was being guided by Yang Kai's secret technique into his body. What's this? Even though the fire ghost knew that he was going to die sooner or later, he was still so shocked that his whole body was trembling. This was because he felt an unimaginable vitality from the small tree. It was the green aura emitted by the small tree that acted on his body and prevented him from dying immediately. He was instantly stunned and realized that this small tree must be very famous. The immortal tree, I don't know if you've heard of it before. Yang Kai grinned at him, but his smile was full of evil. The immortal tree? The fire ghost's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. The immortal tree is born from heaven and earth and has the effect of reviving the dead. It is said that if the immortal tree is refined, one can obtain an immortal and indestructible body. How could you have such a divine object? You know quite a lot, Yang Kai chuckled. This is the immortal tree? Who are you trying to fool? The fire ghost disdainfully said. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yang Kai glanced at him and said with an evil grin, You even have the strength to quarrel with me. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you won't die anytime soon. As soon as these words came out, the fire ghost was immediately silenced, and his expression changed endlessly. He was shocked to find that just the green aura emitted by the small tree was enough to make his injuries show signs of improvement. He was no longer bleeding and was far away from the misfortune of death. If he could swallow the leaves on the small tree, wouldn't it mean that he would immediately be full of energy and recover from his injuries? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, the fire ghost was completely shocked and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he didn't want to believe it from his own experience, this small tree might really be the legendary immortal tree. Gulp. The fire ghost couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes suddenly became fiery as he stared at the immortal tree. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and said to the embodiment, I'll leave this person to you. You must ask him something. Don't worry, he will talk. The embodiment laughed evilly, and his voice entered the fire ghost's ears, making his hair stand on end. However, when he turned his head to take a look, he discovered that Yang Kai had already disappeared. Only the giant stone man was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and he was holding a corpse in his hand. Wind Ghost. The fire ghost looked mournfully at the wind ghost's corpse, and a sad feeling welled up in his heart. After a short while, he looked coldly at the embodiment and said, I don't care what kind of ghost you are. You won't get any information from me. You have a backbone. The embodiment praised him. I like people with a backbone. You can set your mind at ease. I won't make things difficult for you. The fire ghost sneered. It was obvious that he didn't believe the embodiment's words easily. However, to his surprise, the embodiment didn't pay any attention to him. He also didn't seem to have any intention of torturing him. Instead, he placed the wind ghost's corpse in front of him. Then he folded his hands and wrapped the corpse in his palms. What are you going to do to the wind ghost? The fire ghost's expression changed drastically, and he asked in a stern voice. What am I going to do? Haha. The embodiment laughed strangely. The veins on the fire ghost's forehead throbbed, and he was inexplicably upset. The embodiment's perfunctory attitude of not answering the question and asking the question was really infuriating. Just as the fire ghost was getting anxious, the embodiment's expression turned solemn, and he shouted, The heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics. The fire ghost's eyes widened in an instant, and his 2 rows of teeth clattered together violently, making a clattering sound. He said in horror, The heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics? The fire ghost didn't have a backbone like he had said before. In other words, what he had seen was beyond his psychological bottom line. He could stab the blood knife into his own heart without hesitation and die to prove his resolve. However, when he saw the Dharmakaya use the heaven-devouring battle law on the wind demon's corpse with his own eyes, the line of defense in his heart instantly collapsed. No one was willing to have their flesh and blood devoured while they were still alive. This kind of death was a little too miserable. Therefore, he quickly revealed everything he knew. The 4 of them were the cultivators of the blood knife, and they had received orders from their superiors to capture Yang Kai alive and return to their headquarters. As for the reason, the fire ghost couldn't explain it. They were just following orders. The hierarchy of the blood knife was very strict, and one couldn't get in touch with its secrets unless one reached a certain level. They didn't even know who had issued the order. They just received a mission's instruction at a specific place and time. Through this inquiry, Yang Kai also learned that the blood knife's size was beyond his imagination. The blood knife's members were diverse, and they were scattered in various big sects in the territory of the blood knife. Usually, they wouldn't leave any trace behind, and they would only go out to carry out missions when they received a mission. Once the mission was over, they would disappear without a trace, and no one would be able to trace them. When the embodiment asked where the headquarters of the Blood Knife was in the southern territory of the Blood Knife, the fire ghost's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded before he could answer, and he died. He seemed to have been put under a restriction by some expert. Once the real secrets of the Blood Knife were involved, this restriction would be activated to prevent the information from leaking out. After receiving this information from the embodiment, Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. Although it was his first time coming into contact with the Blood Knife, judging from the strength and performance of the four ghosts, the Blood Knife was not to be trifled with. Now, he was being targeted by the Blood Knife, but he didn't even know the reason, let alone the information of the enemy. This made him feel very uncomfortable, and he always felt like there was a fishbone in his throat. The Blood Knife would not rest until they were dead. Now that the mission had failed, the Blood Knife would definitely not let it go, and there would definitely be more powerful enemies coming to find him. He could get rid of the four ghosts of wind, thunder, fire, but what about next time? What if the Blood Knife mobilized the experts of the Emperor realm? For a moment, Yang Kai was very worried. Chapter 2293. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, he suddenly heard a moaning sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Jinghan sitting on the wooden boat with a frown on her face and a blank look on her face. It seemed like she still didn't understand what was going on. But soon, she recalled what had happened before she fainted and stood up abruptly, calling out, "Young Master Yang. You're awake." Yang Kai cast a glance at her and said calmly, "Don't move around. Check your body and see if you have any serious injuries." Yi Jinghan nodded and closed her eyes to examine her body. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "I'm fine." She had just been knocked unconscious by Hua Qingxi. Even though she had been hit by Thunderghost's explosion, she hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Her qi and blood were just a little unstable, and she would recover after taking some pills. "Yang Kai, where are the big sister and the big stone golem?" Hua Qingxi looked around, but didn't find any trace of Hua Qingxi or the embodiment. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yang Kai asked, "What big sister and the stone golem?" "It's that." Yi Jinghan was about to describe them, but she suddenly furrowed her brows and said with a strange expression, "Could it be that it was really an illusion?" At this moment, she recalled the scene when Hua Qingxi and the embodiment had appeared, and she couldn't help but feel that everything was so unreal. She suddenly suspected that she had fallen into an illusion, and that the young woman and the stone golem weren't real. "I used an eye technique to deal with the four ghosts, so you must have been hallucinating," Yang Kai replied. "I see." Yi Jinghan exhaled and laughed at herself. "Young Master Yang's divine technique is really great. I'm really ashamed that I couldn't help you at all." "It's nothing. The four ghosts of Blood Saber aren't easy to deal with. If you had really interfered, you would have already died." Yi Jinghan broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this. She realized once again the huge gap between her and Yang Kai. The Blood Saber's four ghosts were third-order Dao Source Realm Masters, and the four of them had joined forces to execute a joint attack. They could even fight the Emperor Realm, but they were completely annihilated by Yang Kai. Such a battle record was enough to be proud of. Even though they were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, Yi Jinghan discovered that the gap between her and Yang Kai was like the difference between heaven and earth. She couldn't help but feel depressed and yearn for the day when she could possess Yang Kai's strength. She smiled bitterly and touched the back of her neck, only to find that there was a slight pain there. She was stunned. He recalled the scene of the young woman knocking him unconscious. Yi Jinghan was extremely hesitant. She didn't know whether what she had just seen was an illusion or reality. Nothing was said along the way. Yi Jinghan seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai wasn't in a good mood after his encounter with the four ghosts, so she didn't bother him and just pointed him in the right direction. When she had some free time, she would meditate and rest on the wooden boat. After more than 10 days, the two of them finally saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. Only then did Yi Jinghan get up from the wooden boat. She pointed excitedly at the mountain range in front of them and said, "Young Master Yang, this is the 1,000-Leaf Mountain Range. Our 1,000 Leaves sect is located in this mountain range. It will take us less than half a day to reach it. Yang Kai replied casually. Yi Jinghan smiled and said, I will send a message to my father so that he won't worry. She had spent several months on this trip and was always worried about her family when she was alone. Now that she had returned safely, the first thing she wanted to do was to report her safety. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her and just sat at the front of the boat and observed their surroundings. Yi Jinghan took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. After a short while, the artifact buzzed and seemed to have received an answer. After Yi Jinghan checked it, she furrowed her brows and an unhappy look appeared on her face. Yang Kai noticed the change in her expression and asked, What's wrong? Yi Jinghan pouted and said, My father unexpectedly asked me to represent our Thousand Leaves sect and attend Sky Crane City's City Lord's wedding ceremony. He's really infuriating. She complained, If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have told him that I had returned. It would have saved me a lot of trouble. It seems like you don't want to go. Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Yi Jinghan snorted coldly and said, I don't want to get involved in the affairs of a person who has forgotten his master. It's fine if he takes her as his concubine. But my father also doesn't want to give him face and send someone to attend such a troublesome ceremony. Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, Does your Thousand Leaves sect have a grudge with Sky Crane City's City Lord? Yi Jinghan wore a cold look. That guy is an ungrateful person. He was able to become the City Lord all those years ago because of our Thousand Leaves sect's support. Now that he's grown strong and has found another backer, he doesn't take us seriously. He even squeezed out our Thousand Leaves sect's many properties in Sky Crane City. He's really a vile person. Yang Kai wasn't interested in this matter, so he didn't reply after asking a casual question. Yi Jinghan seemed to have realized that she had misspoken, so she stuck out her tongue and said, I'm sorry, young Master Yang. I misspoke. It doesn't matter. There are always some stingy people in this world who make people angry. Yang Kai waved his hand. Young Master Yang, please wait for a moment. I will inform my father and take you back to the sect to settle down, Yi Jinghan said before she poured her divine sense into the communication artifact. There's no need for that, Yang Kai grinned. I'll go with you. It'll save me a lot of trouble and I'll just take it as a walk to relieve my boredom. Yi Jinghan was delighted to hear this and she said, Many thanks, young Master Yang. Please forgive me if I neglected you. It's fine. After they spoke, the two of them turned around and headed towards Sky Crane City. Sky Crane City was located 3,000 kilometers away from the foot of Thousand Leaf Mountain, and even though it wasn't a big city, it was still much better than Maplewood City and could be considered a medium-sized city. According to Yi Jinghan, there were a dozen or so Dao Source Realm Masters in Sky Crane City's City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord, Luo Jin, had a powerful cultivation in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which was comparable to some of the nearby medium-sized sect masters. It was because of this that he was able to secure his position as Sky Crane City's City Lord. When Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan arrived at the city gate, they saw that it was bustling with activity. Many carriages were loaded with goods and were waiting to enter the city. The carriages were filled with precious treasures, and Yang Kai even smelled some pills and spirit herbs. Judging from the joyous decorations on the carriages, it was obvious that the goods in the carriages were gifts prepared by the nearby sects. Sky Crane City was considered an outstanding sect in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers, and now that the City Lord was taking a concubine, the various sects would naturally come to congratulate him. The guards at the city gate also seemed to be in high spirits, and they all wore smiles as they inspected the goods and let them pass. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan didn't rush into the city, but instead stood 1,000 meters away from the city and waited quietly. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would be arriving soon. It was a coincidence that Yi Jinghan had been assigned this task. If she hadn't rushed back today, she wouldn't have been assigned this task by Yi Hen, which annoyed her so much. In any case, she was the young sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so it would be acceptable for her to lead the team to congratulate him. After waiting for a while, Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she pointed in a certain direction. They're here. Yang Kai raised his head and saw a ray of light flying towards them from the horizon. When the ray of light approached them, it revealed its true form. It was an artifact in the shape of a ship with several well-dressed cultivators standing on it. One of them was leaning against the ship's railing and looking around, and when he saw Yi Jinghan, he couldn't help but grin and wave at her intimately. Yi Jinghan responded, and after a short while, the ship landed on the ground. The man who had greeted Yi Jinghan flew down and waited for the others to disembark before he made a hand seal and put the ship away. "Z, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone to Maplewood City to look for you." The man came up to Yi Jinghan and looked at her affectionately with bright eyes, completely ignoring Yang Kai's existence. "Brother Du Xian." Yi Jinghan's cheeks flushed from his passionate gaze, and she lowered her head bashfully. When Yang Kai saw this, he knew that there was something going on between this man and woman, and he couldn't help but smile. Another man suddenly poked his head out from behind Du Xian and grinned. "Senior Sister Yi, you don't know this, but ever since you went to Maplewood City, our eldest brother hasn't been able to eat or drink. He's not even in the mood to cultivate, and he's been scolded by our master several times." "Shut up." Du Xian glared at the man, but there was a smile in his eyes. Yi Jinghan pursed her red lips and said in a low voice, "How can you be like this? You still have to cultivate." Du Xian looked at Yi Jinghan affectionately and said softly, "I've been cultivating, but I can't calm my mind, and I'm always thinking about someone." "Are you thinking about?" Yi Jinghan's delicate body trembled, and the blush on her cheeks became even more obvious. "I'm thinking about you." That sneaky man interrupted again and said, "Senior Marshal Sister Yi, Junior Marshal Brother misses you too. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night." As he spoke, he put on a pained expression and tossed and turned in bed, causing the other Thousand Leaves sect disciples to snicker. "Wizard Ma, get out of my way." Du Xian suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the disciple called Wu Ma on the head. Wu Ma's neck shrank and he shouted indignantly, "Only the magistrate is allowed to set the fire, but the common people are not allowed to light the lanterns. Is there still any justice in law? Yi Shiji, you have to give me justice." Yi Jinghan spat, "Serves you right. Who told you to keep chattering? Big brother should give you a good beating." A dejected look appeared on Wizard Ma's face. Yang Kai looked on coldly from the side and felt that the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect were quite interesting. They seemed to be quite close to each other, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, the smaller the sect, the stronger the cohesiveness of the sect's disciples would be when they encountered a crisis. However, once the sect grew larger, all kinds of deception and deceit would slowly breed. Du Xian seemed to have just noticed Yang Kai, and a surprised look flashed through his eyes. He cupped his fists and said solemnly, "I'm Du Xian from Thousand Leaves sect. May I know your name, brother?" Chapter 2294. Du Xian wore an odd expression when he asked this question. He didn't know why a stranger like Yang Kai was with Yi Jinghan, but he didn't show any hostility towards him. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples did the same, all of them curiously sizing up Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "I am Yang Kai. Nice to meet you, Brother Du," Yi Jinghan continued. "Young Master Yang is an honored guest invited by me. He was going back to the sect to meet with my father to discuss some important matters, but he was assigned a mission by my father to come to Sky Crane City on his way back. So, he had no choice but to come here first. Elder brothers and junior brothers, please don't neglect him." Her tone was serious, as if Yang Kai was some kind of master. Du Xian and the wizard looked at each other and became more confused. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and he wasn't wearing luxurious clothes. It was obvious that he wasn't a disciple from a great force. Why does Yi Jinghan value such a person so much? Although they had doubts in their hearts, the two of them didn't ask much and just nodded slightly. "Since you're here, let's enter the city first. That old thing's concubine marriage ceremony is tomorrow, right?" Yi Jinghan asked as she looked at Du Xian. She didn't have any intention of explaining this matter to her brother. After all, she had asked Yang Kai to go back and repair the world-crossing space array. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. She hadn't even had the time to report this matter to Yi Hen. Only then did Du Xian withdraw his attention from Yang Kai. His expression changed slightly as he said, "Yi, be careful with your words." As he spoke, he glanced around. The crowd was now 1,000 feet away from the city gate, and he didn't want to let Sky Crane City's people hear him. He was afraid that it would be another round of trouble. Yi Jinghan curled her lips. "I'm already being polite by calling him an old bastard. He's already half buried, yet he still dares to imitate others and take in concubines. I don't know which little girl was fooled by him." Wizard Ma smiled bitterly and said, "He might not have been deceived. Maybe he had no choice. All these years, this master of the city lord has frequently taken in concubines, but he hasn't had any children. I don't know if his body can take it." The retribution. Yi Jinghan's face was filled with satisfaction. Du Xian rubbed his forehead and said, all right, let's talk less. This time, we're here to congratulate you, not to cause trouble. Before we left, Master said that we mustn't cause any trouble in Sky Crane City this time because the people from the surrounding great powers will be here. Yi Jinghan pouted and didn't say anything, while wearing an unhappy expression. Du Xian smiled at Yang Kai and said, "I've let Brother Yang laugh at me. It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Pack up and enter the city." Du Xian yelled at the others. Only then did everyone tidy up their clothes and walk towards the city gate under his lead. The 1,000 Leaves sect's congratulatory gifts were all stored in their space rings. Naturally, there wasn't much to tidy up. Only those who were eager to curry favor with Luo Jin would use their carriages to carry their congratulatory gifts. This way, others would be able to see clearly what kind of precious gift they had brought. Not only would it satisfy the city lord's mansion, but it would also bring glory to them. There were many people at the city gate. The 1,000 Leaves sect's members didn't show any intention of cutting the queue. They just quietly lined up and waited to enter the city. During this time, Yi Jinghan kept apologizing to Yang Kai, as she was afraid that she would offend him. Others didn't know about Yang Kai's methods, but Yi Jinghan was well aware of them. The Blood Saber's 4 demons had been completely annihilated by Yang Kai 10 days ago, and the scene from that day was still vivid in her mind. If Yang Kai didn't want to line up and force his way into the city, the guards at the city gate wouldn't be able to stop him, but it would definitely bring disaster to 1,000 Leaves sect. Fortunately, Yang Kai seemed to be very relaxed and didn't show any signs of irritation. The expressions of Du Xian and the Wizard Ma became more and more suspicious. They couldn't understand why Yi Jinghan was treating Yang Kai so cautiously. Her cautious attitude made it seem as if she was interacting with a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The queue moved forward quickly, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it was the 1,000 Leaves sect's turn. When the cultivator at the city gate, who was in charge of inspecting goods and people, saw Yi Jinghan, he grinned and cupped his fists. "So it's 1,000 Leaves sect's young lady Yi. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." This person's appearance was nothing special. He looked extremely ordinary and was about 40 years old. The clothes on his body were extremely festive. There was a smile on his face, but that smile gave people a feeling that it was extremely fake. He wasn't weak and was comparable to the First Order Dao Source realm. It seemed like he held an important position in Sky Crane City. Usually, such a powerhouse wouldn't be in charge of guarding the city gate, but today was different. The cultivator from the surrounding great forces had arrived in Sky Crane City ahead of time to congratulate them, so Sky Crane City naturally had to send a competent cultivator to wait for them. This person was such an existence. Judging from his tone, it was obvious that he knew Yi Jinghan. This wasn't strange, as according to Yi Jinghan, Sky Crane City's city lord had only been able to secure his position because of 1,000 Leaves sect's secret support. Sky Crane City's people must have had many interactions with 1,000 Leaves sect in the past, and as the daughter of 1,000 Leaves sect's sect master, Yi Jinghan was no stranger to them. Yi Jinghan's face was as cold as ice and she replied calmly, "Elder Si Ming, you don't need to be so courteous." The middle-aged man called Si Ming smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding, young lady. It's Sky Crane City's honor to have young lady Yi here at the city lord's wedding ceremony. The city lord's master will surely be happy to hear about it. Please, young lady." As he spoke, he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He didn't seem like he was trying to make things difficult for Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan didn't need to be courteous with him and just walked into the city. Just as Du Xian and the others behind Yi Jinghan were about to enter the city, Siming waved his hand and blocked Du Xian's path. He shouted coldly, "What are you doing? Are you trying to force your way into the city?" Du Xian furrowed his brows upon hearing this, and Yi Jinghan, who was walking in front of him, also stopped and turned around to look at them. Siming shouted, "You're quite daring. How dare you try to enter the city without my permission? It's obvious that you don't put Sky Crane City in your eyes." A displeased look appeared on Du Xian's face and he said in a deep voice, "Elder Siming, are you blind because of your age? Can't you see that we're here with the young sect master? Brat, how dare you scold me?" Siming was infuriated and he snorted, "Do you believe that I won't take you down right now?" Du Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Elder Siming, what do you mean by this?" Siming snorted and said, "What do you think I mean?" Du Xian took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart before he said, "We're here to congratulate City Lord Luo on the orders of our master. Why do you stop us in front of the city gate and make us a laughingstock? Have you also come here to congratulate him?" Siming seemed to be startled and he sized up Du Xian before he curled his lips and said, "You're dressed so shabbily. Which sect do you belong to?" "Old fool, don't be so shameless." The wizard flew into a rage upon hearing this. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they had come here with Yi Jinghan and were obviously Thousand Leaves sect's disciples. However, Siming still acted as if he didn't know them. Not only did he stop Du Xian and the others, he even mocked them in a roundabout manner. It was obvious that he wanted to humiliate Thousand Leaves sect. When the cultivator who was waiting in line to enter the city saw this scene, they understood what was going on and started whispering among themselves. When the discussions reached the ears of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, their faces turned ashen and ugly expressions appeared on their faces. They had only come here to congratulate Luo Feng on orders, yet they had suffered such humiliation at the city gate. No one would be able to swallow this humiliation. The source chi of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples surged as if they were about to start a fight. Siming immediately jumped back and said vigilantly, "What do you want to do? Are you trying to rebel? This is Sky Crane City, not your desolate wilderness. Where did these country bumpkins come from? How dare you act so presumptuously here?" Siming shouted and acted as if he was serious, causing the cultivator behind him to snicker in a low voice. They all understood that this old fool was just pretending to be crazy in order to humiliate Thousand Leaves sect in front of everyone. Unfortunately, Thousand Leaves sect was powerless to retaliate. "Elder Siming." Yi Jinghan looked at him coldly and said, "Elder Siming can't be so forgetful, right? You can't even recognize our Thousand Leaves sect symbol? Do you want my father to come here and explain it to you personally?" When Siming heard this, a stunned look appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Jinghan and said, "Young Miss Yi, do you mean?" He turned his head to look at Du Xian and the others, and when he saw the Thousand Leaves sect's symbol on their clothes, he slapped his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, "Oh, young Miss Yi, please forgive me." This king didn't realize that these people were actually Thousand Leaves sect's geniuses. Judging from their behavior, this king assumed that they were from that bumpkin, *********. He put on an act as if he had just woken up from a dream and apologized to Yi Jinghan for a long time. It was as if he had really just discovered that Du Xian and the others were Thousand Leaves sect's disciples. Yi Jinghan was infuriated and her pretty face flushed red, but she couldn't vent her anger. She was so depressed that she felt like vomiting blood. "Since you're all Thousand Leaves sect's geniuses, you can enter the city after registering." This king was negligent, so please don't take offense. Siming wore a brilliant smile and cupped his fists towards Du Xian and the others. "Register? Register what?" Yi Jinghan was startled by his words. Siming said with a smile, "Names, sect affiliation, and some other simple things. Young lady, you should also know that tomorrow is the City Lord's wedding ceremony. It's a very important matter, so in the next few days, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter the city. As long as someone enters the city, they must register for inspection purposes. Yi Jinghan said coldly, "Why didn't I see any of those people registering?" Si Ming said with a smile, "Young Miss Yi, this king recognizes all of them and knows their origins, so there's no need to register." "Are you saying that you don't recognize my Thousand Leaves sect's people?" Yi Jinghan gritted her teeth and anger appeared on her pretty face. Si Ming had repeatedly made things difficult for Thousand Leaves sect, which infuriated her. She didn't want to come to Sky Crane City to participate in the concubine ceremony, but now, she felt even more repulsed by it. What infuriated her even more was that Si Ming was deliberately humiliating Thousand Leaves sect in front of so many people. Chapter 2295. Young Miss Yi, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just following orders. Si Ming wore a smile on his face and spoke in an official tone. If I enter the city without registering and the city lord's master learns of this, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Good, very good. Yi Jinghan couldn't bear it any longer and she laughed out of anger. Sky Crane City, I'll remember this. It's fine if we don't enter this city. Brother, let's go. Upon hearing her words, Si Ming didn't show any signs of fear and he even laughed even more heartily. Yi Jinghan turned around and it seemed like she really wanted to leave this place. However, Du Xian grabbed her arm and slowly shook his head at her, indicating that she should not be impatient. Luo Jin's marriage ceremony was just a ceremony, but there were guests from all over the world and almost all the forces in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers were involved. If Thousand Leaves sect really left, they might get involved in some disputes and give Sky Crane City an excuse to fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. If this wasn't the case, Yi Hen wouldn't have warned Du Xian and the others to endure the humiliation before leaving. Du Xian was more mature and prudent, so when he saw Si Ming laughing so heartily, he immediately realized that there was something fishy going on. Si Ming probably wanted Thousand Leaves sect to return home and break off all relations between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves sect. When Du Xian realized this, how could he allow Si Ming to do as he wished? He grabbed Yi Jinghan's arm and whispered a few words to her. Yi Jinghan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down and she gnashed her teeth in anger. She remained silent for a while before she nodded bitterly. Du Xian smiled and cupped his fists. Elder Si Ming, we just need to register, right? Si Ming furrowed his brows and replied, "That's right. That's simple." Du Xian nodded. He walked to the side. He then wrote down his name and the sect he belonged to on the scarlet registration book. With him taking the lead, the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples also stepped forward one after another, even though they were annoyed. However, a scene that made the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples even more infuriated appeared. The names and sects written on the registration book were all unpresentable families and sects. Any sect with a little bit of power wouldn't be asked to register, and Thousand Leaves sect was the first one to do so. In other words, the level of Thousand Leaves sect had been leveled by Si Ming to the same level as those small families and forces. Despite the anger in their hearts, the Thousand Leaves sect members still endured. Not long after, the few of them finished registering. When it was Yang Kai's turn, Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes flickered and she glanced at him worriedly, only to see that Yang Kai had also walked up to the table and started writing down his name. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Previously, she was really afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't cooperate and would leave in a huff. "Wait a minute!" Si Ming suddenly shouted. He stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe as he asked, "Friend, you don't look familiar. Are you also from the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yes." Si Ming snorted coldly. "Friend, you should think carefully before you answer. Sky Crane City is now heavily guarded. If this friend wishes to use Thousand Leaves sect's name to infiltrate the city, then I will. This king will have to have a good chat with you." Yang Kai raised his brows and asked with a faint smile, "Elder Si Ming, why are you so sure that I'm not from the Thousand Leaves sect? Could it be that you know everyone from the Thousand Leaves sect?" Si Ming replied, "Although I don't dare to say that I know everyone, I've seen most of them, especially those with your cultivation." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Elder Si Ming's words are quite puzzling." Since you know most of the people with my cultivation, why didn't you recognize Brother Du Xian earlier? Brother Du is our sect's eldest brother, so there's no reason for me to not recognize him. Du Xian sneered coldly and said, I'm also quite curious. Although I haven't spoken to Elder Si Ming before, I've seen him at least twice. So why did Elder Si Ming pretend that you didn't recognize him just now? Si Ming coughed lightly and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead in embarrassment. He then said, I didn't see him clearly just now. It seems like Elder Si Ming has an eye disease. You should go and treat it. Otherwise, you won't have long to live. Du Xian's words were filled with sarcasm. Si Ming's expression changed slightly and he asked, But Your Excellency's clothes don't have the insignia of a Thousand Leaves sect disciple. How do you explain this? The city lord is taking a concubine, so I changed into a new set of clothes to show my sincerity. I haven't even had the time to embroider the insignia on them yet. Yang Kai grinned and made up an excuse. This explanation? I'm afraid it won't satisfy you, Si Ming sneered. Si Ming, what do you mean by this? Yi Jinghan became anxious when she saw that Si Ming wouldn't let Yang Kai go. She had invited Yang Kai to repair the World Crossing Space Array, and this matter was related to the rise of the Thousand Leaves sect, so how could she not pay attention to it? Moreover, Yang Kai was a powerful individual, so if he was provoked, the city's gate would surely be flooded with blood. Therefore, when Yi Jinghan noticed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, she immediately stood up and glared at Si Ming angrily. You've repeatedly made things difficult for us. Do you really think that our Thousand Leaves sect is easy to bully? This queen and the others came here to congratulate Luo Jin, yet you stopped us here and made things difficult for us time and time again. If we leave now, no one will say anything bad about my Thousand Leaves sect, and it will be your Sky Crane City that has neglected its guests. Si Ming furrowed his brows. He didn't know why Yi Jinghan was so angry. She didn't seem so irritable when he was making things difficult for Du Xian and the others, but now, she had directly called out his name and that of the city lord's master without showing any respect. It was obvious that she had run out of patience. When he thought of this, Si Ming smiled embarrassedly and said, Young Miss Yi, please calm down. I'm just being careful. I just want to have a chat with this friend. Either you let us go or we leave. I'll give you 3 breaths time. Make your choice. Yi Jinghan's face was ashen as she stared coldly at Si Ming. Si Ming's expression changed slightly. Even though he also hoped that the Thousand Leaves sect's group would leave so that Sky Crane City could find an excuse to sever ties with the Thousand Leaves sect and annex many of their properties, he still felt that something was amiss. He had a feeling that if he shed all pretense of cordiality here, he would be in grave danger. This feeling made his heart jump for a while. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It turns out that it was Yi. It was at this moment that a person's voice rang out from nearby. Along with this voice, a streak of light flew over and disappeared, revealing 3 people. 2 of them were old men, while the last one was a young man. The 2 old men had a cultivation in the 3rd order Dao source realm. They had high cheekbones, restrained eyes, and dignified expressions. It was obvious at a glance that their cultivations were profound. As for the young man, he was about 30 years old and had a cultivation in the 1st order Dao source realm. He had rosy lips and white teeth, and he was holding a folding fan in his hand, which he gently waved in the wind. Qiu Yu. When Du Xian saw this person, his expression turned solemn. It seemed that this person had a great background, and the tone in which he addressed Yi Jinghan made him feel even more displeased. Qiu Yu's expression turned cold as he looked at Du Xian and said, This young master's name isn't something you can casually address. Slap him. As soon as he said this, all the cultivators outside the city opened their mouths wide in shock. Du Xian was a 2nd order Dao source realm master, but he was going to be slapped just because he called this person's name. If he was really punished like this in front of so many people, even if Du Xian's martial Dao heart didn't crumble, he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. When they heard this, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples changed drastically. All of them circulated their source qi as if they were facing a great enemy. While everyone was still in shock, Qiu Yu laughed heartily and said, I was just joking. Brother Du, don't be so nervous. Du Xian's expression changed drastically in an instant. His heart was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this person was accompanied by 2 masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm. If he really acted impulsively here, it would be the Thousand Leaves sect that would suffer. Qiu Yu didn't pay any more attention to Du Xian. Instead, he looked at Yi Jinghan with a burning gaze and said politely, "Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. You seem even more elegant than before." His current demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous arrogant and despotic attitude, causing everyone to be flabbergasted. Was he still the same person? "You're still as hateful as before." Yi Jinghan sneered. As soon as she said this, the eyes of the 2 old men beside Qiu Yu suddenly lit up. 2 powerful waves of pressure enveloped Yi Jinghan, causing her to let out a muffled groan and her face to turn pale. "2 elders, stop." Qiu Yu's expression changed drastically and he shouted sternly. Only then did the 2 old men beside him retract their oppressive might. "You 2 old fogies, how dare you do this?" Qiu Yu turned his head and reprimanded the 2 old men. "What if you hurt you? If you dare to act recklessly without my permission, you won't have to follow me anymore." "Young master, please forgive us." The 2 old men didn't get angry after being reprimanded, and they just lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. This caused everyone to be amazed. Are you all right?" Qiu Yu looked at Yi Jinghan with concern. Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Keep your old dogs in check. Don't let them bite people." Qiu Yu smiled faintly and closed the folding fan in his hand. He pointed at Yi Jinghan and said, "I like your straightforward character. But you're really hateful." It's fine. Qiu Yu smiled calmly. This young master believes that sincerity can move metal and stone. "Stop dreaming. Even if you're the only man left in this world, I still won't spare you a single glance." Yi Jinghan sneered coldly. Qiu Yu's expression changed slightly, but he still wore a carefree smile and stopped arguing with her. He looked at Si Ming and asked, "What did you do just now? Why did you infuriate you?" Si Ming seemed to be afraid of Qiu Yu, and he wiped off his cold sweat and said, "It's nothing. It's just a routine matter." "Why aren't you apologizing to you?" Qiu Yu snorted. When Si Ming heard this, he immediately ran to Yi Jinghan and said in a low voice, "Young Miss Yi, please forgive Si Ming for offending you." "Master, please don't blame me." Yi Jinghan cast a glance at him and waved her hand dismissively. "Elder Si Ming has his duty, so let's forget about this matter." "Many thanks, young Miss Yi." Si Ming felt as if he had just been pardoned. Chapter 2296. It's better to meet by chance than by chance. Yi, how about we enter the city together? At the beginning of the month, this young master got a pot of top-notch blood black tea, and I was worried that I couldn't find anyone to taste it for me. Would you do me the honor of tasting it? Qiu Yu turned around and looked at Yi Jinghan with a smile. Yi Jinghan replied coldly, "Those who walk different paths will not work together." After saying this, she called out to Du Xian and the others, "Brother, let's go." Du Xian nodded lightly like a general who had just won a battle and smiled at Qiu Yu. "Young Master Qiu, keep that black tea for yourself. Don't choke on it." "Hee, thank you for your concern, Brother Du." Qiu Yu didn't get angry and replied with a smile. After a short while, the Thousand Leaves sect members entered the city. Qiu Yu seemed to have lost interest and walked into the city with the 2 old men, disappearing into the crowd. "What's Qiu Yu's background? He seems quite amazing," Yang Kai asked curiously after entering the city. Yi Jinghan sighed and replied, "He's the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. Sky Illumination Palace has always been at odds with our Thousand Leaves sect and has always wanted to push us aside, but they never had the chance. However, I heard that the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, Xiu Zhe, is in seclusion to break through to the Emperor realm. If he really succeeds." Yi Jinghan's face became worried as she spoke. Du Xian said, "Sky Crane City and Sky Illumination Palace are in cahoots now. If Xiu Zhe really breaks through to the Emperor realm, the future of our Thousand Leaves sect will be bleak." Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly realized that Sky Crane City's new backer was probably Sky Illumination Palace. The wizard said, It's not that easy to break through to the Emperor realm. That old man, Chiu might become the demon race and die during his breakthrough. Everyone could hear this. This was his curse. However, since Chiu dared to break through to the Emperor realm, he must have a certain degree of confidence. If he really did break through, Thousand Leaves sect would really be in trouble. Master has his own considerations. Let's just do our own thing. Du Xian quickly comforted his brothers when he saw that they weren't in high spirits. Sky Crane City, in front of a shop called Heavenly Puppet Building. The group from Thousand Leaves sect stopped in their tracks. Yi Jinghan explained to Yang Kai, "This is the largest property of my Thousand Leaves sect in Sky Crane City. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you can stay here for 2 days. After the ceremony tomorrow, I will accompany young Master Yang back to the sect." Sure. Yang Kai looked at the magnificent and luxurious Heavenly Puppet Building and nodded slightly. It could be seen that the Celestial Puppet Building's business must have been booming in the past because it was able to build such a store in such a prime location. It was very likely that it was as busy as a marketplace, with merchants coming and going like carps crossing the river. Unfortunately, circumstances had changed with the passage of time. Presently, the Heavenly Puppet Building was completely deserted and empty. Only some goods placed on the shelves were covered in dust. A manservant dressed like a waiter was taking a nap behind the counter. He didn't know what good dream he was having, but he kept laughing foolishly, and saliva was dripping down from the corner of his mouth. "This business is quite shabby," Yang Kai sighed. Yi Jinghan said with a bitter smile, "If a store was blocked every day by some ferocious fellows who used the city lord's mansion's name to pressure customers, I'm afraid that no one would come to buy anything." Upon hearing her words, Yang Kai discovered that not far from the Heavenly Puppet Building, there were several ferocious-looking strong men who were sneering at the entrance of the Heavenly Puppet Building. It seemed like they were ready to take action at any moment. But when he saw the Thousand Leaves sect's insignia on the clothes of Yi Jinghan and the others, his expression changed. His expression changed slightly and he averted his gaze. Yang Kai chuckled, "Your sect's situation in Sky Crane City isn't very good." Yi Jinghan's face turned gloomy. "The situation isn't good. Young Master Yang, please come inside." Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed Yi Jinghan into the store. Du Xian, the wizard Ma, and the others looked at each other in confusion. Along the way, they could see that Yi Jinghan seemed to value Yang Kai a lot, treating him like a guest of honor and treating him with respect. But no matter how they looked at him, Yang Kai was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so they couldn't understand what kind of ability he had that made Yi Jinghan treat him with such respect. But now wasn't the time to ask such questions. After they entered the store, the wizard Ma strode forward and knocked on the counter a few times to wake up the sleeping waiter. The waiter was probably also a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, but his cultivation wasn't high and his status was quite low. When he saw Yi Jinghan and the others, he was scared out of his wits and his face turned pale. He lowered his head and apologized profusely. Yi Jinghan waved her hand impatiently and said, "Ask the shopkeeper to arrange a few rooms for us." Yes, this little one will call the shopkeeper. Eldest young lady, please wait for a moment." The waiter felt as if he had just been pardoned and ran to the back of the store. After a short while, an old man came out of the back of the store and bowed to Yi Jinghan and the others before leading them to the back of the store. The concubine ceremony was to be held tomorrow, so there wasn't much to do today. After Yi Jinghan helped Yang Kai settle down properly, she returned to her room and waited quietly for a moment before she heard a light knock on the door. She walked over and opened the door, only to see Du Xian standing at the doorway with a bright smile on his face. She blushed and bashfully welcomed him into the room, whispering sweet nothings to him. In the room, Yang Kai was sitting in meditation and resting. Coming to Sky Crane City with Yi Jinghan was just a coincidence, so he decided to take things as they came. But for some unknown reason, he felt uneasy today, as if something was about to happen, making him unable to calm down and meditate. This was the first time such a situation had occurred, and Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation when he was cultivating in the past. He didn't dare to be careless, so he used his divine sense to examine his body over and over again, fearing that he would develop a hidden danger or develop a heart demon due to his improper cultivation. But no matter how many times he examined himself, he couldn't find any problems. Instead, the uneasy feeling was becoming more and more intense. Yang Kai furrowed his brows in contemplation and discovered that this feeling had appeared ever since he entered Sky Crane City. It was as if there was something in Sky Crane City that was affecting him. This feeling was inexplicable, but Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. At his current cultivation level, unless there was some external interference, it was impossible to disturb his inner peace. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, so he just sighed helplessly and stood up. He wanted to greet Yi Jinghan and tell her that he was going out for a stroll to relieve his boredom, but when he released his divine sense, he discovered that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were whispering sweet nothings to each other in a room, and his face immediately darkened. The two of them weren't doing anything out of the ordinary, but Du Xian was holding Yi Jinghan's hand and looking at her affectionately while complaining about his longing for her. Yi Jinghan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her slender neck glowed with a pink luster. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense, as he was afraid that he would get a pinprick if he continued looking at them. Without informing anyone, Yang Kai's body flickered and he left the heavenly puppet building. In the next instant he appeared on a bustling street. Sky Crane City could be regarded as a medium-sized city in the entire Southern Territory. So, whether it was its overall layout or its size, it wasn't something that Maplewood City could compare with. The streets were wide enough to accommodate 8 horses walking side by side, and there was an endless stream of martial artists who were jostling shoulder to shoulder. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the sound of people shouting could be heard everywhere. Perhaps it was because tomorrow was the day that the city lord would take in a concubine, so the whole Sky Crane City was in a festive mood. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. The faces of all the cultivators were filled with joy, but no one knew why they were so happy. Yang Kai followed the crowd, and after a short while, he arrived in front of a restaurant. When he saw that it was full of guests, he turned around and walked into the restaurant. Immediately, a friendly waiter came up to him. This waiter was also a cultivator, but his cultivation wasn't high, only at the Saint realm. With a smile on his face, the waiter bowed to Yang Kai and said, "Master, please come in." "Master, you don't look familiar. Are you here to meet friends or to drink alone?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said with a smile, "I'm alone." The waiter smiled knowingly and said, "This little one understands. Master, please take a seat." While speaking, he led Yang Kai to the 3rd floor and arranged a table by the window for him. He then said with a smile, "Master, what do you want to eat and drink?" This little one isn't bragging, but there are only a few restaurants in Sky Crane City that can compare to our restaurant. The ingredients used in our restaurant are all monster beast ingredients, spirit flowers, spirit fruits, and spirit flowers. Even for someone of master's cultivation, taking them all year round can improve your cultivation and consolidate your foundation. If you are lucky enough, you may even break through on the spot. This has happened a few times in our restaurant as well. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with a smile, "Then, what do you think I should eat and drink with my cultivation?" The waiter chuckled meaningfully. "Sir is obviously a Tao Source Realm Master, so it's only natural for you to use the best ingredients and the best wine. If you have a beautiful woman to accompany you, that would be the best." The waiter had been serving customers all year round, so he seemed to have developed a pair of discerning eyes. Even though he was just a Saint Realm Master, he could tell that Yang Kai was a Tao Source Realm Master. Moreover, he had a glib tongue and was pleasing to the eye. He was very likable. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Okay, you can arrange it for me." When the waiter heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Master, I will definitely satisfy you. If you aren't satisfied, Master, you can break this little one's bones and stew it into soup." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, if you aren't satisfied, I will fulfill your wish." The waiter's face darkened and he said, "Then, this little one will do his best." Saying so, he immediately left and seemed to have gone to arrange it. While waiting, Yang Kai sat by the window and looked at the scenery below. He felt that it was quite interesting. The gloomy mood of the past few days was swept away and the previous uneasy feelings seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 2297. Not only that, he suddenly felt his entire body lighten up, his entire being becoming refreshed and full of vigor, while the flow of source qi within his body became even more rapid. Sensing this, Yang Kai was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted. This should be due to the breakthrough in his mental state. His face immediately lit up with joy. From the looks of it, choosing to come out for a stroll was a wise decision. If he had been meditating and cultivating in the heavenly puppet building, he might have ended up in a dead end and would not have had such an opportunity. Not long after, the waiter brought over some good delicacies and wine. Although the waiter seemed to be bragging, the food and wine in this restaurant were indeed pretty good. All of the ingredients were extraordinary and contained an enormous amount of energy. If one consumed them all year round, they could theoretically increase one's cultivation. However, such an increase would be very small, and would not be as solid and pure as one's diligent cultivation. Therefore, a cultivator would generally not choose such a method to increase their cultivation. Not to mention the large amount of source crystals consumed every day, the growth obtained would be extremely limited. Therefore, it would be better for them to obediently meditate and cultivate. However, Yang Kai did not intend to argue with the waiter. After praising him and tipping him with some source crystals, he dismissed him and sat there alone, drinking by himself. The third floor of the restaurant was filled with guests, either in groups of 3 to 5 or in pairs. There were only a few tables where a single person was sitting alone like Yang Kai. As these people drank excitedly, they naturally started to talk loudly, talking about the customs of various places, as well as the strange happenings. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was rather interesting. He did not know what was going on. Perhaps it was due to his natural disposition as a man. As this topic continued, it eventually reached the topic of City Lord Luo Jin's new concubine. Speaking of our City Lord Master, don't be fooled by his age, he's already enjoyed all the blessings in the world. That's right, City Lord Master already has 14 concubines, including the one tomorrow. That's 15. I wonder if City Lord Master's energy can keep up, A beauty guarding an empty chamber is an extremely cruel thing. If Master Luo is unable to disperse the rain and dew, the harem of the City Lord's mansion will probably be turned upside down. Well, judging from the meaning of your words, what do you have in mind? I wouldn't dare. I was just speaking casually. Hearing your tone, I thought that you wanted to help City Lord Master. If there's such a chance. It's not impossible to give it a try. You two drank too much, Be careful that the walls have ears. Disaster comes from the mouth. Someone suddenly snorted coldly. He reminded himself. The expressions of the two people who were in the middle of a conversation changed when they heard this. He said embarrassedly, I did drink a little too much. What did I say before? I don't think so. I didn't say anything. For a moment, the topic was suddenly changed. But after a while, someone else said, speaking of which, the City Lord's 14 wives all seem to be outstanding beauties, capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. As a person, they have to be like Lord Luo. Who let him be City Lord Master? But from what you said, it seems that you have seen those City Lord's wives? That's right. City Lord Master hid those wives in the City Lord's mansion. Even if they went out, they would wear black veils to hide their faces. How did you see them? That person smiled faintly and said, this one naturally doesn't have such good fortune. It's just that this one has a niece who works as a servant in the City Lord's mansion and serves the City Lord's wives. From what she said, all of the City Lord's wives are beauties that captivate all living things, especially that new City Lord's wife. She seems to be particularly outstanding and is quite liked by the City Lord. You even have information about the new City Lord's wife? Tell me, what does she look like? That's right. I'm also curious. That person smiled and said, it's fine to talk about it, but this table's wine money, I'll give it to you. Waiter, bring a few more pots of your best wine. Someone suddenly shouted. The man smiled and cupped his fists, saying, friend is straightforward. Since that's the case, this one will casually talk about it. As he spoke, he wiped his mouth and described the appearance of the new city lord's wife. This man's eloquence was excellent. After a while, everyone seemed to be able to see a graceful, charming, and coquettish woman slowly walking towards them from the void. For a moment, they all showed expressions of fascination, and some of them even began drooling. Humph! At this moment, someone suddenly snorted coldly and slammed the wine cup in his hand onto the table, making a loud noise. Everyone's reverie was interrupted and they all looked at the man angrily. Yang Kai was also listening attentively. When he noticed the noise, he quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw a brawny man sitting alone at a table. He reeked of alcohol and had a ferocious look on his face. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this man was only a third-order origin king. Moreover, he seemed to have been injured not long ago. His aura was unstable, and his right eye had been blinded. There was no black pupil, only white. Coupled with his ferocious and rough appearance, it made people shudder. For some unknown reason, this one-eyed brawny man had a furious look on his face. The wine pot in his hand was crushed, and the fragrant wine slid down his fingers. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Hu Chai. The man who spoke earlier chuckled. After he finished speaking, he patted his mouth and said, No, it should be One-Eyed Tiger. Ha! He didn't hide his ridicule and mockery, causing everyone else to laugh along with him. It seemed that this man surnamed Chai wasn't likable at all. Brother Chai, I'm really curious. Who exactly blinded your eye? After he finished laughing, he asked another question. Chai Hu snorted but didn't reply. He just sat there with a ferocious look on his face. Rolling his eyes, he glared at the man and said, Don't make irresponsible remarks here, or I'll tear your mouth apart. The man's face changed as he roared, What irresponsible remarks? What do you mean by that? Chai Hu replied, That young lady isn't like what you're saying. Which young lady? The man frowned. However, he quickly reacted and narrowed his eyes. Chai Hu, you're not talking about the new city lord's wife, right? Chai Hu snorted coldly. Picking up the wine cup on the table, he drained it in a single gulp. The man didn't give up and continued, From the looks of it, you've seen the city lord's wife? Chai Hu's hand came to a halt as a look of reminiscence appeared in his remaining eye. However, it disappeared in a flash as he replied in a cold voice, There's no need to ask. The man gawked for a moment, before suddenly clapping his hands with a smile, I know how you went blind. Pausing for a moment, he kept the man in suspense, before roaring with laughter, You must have peeked at the new city lord's wife coming out of the bath, and got blinded by her. As soon as he said that, the entire hall burst into laughter. Chai Hu suddenly stood up and flipped the table. His figure blurred as he rushed towards the man like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. A machete suddenly appeared in his hand as he chopped towards the man. It was unknown if those words had touched Chai Hu's reverse scale. At this moment, the murderous intent radiating from Chai Hu's body was so dense that it seemed corporeal. Frightened, the man hurriedly circulated his secret art to defend himself. Both of them were third-order origin kings, so when they went all out, the power they created wasn't small. A shockwave swept out as St. Chi surged, sending all the tables on the third floor flying. Even the restaurant shook and nearly collapsed. Hearing the commotion, the restaurant's shopkeeper hurriedly rushed up, only to see the two fighting to the death. His face turned pale from fright as he begged the two to fight to the death outside the city. However, how could the two listen to him? Yang Kai shook his head with a helpless look on his face. Reaching out, he grabbed the wine cup on the table and downed it. Throwing some source crystals on the table, he left the restaurant in a flash, shuttling through the crowd. Fights between cultivators were extremely common. Every cultivator was a master who licked the blood from their blades. Today, either Chai Hu or the other man might die from this fight. However, this was also their fate. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to pay any attention to them. He originally wanted to return to the heavenly puppet building, but when he passed by a medicine store, he suddenly paused and walked in leisurely. This medicine shop should be the property of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, as the shop's signboard had the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's logo. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase some herbs. Recently, he had consumed a lot of pills. Although he still had a lot of materials in his space ring, he still needed to supplement them with some other materials if he wanted to refine pills. As for these materials, he could only buy them. The scale of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's medicine shop in Sky Crane City was much larger than the Spirit Pill Plaza in Maplewood City. It also had a lot of goods. Under the accompaniment of a waiter, Yang Kai bought a lot of herbs that he thought would be useful, causing the waiter to be overjoyed. He secretly felt that he had met the god of wealth, so he became even more respectful and attentive to Yang Kai. After spending an hour, Yang Kai finally finished shopping. He asked the waiter to pack up all the goods and went to the counter to settle the bill. The shopkeeper seemed to know that he had met a financial backer, so he smiled amiably. Just as he was calculating the price, the light at the door dimmed and someone walked in. The shopkeeper raised his head and was immediately surprised. "So it's young Lady Luo. This lowly one has been rude." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He secretly felt that the young Lady Luo mentioned by the shopkeeper might be the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin. Because they had the same surname and the shopkeeper valued her so much, she could only be a member of the city lord's mansion. The shopkeeper was a member of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, so it was impossible for him to treat a guest with no status so seriously. He looked back curiously and saw a young girl with an exquisite figure and strange clothes walking in from the outside with a smile. Hearing this, she waved her hand and said, "Shopkeeper, I'll leave you to your business. This young lady is just here to look around." "Young Lady Luo, please." The shopkeeper smiled. Chapter 2298. The young girl walked straight in, accompanied by a young man. The young man had rosy lips and white teeth, and he looked handsome and elegant. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and had a suave look on his face. It was Sky Illumination Palace's Chiou. When Yang Kai and Chiou looked at each other, Chiou was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Is it you?" Yang Kai covered his face with his hand and said, "It's not me. You've got the wrong person." Chiou was stunned, as he didn't know what Yang Kai was trying to do. The young girl also looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked Chiou, "Brother Yu, do you know this person?" Chiou chuckled, "I know him, but I'm not familiar with him." The young girl nodded her head and patted Yang Kai's shoulder in a carefree manner. "Hey you, Big Brother Yu is talking to you. How dare you ignore her?" Yang Kai moved his shoulder and pushed her hand away. He looked at her impatiently and said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Didn't your master teach you that? What are you trying to do by patting someone's shoulder on the street?" The young girl's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. "How dare you lecture me?" Chiou smiled and said, "Sister Bing, you don't need to lower yourself to his level. This person seems to be sneaking around like this. He was also sneaking into the city under the name of Thousand Leaves Sect. I don't know what his intentions are. Is he in cahoots with Thousand Leaves Sect?" Luo Bing's face darkened when she heard this. It seemed like she didn't have a good impression of Thousand Leaves Sect. "That's right." Chiou nodded. Luo Bing immediately said, "Then he must be up to no good, you rascal. Explain it to me clearly. What are you trying to do by sneaking into the city? Is there some kind of conspiracy?" She questioned him directly in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was speechless and stared at her. He thought that this little girl was spoiled and didn't know much about the world. Thinking so, Kai Yang sneered mischievously. Luo Bing said in disgust, "You look so disgusting when you laugh. Why aren't you telling me? What are you trying to do by entering the city?" Yang Kai laughed lewdly and said, "What else can I do?" He had heard that there were countless beauties in Sky Crane City. "Of course, I'm here to steal beauties. Especially those little girls with fresh and tender skin. They're just to my liking." As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pretended to be intoxicated. He continued, smell it, lick it, it's delicious, easy." Luo Bing was startled. Her little face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. She couldn't say a word, as if she was really frightened. Chiou furrowed his brows and moved in front of Luo Bing. He snorted coldly and said, "Friend, please be careful. One had to know that one could eat anything they wanted. You can't speak carelessly. Some words can lead to death." Yang Kai chuckled and shrugged. "It was you guys who insisted that I sneaked into the city with ulterior motives, so I played along." Luo Bing came back to her senses and jumped out from behind Qiuyu. She shouted, "How dare you scare me? Do you know who I am?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said disdainfully, "I don't know. Just ignore me. It's annoying." "You actually told me to ignore him?" Luo Bing's beautiful eyes widened, and her chest heaved up and down in anger. She was born as the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord. She had a respected status, a wealthy family, and an outstanding appearance. Ever since she had grown up, she had been surrounded by many men who pursued her. For example, Sky Illumination Palace's Qiuyu would accompany her every time he came to Sky Crane City. He would never leave her side, as if he was her guardian angel. Luo Jin was also willing to give her whatever she wanted. She had always lived in an environment where everyone held her in the palm of their hands. She had never been so disdained by a man. She felt wronged and stamped her feet. "I'll teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he wasn't afraid of Sky Crane City, if he really had a conflict with Luo Bing, he might implicate the Thousand Leaves sect, which was something he didn't want to see. Luo Bing shouted and rushed up to Yang Kai. She raised her slender white neck and glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai was vigilant, but he saw her turn her head and point at the goods on the counter. She said to the shopkeeper, "He bought these things, right?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper nodded subconsciously and said, "Yes." "Very good." Luo Bing gritted her teeth and said, "I want all of these things. Don't sell them to him." Yang Kai's face darkened. Qiuyu was also stunned. He thought to himself, "Is this how you want to teach him a lesson? Isn't this a little too outrageous?" The shopkeeper showed an awkward expression and said, "Young Lady Luo, these things were bought by this guest. The price has already been calculated." Luo Bing said, "He hasn't paid yet, right?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment and said, "He hasn't." "That's fine. I want all of them." Luo Bing snorted and looked at Yang Kai with a complacent expression. She seemed to be saying, "Do you dare to fight with me?" Yang Kai was completely speechless. He felt more and more that this little girl had been spoiled to the point that she didn't even know how to vent her anger. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and said, "Young Lady Luo, these goods were bought by this guest. If he insists on buying them, I will have to sell them to him. I'm afraid I can't satisfy your request." "What?" Luo Bing pulled a long face and stared at the shopkeeper. She said, "Didn't you hear what I just said?" The shopkeeper said calmly, "My shop has its own rules. Please forgive me, young Lady Luo." Although this shop wasn't big, it was still a business of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and represented the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. So, even though Luo Bing was the daughter of the City Lord's master, the shopkeeper wasn't too afraid of her. He wouldn't offend other guests and ruin the reputation of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce because of her. As for offending the City Lord's young lady, his superiors would take care of it. Moreover, if Luo Ji knew the reason, he wouldn't make things difficult for this shop. Luo Bing's face turned red with anger. Upon seeing this, Qiuyu said, "Sister Bing, forget it. It's just some herbs. If you don't sell them here, you can buy them elsewhere." "No, I must buy them today." Luo Bing puffed up her cheeks and gritted her teeth. She said, "Shopkeeper, tell me how much these things cost. I will pay double." The shopkeeper rubbed his forehead and said with a bitter smile, "My shop's rules can't be broken." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you'd be a fool if you didn't earn money. Since this young lady is willing to pay double for these things, just sell them to her." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately cast a grateful look at Yang Kai and bowed, "Thank you for your generosity." Luo Bing shouted, "Why are you talking as if he gave them to me? I snatched it from you." Yes. You were the one who snatched it. This one admits defeat." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "That's more like it." Luo Bing's face turned slightly amiable and she raised her head proudly. She knocked on the table and said, "Tell me, how many source crystals are they?" The shopkeeper looked at the abacus in front of him and said, "If you buy them, it will cost 300 source crystals. You can round it off and make it 18,660,000. So, young Lady Luo only needs to pay 37,200,000 source crystals." Gudong. Luo Bing couldn't help swallowing her saliva and said with difficulty, How much?" The shopkeeper raised his head and reported the price again with an indifferent look on his face. This time, even Qiuyu couldn't help but open his eyes wide and look at Yang Kai in shock. He didn't expect that the things Yang Kai bought would cost so many source crystals. This amount of source crystals was enough to move most Dao Source Realm cultivators. Even Qiuyu, the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, didn't have so many source crystals. Yang Kai's huge financial resources showed that he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Luo Bing was also dumbfounded and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. After a while, Luo Bing said bitterly, "Shopkeeper, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The shopkeeper said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "This old man has been in charge of this shop for 30 years and has never made a mistake." Yang Kai grinned and said, "What's wrong, young Lady Luo? You don't have enough money to buy them?" "Who said I don't have enough money?" When Luo Bing heard this, she jumped up like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on and said, "This little amount of source crystals is nothing in this young lady's eyes. My father, master, gave me more than this amount of pocket money." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and cupped his fists. "Young Lady Luo is so rich and generous. I really admire you." Luo Bing said in a low voice, "But I left in a hurry today and didn't bring them with me." Yang Kai smiled and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Young Lady Luo, you don't want to buy them on credit, do you?" "Who said I wanted to buy them on credit?" Luo Bing's face turned red. She really did want to just now, but after being ridiculed by Yang Kai, she didn't have the face to do it. She could only stare at Qiuyu and say, "Brother Yu." Qiuyu instinctively wiped his space ring and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Sister Bing, I only have 10 million. When Luo Bing heard this, she stamped her feet and said, "Why didn't you bring more source crystals with you when you left?" Qiuyu was speechless. He thought that 10 million was already a lot, and it was all of his hard-earned savings. How could he have more? Moreover, even if he had more, he couldn't take it out at this time. He had spent twice the price to buy some herbs in a fit of pique, and he had spent his own source crystals. Luo Bing would never return them to him. As he thought of this, Qiuyu glared at Yang Kai with hatred. He felt that this boy was secretly playing tricks to embarrass him. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it and laughed. "Young Lady Luo, it turns out that you didn't bring enough money. In that case, I will take these herbs." "Stuff!" Luo Bing shouted and threw herself at the herbs. She used her body to protect them, as if she was protecting something very important. She shouted at Yang Kai, "Wait a moment. I will go back and ask my father, master, to give me enough source crystals." "Will the city lord master give you the source crystals?" Yang Kai curled his lips. As long as Luo Jin hadn't lost his mind, he wouldn't give Luo Bing such a large amount of source crystals just to spite her. He would probably send someone to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Chapter 2299. Qiuyu couldn't stand it any longer, and he pulled Luo Bing's arm and said, "Sister Bing, don't make a fuss. The city lord's master is busy preparing for tomorrow's ceremony, so he probably won't see you." "I'm not making a fuss. I just want to buy these things," Luo Bing said stubbornly. Yang Kai shook his head, took the herbs, and put them in his space ring. He then handed over the corresponding amount of source crystals to the shopkeeper, turned around, and walked out. He didn't want to waste any more time with these two people. "Don't go!" Luo Bing shouted, but it was to no avail. When she saw that Yang Kai was about to leave, she quickly pulled Qiuyu and pleaded, "Brother Yu, help me stop him. I must buy these herbs today." "Forget it." Impatience flickered in Qiuyu's eyes. He had almost reached the limit of his patience, as he had to accompany this ignorant little girl to make a fuss. However, Sky Crane City was quite powerful, and the Sky Illumination Palace wanted to get closer to it. So, Every time he came to Sky Crane City, he would accompany Luo Bing. It won't be good if the City Lord's master learns about this. What's not good about it? I can take anyone I want in Sky Crane City, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Luo Bing said arrogantly, moreover, isn't he with the Thousand Leaves sex people? We can ask him what he's plotting in coming to the city. Chiao Yu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree to her request. Moreover, he also wanted to know the relationship between Yang Kai and the Thousand Leaves sect. He knew that there was no one called Yang Kai in the Thousand Leaves sect. However, at the city gate, Yi Jinghan had said that he was a member of the Thousand Leaves sect. Chiao Yu couldn't help but become vigilant. He nodded and said, fine, but if the City Lord's master asks about this, I won't mention you. Brother Yu, you're the best. Luo Bing revealed a happy expression. Chiao Yu's face became stern, and he shouted in a low voice, elders, I'll have to trouble you. It was unknown who he was talking to. Luo Bing stood there with a smile on her face. She stared at Yang Kai's back, hoping that he would be taken down. She imagined that this fellow would be tortured by her, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the medicinal herbs with both hands. However, as she watched, she could no longer laugh, because Yang Kai walked out of the shop, then turned around and rushed into the crowd. Then he disappeared. He ran away. Luo Bing shook Chiao Yu's arm and reminded him. Chiao Yu was also stunned. He shouted into the void, two elders, what's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The two old men from the Third Order Dao Source Realm who had come with him at the city gate appeared together. However, both of them were sweating profusely. His face was slightly pale, and he had a look of lingering fear. Why aren't you attacking? Chiao Yu asked angrily. He felt that he had lost face in front of Luo Bing and was in a bad mood. The two old men looked at each other, and one of them said, young master is wise. It's not that we don't want to attack, but that we can't. What's going on? Chiao Yu's face darkened. The old man said, I can't explain it, but when we were about to attack, we felt an inexplicable sense of danger, as if, he said. A frightened expression appeared on his face. The other old man said, it seemed that if we attacked, we would have immediately collapsed. Are you kidding? Chiao Yu opened his mouth wide and stared at the two old men in disbelief. The old man who spoke first said, young master, we have followed you for many years, and we have never refused your orders. However, this time, there is something fishy. That's right. Please forgive us, young master, the other old man said. Chiao Yu looked at them for a long time, then said bitterly, are you saying that this lad is a wolf in sheep's clothing? He might be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm? Chiao Yu couldn't help but gulp when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face turned pale. The two old men were both powerhouses from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although they were old, their cultivation was purer and stronger. Only someone from the Emperor realm could suppress them in an instant and make them afraid to attack without leaving a trace. Chiao Yu couldn't help but feel weak when he thought about how he had provoked a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. His legs trembled and he couldn't even stand properly. No. The old man who spoke first shook his head. That lad is young, so he can't be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Moreover, we have carefully scanned him with our divine sense. He is indeed a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Then, does that mean that the Emperor realm is secretly protecting him? Chiao Yu was shocked again. That's not it either. That feeling didn't come from a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The other old man shook his head. Chiao Yu gulped and said, are you too mistaken? The old man who spoke first said, young master, don't you believe us? That's not it, Chiao Yu quickly waved his hand, but there must be an explanation for this, right? Could it be that that lad can easily defeat you too? The old man sneered. With his cultivation, he is still 100 years too young to defeat us. Luo Bing, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, interjected, what are you talking about? That person has already run away. You two old fogies are really useless. Brother Yu is so good to you. Chiao Yu's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Luo Bing and said, Shut up. Luo Bing was startled. Ever since she met Qiuyu, she had never seen him treat her like this, and she had never seen him get so angry. Moreover, she was wrong just now, so she couldn't accept it. She shouted hysterically, "Are you scolding me? How dare you scold me?" Qiuyu snorted coldly, "These two old men treat me like an elder, so you can't humiliate them." Luo Bing's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She gritted her teeth and glared at Qiuyu bitterly. Then she pounced on him and punched him, shouting, "I hate you! I hate you! Brother, you is the worst! I hate you so much!" After punching him for a while, she turned around and ran out of the store. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into the crowd and disappeared. "Young master, why aren't you chasing after her?" One of the two old men's expression changed when he saw this. Qiuyu snorted coldly and said, "This little girl is spoiled, so let her reflect on herself for a while." "But if Miss Luo has an accident?" the old man said worriedly. Qiuyu didn't take it seriously and said, "She is the daughter of the city lord's master, so who dares to do anything to her in Sky Crane City? I'm afraid that she has already run to the city lord's mansion. I know her character, so you don't need to worry too much." Hearing this, the two old men didn't say anything else. "As for that lad, he deserves more attention," Qiuyu said with a grave expression. Qiuyu's expression was solemn. "This kid might have some secrets. I really want to know where he came from." "Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and investigate," one of the old men cupped his fists and said. Then, his body flickered and disappeared. On the streets of Sky Crane City, a young girl was weeping, and she wore a heartbroken look. She was running amok in the crowd, and many people were cursing her. Luo Bing was heartbroken. Not only was she disliked by a strange man, but she was also humiliated in the store. Then, she was scolded by Qiuyu, who she regarded as her best friend. She had never suffered such grievances since she was a child, and she was filled with grief. She couldn't stop crying, and her eyes became red and swollen after a while. She cried as she ran, and she looked back from time to time. It seemed like she was expecting something, but she didn't see anyone chasing after her. She became even sadder. She felt that she was the most miserable person in the world, and no one could be more pitiful than her. After thinking about it, she felt that the main culprit was the young man with a despicable face. If he hadn't refused to give her the herbs, she wouldn't have been humiliated, and she wouldn't have been scolded by Qiuyu. Thinking of this, she cursed Yang Kai in her heart. She swore to herself that she would teach him a lesson the next time she saw him. Luo Bing didn't know how long she had been crying, but when she came back to her senses, she discovered that she was lost. Although she was the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, and she had grown up in this city since she was a child, every time she went out, she would be escorted by guards. So, she didn't need to worry too much. She just needed to be happy, and someone would take her home after she finished wandering around. The place she went to was the most prosperous district of Sky Crane City. But, at this moment, she discovered that her surroundings were desolate. The streets were narrow, and the air was unpleasant. She was surrounded by a nauseating odor, and there were many disabled people begging on both sides of the street. There was even a sloppy beggar covered in filth, who was catching lice under the sun. He threw one into his mouth and took a bite. It was crunchy, and he ate it with relish. Luo Bing quickly turned her head, and she felt nauseous. At the same time, she asked herself in her heart, "Is this still the prosperous Sky Crane City? Don't tell me that I ran all the way to some nameless small town?" Luo Bing was startled by this thought. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to find her way home. Her mood, which had just calmed down, fell again, and tears of panic flowed out of her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly saw two men walking in front of her. She looked like a drowning person who had just caught a life-saving straw. She quickly wiped her tears and ran over to them. She shouted, "You two, wait a moment." When the two men heard her, they stopped and turned around to look at Luo Bing. When they looked at her, their eyes lit up. Luo Bing had an outstanding appearance, and she had a graceful figure. She had lived like a princess for many years, so she had a natural temperament of a superior. Although she was crying at this moment, she still looked pitiful. It was no wonder that the two men couldn't take their eyes off her, and they swallowed their saliva secretly. Usually, any woman with a little status or beauty wouldn't come to Sky Crane City. But a goddess had come here today, so how could the two men not be moved? Chapter 2300. As they scanned her with their divine senses, they discovered that she was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. They looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. One of the plump cultivators put on a smile and pretended to be mature and reliable. He asked softly, "Little girl, why did you call us?" Could it be that he was lost? Luo Bing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at the plump cultivator in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" "This young lady is lost. I don't know how to get back." The plump cultivator was stunned. "I was just making things up. Did I really hit the jackpot?" Looking at the delighted look on the girl's face, it didn't seem fake. He immediately understood that she was the kind of person who didn't know anything about the outside world. He coughed dryly and put on a compassionate look. "Little girl, don't be afraid. With the two of us here, no one will hurt you." Luo Bing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Relieved, she smiled and said, "That's great. I knew things weren't that bad." Her smile was like a spring breeze and 100 flowers bloomed. The two cultivators were stunned. They couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Their blood was boiling. "You two, hurry up and send this young lady home. I will reward you when I get back." Luo Bing regained her previous arrogant attitude in the blink of an eye and shouted at the two cultivators. The two looked at each other. The thinner cultivator smiled and said, "Good, good, good. We will send you home. Please follow us." Luo Bing nodded and said, "Lead the way." She didn't ask them whether they knew who she was. They didn't know where her home was. She followed the two cultivators and walked deeper into the alley. The two of them didn't seem to have any intention of talking. They just kept walking forward. Luo Bing, who was following them, seemed to be in a good mood. She forgot all her previous unhappiness. She even hummed a tune as she walked, looking like a happy lark. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Luo Bing gradually realized that something was amiss and stopped in her tracks. Luo Bing turned her head to look around and discovered that this place was even more desolate than the previous place. Moreover, she couldn't see a single person in the surroundings. The houses had collapsed, and the walls were in ruins. It seemed like a ghost town. This scene made Luo Bing panic, and she asked in a trembling voice, What is this place? Didn't I ask you to send me home? Why did you bring me here?" The two cultivators in front heard him. At the same time, he stopped and turned his head to look at Luo Bing with a sinister smile. No matter how stupid Luo Bing was, she realized that something was amiss. The two people in front of her didn't seem to be good people, and they didn't intend to take her home. "What do you want to do?" Luo Bing was so scared that her face turned pale and she took a few steps back. However, he tripped over something. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Panic and pain welled up in her, and she immediately burst into tears. The fat cultivator sneered as he walked towards Luo Bing step by step. His gradually approaching figure put great psychological pressure on Luo Bing, causing her heart to beat so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. "This young lady is warning you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, you'll be dead." Luo Bing bit her red lips and threatened them with the words that she thought carried the most weight. However, things had already reached this point, so how could the two people let it go? The thin cultivator laughed and said, "Little girl, you're very interesting. Do your parents know that you're so naive?" The fat cultivator laughed even more lecherously. He said, "Scream, scream. In this damned place, even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care about you." As he spoke, the fat cultivator had already dashed in front of Luo Bing and reached out to grab her slender neck. Luo Bing screamed in horror and pushed her palms up. The Saint Chi in her body surged and she struck out with a powerful blow. However, she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who didn't like to cultivate since she was a child. Her current cultivation was only possible with the help of a large number of precious treasures. The Saint Chi in her body was impure and she wasn't familiar with the moves she was using. Both the fat and thin cultivators had reached the Origin King realm, so when faced with this move, the fat cultivator only needed to wave his hand casually to break the other's move. Immediately after, he patted Luo Bing's shoulder twice with lightning speed. Luo Bing went limp and couldn't muster up any strength. Her meridians were blocked and her cultivation was suppressed. She could only watch helplessly as the fat cultivator reached out and pulled the belt of her clothes and slowly undid it. No, no, Luo Bing cried and begged. The fat cultivator was stimulated by this weak cry. His nostrils flared and his eyes turned red. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This girl's voice is really enchanting. The heavens have eyes to let us brothers meet such a stunning beauty." The thin cultivator was also burning up. At this moment, he rushed to the front of Luo Bing's head and pinched her little face. He looked like he couldn't stop himself and said, "Your skin is so soft and smooth. I wonder which family's young lady you are. Haha, we are lucky." When Luo Bing heard this, she didn't know where she got the strength to shout, "I'm the daughter of the city lord's master. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, if my father finds out, you will die." As soon as she said this, the fat and thin cultivators froze and their faces turned pale. The fat cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped the sweat off again and again. He couldn't stop wiping it off. He said in a hoarse voice, "No, no way? The daughter of the city lord?" The thin cultivator was also frightened. He looked at Luo Bing and said, "What's your name?" Luo Bing looked at them coldly and said through gritted teeth, "My name is Luo Bing." When the fat and thin cultivators heard this, they felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They couldn't help but shiver. After looking at Luo Bing seriously, the fat cultivator said in a trembling voice, She really is the daughter of the city lord's mansion. I saw her once from afar. It's over. It's over." The thin cultivator couldn't bear this huge blow and fell on the ground. His eyes were blank and he couldn't stop muttering. The fat cultivator was also shivering. He quickly withdrew his dirty hand that was undoing Luo Bing's clothes. He looked at Luo Bing, as if he wanted to squeeze out a flattering smile but couldn't. His expression was uglier than crying. When they found out that the young girl in front of them was the daughter of the city lord's master, they were scared out of their wits. They thought that Luo Bing was just a lost little girl. They didn't expect her to have such a powerful background. If they had known that she was the daughter of the city lord's master, they wouldn't have dared to do this even if they had the guts. Luo Bing's eyes lit up when she saw this. She shouted, "Are you scared now? If you don't want to die, send me back to the city lord's mansion obediently." The fat cultivator knelt down in front of Luo Bing and kowtowed to her. His head was bleeding profusely after a few kowtows. He said, "My brother and I were blind and offended Miss Luo. Miss Luo, please be magnanimous and forgive us." The thin cultivator seemed to have come back to his senses at this moment. He crawled over and kowtowed as well, begging for mercy. Luo Bing looked at them in disgust and snorted coldly, "Send me back to the city lord's mansion and I'll spare your lives." Really? The fat cultivator was delighted when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Luo Bing with a joyful expression, as if he had survived a disaster. Luo Bing said, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll punish you for what you did to me just now." She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, "I'll ask my father to lock you up for 8 to 10 years. The fat and thin cultivators' expressions suddenly changed. They stared at Luo Bing with a strange expression. "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out?" Luo Bing glared at them fiercely, as if she had the situation under control. "Big brother." The thin cultivator poked the fat cultivator and whispered, "Is this little girl? Is her brain damaged? If her brain wasn't damaged, how could she threaten others before she got out of prison? Anyone with a little common sense wouldn't do this." The fat cultivator nodded seriously and said, "I think so too. I pity the city lord's master for having such a daughter. What should we do now?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the fat cultivator's eyes. He said slowly, "What else can we do? We might as well go all the way." As he said this, a trace of murderous intent appeared on his face. The thin cultivator thought for a while and nodded. "That's the only thing we can do." Although the two of them spoke softly, Luo Bing heard them clearly. She thought that there was hope for her to get out of this, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were not only going to take advantage of her, they were even going to take her life. She was so scared that her little face turned pale. She said in shock, "What are you doing? Don't do this. If you send me back to the city lord's mansion, I won't punish you." "It's too late." The fat cultivator sneered. Since he had already made up his mind, he wasn't so afraid anymore. Although the city lord's master wasn't someone to be trifled with, this place was deserted. As long as they cleaned up after the incident, they might not be able to be traced back to them. He crawled down and half-knelt beside Luo Bing. The delicate fragrance of her virginity lingered at the tip of his nose, making his whole body hot. He puckered his big mouth and pressed it against Luo Bing's red lips. He said vaguely, "You're so beautiful. If I can fuck you once, I'll have no regrets even if I die." "Get lost." Oh. Luo Bing kept twisting her head, trying to avoid his disgusting face. However, her cultivation was sealed and her movements were restricted. How could she do that? She could only watch as his big mouth got closer and closer to her. She could almost smell the unpleasant smell in his mouth. Luo Bing's mind went blank. At this critical moment, what appeared in her mind wasn't her doting father, nor was it Chiu Yu, who obeyed her every word. Instead, it was Yang Kai's annoying figure. If it wasn't for him, how could she have encountered such a hellish nightmare? Chapter 2301. Since you can die with no regrets, then you can go to hell. Just as the fat cultivator was about to kiss Luo Bing, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The fat and thin cultivator were already filled with lust and passion. At this moment, when they heard someone's voice, they jumped up like birds startled by the twang of a bow, their hair standing on end. The fat cultivator stood up abruptly, but before he could see who was speaking, he suddenly saw a fist flying towards him. Saint Chi surged on the fist, containing a ferocious move. It kept enlarging in front of his eyes, blocking out all the light. The fat cultivator wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. The other party's cultivation seemed to be much higher than his. Ping, a muffled sound rang out, accompanied by the fat cultivator's miserable cry. His fat body was directly sent flying, and in mid-air, his entire head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Red and white matter splattered in all directions. Ah! The sudden change made the thin cultivator scream, but before he could react, his brother had died tragically in front of him. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see that a burly man with long hair had appeared in front of him at some point in time. That burly man seemed to have fought with someone, as his entire body was covered in blood. Half of his face was swollen, and his eyes were full of blood. It was a ghastly sight to behold, and no one dared to look directly at him. Especially when this fellow's one eye was white without a single trace of black, it was even more chilling. "Who are you?" The thin cultivator scanned with his divine sense and found that the other party was actually a third-order origin king. His heart sank. He and the fat cultivator were only first-order origin kings. But the other party was 2 minor realms higher than them. Although the burly man with long hair didn't seem to be in his best condition, judging from the power of his punch that killed the fat cultivator just now, the thin cultivator was no match for him. "I'm the one who will send you on your way." The burly man with long hair snorted coldly. His tower-like body swayed slightly on the spot and suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the thin cultivator immediately shouted, "Friend, let's talk nicely. We have no grievances with you. Why are you attacking us directly?" Although he said so, he immediately summoned his defensive artifact, which turned into a light curtain to protect his body. The voice of the burly man with long hair suddenly sounded behind him. It was extremely cold, like the summons of the Grim Reaper. "What's there to talk to scum like you who bullies others? Go to hell." As he spoke, a machete suddenly appeared in his hand. When he poured his Saint Chi, the machete let out a tiger's roar, and a huge phantom of a tiger's head appeared on the blade. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the thin cultivator. The thin martial artist turned pale with fright and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Although his cultivation was lower than the other party by 2 small levels, if he really fought with his life on the line, he felt that he still had a glimmer of hope to escape. The reason why the fat martial artist was killed by a punch was only because of a moment of carelessness. This was because he hadn't even summoned his artifact. He was sure that he wouldn't be killed by a single blow. But the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The opponent's machete chopped down with an irresistible force. It directly broke through the burly cultivator's defense and cut into his body. Impossible! The thin cultivator was stunned. He looked at the huge wound on his chest that spread from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He raised his head to look at the burly man with long hair and said bitterly, "Are you a Dao Source Realm Master?" Just now, he had clearly sensed the aura of a Dao Source Realm cultivator descending upon him. The machete in the opponent's hand was obviously a Dao Source grade artifact. That was why it could easily break through his defense and give him a fatal blow. Why ask a dying man? The burly cultivator snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out of the thin cultivator's body like a fountain. His whole body was split in half, and all his internal organs were exposed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Luo Bing lay on the ground, trembling violently. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her teeth were chattering. She turned her head and retched. She had been pampered since childhood. When had she ever seen such a bloody and cruel scene? The strong visual impact was too much for her to bear at once. After retching for a while, she vomited all her bile. Luo Bing felt better. She turned her head to look at the burly man with long hair with a face full of gratitude. She asked in a trembling voice, Are they dead?" The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. For some reason, a trace of disgust flashed in his single eye. He didn't intend to answer. He just snorted coldly and put away his machete. Then, he walked in front of Luo Bing and stretched out his hand to poke her body a few times. Luo Bing's sealed cultivation was suddenly unsealed, and her Saint Chi started flowing through her meridians again. She stood up shakily and looked at the corpses of the fat and thin cultivators with a look of horror on her face. She quickly looked away and covered her mouth with her hand, retching again. The burly man with long hair didn't say a word. He just stood there and looked on coldly. After a long while, Luo Bing raised her head and looked at the burly man with long hair. She said, Thank you. She thanked him profusely and sincerely. After all, if the burly man with long hair hadn't shown up suddenly, she would have suffered a tragic fate. She had never encountered such a crisis before. At that critical moment, she kept imagining that someone would show up and save her. Someone had really come to save her. Even though this person looked somewhat frightening and had a ferocious appearance, Luo Bing didn't know why she wasn't afraid of him. His tall and sturdy body, which was like an iron tower, gave her an indescribable sense of security. Luo Bing couldn't help but imagine that if she could be sheltered by his broad wings, she wouldn't suffer any misfortune in the future. This was a feeling that her father and Chiu Yu had never given her. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly beat faster. A strange feeling slowly grew in her heart. What's your name? Luo Bing looked at the burly man timidly and asked softly. The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. Luo Bing felt a chill run down her spine and she quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at him again. Chai Hu. The burly man with long hair suddenly blurted out these two words. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing was delighted. She raised her head and smiled. So it's Brother Chai. My name is Luo Bing, and I'm the daughter of the city lord. Have you heard of me? After she said this, she was startled. This was because she had never called another man so intimately, except for Chiu Yu. However, in front of this burly man, she naturally called out that name without feeling uncomfortable at all. Instead, after she called out his name, she actually felt a sense of joy deep in her heart, as if she had done something amazing. What's wrong with me? Luo Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. I know who you are. Chai Hu replied calmly. He looked away, as if he didn't want to frighten her with his terrifying face. That's true. I don't come out often. But since Brother Chai lives in Sky Crane City, you must have heard of me. Luo Bing pursed her lips and smiled. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment before she said, Brother Chai, I'm lost. Can you take me home? She looked delicate and weak. Moreover, she had just been frightened, so her face was still pale. Her face was still a little pale. Any man who heard this would probably not reject her. Chai Hu nodded and said, Sure. Luo Bing was delighted and said, Thank you. However, it's not today. Chai Hu added in a cold voice. The smile on Luo Bing's face froze. She looked at Chai Hu in a daze and said, Brother Chai? What do you mean? Chai Hu said, I need Miss Luo's help. Please come with me. Luo Bing was startled as she recalled how the two men had treated her a moment ago. Her face, which had regained some color, turned pale again. She retreated while shaking her head and saying, Are you going to treat me the same way as those two? You're thinking too much. I won't hurt you. Of course, you have to cooperate with me obediently. Chai Hu reached out to grab Luo Bing as he spoke. Luo Bing shouted loudly. However, Chai Hu's cultivation was much higher than the two men's, so how could she resist? She was subdued in an instant. Luo Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Today's series of encounters were more ups and downs than anything she had ever experienced in her life. She didn't expect that she would drive a wolf from the front door and face a tiger from the back door. She continued to beat Chai Hu's arm and shouted, Bad guy, you're all bad guys. Chai Hu didn't move and just said coldly, Don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to move. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's body stiffened. However, she quickly opened her mouth and bit the back of Chai Hu's hand. She bit him hard and soon, blood gushed out of Luo Bing's mouth. Even though her mouth was filled with the smell of blood, she still didn't let go. Chai Hu was a third-order Origin King cultivator. If he really wanted to break free from Luo Bing, he only needed to exert a little bit of strength to shatter her teeth. However, for some unknown reason, Chai Hu didn't do so. He just stared at Luo Bing, who was biting the back of his hand and continuously swallowing his blood without letting go. She was instinctively trying to protect him. A complicated look flashed across his eyes before he let out a sigh and gently chopped at Luo Bing's neck. He had a good grasp of his strength and Luo Bing only let out a groan before she fell down. Although she was unconscious, 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Chai Hu bent down and picked her up. His body flickered and disappeared from his original position, leaving behind only the remains of the fat and thin cultivator. Heavenly Puppet Building. When Yang Kai returned, he saw Yi Jing Han anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door, constantly looking outside. Upon seeing Yang Kai, she heaved a sigh of relief and went up to him. Young Master Yang, where did you go? Yang Kai replied, I just took a walk around. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jing Han and said with a smile, What's wrong? Were you worried that I would leave without saying goodbye? Yi Jing Han waved her hand and said, No, it's just that I didn't see any trace of young Master Yang. I asked around but no one replied. Yang Kai said, Don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. And I wanted to inform you before I left, but it seemed like there was more than one person in your room, so I didn't disturb you. Heh. Yi Jing Han's face flushed red and she spat, Hateful. She stamped her foot and ran into the inner hall. Chapter 2302. The next day, in the City Lord's mansion, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Sky Crane City's City Lord Luo Jin's concubine marriage ceremony, and guests from all over the world had come to congratulate him. Carriages filled with congratulatory gifts streamed into the City Lord's mansion's backyard under the guidance of the City Lord's mansion servants, where they would be recorded and categorized into different categories before being stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was beaming with joy, as if they had just gotten married. At the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, 2 rows of handsome servants and beautiful maids welcomed the guests, all of whom wore smiles on their faces and behaved courteously. Whenever a guest arrived, the master of ceremonies would announce their sect, attracting the attention of everyone present. After entering the city lord's mansion, someone would lead the guests to the inner hall, where they would be seated in different positions according to their status. The representatives of the powerful sects who were at the peak of their power were naturally seated at the front, followed by the lower-ranked sects and families. The further they were seated, the lower their status. No one dared to raise any objections to such an arrangement, as everyone was well aware of how powerful they were and how important their sects and families were. The city lord's mansion's arrangements had definitely been made long ago, so they naturally wouldn't cause any displeasure. Yang Kai followed the Thousand Leaves sect's group to this place and looked around curiously. This was the first time he had attended someone else's wedding, and even though it was just a concubine marriage ceremony, it was still a major event that would affect his entire life, so he found it rather novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him of Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, Shan Qing Luo, Shui Yu, and the others. Yang Kai blamed himself in his heart. When he had left the Homeland Star's territory, he should have held a proper wedding and let them experience the happiness of being a woman. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he owed them too much. He didn't want to come here today, but Yi Jinghan had invited him several times, and Yang Kai didn't want her to think too much about it, lest he left without saying goodbye. So, he simply followed the Thousand Leaves sect's group. Du Xian and the others also brought some congratulatory gifts from the sect. Although they were not very precious, there were still a lot of them. Before they came in, they had already been loaded in the carriage and handed over to the servants of the city lord mansion to put them in the back hall. Then, under the guidance of another servant, they entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The inner hall was quite large, and even with over 100 tables set up, it didn't seem crowded. By the time the Thousand Leaves sect group arrived, the inside was already bustling with activity. The experts of various sects and clans were either drinking by themselves or gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to talk loudly and laugh heartily. This kind of occasion was a good opportunity for many forces to bond with each other and improve their communication. The servant leading the way led Yi Jinghan and the others to a table in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, "The master's seat is right here. Please wait for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. When the wizard heard this, his face flashed with a trace of annoyance. He grabbed the servant's collar and said in a low voice, "Our seat is here? Are you sure?" This table wasn't located at the front, but rather at the back of the middle. Aside from the Thousand Leaves sect, the rest of the dozen or so tables here were all from small families and sects. Each of these families and sects might only have a single Dao Source Realm cultivator. They were comparable in strength to the few great families in Maplewood City. Although the Thousand Leaves sect didn't have a master from the Emperor Realm, they had quite a few Dao Source Realm cultivators. It was impossible to arrange for them to be seated here. Even if they weren't seated at the front few tables, they wouldn't be far off. Such an arrangement was obviously a form of contempt and humiliation. The servant was startled by the wizard Ma and said in a panic, "This lowly one is only responsible for leading the guests to the corresponding table. I don't know anything else. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." Wizard Ma let go. Du Xian furrowed his brows and ordered indifferently, "Brother." The wizard Ma seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Du Xian signaled him with his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, only to see many people staring at him with wide eyes. His actions had attracted the attention of many people. "Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come," Du Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the wizard Ma gritted his teeth and released the servant's collar, but he still wore an indignant look on his face. "Let's sit down first. How can we let others look at us like this?" Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and took the lead to sit down. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples also sat down quietly, but all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The wizard Ma gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, senior sister, they're clearly trying to embarrass us. How can you endure this?" Du Xian glanced at him and said, So what if we can't endure it? Are you going to destroy this place or kill that old fart? The wizard Ma muttered, I didn't say that, but there are so many people here, and they've arranged for us to sit in such a backward position. They're clearly doing this on purpose. Yi Jinghan said, this is their territory, and it won't do us any good if we cause a ruckus here. Du Xian snorted coldly, Luo Jin has already predicted that we'll swallow this loss. Remember the humiliation we've suffered today, and we'll pay it back double in the future. The wizard Ma wore an indignant look, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. However, the strange gazes and whispers from the surrounding cultivators made him feel as if they were mocking him and his group. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body felt uneasy. Right at this moment, Du Xian suddenly poked Yi Jinghan's arm and said in a low voice, someone has been watching you ever since you came in. Who is it? Yi Jinghan wore a puzzled look as she turned her head to look around, only to see Qiu Yu sitting at the table in the front. Sure enough, he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She hurriedly scolded, don't talk nonsense, he's not looking at me. Du Xian chuckled, if he's not looking at you, then who is he looking at? Junior sister Yi is a peerless beauty, so how can that little bastard Qiu Yu resist your charm? Yi Jinghan's face flushed red as she said in annoyance, you're becoming more and more improper. You're the eldest brother, so you should set a good example for others. Du Xian couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Yi Jinghan looked at him with a sweet expression. How could she not know that Du Xian was jealous? At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly interrupted, that bastard actually sent someone over. Du Xian and Yi Jinghan turned their heads to take a look, and they saw an old man, who had always been by Qiu Yu's side and was protecting him, walking towards them at a moderate pace. Du Xian furrowed his brows, what's this brat trying to do? Yi Jinghan snorted, why bother with him? We'll return to the sect after this ceremony. I don't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. As she spoke, the old man arrived in front of their table and cupped his fists, sorry for disturbing you. Since he was a senior, Du Xian couldn't show any displeasure, so he cupped his fists and replied, seniorly, you're too polite. He paused for a moment before asking, may I know why Senior Li has come here? The old man surnamed Li replied calmly, I've been ordered by my young master to invite someone over. Upon hearing this, Du Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan said impatiently, go back and tell your young master that I don't have the time. The old man surnamed Li looked at Yi Jinghan with a strange expression and said with a faint smile, young sect master, you're overthinking things. My young master isn't here to invite you, but to invite this little brother over. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she asked awkwardly, invite him over for what? Du Xian and the others also wore stunned expressions. Like Yi Jinghan, they all thought that the old man had come here to invite Yi Jinghan over. After all, Qiu Yu had always been interested in Yi Jinghan, but who would have thought that the situation would be so dramatic that Yi Jinghan couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation? The old man surnamed Li said, my young master didn't say anything, so I don't know. He just asked me to invite this little brother over. Upon hearing this, everyone cast their gazes at Yang Kai. The corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching when they saw him. At some point in time, Yang Kai had placed a fruit platter on the table in front of him and was holding a spirit fruit in each hand, stuffing them into his mouth and eating them with relish. There were even a few spirit fruit pits on the table in front of him. No one knew when he started eating, but in just a short while, he had already eaten almost half of the spirit fruits. The way he ate and wolfed down the spirit fruit made him look like a reincarnated ghost who had been starving for hundreds of years, leaving the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples dumbfounded. Moreover, because the old man surnamed Li had suddenly come to this table, many people were looking over curiously. Upon seeing the way Yang Kai was eating, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh with disdain in their eyes. They all thought that this guy was probably a country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. A plate of spirit fruits was enough to make him make a fool of himself. The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples felt uneasy. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's face was burning hot and she poked him lightly, hinting for him to restrain himself. Yang Kai turned his head and stuffed an unknown spirit fruit into his mouth. His mouth was filled with saliva as he chewed on it. He then passed the fruit platter to Yi Jinghan and said, "Do you want it? If you want it, just take it." The corners of Yi Jinghan's mouth twitched and her face became even redder. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and passed the fruit platter to the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, saying, "Don't stand on ceremony. It tastes pretty good and you can even increase your cultivation if you eat more of it. These spirit fruits should have been picked not long ago and are very fresh and delicious." The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know Yang Kai's background and they didn't know why Yi Jinghan had brought him along with her. When they saw him acting so shamefully, they all turned their heads away and acted as if they weren't familiar with him. Cough. Du Xian coughed lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, this Senior Li is looking for you." "Where did this Senior Li come from?" Yang Kai asked. "What Senior Li?" "Little brother, we meet again." The veins on the old man surnamed Li's forehead bulged. He had been left standing there for a long time and Yang Kai had treated him as if he didn't exist. He was still a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so he was naturally annoyed. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him, grinning, "So it's you. What are you doing here instead of following Qiuyu?" Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old Man Li suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not going." Yang Kai refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Qiuyu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old Man Li also did not expect Yang Kai to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice, "Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age." "This old man will say it again." Yang Kai chuckled and interrupted him, "I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy?" As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old Man Li's face sank as he said, "Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out?" His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation. Yang Kai continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice, "You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog?" Pooh. Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. "Pooh." Old Man Li flew into a rage. Yang Kai snorted, "Stop with the "y" and me. If Qiuyu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around." After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, "He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from." Then he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. "Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you." Old Man Li was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today, he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Yang Kai a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Yang Kai a lesson. After Old Li left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement he said, "Brother Yang, I like you so much." Yang Kai shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm only interested in women." Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, "Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, what you did just now was too satisfying." Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Yang Kai, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Yang Kai had humiliated Old Man Li in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they were to do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Yang Kai, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Qiu Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Qiu Yu raised his head and looked in Yang Kai's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Kai was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Qiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Qiu, this is the place where the City Lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the City Lord's master, are you?" Qiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." "Just a few words?" Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Qiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Yang Kai. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all, so what kind of grudge could there be between them? Qiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Yang Kai's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Qiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Yang Kai didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Qiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your gaze is unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Qiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination. Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death qi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Qiu Yu sneered. "Today is the City Lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune?" "It's up to you to believe it or not." Yang Kai curled his lips. Qiu Yu furrowed his brows and said, "Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it?" "Quickly pack up your things and get out of here," Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Qiu Yu disdainfully. "Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter?" Qiu Yu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question." "What is it?" Qiu Yu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Qiu Yu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, You didn't go back? Brother Chiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice? Chiu Yu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, okay. After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Chiu Yu. That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday? Are you sure about this? Chiu Yu nodded and said, I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her. Yang Kai said with a smile, the City Lord's master doesn't know about this, does he? Chiu Yu said, if the City Lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The City Lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter. He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday, Chiu Yu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, Brother Chiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing. It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture, Chiu Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, Brother Chiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves Sex people. Moreover, I just came here, and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing? Really? Chiu Yu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, if someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter? Chiu Yu's expression changed and he said, okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Farewell. Chiu Yu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. Brother Yang, what do you want? Chiu Yu asked with a frown. Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Chiu for a small favor. Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Chiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. What is it? Chiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, Brother Chiu, can you help us change seats? Chiu Yu asked doubtfully, change seats? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, the lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place. The corners of Chiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, then, where do you want to change seats? Yang Kai pointed and said, I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty. Chiu Yu's face darkened and he asked, do you know who is sitting there? Yang Kai said with a smile, in short, it's a table for people to sit there. No, I can't do that. Chiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold and he said, Brother Chiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood? Chiu Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, what code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity? Chapter 2304. Chiu Yu sighed and said, Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai smiled and said, don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change? Chiu Yu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, so what if I change? So what if I don't change? Yang Kai chuckled and patted Chiu Yu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the city lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters. Enough. Chiao Yu's face turned cold and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, "You're threatening me." "Am I?" Yang Kai blinked. "Brother Chiao, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you." Chiao Yu said angrily, "I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing, you despicable person." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body." Chiao Yu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this, and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves sex group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Chiao Yu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves sex group and cupped his fists. "Master, we've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you." Du Xian, Yi Jinghan and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward. "Thank you for your trouble." While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still at a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Young Master Yang, what's going on? What did you tell Chiao Yu?" She knew that with Thousand Leaves Sect's current strength and relationship with Sky Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Chiao Yu. After all, Chiao Yu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's nothing. Brother Chiao and I feel like old friends at first sight, so when we meet again, we have a heart-to-heart talk." He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. "That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table." No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said, "Only a fool would believe you." Yang Kai said, "Brother Chiao is a pretty good person." Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City, but at this moment, Thousand Leaves Sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves Sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became strange. The members of Thousand Leaves Sect were also restless. They could feel many strange gazes directed at them from all around, making them feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by people who came later. The noisy atmosphere in the inner hall gradually returned to normal. At a certain moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The City Lord's Master has arrived." As soon as the shout was heard, the entire inner hall quieted down and everyone looked in the same direction. A man wearing a red robe walked out with a joyful smile on his face and cupped his fists in all directions. "Greetings, City Lord's Master. Long time no see, the City Lord's Master is even more elegant than before. I'm so envious. Congratulations to the City Lord's Master for marrying such a beautiful lady. The Master is really a role model for our generation. On this joyous occasion, I wish the City Lord's Master good health, a prosperous martial path, a continuous line of descendants, and an everlasting family." Guests from all around congratulated him with smiles plastered on their faces, trying their best to flatter him. The man wearing the red robe was also exchanging pleasantries with a carefree smile on his face. "Is that Luo Jin?" Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and asked Yi Jinghan in a low voice. Yi Jinghan's face sank and she nodded. That's him. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. If you didn't mention it, I would have thought that he was Luo Jin's father. This was also the first time that Yang Kai had seen the city lord of Sky Crane City. He had assumed that since this guy could take in 15 concubines, he would be full of energy and would not look too old, even if he had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. However, the person in front of him was an old man with sparse white hair. Although he had a good cultivation, his vitality was weak and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years and had no hope of advancing to the Emperor realm. The crimson robe he wore accentuated his age even more. Whose girl is this? She must be blind. The wizard Ma shook his head and felt sad for the woman who was marrying Luo Jin today. Shut up. Be careful of your words. Du Xian glared fiercely at the wizard Ma and said in a low voice, It's not like you don't know that none of Luo Jin's concubines willingly married him. The wizard Ma snorted, It's because he has done so many bad things, like bullying men and taking women, that he has never had a child. Good and evil will be repaid in the end. You're still talking. The wizard Ma curled his lips. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. The atmosphere was lively and festive. After a long while, a voice shouted out, The auspicious time has arrived. In an instant, the sound of wind instruments rang out. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. It was as if the roof was about to be lifted. Luo Jin's face emitted a red glow as he straightened his clothes and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, all of them with smiles on their faces and eyes filled with anticipation. There seemed to be a melodious tune coming from outside, accompanied by the sound of music. A wedding procession gradually entered everyone's sight. A woman dressed as a matchmaker walked at the front, twisting her plump, bucket-like waist and wearing a sweet smile on her face. Beside a four-sedan chair, she slowly made her way over, trying her best to show off. Behind the sedan chair, there were boys and girls following behind, continuously scattering petals from the baskets in their hands. Everywhere the sedan chair passed, the petals paved the way, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. After the flower baskets, there were 2 rows of boys and girls, each carrying a lantern, following behind the sedan chair. On top of the lanterns, there were various festive words such as 100 years of bliss and a happy marriage. After that, it was the wedding procession. All of them were girls, and all of them were weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, as if they were part of the bride's family. The short journey took a full 10 minutes before the sedan chair arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Drop the sedan chair. Someone shouted, and the sedan chair landed steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair, extending her hand inside. Immediately after, then, a white and softy came up to him. Just this small hand alone was enough to cause the eyes of countless men to light up. Her jade-like hand was white and flawless, while her skin was as white as snow, appearing so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. It caused people's imaginations to run wild, as they secretly thought that a person with such jade-like hands would definitely be an enchanting beauty. However, this person was about to become Luo Jin's 15th concubine, causing people to wring their hands in pity, envy, and jealousy. Immediately after, a large red embroidered shoe extended out from the sedan chair, landing on the red carpet at the entrance. Only then did a dazzling and beautiful figure appear in everyone's line of sight. The bride wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her head. Her wedding dress was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings, while the phoenix coronet that was adorned with pearls and jade covered her face that caused people's imaginations to run wild. At this moment, countless people were cursing in their hearts. The phoenix coronet and red veil on the bride's head seemed to have the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. Impressively, they were extraordinary artifacts. All of the divine sense released by the cultivator who wanted to secretly check on the bride's appearance was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. Luo Jin seemed to know what everyone was thinking at this moment, as he glanced left and right. After giving a silent warning, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Yang Kai also curled his lips fiercely at this moment. Just like everyone else, He had secretly released his divine sense in an attempt to see what the bride looked like. However, he did not expect to be obstructed by the artifact. The artifact's power was extraordinary. If he had forcefully activated his divine sense, he would have been able to break it open and see what the bride looked like. However, this was a concubine ceremony after all. If he really did so, he would definitely attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he only gave it a try and did not try again, instead choosing to quietly observe. At this moment, the bride was being supported and led by the matchmaker as she walked step by step towards the inner hall. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her figure was faintly discernible under the wedding dress. This woman had a beautiful figure and was definitely a graceful person. As Yang Kai observed her, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. More importantly, the palpitations and irritability from yesterday suddenly surged up again, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and the others, only to see that they did not seem to have noticed anything. However, the scene before him seemed to have stimulated some kind of desire deep in Yi Jinghan's heart. At this moment, she looked at the bride walking step by step towards them with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes, as if she was fantasizing about the day when she would be able to wear such a phoenix coronet and red veil and marry the person she loved the most. She stole a glance at Du Xian, her small face turning slightly red. Not long after, the group finally arrived at the inner hall. The matchmaker handed the ribbon in her hand to Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Master, I'm handing the bride over to you. You must treat her well in the future." Luo Jin laughed heartily. "I definitely won't let her be bullied in the slightest." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why is my life so hard? I haven't met a man like Master." The group burst into laughter, causing the lively atmosphere to reach its peak in an instant. Chapter 2305. Within the inner hall, Luo Jin held onto the bride's ribbon as he gave a faint smile, before turning around and walking inside. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the table to the left of Yang Kai and the others. With a faint smile, he walked towards the two of them and stood in front of them. The sound of the wind instruments and the silence of the gongs and drums made the scene solemn and dignified. The old man smiled. This old man is extremely honored to be able to witness this marriage for the city lord's master. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "On such a beautiful day, the two of you have tied the knot and brought about the union of Qin and Jin. I hope that the two of you will love each other dearly in the future and live a long and happy life together. Do the two of you agree?" Luo Jin smiled. "This Luo agrees." The old man nodded, before turning towards the bride and asking, "What about you?" The bride's body trembled slightly, before a sweet-sounding voice rang out from within the phoenix crown. As those words rang out, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart grew even more intense. He felt that he should be extremely familiar with that voice. Before he could continue trying to figure out exactly who that voice belonged to, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from somewhere within the inner hall. "I don't agree." As those words rang out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice, wondering which reckless person actually dared to embarrass the city lord's master in front of so many experts. Anger filled Luo Jin's face as he turned his head and roared, "Who dares to do such a thing?" His face was so malevolent that it was practically distorted. Today was the day of his marriage ceremony, a joyous occasion. However, he never expected that it would be ruined at such a crucial moment. Dense, killing intent involuntarily rose in his heart. A chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Carefully examining the source of the voice, he snorted coldly, "What's wrong? You have the guts to ruin this king's plans, yet you don't have the guts to stand up and admit it?" A guest immediately shouted from the side, "Obediently stand up and apologize to the city lord's master, and perhaps we can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Luo Jin replied, "Today is this king's wedding day, and this king doesn't want to take anyone's life. Obediently stand up, and this king won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from somewhere in the crowd. That person's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see her true appearance. However, judging from her tall figure, she was clearly a woman. "Take him down." Seeing this person stand up, Luo Jin waved his hand fiercely. "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." Several city lord residents cultivator immediately charged towards that person. The woman stood there. She didn't seem to panic at all. Just as those people were about to rush in front of her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black veil on her head, revealing her true appearance. Under everyone's gaze, all of them suddenly widened their eyes and were flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. "This, young miss?" The cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was rushing towards the woman was originally aggressive. They were prepared to capture this woman and bring her to a secret place to punish her. However, when they saw her appearance, their expressions changed drastically. They withdrew their attacks in midair and landed on the ground in a sorry state. They were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the person who had ruined the concubine ceremony at such a crucial moment was none other than the city lord's mansion's young miss, Luo Bing. Qiu Yu suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Bing with a stunned expression. He never expected that Luo Bing had been in the inner hall all this time and had even ruined the city lord's master's ceremony. He had just separated from Luo Bing yesterday, and she was still fine at that time. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Luo Bing would do such a thing in just one night. For a moment, the inner hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at Luo Bing with strange expressions, not knowing what she was up to. "Bing?" Luo Jin's body shook as he stared at Luo Bing with his eyes wide open. "Why did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, "Who bullied you?" He saw that his precious daughter's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. Furthermore, her voice was hoarse, so he didn't immediately recognize Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Qiu Yu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Luo Bing would say his name. He thought that Luo Bing was acting like this because of him. "No one bullied me." Luo Bing pursed her red lips. "Is there really no one?" Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "There really isn't anyone." Luo Bing shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "Father, I have something to ask of you." Luo Jin sighed and said, "We'll talk about it later. You should go back to your room and rest first." He was furious in the depths of his heart, blaming Luo Bing for not seeing the big picture and damaging his dignity and face in front of so many powerful people. He just wanted to finish the ceremony quickly and ask Luo Bing what was going on. However, Luo Bing didn't seem to want to listen to him obediently. She just shook her head and said, "No, I have to ask you for this now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." "Bing." Luo Jin shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Luo Bing's body trembled instinctively, as if she was afraid. However, her gaze was firm as she continued to look at her father with a pleading look. Luo Jin looked at her and immediately knew that he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and smile at the guests. "Everyone, please don't make a fool of yourself. My daughter has been spoiled too much by this king, so she was a little mischievous. I hope she didn't spoil everyone's mood." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but relax. They had long heard that Luo Bing was doted on by the city lord master, but they didn't expect that it was to the extent that she dared to cause trouble during the ceremony. They all expressed that they didn't mind, looking very considerate of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Luo Bing and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me? You chose this time. If it's too difficult, let's see how I'll deal with you later." Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, it wasn't a real threat, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the city lord master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. "Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father." When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while, Luo Jin said, Go and rest. You're probably too tired. He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. Father, promise me. Luo Bing begged. Impudent. Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission. Father, Luo Bing cried, I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go. Hiss. The sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves, as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient. Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Bing said, I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go. Luo Jin said angrily, What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her. Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck. Looking around at everyone with his white eyes, he snorted coldly, I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over. The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed over turned pale with fright. They fell from the air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. It's him! A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. He still remembered that he had bumped into this brawny man in the restaurant yesterday. That fellow seemed to be called Chai Hu. At that time, he had left the restaurant early because he had gotten into a conflict with another group of people. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this Chai Hu fellow would actually sneak into the ceremony and even dare to hold the city lord's mansion's young lady hostage in front of everyone. However, this person's cultivation was only at the third order origin king realm. Even if he had Luo Bing in his hands, his fate would still be worrying. Thinking about this, Yang Kai turned to look at the bride standing beside Luo Jin. Ever since he saw this bride, he had a strange feeling. At this moment, he saw the bride's tender body trembling, as if she was struggling against something. Chapter 2306. One-eyed Chai who had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Chi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. Old man Luo Jin, if you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves. Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered, before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Bing'er's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so." Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted, "Father, I said those words myself. I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed brawny man and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath, before speaking out in a deep voice, "Bing, don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked towards Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions?" Chai Hu gave a cold laugh before replying, "Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price." He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chai Hu, "Friend, you're being too impulsive. The City Lord Master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young Lady Luo Bing is also innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young Lady Luo Bing, and the City Lord Master will definitely not make things difficult for you. That's right. Release young Lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the City Lord Master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson." A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people tried to persuade Chai Hu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chai Hu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. "Shut up, all of you!" Chai Hu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. "If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word." Chai Hu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luo Bing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, "Speak! What exactly do you want this king to do?" Chai Hu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin, "Release that person beside you." Who are you referring to? Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chai Hu roared, "If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life." Luo Jin's face changed slightly. "Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride?" Chai Hu sneered, "She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her." Luo Jin said, "You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you?" Chai Hu said, "How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming." Luo Jin smiled, "You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you, you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this? You ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that?" Hearing this, Chai Hu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you serious?" Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or, are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily." Someone replied, "That's right, we're all willing to testify for the city master." "Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable." Chai Hu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded, "Fine, I'll believe you this once." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice, "Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or are you being threatened by him? Don't worry, if you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife." Luo Jin gave a faint smile, his expression calm. "Shut up!" Chai Hu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side and had not said a single word even when Chai Hu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment, before Er's voice rang out from behind the red veil. "Am willing." "What?" Chai Hu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's, and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, he was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. "This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her." "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chai Hu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chai Hu had said. After all, Chai Hu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" Chai Hu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted, "This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do." "That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise, it won't look good for everyone. That's right. If you let young lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the city lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know when to stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way." The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chai Hu was extremely bad. "That's impossible." Chai Hu continued to nag, "It's impossible for fifth sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "It must be big brother, second brother and the others, right?" "Brat, what exactly are you talking about?" The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chai Hu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth. "You're really sinister, old man. You actually used big brother and second brother to force fifth sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently." Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, "You dare to go back on your word?" Chai Hu sneered, "What's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take fifth sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die." As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, "Wait. Are you going to let her go or not?" Chai Hu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, "Since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail." As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chai Hu's face as he shouted, "Fifth sister, come here first." After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked towards Chai Hu, step by step. "This brat is probably going to be out of luck." At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chai Hu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, "City Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations?" Du Xian's expression changed slightly as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice, "Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai Hu. Looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai Hu's single eye as he spoke out, "Fifth sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, we'll fly far away and never return to Sky Crane City." Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai Hu's side and stood there. "Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave?" Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. "Where there's a will, there's a way." Chai Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile. "This king feels that it's better for you to stay." Chai Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in midair, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, swish, swish. The experts of the City Lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the City Lord Master's wedding ceremony, so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chai Hu would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chai Hu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister?" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chai-Hu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic chi? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from origin energy. It carried a pure demonic yuan qi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic yuan qi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary, it was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races, so it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yi Jinghan, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. "Young Master Yang, what's wrong?" Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. "Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony." Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few city lords' mansion guards nodded their heads, before taking action to seal Chai-Hu's cultivation and detain him. "Don't!" Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chai-Hu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chai-Hu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might. Opening her arms wide, she stood in front of Chai-Hu, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chai-Hu caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chai-Hu using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chai-Hu? Why had she walked right into their trap? "Bing, what nonsense are you making?" Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? "Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him," Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, "Benefactor?" Luo Bing replied, "That's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me." "Yesterday?" Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, "Didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you?" Luo Bing shook her head. "I'll explain everything to father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him for now. Let him go." Upon hearing her words, Chiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash, he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm. "Little sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the city lord's masters say not to hurt him? Be obedient." Luo Bing shook her head and said, "Then let him go now." A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Chiu Yu, "Young Master Chiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest." Chiu Yu nodded. "I'll obey the master's orders." As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Chiu Yu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Chai, who appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only eye red. "Fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart?" Luo Jin sneered, "This king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite." A guest at the side shouted out, "City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable." That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chai, who roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly before roaring, "Then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king." After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, "Are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer." Today he had been disrupted by someone, causing him to lose face. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue, let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such a time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face, before raising his hand. "I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry." Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury? That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jinghan, Du Xian and the others? This is going to be interesting. Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chai, who was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Qiuyu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms, but when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up, while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Du Xian's expression also changed slightly, as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, Cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter. Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while, he asked, "Is your excellency also from Thousand Leaves sect? Why have I never seen you before?" What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Then, how should I address your excellency?" Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that. Instead, focusing on the reaction of the bride, he said in a clear voice, "High Heaven Sect?" Yang Kai. High Heaven Sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory? Why haven't I heard of it before? Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before. The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yi Jinghan and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai Hu earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now, his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven sect, so he frowned and asked, "Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king?" Yang Kai grinned. "Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom, this was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Yang Kai say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Yang Kai. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. "This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions." As he spoke, he cupped his fists slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if Yang Kai continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Kai smiled. "City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like." The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, "Everyone knows that the City Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the city lord's wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the city lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the city lord master's prestige. Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. You flatter me, little brother. He secretly thought to himself, so this brat isn't looking for trouble, but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th city lord's wife. City lord master can't keep hiding her and keep everyone in suspense, right? Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows, we might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so, everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king, so don't blame this king for getting angry. Alright, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Yang Kai took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Yang Kai, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Yang Kai would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. "Young Master Yang, please come back." Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them before replying in an indifferent tone, "This is my personal matter. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me." Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she waved her hand. "That's not what I meant, it's just that." Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence, before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, "City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine? Has this brat gone mad?" On the other side, Chiu Yu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the City Lord's Mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, "Little brother, help me take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away." "Impudent!" Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose." While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself." Luo Jin roared out furiously, "Take him down." Following his order, a dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the City Lord's Master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Chi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the third-order Dao Source realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. "What are you all in a daze for? Attack together!" Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more City Lord's mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment.